This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Teacher Hua, this person has stirred. They seem to be waking up. Qin Yangji heard a young woman's voice fading away, as if she were leaving, followed by hurried footsteps. The pace of the steps was different. It wasn't the same person, Qin Yangji thought vaguely. She tried to move her fingers, then felt something poking her back, then something hard against the back of her head. Pain spread from her brow, and her brain throbbed. The smell of industrial motor oil approached her nose. Qin Yangji, a student of mechanical design and manufacturing, had been exposed to this scent for years, and the first whiff of it was like a bomb, instantly awakening her. As her senses returned, she subconsciously reviewed her memories. If memory serves, she had just celebrated her birthday the day before. Her teachers and senior students cut her cake, and one of them gave her a skydiving experience card, supposedly for the highest skydiving program in Jiuzhou. Qin Yangji had no other hobbies besides disassembling machinery and assembling weapons, and pushing her limits, so she went the very next day after receiving the card. Skydiving, surfing, bungee jumping, wingsuit flying, these weren't new experiences for Qin Yangji. She skillfully suited up and leaped from the helicopter. The fierce wind at 40,000 meters yanked her, and the cold air forced its way into her airways, stirring up a suffocating, adrenaline-fueled feeling. But what she didn't expect, even more suffocating, was that the parachute strap suddenly snapped during the fall. Haha, 40,000 meters, it got severed. Qin Yangji's mind froze for a second, staring down into the bottomless void. The word "oh wow" slowly emerged in her mind. Before she could panic, she felt as if she had penetrated an invisible wall, as she struggled to escape. The scenery before her suddenly changed. The clouds and howling wind vanished, replaced by swirling yellow sand and a stream of hot air. Under her feet was unfamiliar land. The rumble of cannons filled her ears, and her nose was filled with the scent of gunpowder and phosphorus mixed with energy fluid. Qin Yangji was very familiar with it. It was the smell of artillery fire. She was slow to grasp the scene. Several giant mechas shuttled in the distance. In the air, a disc-like aircraft, with a massive cannon barrel swirled, its barrel flashing red and spewing red meteors streaked with sparks. Several huge shadows flashed by her side, dodging the incoming artillery fire. She had escaped 40,000 meters, and stumbled into the scene of a passionate gunfight. Qin Yangji's scalp tingled. She reacted instantly and ran, then felt a chill on her neck as she noticed a disc swaying in midair, aiming its cannon barrel at her. Sensing something was amiss, Qin Yangji quickly climbed onto the distant rocks. She heard a female voice from the giant mecha beside her. The bombardment point has shifted. Can we take it down? Qin Yangji didn't hear the reply, because it was obvious. The bombardment point had shifted to her. The feeling of being targeted had barely ripped through her cerebral cortex when she saw a fiery meteor cannon bearing a blazing fire. Qin Yangji didn't even turn to look. Sensing the direction of the heat, she continued running without stopping, leaping off the side of the cliff. Blazing heat and flames passed close behind her. With a bang, it crashed down to where she had been 2 seconds earlier. Bombs and gunfire erupted. The massive impact swept around, slamming Qin Yangji directly against the stone. The back of her head was struck, and her forehead slammed into the boulder. She instantly blacked out and fainted. Before fainting, she thought, somewhat haplessly, that a parachute accident was fine, and so was the shift and restart. Let her die. Everyone dies, either from falling to the ground in midair or from artillery fire. Feeling the encroaching flames and the intense heat, Qin Yangji's final thought was, I just hope the fire leaves her with some clothes. She wanted to die with dignity. But now, thinking back, she could still feel her body. Nothing was missing, so she must have survived. And from the initial observation of the gunfire technique and the strange shift in her midair fall, Qin Yangji quickly realized that she had encountered something extraordinary. She had most likely traveled through time. Upon her first encounter with the interstellar world, Qin Yangji was struck by its intense passion. It wasn't just a fire, it was a blazing barrage, nearly setting her on fire. Feeling the light shining on her eyelids, Qin Yangji slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was a jagged rocky roof, resembling a cave. Irregular spikes sprouted from the black stone, enough to pierce her if they fell. Qin Yangji shuddered, afraid to lie down. As soon as she opened her eyes, she sat up abruptly. As she rose, her joints creaked several times, and a sudden weight pressed down on her head, causing her to curl up in agony, clutching her head. Qin Yangji winced in pain. When Huiyin entered, she saw the child from the desolate planet, her head buried in her arms, her body shaking rhythmically, as if she were crying. She felt her heart soften, sighed, and stepped forward, patting Qin Yangji's shoulder. Classmate? Classmate? Qin Yangji, recovering from the headache from moving his head, looked over at the sound. Her eyes were clear, their pupils a pure amber color, their irises a deep black, resembling a pair of small, beady eyes, radiating a certain limpidity. Her hair was short, slightly curly blonde, her features delicate, her lips rosy, her teeth white, her skin fair and delicate. Though thin, her muscles were well proportioned, not overly delicate. She didn't look like a child raised on a desolate planet plagued by strange phenomena. She must have been pampered by her parents, so even on a desolate planet, she hadn't suffered any hardship, Hu Yin thought. This made her feel even more guilty. If Qin Yangji's movements hadn't attracted the attention of the motion capture guns, the Qian Military Academy students wouldn't have been able to easily shoot that thing down. But this student was directly hit by the gun, and although she dodged in time, she was still seriously injured. Are you okay? Hu Yin asked. Qin Yangji glanced behind her, then quickly scanned her surroundings. She was currently in a stone cave. The light source was outside, and the ground was yellow sand. It was hard to see from a distance, but something close up seemed to be absorbing the light. Qin Yangji noticed the light flickering and reflecting. Based on her professional experience, she guessed it might be some large metal instrument. This reminded her of the giant mecha she had briefly seen. She could hear the noisy voices outside, not too close. Qin Yangji withdrew her gaze and looked at Hu Yin. She was a young woman, exuding a refined air. Her eyes were gentle and harbored no malice. She was wearing a distinctive, shiny crimson combat uniform. Qin Yangji glanced at herself and found she was wearing similar clothing. She touched her neck. The black rope had burn marks, but it wasn't broken. She could feel the pendant near her chest. Nothing was missing. The fire might not have been severe, leaving her unscathed. Noticing the other person's concerned gaze, Qin Yangji shook his head and spoke in a hoarse voice. Excuse me, where is this? Hu Yin paused, stepped back, and looked at her, his eyes bewildered. This is planet 526. Aren't you from here? Hu Yin had asked ahead of time. Since Qin Yangji's face wasn't on the Qian Military Academy's graduation exam, she could only eliminate him by assuming he was a resident of this desolate planet. But Qin Yangji looked at him with a bewildered expression, shaking her head slightly. Where is planet 526? I don't know. Her clear eyes looked at Hu Yin, a hint of anticipation and a subtle dependence, as if she had trusted him from the moment they saw her, a kind of inexplicable trust born of a fledgling complex. Taking notice of her expression, Hu Yin quickly asked her a few questions, essentially asking what she remembered. Seeing Qin Yangji struggle to answer, her face suddenly paled. Qin Yangji watched her flick her wrist. A watch-like disc on her wrist popped up a palm-sized screen. With a swipe of her arm, the screen zoomed in, and she tapped something. A subtle look of alarm crossed her face, fearing Hu Yin might attract someone with malicious intent. She reached down to the boulder beneath her, and touched a fallen spike. Her movements were gentle, unnoticed. Soon, a young woman carrying a metal toolbox entered the cave. She walked hurriedly, expressionless, and as she approached, a gust of bloody wind blew up. She nodded and greeted, pointing at Qin Yangji and saying, "Is that her?" Hu Yin nodded. "Yes, she seems to have lost her memory." Qin Yangji blinked twice, a little nervous, and looked up at the woman in the white hazmat suit with an innocent expression. The man wore a metal plaque on his chest, medical officer name, Heya. Heya pulled out a square device, and connected it to the circular watch on her wrist. Qin Yangji guessed it was more appropriately called a light computer. The square device scanned her body, and Qin Yangji tensed. Seeing Heya's light computer display her internal condition, she focused on scanning Qin Yangji's head. No blood stasis, nerve connections are good. What's the injury? She lowered her head, as if to ask Qin Yangji, then rubbed her brow, realizing she had lost her memory, and turned to look at Hu Yin. Motion capture gunfire. He closed the device and spoke quickly, that could be damage to the mental realm. The motion capture gun is equipped with a D-grade red leaf core, and it has a psychic impact. Let's keep it for now. We don't have any mental repair potions here, and we can't cure it. Teacher Hua, I continue my work. Call me if you have any questions. She closed the device and walked out quickly, her steps hurried. Qin Yangji relaxed his nerves and muscles. Seeing the blood stains on the outside of her protective suit, he guessed that many people had been injured in the battle she had just entered. Learning that her mental realm might be damaged intensified Hu Yin's headache. Seeing Qin Yangji still dazed and curiously looking around, she half knelt down and asked softly, "Do you remember your name?" Qin Yangji looked up, pondering for a moment, then said slowly and uncertainly, I think it's Chen Yangji. Classmate Chen Yangji. Huiyin breathed a sigh of relief. She said solemnly, we will definitely take responsibility for your mental damage. Conditions are limited on planet 526. Once you return to the Qian Galaxy, the Qian Military Academy will provide you with the best possible examinations and treatment. Don't worry. She spoke seriously, and Chen Yangji guessed this mental realm must be something very important. She nodded slowly, and Huiyan's head trembled. Chen Yangji guessed someone might be calling her, so she spoke much faster. Well, let me briefly tell you about the current situation. Chapter 2. Chen Yangji had been waiting to hear this. She quietly sat down, her sleeve brushing against the stone in front of Huiyan. Please sit down and talk. Huiyan briefly explained that they were the students and faculty of the first Red Flame Military Academy, who had strayed into this area through a wormhole and had just encountered the Silver Galaxy's forces attacking the desolate planet. The Red Flame and Silver Galaxy had a long-standing feud. The Silver Galaxy wanted to capture the Red Flame people as prisoners, so the two teams engaged in a firefight upon contact. The students and faculty of the Red Flame Military Academy were here for graduation assessments. Lacking supplies and firepower, they quickly fell behind. They retreated outside the anomalous zone on desolate planet 526 and, using the zone's energy, erected an isolation barrier, blocking the Silver Galaxy's attack. After Huiyan finished his explanation, he reassured her, saying they were already in contact with the Red Flame Galaxy and that help would arrive soon. Try to stay within the quarantine zone and don't go out, or you might encounter the Silver Army. She paused, a look of disgust on her face. Anyway, they're not very friendly. Huiyan spoke quickly, and Chen Yangji noticed her eyebrows furrowing. She must have been very busy. After understanding the situation, she nodded and leaned obediently against the stone wall, watching Huiyan explain everything and leave. After Huiyan left, Chen Yangji combed his hair. So she had now reached the point where two factions were clashing, nearly becoming cannon fodder. Was it that Silver Galaxy that had fired upon her? Chen Yangji thought of the battlefield he had briefly viewed. Across from them was the Silver Galaxy, with its numerous mechas, powerful guns, and diverse equipment. From this perspective, Huiyan was not only at a disadvantage, but was being crushed. But judging from Huiyan's tone, Baiyin and Qian had a deep grudge. If Chen Yangji were captured by Baiyin as a prisoner, she didn't know what she faced. But even if she wasn't, Baiyin would still be able to lash out at her, and if she was, the outcome would be even worse. At this thought, she shuddered and suddenly shook her head. No, who knows what Baiyin's situation is like. So far, Qian seems quite friendly. Chen Yangji shifted her focus. After a moment's deliberation, she wanted to see how Qian was doing. She stood up, holding onto the wall, and prepared to head outside the cave. After taking a few steps, she first noticed a blue screen of light swaying in the air, like a bubble, enveloping the nearby mountains. This must be the isolation barrier Huiyan had mentioned. The cave was situated high up, and looking down, she could see a 3-story base built on the open ground where the two mountains met. The metal shone a big golden, gleaming brilliantly in the light. At the rear of the base, a tower-shaped structure glowed red. Atop it, a light panel flashed with numbers. Chen Yangji wasn't quite sure what it was used for. She shifted her gaze to the other side of the base. A massive starship lay on the ground. Its rear half was shattered, but the front was still visible. Scattered around the starship were several massive mechas, all red and bearing varying degrees of damage. People moved between the mechas, and a massive lifting arm carried them aboard. Chen Yangji's eyes lit up. She was very interested in mechas, curious about their structure and eager to learn more about interstellar mechanical systems. She climbed down the mountain wall. Having done parkour before, this mountain path wasn't a challenge for her. She reached the bottom in no time. She took a few steps toward the mecha, past the mountain that blocked her view, and saw a number of people around her wearing red combat uniforms with gold patterns. They were dressed similarly to her. Chen Yangji blended in, and the people around her paid little attention, allowing her to approach the massive, damaged starship smoothly. The starship's chassis had been completely shattered, revealing the exposed engine compartment and power plant. Chen Yangji glanced around, then turned back. She stood there for a second, observing, then noticed something strange about an engine part, seemingly unstable, and prepared to touch it. Just as she reached out, a slender, white, bony hand quickly appeared from the side and grasped her wrist. "Don't touch." A somewhat cold female voice rang out. Chen Yangji glanced sideways. It was a girl with long, curly black hair. Her fingertips had rubbed against black ink, and there were also traces of it on her chin. The person's eyes were crimson, giving her a somewhat inhuman appearance. Her features were pale and expressionless, as if she were simply making a casual obstruction. Qin Yongji obediently stopped and simply pointed at the engine. "Oh, okay, there's a part that seems to be falling off." Shi Cixin glanced at her, then released her. Frowning, she warned, "The starship is experiencing energy shockwaves. Don't touch it without disability gloves. Didn't you listen in mechanics class?" Her tone was stern, and the questioning look she gave Qin Yongji was easily intimidating. But Qin Yongji simply touched the tip of his nose and said calmly, "Sorry, I forgot." Literally, she was in a state of amnesia. This made Shi Cixin's brows furrow even further, and a boy next to her chuckled. "Which class are you from? How dare you talk back to boss she so confidently?" The boy reached out to pat Qin Yongji on the shoulder, but Qin Yongji caught him and dodged. Responding, she pursed her lips and smiled apologetically, her expression apologetic. "Sorry, I meant I have amnesia. I don't remember any of this." "Amnesia?" Shi Cixin's sharp gaze swept over, and her eyebrows arched. The boy wanted to laugh even more. "Don't worry, classmate. Is that so serious? Sister, she just gave you a lecture. Why don't you just admit your mistake? Why are you still making it up about amnesia? Come on." Shi Cixin glanced at the boy beside Qin Yongji, who was making a joke. The man smiled awkwardly at the sidelong glance. Shi Cixin glanced at Qin Yongji's attire, her tone relaxed. "Aren't you the military academy student who was hit by the dynamic artillery fire?" She had just received a message from Hui Yin saying that the girl had lost her memory after waking up, and asked them to help keep an eye on her. Seeing Qin Yongji nod, she pulled out the black gloves from her waist and put them on, motioning to her, "Which part is the problem?" She raised her chin behind her, and the boy looked surprised. Before taking off his gloves and handing them to Qin Yongji, he asked suspiciously, "Huh? That alien?" Seeing Shi Cixin seemed about to do something, the boy looked over nervously. "Sister, she's lost her memory. How can she know how to repair a starship? Why don't we wait until the other mechanical department members return?" Shi Cixin glared back at him coldly, annoyed by his noise. "Shut up." The boy subconsciously fell silent, but glanced at Qin Yongji and curled his lips. Qin Yongji didn't take his words to heart. She picked up the gloves, looked at them, touched them carefully, and then put them on. "Thank you." She flashed the silent boy a brilliant smile, which made him furious. What the hell, letting a stranger from another planet repair the starship? The starship was already severely damaged, and if another accident happened, this stranger wouldn't be able to compensate. He had no idea what Shi Cixin was thinking. But the boy only dared to mutter a few words in his mind, not out loud. After all, Shi Cixin was capable and arrogant, and he still had some respect and fear for her. "Here, it's falling off." Qin Yongji fiddled with it a few times, studying the fitting mechanism. She quickly removed the unstable part and grasped it in her palm, feeling a burning sensation. She didn't immediately remove her fingers, but instead felt around the outside of the engine compartment. Her smile faltered, and her eyes grew serious. She wondered if it was her imagination. Why was the cabin cold? Aren't the parts carrying the same energy source as the ones inside, yet they're running hot? "Okay, give it to me," Shi Cixin said, reaching out to take it. Seeing her expression, she asked, "Any other questions?" Qin Yongji wasn't familiar with the mecha systems in Interstellar world, so she didn't dare to say much. She just casually mentioned, "No, it's a little cold outside the cabin." No wonder they wear gloves, haha. With a dry laugh, she returned the disability gloves to the boy. Seeing Shi Cixin busy herself with other repairs, Qin Yongji moved towards the mechas. But behind her, the talkative boy hadn't left yet. Seeing Qin Yongji's interest in the mechas, he immediately picked out the most unique one among the group and followed him. The mecha was much taller than a human. Qin Yongji could only reach the lower half of his calf, not his knee. But he could see that the mecha was crimson, with golden phoenix patterns on its body. When standing still, the bird-like pupils on its chest gazed down at you, creating an extremely oppressive feeling. A crimson blade stood upright in its scabbard behind it, and a cannon, gilded with a ring around the barrel, was mounted on its left shoulder. Its aesthetic was exquisite, and the mecha exuded the raw power and impact of machinery. "You have excellent taste," choosing Hongwon instantly. "You're also quite skilled at analyzing starship mechanics. Could it be that you studied mechanical maintenance before you lost your memory?" The boy approached and pressed something on a four-legged iron block to the side. The metal block expanded, quickly transforming into a lifting arm, extending the platform and allowing it to move. He spoke casually. Qin Yongji watched him step onto the platform and continued, But is there a place on your desolate planet where you can learn these things? His tone wasn't overly dismissive, but he could hear a hint of doubt and distrust of Chen Yangji. Chen Yangji guessed that Shi Zixin had scolded him, and he felt quite resentful, so he vented his anger on her. I think so. Chen Yangji raised her eyes innocently, looking at him sincerely, her words flowing freely. You seem quite adept at mechanics. Are you a master in this field? Can you teach me? I want to learn from you. The boy's lips curled upwards at the words master, and very good at controlling someone for 3 seconds. He suppressed a smile and looked down at Chen Yangji. Seeing her calm brows and sincere gaze, as if she were humbly seeking advice, he suddenly felt that his earlier criticism was a bit petty. They even called him a master, haha. I can't call you a master, but I can certainly teach you. Come on up, and I explain. And by the way, tell me how you can tell if an engine part is loose, okay? The boy had been observing the starship for a long time. Technically, he wasn't qualified for maintenance, but he was envious. He observed it over and over day and night, but he couldn't find anything unusual about the engine parts. But Chen Yangji was able to spot clues the moment he saw them. It wasn't just a matter of eyesight. As his mechanics teacher put it, there might be a sense of mechanical resonance. At his invitation, Chen Yangji gladly climbed onto the lifting arm. Taking advantage of the boy's openness, she quickly asked questions she wanted to know, absorbing the mecha structures of the interstellar world at an almost terrifying speed, and continuously developing a complete mechanical system. The materials and structures of this world were completely different from what she knew, but the mechanical principles were the same. For Chen Yangji, it wasn't difficult to understand. After accepting the theory that the mechas were controlled by mental tentacles, she quickly grasped the basics. Now you know, the core of the Hongwan mecha's damage is a broken communication thread, causing unstable energy integration between various components. If the communication thread can't be repaired, it's best not to touch other parts, otherwise the mental tentacles will be further damaged. The boy took her around the Hongwan several times, his mouth dry. He had never expected Chen Yangji to have so many questions, and he was almost at a loss for answers. He couldn't help but think, this guy really looks like he's lost his memory. He didn't even understand the mental realm and mental tentacles. Chen Yangji nodded thoughtfully at this. The communication thread is controlled by the mecha's communicator. The pilot's mental tentacles establish a link with the communicator, then flow through the communicator to the communication thread, controlling various parts of the mecha and being the key to its operation. Similarly, damaged communication threads are the most difficult to repair. Not only does it require a different energy source, but it also requires a connection with the mecha and the pilot's mental tentacles. The Qian Military Academy currently doesn't have any repair materials for Hongwan, so they can only search the mutation zone for relevant energy mining areas to collect them. Hey, you're using my mecha as teaching material? Chen Yangji had just finished listening to the boy's words, and was pondering them, when a clear, familiar female voice suddenly emerged from the ground. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl with short red hair, dressed in combat uniform, approaching from a distance. The boom slowly descended, and Chen Yangji could clearly see her rather flamboyant features, deep brows, high brow peaks, a prominent nose, and a face with a perfectly folded complexion. Her eyes were filled with a hint of amusement. She first looked at the boy beside Chen Yangji. Great, Pangshan. You always failed in school, but now you're teaching. Don't mislead the students. The boy's face flushed red. He glanced at Chen Yangji, fearing his image would be tarnished, and he quickly defended himself. Sister Xiaoxian, you're talking nonsense. I only failed one course, Mecha Power, and one, Crystal Core Processing. How can I always fail? And I'm a good mechanic. The girl laughed heartily. Okay, can you help me calculate the damage? The communication wires haven't been repaired, but I can't stop flying the mecha. I still have missions to go out. Pangshan slowly lowered the boom to the ground. Close enough to avoid air distortion, Chen Yangji could clearly hear the voice, the woman who had mentioned the bombardment point shift. She couldn't help but glance at her again. Li Jingxian noticed her gaze, and nodded friendly. Hello, friend. I'm Li Jingxian, reconnaissance officer. Chen Yangji didn't understand the division of the reconnaissance unit, but she knew reconnaissance. No wonder the mech was so fast and stealthy. She also gave a friendly smile and introduced herself, Chen Yangji. Pangshan interrupted, Sister Xiaoxian, she's the injured person from the desolate planet. Surprisingly, she can also perform mechanical repairs. This desolate planet is full of hidden talents, with its high-energy mining area and mechanical training programs. Chen Yangji didn't say anything, but Li Jingxian frowned slightly, glanced at Pangshan, and said with a forced smile, "This is called Planet 526. It has a number." Li Jingxian was afraid Chen Yongji would hit Pang Shan if she called him a desolate planet in front of the inhabitants. After all, in interstellar space, directly referring to someone's ancestral species or simply referring to a planet without a number is considered rude. Pang Shan glanced at Chen Yongji and realized, yes, Planet 526. "Sorry, I just said it casually." Chen Yongji nodded in understanding, taking note of the information about Planet 526 and the high-energy mining area they had discussed. Just as she was about to say something, her left ear caught a sound. Her left ear unexpectedly moved, and the 3 black diamond earrings gleaming on it also shone. "Is there a sound?" Chen Yongji listened intently, asking both of them simultaneously. Li Jingxian and Pang Shan paused their conversation and focused on listening. Pang Shan was silent for less than 3 seconds, then frowned and shook his head. "No. You must have heard it wrong. Could it be that you're still experiencing tinnitus after losing your memory?" Chen Yongji shook her head, her expression unwavering. She could clearly hear a distant vibration like 1,000-mile hearing, or perhaps her ears were radiating outward, allowing distant sounds to come close. Boom, boom, boom. It was a sign of a beast running fast, like a predator hunting. Even on the other side, Li Jingxian remained silent, her expression growing increasingly serious. Just as the two of them were silent, a green-haired boy hurried down the stairs of the 3rd-floor base. He scanned the crowd, his eyes caught by a dazzling head of blonde hair. Then he saw a tall, short-haired young woman hurriedly running over. As he ran, he shouted, "Everyone! The star beasts are approaching. Get in the mechas. Be on combat alert." Chen Yongji's voice was interrupted, and he looked at the newcomer. "Get in the mechas, quick! Sister Xiaoxian, can Hongwan pilot it? If not, I have a spare basic mecha right here." As he spoke, he tossed a ring tied with a black rope to Li Jingxian, then quickly ran around, shouting, "Is there anyone else who can't use a mecha?" Li Jingxian's expression darkened, and she turned to look back at the base. Chen Yongji had noticed the number on the small tower's light screen suddenly rising, as if it were a signal. The people around the base erupted in chaos. With a loud thud, several mechas were released onto the yellow sandy ground. Li Jingxian, hearing the noise, urged, "Can Hongwan pilot it?" Pang Shan, who was pulling out his mech, paused. "Yes, but my left arm is affected. I haven't done any weapon deflection tests, so I don't know the extent of the deviation or where." "Never mind, let's just fire it first." Li Jingxian waved her hand. Upon hearing it was pilotable, she immediately frowned, activated the mech, and entered the start sequence. As the mech's cockpit clicked open and slowly descended, she noticed Chen Yongji standing to the side, his expression and demeanor somewhat detached, actually observing the situation. Li Jingxian glanced at the burn-marked black rope around her neck and asked uncertainly, "Do you have a mecha?" Chen Yongji shook her head, and Li Jingxian tossed her the basic mecha pendant. "Then use this. If you can't defeat them, hide in the cave. Your mental realm is damaged, so be careful not to be attacked by the star beast's energy or you risk collapse." Chen Yongji took it, stunned for a moment. She looked at the mecha pendant, then glanced around. The barrier was vast. Besides the mountain wall she had descended from, there was a crisscrossing area of jungle and rock behind, and a deep, dark, indistinct expanse beyond. Looking over, the entire view was covered in yellow sand. The ground trembled like waves, a deafening sound. The rumbling footsteps of a giant beast approached, and she caught the sound of wolves howling in her ears. A swarm of star beasts, the word floated in Chen Yongji's mind, and curiosity piqued. Chapter 3. Chen Yongji had heard Pang Shan casually mention star beasts. These creatures possess physiques far exceeding those of normal creatures, forcing interstellar humans to develop giant mechas to combat them. In addition, some star beasts possess extraordinary supernatural powers, resulting in supernatural mechas and weapons crafted from their supernatural cores. They are more adaptable to mutations than humans, living year-round in mutation zones, feeding on energy generated by mutations, crystals, and the spiritual cores of the human mind. They are also bloodthirsty, and enjoy cannibalizing human flesh. Chen Yongji listened to the approaching vibrations, and hurriedly examined the mecha pendant. It must have utilized space-folding technology. Just as she was about to figure out how to open it, this thought occurred to her, when a scene of the interior space appeared before her eyes. Chen Yongji's mind moved, intending to release the mecha. A fan-shaped beam of light emanated from the pendant, reflecting a circular spot of light on the ground. A completely black mecha landed on the ground with a thud. "Hurry up and board the mech." The changes brought by the star beasts will pollute your spiritual realm. Li Jingqian's voice emanated from the crimson mech Hongwan on the other side. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out in the mech, leaving Qin Yangji to nod a beat late, glance up, and clumsily climb into the cockpit. Basic mechs have no startup sequence, anyone can pilot them. As soon as he settled into a seat, the console in front of him suddenly lit up, flashing several screens. The screens displayed the mech's field of view, the engine compartment, the weapons bay, the life support system, and other program panels. Qin Yangji's eyes quickly scanned them, then settled on the center of his field of view, where several large red characters appeared on the blue panel. Please create a link below. A flashing red light appeared. Qin Yangji didn't hesitate, clicking the button the second she saw it clearly. The seat behind her suddenly jolted, and all the screens in front of her closed, then unfolded in an orderly fashion. A white light illuminated the console, and a mechanical voice announced the progress. Synesthesia pending activation. Detecting mental tentacles link. A question crossed Qin Yangji's mind. Mental tentacles sounded like something unique to this place. Could she have them? But the next second, her seat and the screens were enveloped by a red light. The sensor instantly activated, and Qin Yangji felt a magnetic object attached to her. She suddenly felt tired, and her eyelids closed unconsciously. A burning sensation slowly spread. Qin Yangji's senses followed this heat, winding along, like a soul leaving her body. Her consciousness experienced the weightlessness of falling through the invisible space, then descended into a ball of crimson light. Like silken threads, spiritual tentacles carrying warmth weaved through the red light, entwining and winding, covering the entire mecha before spreading outward. Wherever the spiritual tentacles reached, Qin Yangji, though clearly with her eyes closed, could see the scene outside the mecha. In the nearby forest, a pack of white wolves emerged from the shadows of the mountains and the jungle. The leading white wolf, utterly white, nimbly dodged the mecha's gunfire from either side of the mountain. Its figure moved like a flash of lightning, a streak of cold silver light, shimmering in the light. The wolves, blocked by the outer mechas a dozen meters from the base, stopped and roared fiercely at the mechas. Qin Yangji then took in their full appearance. The star beast was enormous, resembling a larger version of the snow wolf she had seen. Crouching, it resembled a small mountain, its head atop what looked like two knives, reflecting a metallic gleam. Seeing the mecha blocking their way, the wolves all opened their bloody mouths, baring their fangs. Their sharp teeth gleamed with a sharp gleam. Surrounded by the pack, one wolf raised its head and let out a long howl, white air emanating from its massive black nose. The howl was like a command. The wolves behind them rubbed their claws against the stones on the ground, and several sharp spikes emerged from their claws. With a push of their forelimbs, the pack dispersed with a bang, a white shadow swooping down, crashing into the mecha encirclement. The dull sound of flesh and blood colliding with the mecha's bones gave Qin Yangji a shock of energy. Her eyelids fluttered open, and a red light flashed from the base mecha, followed by a mechanical announcement. Mecha Link established. Qin Yangji glanced tentatively around. The base mecha's head moved in sync with her. Hearing the mechanical clicks of riveting, her eyes lit up. I can actually pilot a mecha? Excitement filled Qin Yangji's mind, and she smiled brightly, her fangs bared. She scanned the control panel one by one, quickly memorizing the functions and procedures of each screen. Then, following the mental tentacles controlling the mecha, she traveled over every part of it, spreading her perception and focusing her attention on the outside world. Qin Yangji tentatively controlled the mecha's steps. At first, the movements were slow, like a baby's learning steps, each one a single frame. But as her mental tentacles accustomed to the energy pressure from the mecha's communicator, her movements became faster and faster, gradually becoming more natural. By the time she stepped outside the base, she was already running at full speed. The mecha moved swiftly across the mountain, quickly catching up with the other mechas that had sprung out from the surrounding area. Judging by her movements, it was hard to tell that this was her first time piloting. The wolves charged at the mechas, their outer defenses breached. Several mechas high up the mountain mounted their guns and artillery, raining down a barrage of fire like meteorites, pushing the wolves back several meters. Li Jingxian fired several times, and while observing, her eyes caught sight of a black mecha approaching from behind. Qin Yangji had been observing her for a while. Each cadet had their own custom mecha, but none held her captivation as much as the Hongwan. She was intrigued by the Hongwan's structure and, after examining it several times, noticed something unusual about Li Jingxian's guns and arms. The guns are offset 13 degrees to the right and 9 degrees downward. You could adjust them during the attack. Qin Yangji's voice echoed from the basic black mecha. Measuring weapon offset was as natural to her as drinking water. Li Jingxian was stunned for a moment, noticing a familiar voice. Turning to see the basic mecha, Qin Yangji's face flashed through her mind, and her eyes widened. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to hide? She spoke with a stern tone, worried that Qin Yangji might not be aware of the dangers of the star beast, especially since her mental realm was still damaged. A severe impact from her supernatural powers could cause her mental realm to collapse. Qin Yangji, somewhat ignorant and fearless, felt that nothing better than actual combat, a chance to familiarize herself with the mecha's operation. So, she calmly replied, let's deal with the star beast first. As she spoke, she drew the mecha's black lightsaber and swiped her palm across the blade. Her mental tentacles sensed the energy within, making her blood boil. In the distance, the beast howled provocatively. Qin Yangji's nerves raced, his battle desire ignited to its peak. Li Jingxian, pushed back by her words, knew now was not the time for such talk. As the wolf pack prepared for another attack, the star beasts, led by the alpha wolf in the center, scattered and charged toward the mountainside, roaring and lunging at the rangers manning their guns. Their crimson eyes locked onto the mechas in the valley. The alpha wolf cleared the way, and the vast mass of white-furred star beasts pounced upon them. Qin Yangji was relatively unfamiliar with piloting mechas. Once connected, her mental tentacles supported the entire mecha's weight and the energy whereof the communicator. Although she could never achieve the same agility in combat as she could with her own body, she was physically fit, a quick learner, and, with a foundation in combat training, her reactions were slow at first, but she quickly adapting quickly and becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding mechas. Seeing the wolves disperse, she swiftly rolled onto the ground, flipping backwards. Her light blade swung sideways, dodging the onrushing wolves. Unexpectedly, the leading wolf twitched its black nose twice, its crimson eyes darting towards her. Suddenly, it fixed its gaze on her, lowered its head and howled, then veered away from the pack, swiftly sprinting up the mountain wall from below. Before Qin Yangji's mech could fully stand, the light blade was thrust across her body, and the silver-striped wolf pounced. Clang! Sharp claws slammed against the light blade. The silver-striped wolf's mouth opened wide, fangs bared, attempting to bite Qin Yangji's shoulder. The bloody maw rushed towards her, but the most shocking thing about the wolf's mouth was the stench, like the long-dead corpse of an animal, that filled her nose, causing her to vomit reflexively and a wave of nausea. She was so horrified by the fumes of a fight, she truly hated those unclean creatures. Suppressing her discomfort, Qin Yangji freed one hand and pressed the silver wolf's jaw upwards. With a crisp thud, the mecha's palm slammed shut on the star beast's mouth, then grasped the wolf's mouth and suddenly lifted it with force. Qin Yangji gripped the sword in his right hand, trembling it. The blade flipped and sliced through the silver-striped wolf's claws. A flash of white light emanated from the friction of the metal, splattering blood. Freeing his right hand, Qin Yangji grabbed the silver-striped wolf with his left, lifting the star beast's massive body violently. Bang! Slamming down the mountainside, the sound echoed like thunder crashing through the sky, drawing the crowd's attention. Then the black basic mecha's light blade spun from the side. The mecha quickly flipped over, wielding the blade and charging at the star beast, which had been hurled against the mountain wall. Puff! The silver-striped wolf was flipped over and thrown down, its limbs facing the sky. The light blade pierced its abdomen, causing the star beast to writhe in pain. Its limbs struggled frantically, its mouth open, and a mighty roar erupted. Oh my god, what a powerful basic mecha! Which sister can achieve such a level of performance with a basic mecha? How did her star beast survive? The cadets and the ranged attackers on high ground worked together to bring the scattered wolves together. Under the combined fire of their supernatural weapons and artillery, accompanied by bursts of howling, they quickly left a trail of corpses. But the remaining wolves gathered together and continued their desperate charge towards the cadets. As their companions were attacked by artillery fire, the smell of blood and howling erupted. The silver-striped wolves howled to the sky, glaring fiercely at the surrounding mechas, and gradually gathered into a group. This time, the wolves did not charge forward. Instead, they retreated, slowly approaching the lower part of the mountainside where Qin Yangji was standing. At this moment, Qin Yangji exerted force with his hand, and the light blade pierced the silver-striped wolf's abdomen. The star beast screamed in agony, and as it struggled, its fur suddenly exploded, shimmering with silver light. Feeling that something was wrong, Qin Yangji decisively let go of the blade, pushed the mecha forward, and quickly retreated. In less than 2 seconds, she had retreated several meters away. Bang! Bang bang! As Qin Yangji's mech lifted off the ground, several claw-thick steel needles pierced the silver wolf's fur, cutting through the air and piercing the stone wall with a thud. They thudded, trembling with a humming sound as they pierced the stone. As she let go, the silver wolf, its metal-clad claws slamming down at the lightsaber. Crack! The exposed lightsaber was severed in half. The silver wolf flipped over, its blade half lodged in its body, blood still dripping from its abdomen. The star beast's fangs bared fiercely, its rage surging as it stared intently at the dodging mech. It raised its head and let out a fierce roar. As the sound resonated, the steel needles in the star beast's snow white fur also appeared, their tips gleaming silver, cold and sharp. Chun Yongji, watching from a distance, felt a shudder. This simply defied the laws of biology. Metal objects actually grew from the flesh and blood of a carbon-based body. This truly is a colorful and wondrous interstellar world. She couldn't help but sigh. However, just as Chun Yongji instinctively raised his hand to draw his sword, he caught sight of the broken blade thrown to the ground, and he lost all energy for further thoughts. Looking at his empty right hand, he saw the silver-striped wolf, its fur bristling with hatred, charging forward with a wolf-like charge as its energy was exhausted. Chun Yongji's heart skipped a beat, his brow twitching. Without hesitation, he broke into a run, dodging swiftly. One moment the mecha leaped out, the next a flash of silver light approached. The silver-striped wolf, roaring, pounced on the stone, slamming its claws a few times, shattering it into gravel. Then, chasing the mecha, it rushed out again. Chun Yongji called out the basic gun mounted on her left shoulder in the cockpit. The small print on the light screen said it was a fiery cannon. She didn't know much about interstellar gun equipment, but it was useful and better than fighting with bare hands. After all, she was only strong, not invulnerable. The silver-striped wolf's steel needle thrust forward, and Chun Yongji had no doubt it could penetrate the cockpit and pierce her directly inside. There was no way she could fight it head-on. The fiery cannon activated, slowly rising from her left shoulder. The aiming bolt popped out, and Chun Yongji could see the aiming lens from inside the cockpit and through her mental tentacles. Her palms were sweating. Admittedly, although she had learned shooting, her accuracy was a bit questionable. She was starting to rely on her luck. The sound of the chasing wind grew closer and closer behind her. Several steel needles brushed past her face, the whistling sound of the wind piercing her ears. Just the sound spoke volumes of its power. Without time to think, she activated her mecha's guns and, while the silver-striped wolf landed and roared in anger, she quickly turned and took aim. In the distance, the cadets were halfway through their bombardment when they saw the wolf pack suddenly stir, sensing something. The surviving wolves dodged the gunfire and charged toward the cadets, paused, then turned and charged away from them, leaving the cadets, who were preparing to attack, bewildered. When they noticed the wolves were converging toward Chun Yongji, someone suddenly realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why did they run away? No, that basic mech was targeting the silver-striped wolf-headed wolf. No, the beheaded wolf picked on a basic mech? He's picking on the weak. Where's this guy's lightsaber? Why is he using guns? Quick, someone help. There's a problem with the basic mech's gun design. It's inaccurate and has a lot of recoil. Don't miss the star beast and end up getting blown away. Chapter 4. Li Jingxian only noticed the shift in the battle situation when she saw the wolves disperse. Chun Yongji had inadvertently distanced herself from the crowd while dodging, and she had no idea why the silver-striped wolf had set its sights on her. Although she had a slight advantage, the amnesiac Chun Yongji was unaware that the mecha's guns and cannons were faulty. The basic mecha was used by military cadets for close combat training. Of its weapons, only the lightsabers were normally used. The fiery cannons were generally discarded experimental pieces with low power, poor accuracy, and problematic recoil. Such guns and cannons wouldn't be able to hit the silver-striped wolves, and even if they did, they wouldn't be powerful enough to kill them. Wei Xian. She called out across the crowd to the crimson mecha in the distance. It bore a resemblance to Hongwan, its exterior painted in the image of a black hawk with outstretched wings, its hawk's glaring eyes etched on its right shoulder, imposing awe-inspiring. Wei Xian, piloting the mech, heard the noise and turned to look. Li Jingxian gestured to him, "You go help?" The others, "Follow me to stop the star beasts." Seeing her mech swooping out, the cadets immediately pushed forward to follow. Several crimson figures leaped across the rock, rapidly pursuing the wolves. Wei Xian scaled the highest point on one side of the cliff face, fully energized her support mech, and leaped directly from the summit, rapidly closing in on Chun Yongji and the wolf leader. Chun Yongji's attention was fixed on the wolf leader. After aiming her gun, she fired without pause, so fast that the cadets couldn't react. A ball of fire erupted from the barrel, swiftly smashing into the wolf leader. Bang! Roar! The scorching heat caused the star beasts to howl in anger. The wolf leader leaped across all fours, dodging beneath the guns. The flames of the shells scorched its abdomen, leaving a scorching smell. The mech rushed back, striking her left shoulder the moment its guns disengaged, sending a tingling sensation through her left side. Qin Yangji's lower body remained steady, as if rooted to a pine tree, and she wasn't knocked back. However, her arm numbed. She observed the trajectory of the guns, enduring the pain as she thought to herself, the deviation is quite significant, it's not quite right. Has her shooting reached this point? She truly felt sorry for the instructors, who trained with her all night. The wolf leader wasn't hit, but instead sprinted towards Qin Yangji, the steel spikes in its fur reaching her faster than her body. As soon as the recoil subsided, Qin Yangji didn't pause for a moment, piloting the mech backwards at high speed. As soon as she lifted off the ground, she saw a flash of silver light pass before her. She knew she wouldn't be able to dodge, so after landing not far away, she fell to the ground decisively, rolling sideways along the mountain wall, moving at a rapid speed. Behind her, a swishing sound followed by the crackling of cracking stone, and a row of steel spikes pierced Qin Yangji's path. Feeling the steel spikes slowing down, Qin Yangji seized the opportunity, grabbing a passing stone with both hands. He abruptly stopped, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, and slammed his palms into the ground, instantly raising himself up with his mecha. Recharging his guns and cannons, Qin Yangji tracked the silver-striped wolf's trace. The star beast's several rows of spikes missed, and it stood not far from Qin Yangji's mecha, roaring furiously with its fangs baring and closing. Its expression was ferocious, and Qin Yangji guessed it was furious. The silver-striped wolf's fur exploded, and two sharp triangular blades emerged from behind its ears. It opened its mouth and howled, thrusting its forelimbs and charging at full speed. The triangular blades glowed with a faint golden light, and instantly extended, like the horns of an argali, as the silver-striped wolf thrust them forward. Qin Yangji's guns weren't even charged yet, and the mech was about to leap into the air to evade. She stepped onto the side of the mountain wall and, just as she soared into the air, saw the spikes on the silver wolf's body instantly detach. Whoosh! The metal spikes shot out in all directions, then swung back, filling the space directly in front of Qin Yangji. Countless sharp silver lights flashed towards Qin Yangji, like prying eyes, seemingly capable of a sudden claustrophobia. Goosebumps spread across her arms. It wasn't claustrophobia, but even with the mech in midair, facing a field of spikes, there was no escape. Are you being so ruthless? Qin Yangji's smile was playful, but her eyes held a fierce edge. Coincidentally, she was best at finding victory amidst risk. The silver wolf's eyes were bloodshot, and it leaped up, pouncing at the mech. Glancing around, Qin Yangji made a quick decision. Her mech's retreating movement paused, her body swerved, and she landed on the rock face ahead. With a sudden stomp, she leaped skyward, then charged straight at the silver-striped wolf. Swish! 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 The steel needles pierced the mountain with a crackling sound, stirring the air. Moving along Qin Yangji's path, the mountain wall was dotted with them. The cadets, who heard the sound, looked over with surprise. Seeing the black base pounce on the silver-striped wolf, they couldn't help but worry for her. What is she trying to do? Damn, this B-type star beast is actually blocking the road. Nothing's wrong. Where are the Wei Xian people? The cadets intercepting the wolf pack exchanged glances amidst the roar of artillery fire, their gazes simultaneously fixed on the battlefield behind them. The swift support mech had just landed, only to see mechs and star beasts engaged in a fierce battle. The surrounding area was shrouded in steel spikes, making it impossible for them to get close. The basic mecha leaped into the air, facing the silver spikes that covered the sky and the ground, charging towards the silver-striped wolf. Stab! Her left shoulder was pierced. Stab! Two spikes pierced her right leg in quick succession. Then her right arm, her waist and abdomen. Stab! The last spike pierced the mecha's chest. The armor shattered, and the mecha's skeleton resonated with a resounding impact. The alien energy rippled out, its tip piercing the cockpit. Bang! Shattering the red barrier within the cockpit. An urgent red light flashed within the mecha, and a harsh mechanical voice chimed. Alien energy intrusion. Alien energy intrusion. Defenses shattered. Please evacuate immediately. Qin Yangji didn't pay close attention to the announcement, inwardly apologizing. I definitely do it next time. Seeing the silver light rise, she nimbly dodged to the side. A thick steel spike pierced her heart, sliced through her left upper arm, slicing through her combat uniform and breaking through her skin. Its edge, stained with blood, lodged itself into the seat behind her. At that moment, The mech she piloted had already reached the silver-striped wolf. Seeing the basic mech bearing a steel spike on its chest, Wei Xian stepped on the star beast's head, leveraging the momentum to leap upward. With a swift turn, he moved behind the star beast, dodging the massive steel blade and landing on the silver-striped wolf's back. As soon as she touched the star beast's body, Qin Yangji could feel the warmth of flesh beneath her feet, but she endured the burning pain transmitted through the mech's communication lines and her body. She felt that this creature beneath her was truly courting death. Just because it was her first time fighting with a mech, she felt she could bully him, right? Qin Yangji bit her leg, raised her foot, and launched a powerful kick. Bang! The silver-striped wolf was slammed to the ground, and the black mech in midair landed right after it. With a thud, the mecha's body slammed into the silver-striped wolf's torso. With a kick, it fell to the ground, having just stood up. Qin Yangji leaped over the steel knife and grabbed the silver-striped wolf's ears. Quickly lifting one ear, she lifted the massive star beast. She exerted force with her left arm, and the wound opened, revealing a charred circle around the edge. The wound was swirled by the shattered golden energy, and the flesh inside was bloody and tangled. However, she still tensed her muscles and flung the star beast to the side. Ouch! The silver-striped wolf let out a scream, followed by a violent collision. Bang! Bang! The silver-striped wolf was slammed into the mountain wall by the mecha's massive force. Flesh and blood were crushed, and the jagged rocks were instantly blurred with crimson blood. The star beast let out a series of shrill howls, and the bloody stench exploded, the smell making Qin Yangji even more nauseous. Seeing the silver-striped wolf dazed, the steel spikes growing from its flesh piercing her mech's palm, but failing to advance further, and no needles flying, Qin Yangji scoffed. That's all? Then it's my turn. Her pupils flashed a blood red. Her left shoulder was injured, and blood still trickled down. She used her left hand to pin the wolf's ears to the mountain wall, securing it like an iron chain. No matter how the silver-striped wolf struggled, it didn't budge. She twisted her right arm, and the steel needles pierced the contact wires at her forearm. Sparks flew as she moved. The mech slowly raised its right hand and clenched its fist. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh. The iron fist kept hammering the silver-striped wolf's head, smashing the star beast's entire head completely into the stone wall. Cracks appeared on the stone and spread outward like a spider web. The movement of the mecha's arms brought about flames, which sizzled and sparks fell on the silver-striped wolf's flesh and blood, stirring up a scorching smell. The silver-striped wolf was flat as a pancake, its original shape unrecognizable as she pounded it. A whimpering sound could once be heard from the star beast's mouth, but now it was silent, leaving only the faint twitching of its abdomen, a testament to its continued life. The leader wolf's screams unnerved the pack below. Watching the basic mecha's movements, the cadets felt a chill run down their spines, horrified. Oh my god, who's this boss? A close combat type, right? How can it be justified to beat a star beast like this? No, she single-handedly lifted the silver-striped wolf. The beef balls made by these sister hammers must be delicious. You only know how to eat. Go drink your nutrient solution. For some reason, the cadets' voices subsided. Throughout the arena, the only sounds were the roar of gunfire and the clatter of flesh and blood. The wolves didn't howl, and their assault on the mechas paused. Amidst the yellow sand kicked up by the artillery fire, the cadets spotted the star beast retreating. It had actually given the wolves pause. Still fighting? The silver-striped wolves are trying to escape. Don't let any of them escape, rang out Li Jingxian. She briefly assumed command of the team and commanded, fire. The crackle of gunfire flared up again. At the same moment, Qin Yangji regained consciousness from the mechanical assault. She stared at the silver-striped wolf before her, now a blur of mud. She tried to breathe, but the pain ripped through her wounds. The pain sent a shudder through her, leaving her completely awake. Looking at the star beast, unable to move, Qin Yangji yanked its only remaining ear and tore its fleshy body from the mountain wall, moving away from the blood-spattered wall. Then she lifted its ear and, like trash, tossed the still huge silver-striped wolf backward. The silver-striped wolfstone's limbs suddenly twitched. Qin Yangji pressed his foot against its recoiled jaw, aiming his left shoulder gun. Boom! The first shot deflected. Boom! The second shot narrowly missed. Boom! The third shot. The silver-striped wolf's body exploded. It hit. The star beast's trembling ceased, its body stiffened, its abdomen collapsed, and it was completely dead. Qin Yangji sheathed her gun and mentally estimated the deflection. She exhaled, her nerves relaxed, and the pain throughout her body suddenly became intensely felt. Countless steel needles pierced the front of the mech, sensing it through her nerves, making Qin Yongji want to curl up, gasping for air and forcing tears to flow. How could this happen? It hurt so much. Even if they could just put some anesthetic on the Silver Wolf's steel needles, could they? Struggling through the pain, Qin Yongji suddenly stood up and raised his gun. Gada! The stone was crushed underfoot. She whipped her head around to look. She only glanced at the base mech casually, but it was covered in steel needles. Its face, chest, and arms were a mess of flesh and blood. Only its eyes glowed red. It looked like a killer, blood-soaked and terrifying. Wei Xian shuddered, instinctively raising his hands and explaining, "Well, I came to help." Though he didn't help. He couldn't help but wonder what Li Jingxian was thinking. With this kind of skill, did she really need his help? What was he helping with? To liberate the star beasts? Wei Xian was on the verge of tears. Seeing Qin Yongji raise her hand, his whole body trembled, fearing she would pull his ear as well. The mere thought of that scene paralyzed him. He held his breath, observing her movements intently, wishing he could retreat to a point where he could be shot. But Qin Yongji only nodded. She took a closer look at his mech, its sharp, eagle-like eyes, its imposing presence, its mechanical beauty striking. The wariness faded, and she gave him a friendly nod. Then she raised her hand, grasped the steel spike on her chest, and yanked it out. Tear. Hey, don't. Seeing her move, Wei Xian was a second too late to warn. He watched the mech fearlessly pull out the supernatural metal spike, eyes wide open, and was about to speak. But Qin Yongji moved too quickly. Before he could say anything, the connection wire connecting the steel spike was completely ripped out. Golden light embedded itself in the surrounding connection wires, pulling them out with it, tearing Qin Yongji's senses like a piece of flesh, instantly crippling her senses. Pain washed over her nose like a wave. Qin Yongji's consciousness blanked for a second, as the piercing pain from her chest, left arm, brain, and somewhere else in between assaulted her. Tears streamed down her face. The mech gripped the steel spike, its figure frozen. Wei Xian, wearing a mask of pain, looked over. He could empathize with the excruciating pain without even having to experience it. That was a connecting thread, the equivalent of an external nerve. How different was this from cutting flesh and bone? Qin Yongji's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, veins bulging across her face. Her vision gradually became shrouded in darkness, and countless specks of light danced. Feeling her consciousness fading, she had only one thought in her mind. Mistake. The silver-striped wolf had beaten her for so long, but it was not as painful as the one she had pulled out herself. The base mech's grip loosened, and the steel spike fell, sending the massive steel body crashing to the ground with a clang. Chapter 5. Qin Yongji slept restlessly. She heard a flurry of voices nearby. One voice sounded familiar to her. It belonged to Dr. He, whose voice was close to her ear. As she spoke, she touched her forehead with a cool finger. The temperature is still high. You have to give her a mental stabilizer. The mental area is severely damaged. From the energy shock and the rupture of mental tentacles, and here too. Qin Yongji felt someone press on the wound on her left arm. It's an energy infection. If the fever doesn't subside after an hour, you have to give her a stabilizer. Ah, she vaguely remembered. She was clearly still flying a mecha fighting. How could she be lying down? Qin Yongji tried to get up, but found she had little control over her body. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy as 1,000 pounds. Her consciousness was trapped in a dark space, and she could only hear intermittent sounds from the outside world. As she drifted off, Qin Yongji seemed to hear a voice from another dimension. Like a young baby, just learning to speak, its utterances were slow and sluggish. Mom! 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 The voice echoed, as if they were talking through glass. Qin Yongji was a little surprised. She was only 18, how could she possibly be a mother? It was a joke. But as if to prove it to her, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. The picture was filtered through a hazy filter, a bit old, but the scene was barely discernible. A silvery white ceiling, a bright wall lamp, an eyeball-shaped surveillance camera hanging from the ceiling, the scent of medicine in her nose, surrounded by a circle of thick glass, on which floated circles of code. Qin Yongji looked outside through the glass, and a single glance sent a chill through her body. Operating tables, extracts, genetic analysis, data on screens. She struggled. She hadn't seen much here, but she instantly realized this was a genetic research laboratory. Who was it? She had blown up the Nanzhou Research Institute. The Yunzhou government had promised that all her information would remain confidential. No one in the world would ever know about her genetic abnormality again. Who was it? Who was it? Who was still trying to conduct genetic experiments on her? Qin Yongji felt the same helplessness she felt when she was captured and imprisoned at the Nanzhou Research Institute at the age of 13, and the deep anger she felt. She was trapped in a narrow glass enclosure, her limbs and mental tentacles thrashing frantically. Hold her down. She could still vaguely hear He's voice. How could this happen? She was fine just now. The voice was familiar. It was Li Jingxian. Qin Yongji felt her arm being restrained. The position was familiar, and even more familiar was the feeling of a cold needle piercing her muscle, and fluid being injected into her body. Qin Yongji was all too familiar with this scene. It had happened every day during her 3 years as a research subject. No, she didn't want it. She didn't want to be treated as a research subject anymore. Her arms tensed. Qin Yongji gritted her teeth in resistance. She was too strong for Li Jingxian to hold her down. 4 or 5 cadets nearby came to her aid, and it took 5 or 6 people on each side exerting their might to keep her arms from moving. No, what on earth did this guy eat to grow up? He's so strong. Wei Xian was a strong, muscular man, but the veins in his arms flexed as he held Qin Yongji down, and his cheek muscles twitched from the exertion. The cadet on the other side, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, managed to utter, "She can lift a star beast with one hand. She didn't throw us out, which is a blessing." The cadet held Qin Yongji down, watched He finish the 2 injections, and said, "It's done." It was like heavenly music, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to let go immediately, as Qin Yongji's resistance hadn't subsided yet. After 3 long minutes, He watched Qin Yongji's face struggle in agony, and touched her furrowed brow with a hint of pity. This kid has a strong willpower. I gave her an A-level stunner, which could even bring down an A-level star beast. As she finished, Qin Yongji's arm loosened, and he slammed to the ground. Several cadets, unable to resist, fell to the ground, only to be caught by their companions behind them, one by one, to prevent them from hitting their heads against the ground. Qin Yongji felt the cold liquid completely drain into her, her consciousness sinking into an abyss. Darkness swallowed the ceiling lights, obscured the surveillance cameras, and slowly eroded the last vestiges of her vision. Before it was completely engulfed, Qin Yongji peered through the sealed glass chamber and the observation window on the laboratory wall, catching sight of a half-faced peek outside. It was a young woman, her hands pressed against the glass window, her eyes fixed on her in surprise. The last voice Qin Yongji heard was an unfamiliar male voice. Subject 176 has escaped. Alert! Subject 176 is escaping. Then she noticed the woman clinging to the outside of the laboratory, turning her head and looking back. Her upper body was exposed, and a badge engraved with a crimson flame rimmed with gold dangled from her chest. In the light, she could see the trace of inscription in the center of the badge. Qin Yongji recognized that item. It was still around her neck, something she had worn since childhood. In the center of the flame on the badge was the character Qin. The moment he saw the figure turn, darkness completely enveloped his vision. Qin Yongji's consciousness collapsed, and he fainted. Asterisk. Still awake? A slender figure walked into the cave, their boots making a soft, clattering sound as they trod the ground. The figure, with wavy black hair, approached, removed her disability gloves, and placed them on a rock. She sat down on Qin Yongji's other side, looking down at her. Li Jingxian's hand was held by the unconscious girl. Her face was exhausted, her eyelids drooping, as if she hadn't slept all night. She shook her head. No, she had a nightmare all night, and kept calling for her mother. At this point, Li Jingxian felt a mixture of amusement and tears. She gestured for Qin Yongji to look at her, who was holding her hand tightly. I became a mother just after I became an adult. I got a daughter this old for nothing. Cixin laughed, and pulled a tube of nutrient solution from her thigh pocket. She used a cotton swab to gently wet Qin Yongji's lips. She had thick, chubby lips that looked adorable, but now they were visibly cracked and blood was seeping out. The nutrient solution slowly flowed between her lips. After the tube was completed, Cixin and Li Jingxian began chatting. Teacher He said her mental tentacles resonate with Qi Yin. You usually hang around and eat gossip, claiming to know everything about Qi Yin Military Academy. Don't you have any impression of her? 2 days ago, when Dr. He came to examine Qin Yongji's damaged mental tentacles, she sensed a mental resonance, a unique signal of interstellar bloodline. Species in the interstellar world evolved under the influence of mutations, each possessing genes and appearance similar to those of modern humans. Through interstellar interaction and reproduction, there are no significant differences between species, only their respective mental cores, and the special affinity between their bloodlines. This is mental resonance. No one from planet 526 had ever seen this. Only this Qin Yongji, who had somehow infiltrated their group, had resonated with them during the medical staff's treatment. So, he wasn't from planet 526. Hearing this, Li Jingxian couldn't help but ponder, Qin Yangji. I never heard of that name either. They were sucked in through the wormhole while on their way to graduation exams. The starship was filled with students of graduation age, and Li Jingxian knew every one of them by name. She just didn't recognize Qin Yangji unless... Could it be a freshman who sneaked in? It's possible that the graduation exams coincided with the new student enrollment. Maybe? We know when we get back to Qian for a checkup. Shi Cixin lowered her voice, noticing Qin Yangji's frown. As soon as Qin Yangji regained consciousness, she felt as if she were holding something soft and warm. She heard someone talking about freshmen and exams. A few ringing sounds in her ears drowned out the surrounding conversation. She slowly opened her eyes. Ah, you're awake. Li Jingxian stirred, reaching out and supporting her with Shi Cixin on either side. Qin Yangji glanced around in confusion. This scene looked damn familiar. It was the cave she had come from. She slowly sat up and tried to straighten her clothes when she glanced at her hands, finding them clutching Li Jingxian's. Qin Yangji let go, looking bewilderedly at her hands, then at Li Jingxian, her ears reddening. Sorry. Help. She didn't do anything strange when she fainted, did she? Li Jingxian laughed and stretched out her hands. It's okay. You had a nightmare. You looked restless. Qin Yangji's eyes widened. She held her forehead to her side, feeling as if she had a strange dream, but upon waking, she had no recollection of it. It's good you're awake, Shi Cixin said, standing up and picking up the disability gloves. Your mental state is very unstable. Remember to get the stabilizer later. I'm going to go get busy. She addressed the last part to Li Jingxian. The red-haired girl nodded, waved, and explained her situation to Qin Yangji. The gist of it was that Qin Yangji's mental tentacles were damaged, and he might experience some visual and auditory hallucinations, tinnitus, and headaches, but overall, he wasn't in a state of mania. Qin Yangji nodded, half comprehending, and then heard Li Jingxian say, one more thing. You should be a classmate with us. You be traveling with us from now on. Don't worry about 526. Their stance is a bit unclear right now, so be careful when you see them. Li Jingxian's voice grew slightly colder as she spoke the last part. Qin Yangji paused, rubbing her temples, overwhelmed by the information. How many days had she slept? Such a sudden turn of events had occurred. After calming down, she reflected that the damage to her mental realm might not be as simple as she thought. The pain alone was enough to frighten Qin Yangji. Infiltrating Qian's group would indeed be beneficial for her, better than staying on the desolate planet. But the prerequisite was that this group could return alive to the Qian Galaxy, as they called it, without being captured by the Silver Galaxy's troops. Another factor that convinced Qin Yangji to infiltrate Qian was, she felt a sense of familiarity about everything about Qian. But she couldn't put her finger on it. Qin Yangji subconsciously touched her chest, feeling the rise and fall of the pendant through her clothes, and her thoughtful expression faded. Okay, thank you for your help, Qin Yangji said politely. She stood up, dusted herself off, and moved her limbs. A sharp pain coursed through her like an electric current, but it wasn't irritating at all. It was the effect of the damaged energy in her spiritual realm, so Qin Yangji ignored it. Your wound hasn't healed yet. There are too many injured here, and there's not enough healing fluid, so I didn't give you any. If the pain is severe, ask Teacher He for a stun spray. Li Jingxian tapped Qin Yangji's arm from a distance. Qin Yangji moved. The wound must have been bandaged. The pain was still there, but not too intense. Qin Yangji made a note. She suspected she had used a stun spray when she fainted, because her consciousness had been confused, and she had dreamed she was participating in a tug-of-war. This group of people must have been tormented by her. Thinking of this, she looked a little ashamed. The star beasts of the interstellar world were more formidable than she imagined, and piloting a mecha wasn't easy either. Her mental tentacles were still a little weak, and her perception wasn't clear. She'd been reckless. Qin Yangji reflected. Li Jingxian's mecha was damaged, and she was going to check on the repairs. Qin Yangji, not wanting to sit idle in the cave, also wanted to learn more about the interstellar world, so he followed her out. Seeing her, the surrounding cadets, whether they participated in yesterday's Star Beast interception or had heard about it from their comrades, looked at her with admiration, and the crowd gathered together, whispering, "Is this the ruthless person who hand-shot the Star Beast pill? Not only that, but she nearly sent me flying yesterday when I pressed one of her hands. I'm so envious. Her strength test scores must have been very high." Qin Yangji circled the shattered starship and found the repair mechas. The black mech she had used, with dozens of steel spikes, stood in the center of the mesh awaiting repair. A large hole had been ripped in its chest, where the communication wire had exploded, and it was practically useless. Chen Yongji stopped and took a look, suddenly feeling a sense of shame. She'd forgotten about it once the fight had begun. She'd been so relentless all day that she'd forgotten it was someone else's mech. Noticing Li Jingxian looking over, Chen Yongji didn't dare meet her gaze, internally apologizing furiously. Fortunately, it's just a basic mech. Li Jingxian observed her looking up at the mech, silent for a moment. Realizing her classmate wasn't particularly talkative, she offered, "It's okay if it's broken. I have Wei Xian give you another one later. We have a spare." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yongji glanced over in surprise. Not only was she not asked to pay for it, but she was also planning to give her another one. A hint of joy crossed her face, but before she could even nod, she felt a chill run down her spine. This feeling was all too familiar to Chen Yongji. The shy smile she had just shown froze, as she suddenly caught a familiar scent. She had smelled it before, from the fallen starship part. At the same moment, Chen Yongji reacted instantly, sensing a sudden rise in warmth in the air. Li Jingxian, completely unaware, had barely finished speaking when she turned to look to the side. Her eyes lit up at the sight of someone she knew, and she was about to reach out to greet them. But then, Wei Xian and a boy Chen Yongji didn't recognize suddenly changed their expressions. "Get out of the way!" Wei Xian's eyes widened, and he and his companions hurried over. Li Jingxian was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Chen Yongji had already sensed it. With one hand, he pulled her to the ground, sending her tumbling behind the mecha's mechanical legs. Bang! Thunder exploded in the air. Chapter 6. A heat wave exploded through the base, sending shattered metal shards scattering everywhere. The screams of the crowd, and the roar of flames ignited like boiling water in a frying pan. Use sand to put out the fire. Where's the explosion? Did the silver get in? What's that noise? The coolant in the starship's engine compartment exploded. Be careful of the debris. She felt the debris flying behind her, clanging against her mesh or piercing the sand. The nearest fragment even lodged itself at Chen Yongji's feet. She shifted her steps and reached out to pick it up, but then, remembering Shi Cixin's grip on her wrist, she withdrew her hand. Li Jingxian was suddenly pulled toward him. This was the first time she experienced Chen Yongji's strength up close. Her weight felt like paper to him, and he pinned her down with minimal effort. No wonder Chen Yongji beat the silver-striped wolf like a meatball. Climbing to her feet, Li Jingxian looked at her arm, then at Chen Yongji, saying nothing. She glanced back, and upon seeing the chaos, her expression changed. What's going on? Wei Xian and a boy witnessed the entire explosion. A red light suddenly erupted from the starship's engine compartment, then exploded without warning. The two men took cover in a mecha. After the noise died down, the four of them gathered around the starship. Chen Yongji recognized Wei Xian. His green hair and blue eyes were unmistakable. Li Jingxian explained that when she fainted during the fight against the silver-striped wolf, it was Wei Xian who dug her out and carried her all the way back. As soon as the four of them met, Chen Yongji looked at him with sincere eyes and thanked him. "Thank you for rescuing me and treating my injuries." Wei Xian was stunned for a moment, his face still a little anxious. When he saw Chen Yongji, he smiled hurriedly. "Hey, you're welcome. We're all classmates." Wan Wenqing also noticed Chen Yongji. He had heard of his exploits. The story of a military academy student who had infiltrated the team, lost his memory, and was known to have mastered the art of firing a star beast pill with his bare hands had spread throughout the base during the 2 days Chen Yongji had been unconscious. Wan Wenqing, long-range attacker, he introduced himself. He had gentle features, a non-aggressive demeanor, spoke softly, and seemed good-tempered. He was the most well-behaved of the military academy students Chen Yongji had seen since crossing over. He had black hair and dark eyes, his hair not covering his ears or reaching his shoulders at the back, a standard length. His combat uniform was meticulously worn, with all the hidden buttons fastened and the sleeves neatly folded. If he hadn't been running so fast, there might not have been any wrinkles on it. The first thing he did when he stopped was to straighten his clothes. Chen Yongji suspected he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she politely replied by name. Wan Wenqing gestured to them. "Let's go check it out first." The aftermath of the starship explosion had just passed. Large basins of yellow sand were poured over, extinguishing the fire. The exposed coolant flowed out, completely exploding the engine compartment. The shockwaves destroyed the ship's intact structure. "It's over! It's all over!" The cadets who had gathered to inspect the engine compartment took a few peeks before one stood up, his face distraught, his eyes glassy, shaking his head in disbelief. Why did it explode? How could the coolant explode? The mechanical engineering students looked at each other and suddenly burst into tears. The starship exploded. Can we still get back? So we could only serve as a signal tower for Chien to pick us up? How embarrassing. Getting sucked into the wormhole was bad enough, and then being bullied by the silver. Now the starship's engine is bullying me. I'm going to die. What are you making such a fuss about? The curly-haired girl, approaching quickly from behind, shouted. Her voice was recognizable, and the moment she spoke, the surrounding noises stopped. The person stepped forward, produced several pairs of disability gloves, and handed them to Wan Winching and the others. Qin Yangji also received a pair. As Shi Cixin handed her the gloves, she suddenly remembered what Qin Yangji had said a few days ago when he had been pulling out parts from the engine compartment. She pondered for a moment, then invited, "Want to go take a look?" Qin Yangji nodded and followed the person in front, stepping over the spilled coolant and surrounding the engine compartment. Stop yelling. Let's take a look at the damage first. It should be reparable. As Shi Cixin passed by, she kicked a group of people sobbing in a corner. The mechanical engineering student, upon hearing this, slowly wiped away her tears and followed them. The engine compartment was a familiar structure to Qin Yangji, though the materials were unfamiliar. She observed the damage and mentally assembled a rough idea of the material's characteristics, but her guesswork was still somewhat inaccurate. She might need to discuss this with others, ideally getting her to understand more about the materials, just as Pang Shan had explained the mecha's structural system. As for the engine structure, Qin Yangji reached inside and felt a burning sensation through her disability gloves. It was even hotter than the parts she touched that day. The engine assembly was fixed to the power supply, and the surface temperature was extremely high. Qin Yangji didn't move her hand away, enduring the burning sensation as she touched it. She found the power supply assembly below was even hotter, like a container of boiling magma. Can this be removed? She muttered unconsciously as she touched the engine assembly, observing the engine structure intently. Shi Cixin responded, yes, but I need the tools. Qin Yangji regained consciousness and glanced at her. He felt a certain unease about this person. He seemed quite trusting of her, as if certain that what she said was right. Shi Cixin stood up and looked around. She spotted someone she knew, Pang Shan. Help me get the disassembly tools. Huh? Pang Shan glanced at Qin Yangji, who was crouching there, then at Shi Cixin. His eyes widened. Although Qin Yangji was their classmate and not from a foreign planet, she had lost her memory. Sister Shi, you can't just assume whatever she says. Pang Shan wanted to shout and warn Shi Cixin, but he didn't dare. So he timidly nodded and silently went to get the tools. Qin Yangji observed his reaction, then glanced at Shi Cixin. See, this was a normal reaction. It's broken like this, can it still be repaired? Qin Yangji's focus, her deep understanding of mechanics, and her calm demeanor, her expression so natural and familiar, made Li Jingxian feel incredibly confident, even forgetting she was amnesiac and injured. Qin Yangji paused, then turned, her clear amber eyes pierced by deep black pupils, a look of genuine sincerity. But even her sincerity couldn't hold up against the words she said, I can learn. As everyone knows, the subtext of I can learn is that she can't. Li Jingxian's expression froze, then she blinked, realizing what she was saying, will I be able to do it if I learn? Her face was hopeful, and she also trusted Qin Yangji's words, so she echoed. Qin Yangji found it amusing. She didn't know why, but she couldn't deny that it felt good. She still answered seriously, of course. Come on, Pang Shan said, arriving with his tools. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but tease her. I admit you're great at mecha combat, but that's the melee department's thing, and it's separate from our maintenance department. Stop messing with it. Make room for us in the mechanics department. Pang Shan had seen Qin Yangji fight the Star Beast, and he was quite skilled. He instinctively assumed that as she was truly a military academy student, she must be a melee department expert in mecha close combat, and certainly not someone who had anything to do with mechanical maintenance. After all, she didn't even know she needed to wear disability gloves when handling xenoenergy-powered materials. Pang Shan's face was a touch anxious. He must have been in the mechanics department too. His eyes lit up at the sight of the engine compartment, eager to get his hands on it. Qin Yangji nodded slightly. She probably had figured it all out, and now they had to wait for Shi Cixin to disassemble the engine assembly, so she shifted her position. But the dismantling process wasn't as quick as she imagined. Several mechanical engineering students came to help, and it took them the entire morning. During the process, Qin Yangji felt a throbbing pain in her arm wound, and Li Jingxian noticed her and pushed her out of the starship. The starship's energy source is a supernatural fluid, which is affected by the mutation value. You still have residual mutations near the wound, so stay away. Chen Yongji then sat on a rock not far from the starship. Before her lay a series of peaks, and to the left and right of the base were two massive mountain passes. The 526 aliens were also within the barrier, carefully separated on the other side of the mountain. When she woke up, if it weren't for the fact that her face was unrecognizable, no one would have thought she was one of the 526 aliens, because that would have required running down a mountain and into the artillery fire, deliberately attracting the attention of the mobile turret. Chen Yongji's gaze lingered on the mountaintop for a moment. He exhaled a long breath as he gazed at the clear, white clouds, then turned to look around. Military cadets hurriedly moved among the mechas and the crowds of people. Those with greater stamina, like Wei Xian, were either carrying injured comrades or helping to lift mechas that had been swept down by the impact. The mechanical engineering students reassessed the damage to the starship, tears welling up in their eyes. Watching the debris scratch the mechas was more painful than cutting a piece of flesh off them. The chaotic scene quickly returned to its initial calm, as if none of the disasters had occurred. Watching the scene, Chen Yongji suddenly felt a surge of warmth within him. The future was uncertain, but even with no sudden changes, no star beasts, no enemies, and even with the desolate planet's light lasting only 3 hours, she still felt a sense of luck and peace, a sense of security she hadn't felt since her adoptive mother's death. It was as if, all of a sudden, she felt a sense of belonging to this world, or rather, to this group of people. Shi Cixin observed Chen Yongji's back for a moment. He was rather thin, and looked quite alone. Logically, after 3 years of physical training at the intermediate school, she would have some muscle, but her arms were very thin. Shi Cixin had secretly measured them, when she was unconscious, and holding Li Jingxian's hand. Although Chen Yongji had displayed extraordinary strength when fighting the star beast, Shi Cixin felt even more strongly that she was a mechanic. The way Chen Yongji looked at the mechanics held a peculiar sense of familiarity. Either she had been dealing with them for years, or she was exceptionally gifted. Shi Cixin herself was the former, and had also seen the latter. She understood them well. Walking forward with a tube of nutrient solution, she handed it to Chen Yongji and asked, "Did you find anything when you removed the engine compartment parts last time?" Chen Yongji, startled awake from his sleep, turned around at the sound, his contented expression returning to normal. He took the tube of nutrient solution, politely thanked them, and nodded. "I felt the parts were a little warm, but the cabin was cold. Something was wrong, but I didn't quite understand what you were talking about, and I was afraid I said something wrong." Shi Cixin understood. At that time, she had just lost her memory, and her surroundings were unfamiliar and alert. With Pang Shan waiting to find fault, she naturally didn't dare to speak carelessly. "Here," she handed Chen Yongji a round dial with a crimson background. It caught her eye. Shi Cixin said, "You said I could fix it after learning? This is a spare optical computer. It contains all my mechanical notes. Can it do that?" Chen Yongji reached out at the mention of the optical computer. She clicked on the interface, and several screens of light appeared, showing a dim star network interface. She clicked tentatively, but there was no response. Shi Cixin's lips curled slightly. Seeing her unwillingness to give up, she nodded twice more, her eyes narrowing. The backup optical computer doesn't have access to the star network. Also, this is a desolate planet separated by a wormhole. There's no signal base station, so we can't connect to the signal. We can only communicate internally, not remotely. Otherwise, we would have contacted Qi in command long ago, she said softly. Chen Yongji nodded. So that's how it is. A sudden thought occurred to her. If there were a base station, could we contact Qi in Galaxy Rescue? Shi Cixin nodded. She and Chen Yongji sat down together, opened the nutrient solution, and took a sip. She sighed slightly. That's the theory, but the base station needs to receive and transmit optical computer signals. We didn't bring any materials with us. Building a base station with our own hands is harder than building a starship. Oh, Shi Cixin said expressionlessly, a joke of a different kind. Now that the starship is in such a state, these two are about the same. Chen Yongji didn't laugh. She lowered her eyes and thought, the scene she had just traveled through appearing in her mind. She carefully recalled the scene. Baiyan's motion-captured guns, according to Pang Shan, were controlled by mobile turrets. Mobile turrets are typically mounted on starships. This meant Baiyan must have a fully equipped, intact starship that needed no repairs. If they planned to stay on planet 526 longer, they would probably have built a star network base station. If Baiyan had one, Chen Yongji looked up, his eyes sparkling, his brows relaxed, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Then, even if all else fails, couldn't this thing be hers? Chapter 7. The light on planet 526 quickly faded. Chen Yongji examined the information on the optical computer. It contained the notes and insights Shi Cixin had written down since she first began learning about mechanics. The content ranged from the most basic systems of Qian Junior College to the advanced college's coverage of mechas and various weaponry. It was a very comprehensive document. She shared it with a certain selflessness. Chen Yongji was absorbed in the content. She was aware of the gazes from those around her, but she realized it was Shi Cixin's gaze and paid no attention. The three-story base behind her lit up white. The surrounding mecha's lights were on, brighter than streetlights. The lack of light didn't affect everything going on here. Li Jingxian came over to distribute nutrient solution. Seeing Chen Yongji holding a tube, she immediately remembered that it was the one she had asked Shi Cixin to bring to Chen Yongji that morning. Chen Yongji, are you hungry? Li Jingxian bent down to meet her gaze and smiled gently. Her words sent a sudden surge of hunger, as if voice activated, and Chen Yongji nodded. Li Jingxian stuffed another tube into her mouth, her tone rising. Are you hungry, or won't you eat? Eat? Chen Yongji looked at the sticky-looking liquid flowing in the test tube. Her brow furrowed, her body stirring with resistance. Li Jingxian continued to stare at her, glancing at Shi Cixin, who was also looking at the computer, and muttered to them, you two, you're so busy you don't even notice how much you're eating, right? I'm telling you, medical conditions are poor these days. Just give me your nutrient solution, especially for a wounded soldier like you. Chen Yongji, sensing the authority of an elder, shrank back, unsealed the test tube, and nodded hurriedly. Understood. Ruan Wenqing and Wei Xian, who had followed Li Jingxian, laughed out loud at the sight. Chen Yongji watched Shi Cixin tilt her head back and gulp down the liquid quickly, expressionless. She felt a little relieved. It shouldn't be too bad, given that it was for the general public. Hoorah! As she took a sip, something sticky clung to her tongue, slithering down her throat. Then, clinging to her flesh like reptile slime, the sensation gave her goosebumps. Chen Yongji swallowed it, but couldn't help but lower her head to spit it out. Wei Xian stepped forward, thinking she'd been poisoned. Hey, are you okay? Chen Yongji raised her hand, retracted her light brain, and ran to a secluded corner. With a violent retching sound, she stuffed the nutrient solution into Li Jingxian's hand. Li Jingxian looked bewildered. She examined the nutrient solution and asked, is there something wrong with this tube? She dispensed a little and tasted it. Nothing wrong. She then had the other three taste it, and they all shook their heads. When Chen Yongji returned, she could sense them huddled around the open tube of nutrient solution, and a reflex made her nauseous. It's fine. I even got you the normal flavor. Let me see. This is lychee. I didn't get any of those weird flavors. Chen Yongji's face wrinkled. The Qian Military Academy students had noticed her expressionless since she woke up, but now was her most expressive moment. She seemed to have a hint of lychee, but the texture was truly strange. Does all nutrient solution taste like this? Chen Yongji couldn't help but ask. Wei Xian tore open his tube and drank it right in front of her without changing his expression. He even tasted it and said, of course, although it's a bit thick, it contains all the energy the body needs, and it also has a strong sense of fullness. Chen Yongji took the half-finished bottle and stared at it for a few seconds. If not this, what else do you have to eat? Wei Xian couldn't answer and turned to look at Li Jingxian and Ruan Wenqing. Li Jingxian, familiar with logistics, said, we also have normal food. It's just, we didn't bring any, and since we had nutrient solution, we used this. Don't you like it? Then I get you some star beast meat next time? Li Jingxian thought about it, and decided she couldn't let the child down. Chen Yongji had been injured and had made a contribution. Most importantly, she had called her mother. Maternal love made Li Jingxian give her special care. Can you eat star beast meat? Chen Yongji was a little surprised. Wasn't there a mutation value? Shi Cixin could explain this. Some parts aren't affected by the supernatural energy, so they can be eaten. For example, the belly of a silver-striped wolf. Simply remove the mutation and process it, and it's edible. Chen Yongji was about to say she liked to eat star beast meat when Li Jingxian blinked. The silver-striped wolves were beaten. Rotten and smelly. Chen Yongji closed her eyes. I understand. It's a choice between consuming nutrient solution and starving. She lifted the test tube, tilted her head back, poured it down, closed her eyes, covered her mouth with her backhand to prevent herself from spitting it out, and swallowed mechanically. Glistening tears oozed from the corners of her tightly closed eyes. Qin Yangji felt like she settled too quickly. Just because she couldn't eat together, she felt like she had no sense of belonging to the interstellar world. Too hard. Wei Xian sighed. After finishing a single drink, Qin Yangji sat down quickly. He was more exhausted than even hunting the star beasts, and sweat was already pouring down his forehead. Wei Xian, next time we go hunting star beasts in the mutation zone, we bring you some star beast meat. Seeing how uncomfortable you are with it, it's hard to imagine what you used to eat. Wei Xian glanced up at Qin Yangji, a thought dawning on him. He added softly, still so strong. Food? She can devour normal food with relish, okay? Stay away from sticky things like this, Qin Yangji cried silently. Haven't you found out about the silver wolf attack yet? Everyone sat down around the rock. Qin Yangji and Shi Cixin discussed mechanical issues, while Li Jingxian went to Ruan Wenqing and Wei Xian to investigate. Hearing this, Qin Yangji paused. Ruan Wenqing said, there are traces of energy liquid. I suspect someone from the 526 group, persuaded by Baiyin, came over and took action. What's the point of switching to Baiyin? They only want the high-energy mining area here. These natives are just bait for the star beasts. I don't know what they're thinking. Li Jingxian's beautiful face showed indignation. Everyone in the Star Alliance knew Baiyan's actions. Only these isolated, desolate people, oblivious to the world outside, were easily persuaded by Baiyan's few words. What's wrong? Shi Cixin asked, perplexed, noticing Qin Yangji's distraction. The blonde girl shook her head, continuing to look at the computer. Nothing. She was simply wondering, Baiyin, does he have so many supplies? Can he just pour energy liquid all over the mountains? Asterisk. With Shi Cixin's computer, Qin Yangji quickly absorbed information about the interstellar world, and the more she read, the more fascinated she found it. The interstellar people of this star region migrated from their former home planet. Back then, all planets were barren, their resources depleted by star beasts. Through tireless efforts, they braved the changes that occurred and reclaimed the barren land. Through repeated cycles of time, new resources emerged, mineral veins regenerated, and tectonic plates merged, resulting in the current prosperity. All the resources and materials produced here were completely unheard of by Qin Yangji, completely different from her original world. Each one was enough to spark a massive wave of reform. Among them, the most special were the foil crystals, a highly resistant, mutation-resistant material used to form mecha and starship hulls, the energy source for mecha guns and cannons, the raw material for engine fluid, and the high-energy mineral, ice dragon bone. Asterisk. The sunlight on planet 526 had vanished again. Carrying a tube of pitch-black, viscous nutrient solution, Qin Yangji climbed the mountain beside the base and sat down at the highest point, taking in everything below. Qin Yangji opened his computer and bit open the seal with his teeth, letting out a strong smell of motor oil. This was the scent of black oil sand, the main ingredient in the mecha repair fluid. It was a rather unusual flavor in the nutrient solution, and was highly unpopular, but Qin Yangji had taken a liking to it when she went to select it. After all, eating anything tasted like vomiting, so it was better to try something familiar. At least the smell of motor oil would excite her nerves. Shi Cixin had already seen the advanced version of her notes, which Qin Yangji had categorized. The elementary and intermediate levels were the foundation, while the mecha expertise taught in the advanced academy was the advanced level. Today, she would be studying mecha repair and disassembly. Qin Yangji read carefully, explaining that due to the special properties of the communication threads, disassembly of a mecha must usually be performed using the repairer's mental tentacles. This process puts a heavy test on the repairer's mental tentacle resilience and mental energy. When repairing a mecha with a special ability, the communication threads carry a powerful supernatural energy charge. She couldn't use the mecha for practical operation, but she couldn't help but unleash her mental tentacles. Her perception spread like ripples, and before she knew it, she was among the mechas below. Qin Yangji didn't dare to act rashly. His tentacles only enviously operated the mech remotely from outside, or slipped inside to examine its structure and determine which parts to dismantle. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, interstellar time. Except for the cadet on duty, everyone else was asleep. A small tower at the rear of the 3-story base flickered red, its numbers fluctuating, but never exceeding the warning threshold. The cadet on duty, upon seeing Qin Yangji, simply yawned, waved lazily, and then, wearily, turned back to playing a single-player game on their laptop. They had become accustomed to Qin Yangji's routine. Although interstellar humans had undergone a mutation and evolution, this enhanced constitution seemed particularly evident in Qin Yangji. Some cadets briefly suspected she had evolved away from sleep, because, regardless of which shift she was on, she could be seen randomly huddled in a quiet corner, braving the chill of the 526 wind, intently observing the golden mushroom on her laptop. It smells like engine oil. Chin Yongji saw a cadet on duty suddenly look up and sniff the air. She couldn't help but glance at the half-swallowed nutrient solution she swallowed, and raised it to him. The cadet saw clearly and looked astonished. What a tough guy. He can even drink nutrient solution that smells like engine oil. He chuckled dryly, gestured back, and went back to his game. The early morning of Planet 526 was filled with a biting chill that seemed to seep into the very bones. But Chin Yongji's perception, along with her mental tentacles, spread everywhere. Even if it didn't stay within her, she didn't mind the howling wind that rustled her clothes. As she circled the damaged mecha awaiting repair, her scattered tentacles seemed to touch something, sending a sudden chill through Chin Yongji's mind. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, a glint in her eyes. Chin Yongji put away her laptop and stood up. From her high vantage point, she surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, her gaze fixed on the source of the strange sensation. Psychic tentacles lingered on a patch of ground, tentatively reaching out, then shyly retreating. Their thirst reached Chin Yongji's mind. Without even consulting her laptop, she knew the only thing that could make them hungry was energy liquid. Someone was sprinkling energy liquid near the base. This was Chin Yongji's first guess. From her high vantage point, she could not only see the entire base, but also a corner of the 526 alien settlement on the other side of the mountain wall. There was a bonfire burning there, seemingly too primitive compared to the cadets' surroundings, where they were still using high-energy robotic equipment and establishing a makeshift base. The occasional figures that appeared wore dark, shiny black clothing. Chin Yongji had seen them before. They were interstellar-grade, mutant protective suits. At that moment, lurking in the dense jungle where the two mountain walls met, furtive black figures moved cautiously among the trees. Chin Yongji's eyes locked onto the swaying leaves, his excellent vision capturing several dark figures crawling beneath the greenery. Chapter 8. Chin Yongji reached for his waist and pulled out the plasma gun attached to his combat uniform. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the top of the mountain, instantly piercing the night sky. The cadet, engrossed in his game, smelled gunpowder and heard the crackle of bullets. He immediately looked up, his expression instantly alert. Following the source of the gunfire, he saw Chin Yongji standing on the mountaintop, his eyes glaring coldly. Capture them! Chin Yongji shouted, pointing to a location. The cadet looked in that direction, and saw a few flickering shadows in the distant jungle. He quickly reacted. The plasma beam slammed into the jungle. Chin Yongji's accuracy wasn't good, and he missed the target. But the cadets were all professionally trained, and they quickly brought down all 5 men. The plasma beam blasted through the flesh of their thighs, splattering blood all over the ground as they continued to crawl forward, desperately trying to escape. While crossing the rocks, a cadet fired a rope bullet, hitting one of the men. The bullet lodged in the back of the shoulder. The bullet then exploded within the body, leaving a chain behind. As the man ran, the chain tightened, pulling at the flesh within, bringing the pain to its fullest. The man's movements were hampered, and any further attempts at running would have torn his shoulder, leaving it bleeding profusely. He abruptly stopped. Several shots from the rope bullet quickly brought the 5 men to a halt. The cadets then quickly surrounded them, capturing them all. Chin Yongji leaped from the rocks and landed. When he ran over, he found the men already bound with chains, their hands locked in special iron rings. Their faces were terrified. Upon seeing the cadets, they shook their heads and even kowtowed, muttering, "I was wrong. I won't do it again. They forced me to do this." The cadets searched their location and found the nanochamber filled with energy liquid. A few gunshots, unsilenced, rang out, and the more alert of the sleepers immediately opened their eyes and quickly jumped out of bed. Several people emerged from the cave. Li Jingxian and Shi Cixin spotted Chin Yongji and quickly approached her. "There's a night raid. Where is it? I heard the ion beam. Who fired the shots? Hey, those guys don't look like buying. Shit, aren't they from next door?" Wan Wenqing donned his combat uniform and hurried out, still panting slightly. After checking in with the cadets on duty, he saw the nanochamber filled with energy liquid. His expression was as calm as ice, his lips pursed tightly, his knuckles tensed, a hint of anger evident. The 2 teachers accompanying the cadets emerged one after another. Hui Yin was someone Chin Yongji was somewhat familiar with. The other unknown man was tall and burly, with a menacing look. He must be Lian Yinqing, the mechanical engineering professor Li Jingxian had mentioned. He had a bandage on his upper arm, an injury he sustained while searching for materials with Wan Wenqing and the others in the anomalous zone. "What's going on?" Hui Yin asked upon seeing them. Ron Winching briefly explained the nanospace. Then he lowered his brows and looked solemnly at the wailing and begging 526 aliens. The last time the silver-striped wolves attacked, you were the ones responsible, right? The surrounding cadets heard his words, and several of them widened their eyes, their anger rising. You bastards. The cadet next to him, fearing he might act rashly, immediately reached out to stop him, offering persuasion. But anger was visible on their faces. They had originally thought the Star Beast's release was an accident, but they hadn't expected it to be intentional. The Star Beast's release from the mutation zone not only injured their fellow cadets, but also damaged the barrier behind them. Over the past few days, many had gone to the mutation zone to scavenge for materials to repair the barrier. One cadet, the boy's roommate, had even been injured there, suffering a mental breakdown and entering a state of madness. The bound desolate starman, upon seeing their rage, instinctively flinched, lowered his head, and mumbled, only crying and pleading, explaining how he had been forced, without answering. Looking at their pitiful appearance, Qin Yangji stared at them for a moment, feeling a little annoyed. As he folded his hands, he couldn't help but rub his boots against the ground. No, you're wrong. If you really know you're wrong, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Is she crying so hard now? Is she trying to elicit sympathy? She was a little worried these cadets would be soft-hearted. After all, they even accepted a stranger like her. Maybe some of them were truly kind-hearted, but she didn't want to be tricked in the middle of the night. Qin Yangji's mind raced, and after a moment's deliberation, he immediately prepared to attack. Because she was close and appeared calm, no one expected her sudden attack. As everyone was simmering with rage, the girl who had usually crouched quietly in the corner, holding her laptop, suddenly raised her foot. Bang! She didn't hold back. The 5 of them were kicked outward, crashing into the mountainside with a thud. Debris tumbled down, showering them in the face. Qin Yangji's expression remained calm. He reached out and brushed off the dust in front of him. He clapped his hands and stepped forward. With a swish, his right hand drew the short blade from his waist, a cold gleam gleaming from the blade. I hate people who act all pretentious and whine. When they ask you a question, just answer it, understand? She stepped forward and slapped one man's face with her palm. A sharp snapping sound rang out, and the short blade slammed across his jaw, piercing his aorta. The man from the desolate planet was terrified, his legs shaking uncontrollably. You can't kill me. You said you would protect us. You can't kill me. Qin Yangji laughed softly, as if she had just heard something funny. She chuckled twice, the blade scraping against the leather of her sleeve, revealing her fangs. Her smile seemed innocent, yet her words were sinister. What's the use of words? Can't I go back on my word? As soon as she finished her words, a puff. Ah! The man from the desolate planet, who had spoken suddenly let out a sharp howl of pain. Blood splattered, spraying onto the faces of the desolate planet men nearby, causing them to cry out in fear as well. Wan Winching watched as the blade suddenly lit up. Qin Yangji backhanded it, and slashed it across the man's neck. Warm blood spurted out, a few drops landing on her face, shattering the woman's otherwise calm expression. The cadet was stunned by this scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, is this woman so hot-tempered?" Though the others were also frightened by Qin Yangji, they felt even more relieved. The cadets had sacrificed countless lives to rescue these wild star talents from Bai Yin's clutches. Several students had taken Bai Yin's fire and cannons to get them safely inside the barrier. Now that this ungrateful wolf had turned against them, who wouldn't think Qin Yangji had done a brilliant job? The pain in his neck made the wild star man howl in terror. Qin Yangji looked at the blood-stained knife and sighed sincerely. Sorry, it's my first time killing someone, so I'm not very experienced. I'd be more accurate this time. She swung the knife and stabbed the man again. I'm telling you, I'd tell you anything. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The man from the desolate planet felt the blood gushing from his neck. His scalp tingled with the loss of life. He looked up through tears and pleaded desperately. He realized that Qin Yangji was different from the cadets. She showed no mercy for them, and the look she gave him was as if she were dead. The man from the desolate planet knew who he could control and who he couldn't. Qin Yangji would really kill him. Yes, the silver people told me to do this. They said to find a way to pour the energy liquid here, and then have the star beasts break through the barrier behind us, so we can escape. The man from the desolate planet took a breath and reached out to cover his neck, but his hands were bound. He tried to smile ingratiatingly at Qin Yangji. But in that instant, he met a pair of dark eyes. Qin Yangji turned her back to the crowd and the lights, her pupils suddenly turning a deep black. She noticed nothing unusual, only that her mental tentacles were restless, darting out of her mental realm even without her control. Listening to the man from the desolate planet's statement, Qin Yongji frowned, her mind trying to control her mental tentacles. Thus, she didn't notice that the man from the desolate planet kept his gaze fixed on her. Although he kept his head up, his body was rigid, his eyes lifeless, his hands lowered, and his tone became as rigid as a puppet. Bayan said, "They only want the mutation zone. They leave after mining the energy mines, and won't kill us." His voice suddenly tinged with resentment. "It's you who trapped us here, forcing us to leave our homes, claiming it's for our own good. You're eating and sleeping while we're left starving and freezing. The Bayan people promised us that if we can help them open this barrier today and mine the energy, or we can move to Bayan and no longer have to live like this on this desolate planet. This time, they're planning on having us lure a group of star beasts out to attack the barrier. Once the star beasts break through, they can kill you all. After you're dead, we can go to the Silver Galaxy and live a good life on a normal planet." Qin Yongji thought he was naive, believing such nonsense. Even someone like her, who had just learned about the high-energy mining area, knew that if they wanted to mine it, they had to deal with the surrounding swarms of energy-sucking star beasts. And that wasn't just one, but a whole swarm. A swarm of high-level star beasts that even a swarm of guns and cannons would be hard to kill. The Bayan's firepower was enough to take out nearly 1,000 Red Flame Military Academy cadets, but it wasn't enough to defeat this swarm of star beasts. At that time, the only way to lure these star beasts away was to use something they were more interested in, such as human spiritual cores. This would ensure the silver could enter the mining area. Qin Yongji blinked, wanting to tell him how naive this idea was. So she forcefully pulled back the extended spiritual tentacles, sealing them within the two lobes of her spiritual realm, freeing up the strength to speak. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the man from the desolate star suddenly come to his senses. He spoke with increasing agitation, his expression becoming increasingly frantic. His body convulsed violently, and the veins on his face twisted and bulged, giving him a hideous and terrifying look. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You're just being so hypocritical. Die! Die! Die!" The man struggled to his feet. His companions, frightened by his movements, desperately tried to move away. Noticing something unusual about this man, the mechanical engineering teacher at the Qian Military Academy was the first to react, his expression suddenly changing. "Oh no! He's in a state of mania. How could he have entered a state of mania without the stimulation of the mutant energy?" Hui Yan's expression grew anxious, and he called out Qin Yongji's name, trying to warn her. Shi Zixin's expression changed, and she spoke in a panic, "Qin Yongji, come back." Qin Yongji turned around at the sound. In that instant, the man from the desolate planet, with an unknown force, suddenly broke the iron ring on his hand. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he reached out to strangle Qin Yongji's neck. "Die! All of you! Heal you! Heal you! Heal you!" Feeling the approaching wind, Qin Yongji's skin shuddered. She turned back to see the other's anxious expressions. Li Jingqian's eyes widened, and she rushed towards her in a panic. Qin Yongji didn't even need to look back. She guessed something and tightened her grip on the knife. With a sharp backhand swing of the knife. Swish. Puff. Blood splattered 3 feet high. The man from the desolate planet's outstretched hands were chopped off. Chapter 9. Red liquid gushed out like a fountain, and Qin Yongji reacted quickly. He dodged the spray of blood, placed a hand on the man's head, and effortlessly pulled him over, taking the remaining 4 with him. Bang! The man from the desolate planet was thrown against the stone. Bang! 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 The rhythmic sound of his head hitting the stone echoed with Qin Yongji's questions. "Die! Who are you trying to kill? Or are you seeking death? Do you want me to grant your wish?" The cadets rushed forward a step slower, stunned by the scene, and paused for a few seconds. Then Qin Yongji was seen covered in blood, dripping down her combat uniform. Although there were only a few drops on her face, combined with her blonde hair and a pair of emotionless amber eyes, her powerful blows exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Some people, realizing Qin Yongji was also suffering from mental damage, saw signs of madness in her appearance and couldn't help but slow their pace. Qin Yongji paused from banging his head against the stone when he heard footsteps, his anger subsiding as he turned to look. Li Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief, seeing she was still conscious, and quickly ran forward. Qin Yongji saw this scene clearly. Some looked at her with inquiring, scrutinizing eyes, some watched her movements with suspicion, and some tried to hide their shock and fear. But the faces of those running towards her were filled with undisguised concern. Qin Yangji's cold expression softened instantly, his eyes gradually warming. Oh my god, you've done this to yourself. How hard is this to wash off? Wei Xian's first words upon seeing Qin Yangji were a sigh of relief as he gazed at the blood splattered on her body. Seeing the man faint, Li Jingxian quickly pulled Qin Yangji over, had her remove her coat, and rinsed her face with water. As she cleaned herself, she cursed, this guy looked normal, how could he suddenly go into a frenzy? Stay away from him. Your mental state has just stabilized, so be careful. Qin Yangji showed a look of resistance at this, raised her hands, and obediently followed her movements. As soon as her clothes were removed, Xian, standing beside her, grasped her forearm and pressed her hand down. Wash your hands. You're not afraid of the dirt, you touch everything. She was referring to Qin Yangji holding the man's head. Seeing that she was alright, Ruan Wenqing glanced at the man from Desolate Star who had been knocked unconscious by Qin Yangji, and breathed a sigh of relief. He's not dead, thankfully. Off to the other side, a boy with a low profile peeked out from the shadows. Qin Yangji noticed that his hair and pupils were white, giving him a hint of albinism, yet something different. He was tall and slender, with soft features. Seeing Qin Yangji scrutinize him, he gave her a shy smile. This is our team's defensive position, Lan Qingcheng. He went to repair the barrier at the back a few days ago. Li Jingxian introduced him to Qin Yangji, and patted Lan Qingcheng's shoulder seriously, causing the boy to stagger a little. If there's a fight back there, just keep an eye on his mecha blood feather and hide behind it. Don't rush forward. Lan Qingcheng smiled gently, and said gently, my mecha is very resistant to damage and mutations. I will definitely protect you. Qin Yangji felt a warm feeling in his heart, and nodded in thanks. Li Jingxian took care of her, and then looked at the other four who were still trembling. What should we do with them? Qin Yangji washed her knife with Shi Cixin's water, and put it back on her waist. Her movements were quick and decisive, and the knife, hidden by her combat uniform, was invisible from the outside. The cadets who had woken up couldn't fall asleep again, so they woke everyone else. Led by two teachers, they began to climb up near the base to investigate the situation outside the barrier and next door. Qin Yangji repeated what the man from the desolate planet had said, and matched it with the reconnaissance mech that had returned from afar. The reconnaissance mech nodded and confirmed, there are indeed mech signal fluctuations. I didn't dare get close, fearing Buying would detect them. There are about 50 mechs, plus a mobile turret. Hearing this, Qin Yangji's fingers moved. The two teachers from the Qian Military Academy glanced sternly at the base, and said firmly, we can't let any more of the 526 aliens remain inside the barrier. She wanted to minimize the number of casualties, but that didn't mean she could disregard the safety of the cadets. The first time this happened, some people might have been confused, but now, it was clear that the 526 people had completely sided with the Silvers. If we want to expel them, we must open the barrier, which means we also be facing the Silvers. Qin Yangji interjected quietly, her voice unnoticeable. But after the experience with the Silver Wolf and the Desolate Star people, everyone had witnessed her decisiveness and quick reaction. Those who might have initially looked down on her because of the Desolate Star people or her amnesia had completely calmed down, even developing a subtle respect and fear for her. This also caused the people around her to instantly quiet down as soon as Qin Yangji spoke, their eyes fixed on her with a serious expression. Qin Yangji felt a little uncomfortable being suddenly watched. She tapped the ground with her toes, using the momentum to move behind Li Jingxian. Li Jingxian noticed, sat up straight, and shielded her. Fight if we meet, the cadet declared fiercely. But others were also worried. How are we going to fight? Half of us are recovering in the base, and the other half are still outside with their mechs repaired. The Silver Army's mechs have considerable firepower, and there's also the thorny issue of mobile turrets. Alas, we can't repair the starships, and we can't build the base stations. I don't know if Qian can find us. I want to go home. Hearing this, Qin Yangji gave him a second look. She had been in the interstellar world for so long, but she hadn't thought about returning. She didn't have much attachment to her former world. After her adoptive mother passed away, Qin Yangji was raised by Yunzhou. She had a remarkable talent for mechanics, and entered the Military Weapons Research Institute. She followed the usual routine of school and research, nothing special. Thinking of this, Qin Yangji glanced at Li Jingxian, and she narrowed her eyes. I don't know what the Red Flame Galaxy is like, but if I could still meet someone like this, it wouldn't be bad. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to fight back. Let's just take a gamble, Qin Yangji thought, looking up at the others. She jumped down from the rock, pulled out a piece of paper, and drew a simple diagram of the base, the mutation zone, and the silver team outside the barrier. To make it easier for the others to see, Chen Yongji emerged and crouched beside the central rock. "Where's the silver garrison?" Wan Wenqing pointed to a location. Because Red Flame's barrier was outside the mutation zone, and Planet 526 lacked a global orbit, reaching the other side of the mutation zone was difficult. Furthermore, the silver team was wary of them, so they stationed themselves not far from the barrier, adjacent to the mutation zone, and near a high-energy mining area. Right now, if we want to leave here, there are two options: repair the starship and break free from the Buying interception, or contact Qian or wait for Qian to find us. After she finished speaking, she glanced around. The two teachers from the Qian Military Academy were quietly waiting for her to speak. "Chen Yongji, we don't have the materials at the base station, and we might not find any in the mutation zone. Waiting for Qian to find us is a matter of luck, so initially, everyone is only thinking about repairing the starship, and that's the only option." At this point, the mechanical engineering students were troubled. After the starship's engine was removed, another energy fluid explosion occurred. While the explosion wasn't widespread and wasn't as severe as the first one, it was enough to further damage the already damaged starship. Even Lian Yunqing didn't dare to guarantee that it could be repaired. Hearing this, Lian Yunqing and the other students expressed intense pressure. Chen Yongji looked into her eyes and continued, "After a second explosion, a starship is very difficult to repair." Li Jingxian's face darkened. She looked at her and whispered, "Didn't you say you could repair it if you learned it?" Chen Yongji smiled. "Yes, by repaired, I mean I give you a fully functioning starship capable of traversing wormholes and star tracks, okay?" Seeing Li Jingxian nod, Chen Yongji pointed at the Buying garrison area and said in a steady voice, "Although our starship is damaged, there's another intact, serviceable starship on this planet." Lian Yunqing and Hui Yan's expressions changed, immediately understanding her meaning. The cadets also realized it later, and someone gasped, "Are we going to rob Buying? That's a starship, with a lot of weapons on board. Can we take it?" From the moment Chen Yongji conceived of the configuration for the silver mech, she'd been mulling over the feasibility of her idea. She simulated it, and while it was a bit far-fetched, it had a real chance of success in practice. "Our current disadvantage is insufficient weaponry and equipment, and a lack of mech repair materials. But Silver already has these things. There are only a handful of Silver soldiers out there, and the number of Silver personnel sent to the mutation zone isn't very large at any given time." She then turned to Wan Wenqing to ask. The boy paused for 2 seconds and nodded. "Usually, there are two teams, no more than 100 men, led by two main commanders." Chen Yongji found it completely feasible. She annotated the information and began to expound on her theory of using Silver's equipment to fight Silver. The cadets and two teachers present were stunned and speechless for a long time. It wasn't too bizarre, but too bold. Buying's cannon is a currently popular ion cannon. It has a high muzzle velocity and a power rating of level 3, capable of high explosive bombardment. It's typically mounted on the mecha's left upper arm, connected to a recoil base and rivet bolts. It can be forcibly disassembled. If it can't be disassembled, simply chop off the entire left arm. Shouldn't the mechanics department have trained on this? Chen Yongji continued. She hadn't known when she created a model of Buying's mecha on Shi Zixin's spare computer. But when she brought out the model, everyone knew it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was a long-planned one. She had clearly been targeting Buying for a long time. And it was undeniable that the plan Chen Yongji outlined was quite appealing. "We eventually face Buying anyway. Instead of a life-or-death battle, it's better to eliminate them sooner rather than later, to avoid damaging our starship." Chen Yongji spoke seriously. But the phrase "our starship" clearly indicated she considered the Silver's possessions a sure thing. After she finished speaking, the cave remained silent for a long time before the cadets began to rise in enthusiastic response. "I think we can do it. Why are we always being outmatched? We're the first military academy of Qian, after all, and we're the first in Qian. If word gets out, it'd be a disgrace to Qian. That's right, we're no worse than those Silvers. Fight. Fight now, and it's fun now. Even if I have to stay in the infirmary when I get back, it'd be worth it." Chapter 10. Convincing the cadets was easier than Chen Yongji had imagined. She quickly grasped the situation after reconsidering it. These individuals, graduating from the Advanced Military Academy, would enter the military zone. Their enemies included not only the invading star beasts, but also the allies who coveted Qian's planets and resources. Combat was an eternal interstellar theme, and the cadets were never afraid. Inside the barrier, the cadets began to plan their ambush. Outside, the Silver team waited for any movement from within. One of them monitored the signal from the desolate planet area. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the morning, he saw a desolate planet resident holding up a sign symbolizing success. He quickly exchanged a sign with his companions. At that moment, the sun had not yet risen on planet 526, and the barrier and the desolate planet inhabited area were still somewhat dark, illuminated only by a small, burning campfire. The desolate planet resident, whose back was held by a cadet's plasma gun, extinguished the campfire, and visibility in this area was completely lost. Qin Yongji piloted a basic mech, flanked by Li Jingxian and the others. As the A-Class Core Squadron of the 1st Military Academy of Qian, Li Jingxian's mech was among those undergoing emergency repairs, and now, under orders, she was the first to implement this plan. "You be staying with Little Rainbow for a while, okay?" Little Rainbow was Lan Qingqing's nickname. After hearing this, Qin Yongji remained silent for a few seconds. She didn't respond, and Li Jingxian immediately had a bad feeling. She knew Qin Yongji was planning something big with this idea. She whispered, "What are you planning to do?" After she finished, she was genuinely worried that Qin Yongji would impulsively choose to study mechanics and get his hands on the Silver Mech's guns. Not to mention her injuries, she only been learning for a few days, and had no practical experience. What if something happened again? Qin Yongji pursed his lips. She didn't answer, only saying, "I won't act rashly. Don't worry about me." She wouldn't do anything else. She was just a little curious about the mobile turret. After all, it was that thing that had hit her when she first arrived. If it hit her, then it should be given to her. Simple logic. Qin Yongji thought. Asterisk. At the same time, outside the barrier, the Silver Mech, hidden in the mountains and jungle, saw the crimson flame barrier suddenly flicker a few times. Then, the roar of the star beast could be heard in the distance. The violent crashing sound echoed across the land. The soldiers inside the Silver Mech smiled with joy, and some even whistled in the team chat. "Finally, we forced these red flame men out. Don't fight me for them later. I'm going to destroy 10 of them. Didn't the higher-ups say we want them alive? Don't mess around. Oh, they're quite a few, and their fire is relentless. I can't control how many die." After saying this, the Silver Man shook his head and leaped for joy, his eyes gleaming as he stared ahead. Seeing the barrier flickering more and more, as the Vanguard melee mech, he immediately wanted to charge out and take up the best ambush position. But suddenly, the commander's voice echoed through their internal mental communication network. The mental tentacles tugged at his threads, and the soldiers instantly quieted down. "Boss, we can attack now." The commander hesitated, staring at the flickering barrier, mentally counting the seconds. Something felt amiss. Wait a minute, what kind of star beast have they summoned? Why is the barrier's energy depleting so quickly? As the Silver Commander finished his words, the lights on the Crimson Flame cadets' side flashed to full power, signaling the Crimson Flame's awakening and full alert. The melee mechas grew agitated. "Boss, aren't we going yet? Hurry while the star beasts draw their attention." They were just a small detachment within the full formation, with fewer men than the Crimson Flame cadet, which was why the full formation's commander had ordered them to lure the star beasts first. Even if they couldn't wipe out the Crimson Flame's forces, they had to consume them as much as possible to facilitate the subsequent large-scale destruction. The squad leader, urged on by him, knew he wanted to vent his frustration at the Crimson Flame's losses, but his words made sense. They didn't want to miss this opportunity, so they made a quick decision. Prepare to charge. At the command, the Silver Mech swiftly moved through the jungle. Behind them, several support mechs and a 7-man team secured their mobile turrets high up and deployed their motion-captured bombardment discs. A flash of red light flashed. In the distance, among the group of Qian Military Academy students who had taken advantage of the flickering barrier to escape, Qin Yongji's perception spread. As she watched the light flash, she silently memorized its location. Once beyond the barrier, the Qian Military Academy students sprang into action. The long-range attackers climbed up the mountain wall to higher ground, while the melee units hid in the bushes and treetops, keeping a close eye on the front. The commander this time was Shuoling, an unfamiliar figure to Qin Yongji. Since she had lost her memory and had lost her sense of location, everyone tacitly assigned her to the melee position. Qin Yongji sensed Shuoling's mental tentacles as they emerged. She watched as their threads penetrated the surrounding mechas, enveloping them like threads on a web. Soon, Shuoling's mental tentacles reached her position, traversing the mecha and penetrating her mecha communicator. When the mental signal entered, Qin Yongji's first sensation was a strong sense of discomfort. The unfamiliar signal energy, traversing the communicator and penetrating her mental realm, instantly agitated her mental tentacles. The mental tentacles rapidly extended from their branches, entwining themselves in a tangled web, as if to strangle the intruder. Qin Yangji's heart skipped a beat, and she exerted all her might to control her mental tentacles, suppressing the rage within her just before the energy erupted. She was no longer a newcomer, and she knew the severity of damage to her mental tentacles. During the interstellar evolutionary process, a mental core was born in the brain. After this core accumulated energy and nurtured the mental realm, it sprouted and grew into branches, which became the fusion of the mental tentacles. Xueling had only separated a portion of her mental tentacles, but if Qin Yangji strangled them, her mental energy would directly affect the other party's mental realm, potentially causing instant insanity. Xueling was innocent, and didn't need to suffer this. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles took a while to control, causing the mech to make several connection requests. The pop-up displayed Xueling's mech number. She approved the latest request. As soon as the connection was made, she heard the mental communication network channel. Everyone's consciousness is communicating. Xueling sighed with relief. Who is Side 1066? Brother, you're so hard to connect with. My tentacles are almost breaking from exhaustion. Xueling couldn't help but sigh. He was appointed chief commander not because he was skilled, but because he was the only one to switch majors from the command department. Their combat academy and the command department weren't assessed together. Of all the cadets, Xueling was the only one capable of taking on the command role. When she couldn't connect to Qin Yangji, Xueling panicked. He had switched majors 2 years ago, and while he learned how to establish a mental communication network, it wasn't a formal command, so the operation was a bit unfamiliar. The few seconds he lost the connection made him break out in a cold sweat, fearing he'd fail at a crucial moment. Qin Yangji glanced at his number guiltily, but before he could say anything, a distant reconnaissance mech transmitted a signal. The silver team enters sensing range. Xueling's expression darkened, and the entire mental communication network instantly fell silent. Everyone controlled their thoughts perfectly except Qin Yangji, who was connecting for the first time. She was used to internally complaining, and it was difficult to completely control her mind. So, in the silence, the flickering signal from CY-1066 was very noticeable. How do I get the ion cannon? I want to check my notes. It should be pretty simple, this way, then that. She was recalling Shi Cixin's notes, while the students from the mechanical engineering department, ready to get started, listened quietly. She was already nervous after recalling the lesson, but unexpectedly, she let out a calm sigh after recalling it. Oh, that's pretty easy. Why did Sister Cixin say it usually takes about 10 minutes? 10 minutes is enough for a silver gun to blast someone into dust. Can't this thing be dismantled in less than a minute? The last question was truly ironic. The 10 minutes Cixin wrote down was the average time she spent practicing disassembly classes back then. As the top student in the mechanical engineering department of the Qian Military Academy, her grades back then were far beyond the reach of many mechanical engineering students today. The mechanic was instantly struck by this, wanting to tell Qin Yangji that 10 minutes was already short. How could it be 1 minute? Disassembling the guns required psychic tentacles to sever the communication wires. Those were psychic tentacles. They were extremely fragile and easily damaged. Throughout the entire process, the psychic tentacles not only had to withstand the energy from the communicator, but also prevent the mech from resisting damage, making operation extremely challenging. And psychic tentacles weren't knives. They couldn't just slash through hair. But before the mechanic could object, the signals from the approaching mechs entered the communication network. Following the location of the reconnaissance mechs, everyone could detect the signals of several mechs detected by the reconnaissance. Xueling remained silent. Now it was Ruan Wenqing's voice that echoed through the ranks. Although he had established the communication network, he wasn't particularly good at commanding. He had initially resorted to close combat because his brains weren't strong enough. Ruan Wenqing's team often lacked a permanent commander. During each assessment, a new commander was randomly assigned. This combination often lacked understanding of the team's situation, so Ruan Wenqing, known for his long-range attacks, often served as deputy commander. Over time, he developed some mastery of commanding strategies. Ruan Wenqing was more adept at dealing with battlefield mechas than Xueling. The communication network was centered on Xueling, and the plane system was divided into coronal and sagittal planes. Qin Yangji was positioned at a corner, with the reconnaissance mecha in front of her and the support mecha behind her. Melee position, ready, scout, charge attack. Ruan Wenqing's voice rang out. Qin Yangji's senses reached out and heard the roar of gunfire not far away, the artillery fire instantly illuminating the night sky. As soon as they entered the woods ahead, the silver mechas perked up and became alert. The command mech in the center was sensing its surroundings. The distant crash of the barrier hadn't stopped yet, and the reconnaissance mechs charging ahead were already impatient, missing a beat, giving them an opportunity. The Red Flame Academy's reconnaissance mechs approached, their guns charging in just 2 seconds before they aimed, ready to shoot down the mechs leaping between the mountain wall and the treetops. Bang, bang, bang. The Silver Commander, having just entered the communication network, faltered and issued orders, ordering his companions to retreat. But the Red Flame Academy students were prepared. Following Ron Winching's command of melee deployment, all the hidden mechs, with a swish, drew their weapons in unison and charged directly towards the Silver team. The leading group of mechs hurled several clusters of flash bombs at the ground, their trajectory rolling past, instantly blacking out the Silver mech's vision and momentarily paralyzing their perception. Qin Yongji, mingling in the crowd, saw the Silver mech's formation in disarray and immediately charged in. The base mech's crimson light blade pierced the right shoulder of a Silver mech, its ferocious force knocking it back. Bang! Bang! With several consecutive clashing blows, the Silver mech rubbed against its companion's side and was slammed against a tree trunk by a powerful force. He had just half-drawn his light blade from his wound and was about to draw his sword to fight, but before he could even see the mech in front of him, he was grabbed by the man's shoulder. Bang! The mech was thrown against the tree trunk, causing the branches to shake violently. Qin Yongji saw his weapon and struck the mech's head. The restraint on her arm loosened, allowing the man to draw his weapon. Just as the Silver mech swung its blade, she blocked it with her backhand. The weapons clashed, releasing a fierce clang. The Silver soldier felt a tingling sensation in his arm, then heard a swish. With a sharp scraping sound, his eyes, blinded by the flash bomb, regained their sight. In the pitch-black night, he could only vaguely make out the outline of a dark mecha. The Silver mech soldier didn't have time to think before recognizing this person as a Qian. Then he realized they had fallen into a Qian ambush. But just as this thought formed in his mind, Qin Yongji's blade deflected and he slashed upward, slicing along the Silver mech's lightsaber, piercing his right arm. The Silver mech felt pain in his arm and quickly flung his weapon away, hoping to escape. But Qin Yongji had anticipated this. She freed one hand to catch the mech's dropped silver-white lightsaber, and the two lightsabers rubbed against each other, sparks flying. Qin Yongji quickly examined the material of the Silver mech's weapon and, satisfied, switched blades with her right hand. This weapon was far superior to the basic mech's lightsaber. Double blades lit up on either side of her. The newly freed Silver mech charged its guns and weapons. He raised his left arm, about to take aim, but unexpectedly, Qin Yongji glanced up at him as he charged. The black basic mech's eyes flashed red, looking eerie. The Silver soldier's heart trembled, and he suddenly fixed his gaze. The black mech's figure instantly vanished, and with a sudden dash, Bai Meng flashed past the Silver soldier's eyes and kicked him directly in the face, sending him flying backwards. The mech crashed down hard, breaking branches and landing with a thud. The Silver mech leaped up quickly, its nerves extremely alert, firing its guns and cannons forward without aiming. Several ion cannon rounds erupted, sending sparks blazing down, rumbling and sending leaves and dust flying into a cloud. The already low visibility in the jungle was now even more difficult to see. The Silver soldier fired 7 or 8 rounds in a row, then suddenly calmed down, his gaze fixed on the front, his nerves tense. The sound of artillery fire filled his ears, and the red flames of the red mechs, illuminated by the flames, surrounded them like a blaze. At this moment, the mental communication network was filled with wailing and cursing, accompanied by the roar of command, commanding the mobile turrets to unleash their dynamic firepower. After waiting for 3 seconds, despite the clamorous sounds everywhere, the Silver soldier felt it was utterly silent, so quiet that he couldn't even detect the Red Flame mech's location. After a kick, the Red Flame mech seemed to vanish into thin air. The sense of crisis and panic, like a thorn in his flesh, kept the Silver soldier from relaxing. He stood frozen in place, counting to 3 in fear. Seeing the silence still lingered, he took a tentative step forward. At the instant the sound of shredding leaves resounded, the cold face of the mech suddenly emerged from the foliage. A flash of red light flashed, and it instantly approached from behind the Silver mech. Qin Yongji had unknowingly reached behind him. As the Silver mech relaxed its breathing and slowly lowered its left arm, her mental tentacles converged and, with a swish, silently rushed towards the mech's left arm, where the ion cannon was mounted. ZZ. The Silver soldier froze at the sound of electricity flowing inside the mech. Before he could react, a mechanical announcement and a metallic clang echoed simultaneously. Alien energy invasion. Alert! Alert! Psychic link severed. Crack. The silver-white lightsaber slashed down, and a sharp pain pierced his left arm. But the silver soldier's face was still etched with panic, and he didn't have time to show the pain before a sizzle sounded. A powerful force suddenly pulled, tearing through his flesh. The mech's outer shell was swiftly removed, revealing the link, covered in red light. Glinting with crimson psychic energy, it was severed in a flash. The mech's left arm detached with a thud, dropping to the ground along with its guns and cannons. Qin Yongji, taking advantage of the moment he was still conscious, flung away the basic mech's lightsaber and clenched his fist. Bang! A punch slammed into the mech's chest, where the cockpit was, sending it flying backwards. A dark shadow flashed by, and Qin Yongji quickly approached, stomping on its chest with his guns trained on its head. Bang! Aiming at close range, less than a meter, he blasted. Looking at the unconscious mech, Qin Yongji clapped his hands and let out a long sigh, his sigh echoing throughout the Qian team. 3 minutes? Not bad, just a little pain in my mental tentacles. I think I can improve that. The mechanics dismantling the silver mech's guns paused at the words, then gritted their teeth, their mental tentacles darting back and forth, their hands moving with such force that they practically leapt after images. Only 3 minutes. Chapter 11. After Qin Yongji took control of dismantling a mech's weapons, she quickly became proficient. Retreating to the battlefield, she exchanged glances with the melee mechs around her, their eyes lighting up red as a greeting. Then, she swerved from the melee mech's encirclement, pinned one down, blasted it out of the crowd with a single blow, and then, amidst the trees, dismantled its left arm cannon. The melee mechs behind her saw this, their eyes widening in surprise at her assembly line-like skill. But then, recovering their composure, they understood and stepped forward to help her pin the mech down. Then, the two of them beautifully knocked out the silver mech before returning to the battlefield. Just as Qin Yongji excitedly searched for her next target, the silver mechs in front of her retreated in unison. Seeing the mechs in front of them dodge her movements, Qin Yongji seemed to sense something and instantly looked up. The motion capture guns are coming! Her voice echoed, and at the same time, a red dot flickered in the pitch-black night sky. Qin Yongji heard the sound of machinery operating from high above. 9 red lights lit up around the red dot, each with a striking effect. Oh my god, a 9-barreled motion capture gun? The cadet exclaimed in astonishment. A 9-barreled motion capture gun could blast the surrounding cadets into dust. Ruan Wenqing's heart skipped a beat, and his brow furrowed unconsciously. The silver mecha retreated, and the red flame cadets instantly retreated behind the tree trunks and the mountain wall. A chattering erupted. If they simply remained motionless, they wouldn't be locked onto by the motion capture guns. But the problem was, with someone controlling the mobile turret, the guns would randomly aim and fire, and even if they were stationary, they would still be at risk of being hit. In the silence of the channel, the surrounding melee mechas yanked Qin Yongji back, who had darted several meters away, and all hid behind the mountain wall. The atmosphere, resounding with gunfire just a moment before, suddenly fell silent. The scent of gunpowder still hung in the air. From above, he could hear the grinding of machinery, accompanied by the dripping sound of motion-captured guns charging. Can't we shoot it down now? The energy barrier surrounding the motion-captured guns is very high. We have to use psychic weapons to attack them. They move too fast, and we can't aim them accurately. Psychic weapons are powered by the psychic cores of star beasts, creating powerful energy impacts. They are more powerful than ordinary energy sources, but also more difficult to aim, as they require mental tentacles and energy control. Qin Yongji knew that the military academy had many psychic mechas and weapons. Theoretically, as long as the psychic weapons were aimed, it was possible to strike. However, the problem was that the motion-captured guns moved very quickly, and only stopped for the moment of impact, which put a great strain on the long-range sniper's ability. Ruan Wenqing had destroyed a 3-barreled dynamic cannon before, but this 9-barreled dynamic cannon had a much greater sweeping capability. The gaps available for aiming were incredibly short. He looked upward, his palms tensing. In this dim and chaotic environment, with the interference of the silver mecha, he wasn't sure he could succeed. Qin Yongji observed the UFO's movements. Seeing the 9 barrels rotating and the red light indicating charging flashed, she knew she couldn't wait any longer. She also had a selfish desire to seize both the motion capture cannon and the mobile turret. The motion capture cannon has a single barrel firing range of 60 degrees. Ranged attacks follow the barrel position. Preemptively fire on the cannon to attract attention, freeing up space for close combat and support. Qin Yongji's voice echoed over the communication network. She peered from behind the mountain for a second, then paused, avoiding the cannon's attention. The sound continued. Range attackers report their positions. The Qian cadets were stunned for a moment, unsure of who was taking command. But hearing the steady voice, which exuded authority and obedience, they instinctively followed suit. Several voices overlapped as they reported their positions. Wan Winqing felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't like commanding because his mental tentacles weren't strong enough to focus on so many mechs simultaneously. With someone else taking command, he breathed a sigh of relief. Joining the range attackers' reports, Wan Winqing quickly reported his own position. Qin Yangji's voice then rang out, and all positions were adjusted to ensure that each gun barrel had at least 3 groups of range attackers in place. The support position fires a shot into the frontal cannon. As the gunfire goes off, the ranged attackers begin moving, with an interval of approximately 1.7 seconds. The ranged attackers fire at an interval of 0.9 seconds. Each group rotates, ensuring the movement point is locked on higher than the melee position. Understood? Qin Yangji's method is simple. The ranged attacker's high movement speed attracts the frontal cannons to lock on, while the gunfire counteracts the moving shells. This allows the relatively slow-moving mechs in position to quickly close in on the silver units. It doesn't matter if a fight breaks out, the ranged attackers are always ready to contain the dynamic capture. As soon as she finished speaking, several announcements echoed through the team, followed by the support position reporting that their energy was fully charged. With Qin Yangji's command, guns and cannons were set up from all directions. The first burst of gunfire served as a signal, and the 3 groups of ranged attackers took up their positions. The first group of ranged attackers fired, and the melee mechs below, after dynamic lock-on, immediately rushed out. Mechanics blended in with them, charging towards the silver team, intercepting them as they prepared to retreat. At this time, in the crowd, Qin Yangji broke away from the melee mecha group, past the silver team, and slowly moved towards the mountain behind the woods. Li Jingxian, among the reconnaissance mech supporting the melee attack ahead, noticed the black mech's trajectory shift, and her heart skipped a beat. But the oncoming artillery fire soon ignited the heat, leaving her no time to consider Qin Yangji's position. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, she quickly shouted, "Be careful, don't get hurt." Qin Yangji paused in his bounding movements through the mountains, then, without pausing, silently replied, "Got it." But the chatter echoed through the chatter, and it was unclear whether Li Jingxian, immersed in the battle, could hear it. As Qin Yangji advanced deeper, the sound of gunfire grew increasingly distant. By the time they reached the next section of the jungle, it was muffled, as if through a soundproofing shield. The black mech stopped at the edge of the jungle, hidden among the trees, and did not advance further. Now, her mental tentacles slowly and cautiously crawled forward along the mech, like a snake in the grass, probing for the location of the opposing team's reconnaissance mech. When contacted with the energy fluctuations, Qin Yangji carefully dodged them. She had learned that the range of her mental tentacles was determined by sensitivity. Li Jingxian, the Qian Military Academy's most elite reconnaissance mecha, had a sensitivity of 73. As luck would have it, Qin Yangji had secretly tested her mental perception range during training with other cadets, and it turned out to be greater than 73. If the enemy reconnaissance mecha's sensitivity was lower than hers, Qin Yangji would be confident of instantly dispatching it without alerting the soldiers around the mobile turret. Her mental tentacles moved slowly, finally detecting an extremely weak energy signal from behind the rocks ahead. After locating it, Qin Yangji continued to sense the surrounding area without alerting the enemy. After circling the reconnaissance mech, Qin Yangji had almost pinpointed its exact location. He quickly retracted his mental tentacles, and the mech leaped lightly through the jungle, stirring only the gentle rustling of leaves. At that moment, the silver reconnaissance mech was surveying its surroundings, its mobile turret perched atop a hill not far behind it. The garrison listened to the muffled sounds in the distance, feeling a surge of unease. The reconnaissance mech's mental tentacles sensed its surroundings, the silence seeming to amplify the fear within. In the cold night, the leaves nearby suddenly rustled twice. He paid no attention, but instead looked anxiously toward the direction of the firelight, mentally communicating with his squad leader. What the hell is going on? Why is the fighting so intense? A few seconds later, the squad leader's voice echoed, also filled with confusion. That shouldn't be the case. That's an energy liquid specifically designed to attract high-level star beasts. Logically, the Qian people should be easily defeated after a star beast attack. Why were they so badly beaten? After asking, he followed his usual question. "Scout, is there anything going on over there?" The reconnaissance mech shook its head. Suddenly, its hiding place moved twice, and a pair of black eyes in the leaves fixed their gaze. Qin Yangji grasped the white blade, the silver mech's weapon. "No, Everything is normal. As soon as he finished speaking, the reconnaissance mech heard the rustling of leaves again, the shadows swaying a few times. Curious, he looked over and saw the leaves. He had originally withdrawn his gaze indifferently, but then a thought suddenly occurred to him, and a chill rose behind him. No, he clearly didn't feel any wind blowing around him. How could the leaves be swaying? Just as doubts arose, a flash of red light appeared before him, and a dark shadow sprinted past him. Just as the reconnaissance mech opened its eyes, a powerful bang rang out. Bang! He felt a tremendous force grip his neck, then, without hesitation, he was lifted up and slammed against the mountain wall in front of him. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The moment the reconnaissance mech was locked in a throat lock from behind, it attempted to report the unusual intrusion to the team channel. But he noticed that a crimson mental tentacle had somehow entwined itself around his communication cable and spread all the way to the communicator. The reconnaissance soldier was in shock, his eyes wide open, unable to tell whether it was from lack of oxygen or shock. But as Chen Yongji's mental tentacle fearlessly inserted itself into the communicator, a surging wave of energy surged through the soldier's mental realm, his mental buds dancing and swaying wildly. The soldier's consciousness could no longer withstand it, his eyes rolled back, and before Chen Yongji could slam him into the rocks again, he fainted. A searing pain emanated from his mental realm, and Chen Yongji felt as if his head was about to explode. She gritted her teeth and endured it, releasing the mech and pulling out the mental tentacle. Looking at the tentacle strands, scorched and curled by the communicator, Chen Yongji paused for a second before decisively ripping the ends from the lobes. Pain exploded through her nerves, and tears instantly welled up in Chen Yongji's eyes. No matter how many times she tried, she still couldn't get used to the pain of a severed mental tentacle strand. But she experimented and found that her mental tentacles had a remarkable ability to heal themselves. A severed wound would heal in about 3 days. Well, since she was still lucid enough, she didn't need to drink the stabilizer. It tasted unpleasant, so she declined. Enduring the suffocating pain, Chen Yongji wiped her tears with her hand and glanced ahead. She wanted to rush over, but as she walked, she glanced at the silver mecha on the ground and suddenly had another idea. There was no activation sequence, otherwise Chen Yongji would have had to sneak in, disguised as one of the silver mechs, and catch them by surprise. Although disguise wasn't possible, disassembling it was still possible. When the fight came, perhaps it could be resolved more quickly. As for the idea that one versus many wouldn't solve the problem, Chen Yongji never entertained that assumption. She assumed she could handle anything, and her only hope was to fight. The mech's communicator had already broken down somewhat from the invasion of the mental tentacles, and the connections between the wires were not tight. She removed the outer armor with ease. These mechanical connections were familiar to Chen Yongji. She had drawn more than one 3D model of a mech. From the finger joints to the arm segments, every part of the body, large and small, was completely exposed, all held together by thin wires, preventing them from falling apart. In the end, only a skeleton and the central cockpit area remained. Chen Yongji stood up and tossed the last component back to the silver mech's eye area. That's all there is to it. Chen Yongji stood up, somewhat disappointed. It was merely a slightly superior material to the base mecha, but the structure was nothing new. The guns and cannons seemed to have been temporarily reinforced, as Chen Yongji noticed the riveted parts were new, and the fit wasn't 100% perfect. If her shooting was accurate, Chen Yongji would have tried to bombard that area, effectively disrupting the gun's communication wires, but unfortunately, she was skilled at using human outlines. With a sigh, the base mecha picked up the disassembled lightsaber from the ground. Waving the two blades a few times in each hand, Chen Yongji leaped, starting from the side of the mountain wall and sprinting towards the peak behind. The mobile turret was within reach, and a flicker of determination flashed in Chen Yongji's eyes. She was going to take her mobile turret home today. Chapter 12. I'm asking you, Commander, move forward. The team support called out twice, but when they didn't receive a response from the distance, they stood up with a frown. Still no response. Is something wrong? The mountaintop, obscured by the lush trees surrounding it, completely concealed several silver mechs. Only the mechanically constructed mobile turret's control panel glowed faintly. The team commander glanced up and gestured to the ranged attacker above. Are there any unusual signs around? The ranged attacker gestured to dismiss the call, aiming their fully charged guns at the rear of the mobile turret. The crimson muzzles pointed directly at Chen Yongji. She moved carefully, and with the mech's inherent color concealment and the control of her mental tentacles, she didn't leak any energy signals. Currently, hidden in a giant tree near the mountaintop, Chen Yongji noticed the commander's movements and glanced upward, locking onto the ranged attacker's position. Honestly, she didn't remember much about buying, aside from the barrage of gunfire and the shadow of the giant disc. Even more profoundly was the lack of coordination in the positioning and division of labor of the silver mechas. As a satellite system of the Demon Eye Galaxy, the gap between it and the red flame of the main system was stark. If the ranged attacker standing atop the mountain was Ruan Winching, Qin Yongji was certain she would be detected the moment she entered range and blasted to dust. Of course, if the Baiyan scout was Li Jingxian, Qin Yongji wouldn't have the confidence to hit the target with one strike. The consequence of this stark contrast was that, even though she knew the enemy was a well-equipped and fully staffed team of 6, excluding the scouts and a few support personnel, Qin Yongji showed no fear or hesitation. Her grip tightened even more. Seeing the commander operating the mobile turret, her eyes were filled with covetousness. The same expression as the star beast had when she saw the energy liquid. Something's wrong. The dynamic gun's accuracy is improving, but why aren't the enemy signals decreasing? The mobile turret's field of view was provided by the signal detector above the circular disc, which had captured the signal from the Red Flame Military Academy mecha. The Silver Squad's commander touched his arm and felt a chill on the back of his neck. He had a bad feeling. Qin Yongji watched the commander's mecha arm slide across the panel a few times. Let me change the firing rate. Hearing this, her eyebrows suddenly twitched. The instructions she left behind were based on the current dynamic gunfire frequency. If they were changed, the ranged attacks would miss, and not only would they be hit head-on, but the melee mechas and robots engaging the Silver Squad would also be targeted as the next attack point. Qin Yongji's surging thoughts suddenly sank. She grasped her lightsaber, unable to wait any longer. As the thought occurred to her, Qin Yongji charged her guns and artillery. Just as the commander was about to change the instructions, she suddenly raised her weapon. Boom! Sparks flew through the trees, blazing with flames, as they barreled straight towards the Silver Command position. The heat illuminated the jungle, piercing the path. Sensing something was amiss, the Silver Squad support unit moved swiftly, striding towards the mobile turret. With one hand, they pulled the defensive mecha in their grasp, clasping their arms across their chests to form a mechanical shield. The surface was coated in energy, creating a pale blue halo. The long-range attacker above was a beat slow. When the gun landed in the center, creating a flaming pit and splattering broken soil all around, he finally reacted and aimed. He was also reminded by the team commander to report the location and bombarded the position where Qin Yang was attacking. The ion cannon pierced through the leaves, singeing through layers of branches before blasting through the trunk of a large tree. Wood chips flew, and the surroundings were blown away by the blast, revealing no trace of hiding. No one. The ranged attacker couldn't help but move closer, hoping for a better look. In the silver team, the defensive mecha shield vanished, and the commander peeked out, never letting his guard down. He knew a ghostly figure was hiding somewhere. After all, a volley of artillery fire from the jungle wouldn't come unprovoked. But scanning the surroundings, the silver commander couldn't discern any signs of a mecha, so he couldn't help but extend his perception further. Hidden below the ranged attacker, behind the silver group, Qin Yongji watched the shield flicker and seemed to dissipate, quickly assessing the combat capabilities of these individuals. The silver support soldier reacted quickly. They had to be dealt with first. The silver ranged attacker was a bit off target, but that didn't matter. That silver ranged attacker looked clumsy. After taking out the silver commander, Qin Yongji had plenty of ways to deal with him. Thinking through the tactics, as the light barrier vanished and the silver mechs trained their guns in front of her, Qin Yongji couldn't help but smile from behind. The moment the support stood up, Qin Yongji's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, a dark shadow darted through the trees. Leaves fluttered behind her, their rapid movement creating invisible air currents like a passing breeze. A few soft rustling sounds didn't attract the attention of the silver mechs. Commander! But a hasty shout from the support position instantly drew the attention of all the silver mechs. A dark shadow suddenly leaped out, grabbing the silver support mech's right hand with lightning speed and twisting it backhandedly. The support mech felt pain, its arm twitching, and its grip on the light blade unconsciously loosened, dropping to the ground with a snap. Qin Yongji reacted incredibly quickly, spun her around twice, then suddenly flung her in one direction. The silver mech watched its companion being flung, the black mech, wielding twin blades, sprinting close behind. The silver commander watched this scene, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Ranger! Are you stupid? What are you doing? Aim and shoot her!" The ranger, perched high above, was startled by his roar, his hand trembling, and he was half a beat late in setting up his cannon. The guns quickly locked onto Qin Yongji's position. The black mech completely blocked the silver mech's presence in front of him. Urged on by the rush, he charged a shot before his vision was fully exposed. The ion cannon, with a surge of energy, instantly burst from the barrel, the heat from the top causing the air to flow in a streamlined shape, shooting straight at Chen Yongji. A wave of heat roared over, rolling like a tidal wave, striking Chen Yongji from behind. She instantly accelerated, her figure passing the silver scout hurtling toward the ground. The black mech stomped its foot on the silver mech's chest, its momentum sending the scout slamming downward, while the black mech used the momentum to launch itself into the air. With a tumble, it brushed past the blast of air from the ion cannon. Bang! The blast struck the silver scout directly, where Chen Yongji had taken cover. The ion cannon shell exploded in the silver mech's chest, sending sparks flying and carrying fragments of its armor with it. The shattered metal pierced the branches, piercing through the forest and hitting the leaves, creating a continuous clang. Chen Yongji leaped into the air, holding his sword to his chest. The flying fragments collided with the sword, making a clanging sound. Her mech roared, hovering briefly for 2 seconds. She could hear the snap of branches, and the sound of heavy objects falling. As the silver mech crashed into the ground, Chen Yongji spun his blade in midair, the radiant blade deflecting the incoming debris. He reversed his grip on the hilt, and plummeted from the air. His figure flashed like a meteor, landing squarely on the ground. Puff! The black mech agilely landed on the treetops, lightly moving in an instant before the silver scout, her speed too fast for the ranged attackers to catch. The silver commander, watching her blade fall, flushed crimson, his eyes bulging. Too far away, he could only desperately call out to the scout over the communication network, but received no response. Suppressing his anger, he activated his guns and began aiming at Chen Yongji's position. Red flame, die. Hearing the commander's roar, and seeing the scout mech shatter, the ranged attacker froze in shock, their hands gripping their guns trembling uncontrollably. He didn't mean to. He didn't mean to attack his own men. Chen Yongji paid no heed to their feelings. A white blade of light pierced the shattered armor and penetrated the cockpit. Spiritual energy wrapped around the blade, spreading outward and shattering the strange tentacle energy connected to it. The scout, stunned by the gunfire, was motionless, but as the blade severed the communicator link, he trembled uncontrollably, his cheeks etched with hideous lines from the nerves. The instant the communicator was disconnected, the silver commander's mental field was critically damaged. His mental tentacle strands were severed, and the intense pain made him gasp, like a steel needle piercing his brain. The sudden pain intensified his rage, and his eyes flashed crimson. The moment the guns were charged, Baiying commanded the cannons to fire, shouting almost frantically, "The rats in the gutter will hide in the dark and ambush people. Run! You're so good at dodging." His vision was filled with blood, and he couldn't even make out Chen Yongji's position. The violent turmoil in his mind prevented the silver commander from thinking too much. He ignored the battle around him, and kept consuming the energy of his guns and cannons. The guns and cannons roared as they discharged. Chen Yongji quickly drew his sword and leaped onto the treetops, dodging the oncoming gunfire. The black mecha was like a gust of invisible wind in the jungle, swiftly leaping and landing. His movements were light, almost leisurely, a stark contrast to the frantic silver commander and the completely disorganized and bewildered silver mecha. The heat of the guns and cannons brushed past her, carrying a shockwave of energy that made Chen Yongji purse her lips unconsciously. In reality, she wasn't feeling any less relaxed. The silver mecha had been blasted to such a degree by a single shot, let alone Chen Yongji's mecha. Every evasive movement was a response of utmost concentration. This high-risk battle intensified Chen Yongji's nerves. Her face was serious, but a crimson smile flickered beneath her calm eyes as she fearlessly charged into the encircled barrage. The scorching heat ignited an intense burning sensation, the pain masked by her throbbing nerves. Chen Yongji pressed closer, instantly closing the distance between her and the silver team. The glaring blades were right in front of her face, so close, the silver commander's accuracy rivaled hers. Chen Yongji could see he was raging, his mental activity skyrocketing, hinting at a state of madness. As soon as the commander's barrage had finished, the surrounding defenses and melee fighters immediately pinned him down. The melee fighters punched him in the face, shouting at him to calm down. The silver commander gasped, his frantic attack finally subsiding. He seemed to regain consciousness, subconsciously shaking his head. But before he could fully recover, a brilliant light exploded before his eyes, piercing the darkness before him. It swept aside layers of fallen leaves and headed straight for the silver commander's face. The blade of light pierced the commander's chest, swung out with force. The melee mech holding the commander was caught off guard, his arm yanked by a tremendous force, and he lost his grip. As the mech was pulled, he felt the commander mech fly backwards uncontrollably. He reached out to grab it, but a black iron fist suddenly flashed before him. The person was incredibly fast, like lightning, advancing with a sharp sound that broke through the wind. With a thud, he struck the melee mech side in the face. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent him flying. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive thuds. The commander and the melee mech struck simultaneously in 2 directions. The defensive mech was about to raise its shield-like arms, but the black mech, hastily retracting its fists, glanced at him, leaped up, and charged directly towards the commander's position. The defensive mech froze for a moment, its first feeling being underestimated. Then, seeing the black mech's back, it instantly cried out in shock. Great opportunity. Jiaran. Shoot her. Shoot her now. Silver range attacker Chi Jiaran, upon hearing this, trembled as he set up his cannon, his lips trembling with nervousness. In his time, Qin Yongji had already rushed in front of the silver commander. Don't you want to see how I run? Qin Yongji grabbed the silver commander's mech skull, grabbed it by the crown, and suddenly lifted it up. Seeing the silver commander reaching for the light blade on the ground, his left arm weapon still charging, she scoffed. Open your dog eyes and see? Qin Yongji slapped his face insultingly with her other hand. The second after the silver commander touched the blade, she suddenly chuckled, leaped up, and swung the man with all her might. Bang! The mecha was flung toward the mountain wall, crashing with a resounding thud. Chapter 13. Qin Yongji's movements continued without pause. His palm slid down the mech's cockpit, quickly reaching his neck and locking his fingers together. Ah! The silver commander struggled in the cockpit, the feeling of oxygen deprivation and suffocation faithfully transmitted by his mental tentacles. The silver commander's limbs thrashed, but Qin Yongji's grip on his neck remained as still as a mountain. The grip tightened, causing the silver commander's breathing to stagnate and his face to turn purple. However, even as the silver commander experienced this agony, what made his vision darker was the sudden, searing, agonizing pain that shot up from the center of his face. Bang! Qin Yongji clenched his fists with incredible speed, his arms swinging out in afterimages, one after another. The thuds of blows, the brutality of the one-sided assault, sent a chill down the spines of the silver commander's body. The already nervous ranger's guns wobbled even more. The melee mech, having just risen, felt the vibrations in the communication network linking it to the command center, its mental tentacles trembling. Its legs gave way uncontrollably, and it slumped to the ground again with a thud. Amidst the rapid clatter of metal against metal, a crackling sound echoed. The first to explode were Qin Yongji's finger joints, their hard metal armor tumbling. Then the silver command mech, its armor shattered, its torso punctuated by punches. Layers of lightning flashed across its surface, indicating severe contact failure. Qin Yongji didn't stop, she continued to pummel the silver mech. With a bang, the silver mech reached its limit, its cockpit shattering. Qin Yongji seized the opportunity, quickly dismantling the obstructing parts around the mech, then mercilessly yanked the cockpit down. The mental tentacles from the communicator snapped, and in that instant, the forcible rupture of the mental tendrils sent a cascade of excruciating pain through the mental realms of the 6 individuals connected to the silver command. The melee mech, having just stood up, barely had time to move before a wave of pain erupted in its mental realm, like a punch in the face, hammering it back to the ground. The silver soldier's vision went black with pain, the agonizing mental torture coursing through his body, every nerve bearing the shockwaves of the energy from the severed mental tentacles on the communication network. Even the ranged attackers high in the air crouched and cowered. Qin Yongji, noticing his position, raised his gun and fired a round at his surroundings. His accuracy was truly questionable. Even though the silver ranged attackers were stationary, Qin Yongji's hits were barely within striking distance. She shook the hammer mech's numb palm, let out a chuckle, and, unconvinced, approached, the mech leaping towards the mountaintop. The ranger sensed something was amiss when he heard the explosions. He didn't notice his body trembling. His mind frantically sent commands to dodge, but his body was completely out of control, frozen in place. When he vaguely felt a gust of wind approaching, the sounds in the Silver Ranger's ears were completely drowned out by the roar of gunfire. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the blackness of his vision, and a blazing heat washed over him. Boom! The gunfire exploded on the mountaintop, shattering the rubble. The silver mech was struck by the impact and plummeted from above, crashing into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Qin Yongji didn't miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the minds of the silver men, she swiftly blasted all the mechs to the ground. She dug the men out of the cockpits one by one, unhooked the ropes tied around their waists, and then trapped them. Then she began fiddling with the mobile turret. Just as she touched the control panel, ready to issue the stop command, a pop-up window popped up, announcing a biometric error. Then Shin Yongji was asked to enter the activation sequence. She stared at the blank panel for a moment, then turned her head to look at the Silver Squad, their heads bowed dejectedly, their faces bruised and swollen. The ranged attacker, sensing her gaze, swallowed unconsciously and moved backward, a gesture of fear. The Silver Commander, watching her attempt to control the mobile turret, suddenly looked up and burst into laughter at Shin Yongji. The man leaped from the mech, his golden hair swaying in the wind in the darkness, but in the Silver Commander's eyes, he was still a treacherous rat he hated. Despicable red flame man. Ha ha ha, want to control a mobile turret? The Silver Commander threw back his head and laughed wildly, then spat on the ground. Dream on. Bomb you rubbish. Underminable, lowly evolved creatures. Shin Yongji watched him curse with a look of satisfaction. She strode closer, and as she passed the Silver Ranger, she saw him cowering. She paused, pinched Chi Jiaran's jaw with one hand, and gestured with her finger. You commanders are always like this. Insane? The Silver Commander looked at her, laughing uncontrollably. Shin Yongji got goosebumps from his laughter, and thought he was insane. As for the curse words, Shin Yongji didn't quite understand them. She had been here for almost 2 weeks, and by then, aside from the realm of evolutionary spirituality and mechanical theory, she had only a limited understanding of everything else. In other words, she had no idea what the Silver Commander meant by inferior creatures. As for trash, Shin Yongji never cared about quick words. Her fists would tell everyone who was trash. Chi Jiaran was held by her jaw, the restraining force so strong that he dared not move, fearing Shin Yongji would get angry and crush his bones. He blinked cautiously, a chill spreading behind him. He stared at Shin Yongji's fingers with fear. No, Commander, he's just not feeling well mentally. Oh, Shin Yongji looked at him for a second, smiled, and said with concern, will that affect his memory? Chi Jiaran was stunned for a moment, about to say something, but the Silver Commander's face changed, calling him an idiot and a coward, terrifying him. Shin Yongji's grip loosened, and as she listened to the incessant chatter, her smile faded. She flexed her fingers and strode towards the Silver Commander with her long legs. I was so busy fixing your brain just now that I forgot to wash your mouth, right? Her voice was a clear, youthful one, evoking visions of passionate, energetic young women, always smiling and giving off a genuine vibe. But at this moment, it struck the Silver team as chilling. The Silver Commander stared at her intently, his words bloodshot. Kill me if you dare. I never tell you what the point of getting the mobile turret is. You red flame soldiers still have to die. Shin Yongji raised her leg and kicked him, knocking him against the rock behind him. Her long, black-booted leg pressed against his chest, pinning him down. Then, looking down at him, she said, It's okay. You tell me. As she spoke, she reached into her pockets. The Silver Commander watched her movements intently with bated breath. Inwardly, he felt somewhat confident, believing the Chien people wouldn't kill them easily. Chien's upbringing was different from theirs. These people were naive and formidable, and would definitely not kill him. They might even take him as a prisoner and raise him well. However, if he held out a little longer, and realized the mobile turret hadn't received any commands for a long time, the main force at base would surely notice, and then all the Chien people would be dead, he thought hopefully, but when he saw Shin Yongji pull something from his pocket, the Silver Commander's composure completely shattered. What are you going to do? He began to struggle violently, his hands behind his back, struggling against the ropes, his face savage as he roared at Shin Yongji. You can't use this on me. Chien forbids it. No. What Shin Yongji pulled from his pocket was a fingertip-sized chip. No one needed to explain. Everyone knew what it was. An interrogation chip. Created by the Yatta Galaxy, the former main star system of the Demon Eye star region, it is specifically designed for detecting fluctuations in the mental realm. It is a product of the fusion of the psychic energy waves of star beasts. Each impact inflicts immense damage to the interrogator, and has the effect of manipulating their mental tentacles, forcing them to tell the truth. If they lie, the abnormal fluctuations in their mental tentacles trigger the chip to release even more stimulating energy shocks. It is considered the most severe interstellar interrogation punishment. Furthermore, after use, most interrogated individuals will bypass the reversible state of frenzy caused by the mental tentacles disorder and enter an irreversible state of calm, resulting in a silent death. Due to its severe side effects, the Red Flame Galaxy designated it as a prohibited item after experiments. However, in the 3-star regions outside of the Crimson Flame and Tianxian star regions, interrogation chips were still in circulation as interrogation tools. Commander Bain had used this device on others. He had witnessed with his own eyes an incredibly powerful and determined Commander Bain driven mad by an interrogation chip, kneeling and begging for mercy, barely surviving like a dying dog. He knew the power of this device. Commander Bain was horrified and a little incredulous. These Qian people clearly had no logistical support. On the first day of the battle, their firepower was barely adequate, their barrier energy was completely gone, and they were using energy mines borrowed from the mutation zone. How could they possibly have produced an interrogation chip? But the facts were stark. The Qian cadet before him looked harmless, but her words and actions were completely different from those of a Qian person. She looked at them as if they were dead. Commander Bain felt a chill on the back of his neck. He realized this person might actually kill him. Qin Yangji heard his condemnation and watched his lips begin to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, lowering his voice to a chilling tone, like a ghost whispering in someone's ear, sending a chill through his body. Oh, Qian prohibits it, but I'm not a Qian person. What can I do? It doesn't affect me. Using Qian laws to embarrass her, a person from another world? How ridiculous. Chen Yangji thought to herself. Just as she finished, she began to pull out the tools for injecting the chip. The next second, the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against Commander Bain's neck. This moment completely sobered Commander Bain. He had been so arrogant just moments before, but now, he was completely overcome by fear. He shook his head frantically, looking up at Qin Yangji pleadingly. I'm telling you. I know the activation sequence. I tell you. I tell you. I tell you everything. Let me go. Please let me go. Qin Yangji paused. It would have been nice if you had done this earlier. She lowered her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. Go ahead. The Silver Commander felt the cold syringe gun leave his neck and suddenly gasped for air, as if he had just recovered. After reciting a series of commands in a faint voice, he completely slumped, as if he had lost his soul. Qin Yangji shook the interrogation chip, repeated it, and quickly entered it into the turret. Seeing the input was successful, she smiled at the Silver Commander. Well done. Then, under the horrified gazes of the Silver team, she poured out the chips, put away the syringe gun, reached out and gathered a few chips, and tossed them into her mouth. She chewed them with a crunching sound. The Silver team's minds blanked for a few seconds as they watched. The Silver Commander's face was particularly noticeable. His expression had been one of dejection and defeat, and his eyes were vacant. Hearing a crunching sound, he looked up and saw Qin Yangji rhythmically tossing a few chips into his mouth. In that instant, Commander Bain's senses were completely seized. She saw no colors, heard no other sounds, and was only aware of Qin Yangji's movements. The sound of crunching chips recurred in her ears, growing louder and louder, gradually filling her mind. His breathing became increasingly rapid, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, bloodshot, and his face flushed inexplicably. Qin Yangji noticed something was wrong with him, because strange mental tentacles emanated from him, completely uncontrolled, and instantly lashed out in all directions. The unfamiliar aura of mental energy caused her mental tentacles, which were directed towards her, to twitch uncomfortably, as if their territory was being invaded. She began to violently rip at the tentacles that extended towards her. The rupture of his mental tentacles didn't bring the Silver Commander back to his senses. Commander. The Silver Mech next to him stared at him in horror, calling his name. The Silver Commander, seemingly oblivious, struggled frantically from the ground, attempting to rise. He let out a low growl and glared with hatred at the Silver Melee soldier, the organism closest to him. The Melee soldier, realizing he couldn't wake him, turned to Qin Yangji. He's gone berserk. Qin Yangji glanced at him, seeing the rope still attached, unable to break free. She chewed a candy chip, feeling the oil-like flavor of the nutrient solution splatter in her mouth. She wore a look of unpleasant forbearance, her eyes calmly glancing at the Silver Commander, who had gone berserk, but couldn't get up because his leg had been broken by Qin Yangji, and was crawling to bite and ram his companions. She was surrounded by the enemy's psychic energy, but Qin Yangji was surrounded by her own psychic tentacles, so the energy attacks couldn't reach her. She ignored it, and continued to control the mobile turret. What did the Silver Man's frenzy have to do with her? It wasn't her fault. Thinking of this, Qin Yangji reflected for a moment. She couldn't be so petty. Was she so angry just because she tricked him with a fake chip candy? She shook her head, and focused on controlling the motion-captured guns. Her companions were still struggling to survive under fire. How could she have the time to care about a few silver men? Chapter 14. The melee mechas formed an encircling formation, circling the rear of the silver team. Ruan Winching observed the situation and fired his guns, blocking the next attack from the dynamic guns. The two waves collided, sending sparks flying in the air. Just as the ranged attack groups switched positions, the ranged attackers in the next wave suddenly paused. Ruan Winching's heart skipped a beat. Why did they stop? This pause would require another round of calculations, but Ruan Winching watched the dimming Site 1066 signal. Qin Yongji wasn't there now. His heart suddenly rose. Seeing the battle intensifying and half of the silver mechas already down, he glanced up nervously. This sight also froze Ruan Winching for a second. The dynamic capture gun suddenly flickered, but the light wasn't meant to attack the guns. Someone quickly shifted the muzzle of their long-range assault rifle and suggested, while it stopped attacking, shoot it down. Ruan Winching stared at the flashing signal for 2 seconds before realizing it was a unique code. Combined, it read, "Don't shoot, we're on the same side." Is it just my imagination? Why does this flashing frequency really sound like the red flame code? Is it Bain's trick? But the gunfire frequency has stopped. The long-range assault team fell silent for a moment. Just then, the flashing frequency of the motion-captured gun suddenly changed again. The red flame cadets shuddered, alertly aiming their guns at it. They saw the flashing cease for a second before returning to a different frequency. Send the others back? No way. This feels more and more like Bain's conspiracy. That's so convincing. Let's just fight. It's moving. Hearing the sound, Ruan Winching looked over and saw the disc suddenly veer towards Bain. The flashes of gunfire ceased, and the barrels extended again, a convergence of red light signaling an attack. However, at this moment, the disc had already reached the sky above the gathering silver mechas. The melee and support personnel engaged in combat with the silver mechas in front were stunned, staring upward in terror, a sharp crackle echoing through the communication network. Brother Ruan. What's going on? Ah! It's coming! It's not going to hit me! Attack from a distance, save me! Ruan Winching observed the disc's trajectory, as if testing the signal point below. The barrels were aligned, and at every angle, a group of silver mechas were being directly bombarded. It truly looked like a motion-captured backfire. Ruan Winching reacted quickly. As the signal faded through the channel, he made a decision and immediately ordered the other mechas to retreat, evacuating the area surrounding the silver mechas as quickly as possible. Watching the disc approach, the Qian Military Academy students, having experienced a strafing attack, felt a pang of gloom within them. Upon hearing Ruan Winching's command, the defensive mechas formed into a formation, immediately surrounding the others and retreating. Qin Yongji watched the red flame signal source disappear from the control panel, and nodded with a look of relief. It seemed everyone had understood her signal. Beside her, the background sounded, as the silver team's commander screamed and wailed. Qin Yongji only frowned slightly, finding it a bit too noisy. His hands quickly controlled the dynamic guns, charging the attack, the bombardment frequency and angle constantly changing. Watching the disc fly overhead, the silver team was momentarily puzzled. Then, the next second, the red gun barrels were trained on their mechas. In the blink of an eye, the bombardment rained down, and the high temperature spread. The silver team's commander was stunned, listening to the constant condemnation from within the team against the team operating the mobile turret. The crackle of gunfire continued to blast around his ears, fragments piercing the mechs, shockwaves crushing the surrounding branches. The silver commander's heart pounded, a sense of utter turmoil washing over him. Someone in the team was still cursing. His fellow commanders accused him of misjudging, and leaving only one squad to guard the mobile turret. Judging by the dynamic trajectories, the red flame might have an opportunity to turn against them. The ranged attack was surrounded by the silver team from behind. The sounds of fierce fighting rang out. The surrounding mechs were blasted by dynamic capture volleys of fire, sending a wave of energy blasts crashing down upon them. The mech's hull was blasted open, its internal communication wires charred black. A series of painful howls echoed, leaving the silver commander momentarily bewildered. The red flame cadets didn't let him remain indifferent for long. Seeing the situation looking promising, Ruan Winching, aided by the dynamic volleys, launched a fierce attack, instantly clearing the battlefield. The signal points belonging to the silver mecha on the map disappeared one by one. Qin Yongji disabled the motion-captured gunfire settings. Her companions could handle the rest, and she began to focus on other things. The mobile turret remained silent as Qin Yongji found the program connecting to the starship. Suddenly, she glanced down at the structure embedded in the mountain. Disassembling this thing was a bit different from disassembling the mecha. She thought, I need a different set of tools. Then, she noticed the incessant voices behind her. The Silver Commander was still frantic. The mental tentacles, however, had lost their previous excitement and vitality. Instead, they lay limply on the ground, like withered vines, indicating that the other party's mental damage was about to turn into an irreversible state of calm. Chen Yangji wore a troubled expression. It would be difficult to carry all this away alone. She should seek help. As she pondered this, she activated the dynamic gun's charge setting again, and it began flashing a red signal. The red light flickered for a moment, before being noticed by Ruan Wenqing, who had already completely captured the silver team. Straight past him, cadets carrying the tied-up silvers pressed forward. Mechanical students were dismantling the mech and cockpit, while others helped carry the disassembled items. These were all repair materials. They could be melted down later. 526 star conditions were difficult, so even if the compatibility with the mech wasn't perfect, they could still be used. Seeing Ruan Wenqing look up, a mechanical student passing by with a pile of miscellaneous parts glanced up. Seeing the flashing light, and instinctively, inspired by years of monthly exams, he instinctively identified it with the red flame code. Come find me? Who's this person? The mechanical students, aroused, saw the dynamic guns turn, but they were too busy attacking the silvers to think twice. Now that things had calmed down, they simply thought this student was truly impressive and were filled with admiration. But he looked around. Mechanical Department Head Shi Cixin was still there. It couldn't have been her who had taken down the mobile turret. Melee Department Head Zhuo Ling was also there. It wasn't the silver team around the mobile turret that he had dealt with. Several top Red Flame Academy students were there. At this thought, the image of a golden-haired figure flashed uncontrollably through the mechanical student's mind. Without waiting for Ruan Wenqing's response, he glanced around. The basic mechas all looked similar, and it was hard to tell who was who. But as he lowered his head, he noticed Site-1066, who had disappeared from the communication network. Chen Yangji? Chen Yangji. Ruan Wenqing's voice, ready to respond, was completely drowned out by the startled exclamation of the mechanical student. The name Chen Yangji instantly caught the attention of everyone around him. Li Jingxian, concerned about Chen Yangji's whereabouts, hurried forward. Where's Chen Yangji? The mechanical engineering student pointed at the flashing lights on the dynamic gun disc, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was Chen Yangji's doing? Didn't she lose her memory? She's only been learning for a few days. Li Jingxian looked in the direction he pointed, reflexively translating the code, then watched the disc spin in midair, her movements hinting at anxiety. Li Jingxian took a few steps in the direction of the disc's movement. As if communicating through the air, Chen Yangji's eyes lit up and began to shift gears. Send more people. Li Jingxian frowned, puzzled, and glanced back at Ruan Wenqing. Going there? It should be Xiaoang. I see she's heading back into the forest. Li Jingxian couldn't help but clench her fist, feeling like hitting the child. She thought Chen Yangji was going to scurry off to join the other melee fighters, and surround the rear of the silver team. She was so busy dealing with the battlefield at the time, that she hadn't had time to ask further questions. Who knew this kid would quietly accomplish something significant, quietly taking down the mobile turret? She didn't know how many men the silver team had assigned to watch the mobile turret, to see how hard the fight was, or if Chen Yangji was injured. But judging by the current team's numbers, it was a small one, not a large one. This meant that there were silver teams waiting behind to support them. They had to wrap up quickly, and return to the barrier. Ruan Wenqing nodded and called a few men to follow, with Wei Xian and Shi Cixin joining them. Zhuo Ling and Lan Qingcheng were tied up, and stayed behind to continue clearing the battlefield. Because moving the turret would require handling and disassembly, Shi Cixin also called a few mechanical engineering students. Pang Shan responded enthusiastically, and immediately followed. As the group caught up, the disc's light flickered a few times, with no apparent pattern. Li Jingxian smiled, her first instinct being that it was Chen Yangji's expression of joy. What does this mean? Pang Shan tried to translate it into the red flame code, but after a long time, he couldn't find the answer. He had no choice but to ask Shi Cixin. A smile flashed across the black-haired girl's crimson eyes. She turned, her tone much gentler. She's happy. Pang Shan's expression was filled with confusion, and he couldn't contain himself. She even has to say she's happy? In such a serious moment. He was so nervous. Come on. Although he knew Chen Yangji had captured the mobile turret, Pang Shan was still on edge after a fierce gunfight, terrified of a mecha swooping in from the surroundings. The others weren't as nervous as he was. Wei Xian chuckled twice, suddenly realizing something. He said to Ruan Wenqing beside him, I never seen this signal before. I think we could program it in as a smiley face. You think combat coding is for gaming? Ruan Wenxing glanced back. I even set up an entertainment symbol for you. Wei Xian made a few hand gestures, trying to attract Yuan Dai's attention. He paused, accidentally blocking Li Jingxian behind him. Hong Yuan kicked him forward. What are you doing? Wei Xian stumbled, holding his buttocks, and turned back with a sense of grievance. I just wanted to communicate with Qin Yangji. She can't see it, idiot. She'd see she knew the mobile turret's control panel, which had only a dot as a marker. Wei Xian reacted, suddenly realizing this, and gave an awkward smile. Just as he finished laughing, he moved forward, but suddenly stopped. Li Jingxian, blocked again, immediately tutored her words, and whispered a warning, Wei Xian, you better be doing something serious. Shit! Wei Xian looked ahead, then suddenly turned back, pointing with a trembling finger. This is perverted. Behind him, several mechas peered over the fallen branches and shattered limbs. The sight first revealed a bush flattened by the mechas. Then came branches that had been broken in half. While not completely broken, their leaves had already fallen to the ground, seemingly covering something. As the branches swayed, a faint metallic gleam shone through them. Wei Xian strode over, yanked the branches apart, and unrolled the full view. A completely dismantled mecha. The cockpit had been pulled free, but the communication wires hadn't been completely severed. Every part of the mecha had been disassembled, leaving only the individual communication links, like a puppet being held by strings, completely unrecognizable. Watching the scene, every soldier felt a chill run down their spines. Not to mention the importance, the soldiers attached to the mecha, the pain felt during the disassembly process alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Couldn't Qin Yangji have done this too? Wei Xian turned back in shock. Seeing no one answer him, he looked upwards again, his expression unspeakable. Noticing their pause, Qin Yangji pondered for a second. She hadn't noticed anything unusual along the way. Could they have been tripped up by the silver reinforcements? That shouldn't be the case. She looked at the newly disassembled connector. The mobile turret's starship signal hadn't been disrupted. The silver base shouldn't have noticed so quickly. Qin Yangji glanced at the distance to the disk again, and suddenly realized what she had been forgetting. So, the silver scout she knocked unconscious in the jungle hadn't been dealt with yet. Qin Yangji's body stiffened, a sense of guilt building up as he recalled the horrific torment he inflicted on the other man before leaving. The Qian people wouldn't think she was some pervert with a sadistic fetish, would they? Qin Yangji stiffly clicked the control panel. The circular disc of the motion-captured gun slowly spun in midair, its light flickering with a certain awkwardness. Come on, QAQ. Wei Xian had no idea what QAQ meant, but looking at the characters gave him a strange chill. Ugh, what kind of symbol is this? He grumbled. The thought of the violent girl who had defeated the Silver Scout and dismantled the mecha like that, typing out these cold characters, Wei Xian's skin crawled as he thought of Qin Yangji's expressionless face. He had a feeling Qin Yangji was going to beat him to a pulp. Chapter 15. Wei Xian thought the reconnaissance mechs in the woods had reached their limit. But as he followed the disc up the hill, before he got close, he saw the corpse of the mech lying on the ground. Strange mental tentacles emanated from its path, darting towards it when they touched it, only to be attacked by him and his companions. As soon as they reached the summit, they saw the surface covered in gunfire scars and small dents from the impact. Cixin looked around, and could clearly match the dents with the scars on the silver mech. She shifted her gaze and, along with the others, spotted a golden mushroom crouched in the shadow of the towering mountain on the opposite side, studying the mobile turret base. The disc roared, and Qin Yangji turned around in surprise. He stood up quickly, and waved to the towering mech. Several of them simultaneously put away their mechs, and were about to head towards her, when a low growl drew their attention. Ruan Wenxing and his companions followed the sound, and saw the silver soldiers, bound in layers. One of them had something stuffed in his mouth. Upon seeing them, veins popped from his face, his eyes frantic as he tried to lunge at them. However, his legs dragged on the ground, his body unable to move beyond the force of his movements. He looked utterly miserable. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die! Save me! The silver soldiers, seeing them in their Qian combat uniforms, felt as if they had found their saviors. Their eyes, filled with tears, looked at them with hope. The melee unit, tortured by the commander, was particularly affected. Their mental tentacles were agitated, their mental state no longer normal. The Silver Squad's ranged attack, maintenance, and logistics personnel were tied together. Seeing this, they cowered, not daring to speak, their gaze filled with fear as they gazed at Qin Yangji. But when he looked at them, It was as if he were a savior. Seeing such a look from a silver galaxy for the first time, Wei Xian's chill intensified. He shivered a few times and stood behind Wanwenxing. Hilarious. Ever since the red flame galaxy destroyed the Yatta galaxy 40 years ago, severely weakened and withdrawing from the race for interstellar supremacy, the silver galaxy has repeatedly attempted to encroach on the red flame's territory. They never shown a good face to the red flame galaxy, instead only eyes filled with hatred, disgust, and even a desire to kill them. This was the first time he's seen this side of him. Wei Xian was horrified, yet also deeply shocked. What on earth had Qin Yangji done to terrify these people so much? They were even willing to seek help from their enemies, the Red Flame. What a scene! Did you do this? What did you do to them? Li Jingxian approached, pointing at the group of Silver Galaxy. Qin Yangji blinked, her eyes clear and innocent, and shook her head. I don't know, I didn't do anything. Li Jingxian frowned and glanced at them for a few seconds. Then with a hint of disgust, she turned her gaze back to Qin Yangji. One glance, and she was a little mad. Qin Yangji, how on earth did you get yourself so dirty? She pulled out her sleeve and tried to wipe the black marks off Qin Yangji's face. However, the substance, unknown to her, spread more and more, covering half of Qin Yangji's face. Li Jingxian tried a few times, but finding it impossible to clean, she stopped and stared at her in silence. Qin Yangji obediently tilted his head upwards, his skin reddened by her rubbing, but he said nothing. He only looked at her with trusting eyes, his lips pursed tightly, a hint of guilt at his expression. It's not very dirty, is it? Li Jingxian touched it with her fingertips, wiped off a little black mark, and sniffed. What's that smell? Motor oil. Shi Cixin took a slow step forward, leaning in close to Qin Yangji's hair. The close proximity made Qin Yangji a little uncomfortable, but she didn't resist. Instead, she clenched her fist, slowly taking in Shi Cixin's body warmth and unfamiliar scent. Shi Cixin simply sniffed, but after 2 or 3 seconds, she stepped back and replied with certainty. Hearing her answer, Qin Yangji remembered something and searched his pockets. Oh! This is it. The chip candy appeared again, and the faces of the several Qian people present suddenly changed. Pang Shan's patience ran out, and he shouted, Holy crap! This. Interrogation chip? Did you make it yourself, or buy it on the Bingjing black market? This thing is contraband. Pang Shan's eyes widened, wishing he had never seen Qin Yangji take it out. The penalties for misusing interrogation chips at Qian are severe, even to the point of being inhumane. Aw, don't get me wrong, it's just candy, Qin Yangji explained with a wink. She then popped a candy into her mouth and chewed it. This action caused the silver soldiers' faces to twist, and the Qian Military Academy students to collectively freeze. I never thought it could be this way, Wei Xian reacted, covering his face with his hands, silently reaching out to calm his nerves. Give me one, can you? Qin Yangji generously tossed him one. As soon as he took a bite, a strong smell of motor oil exploded. It was a concentrated version of motor oil nutrient solution. He couldn't help but burp as soon as he swallowed it. I made it with nutrient solution, Qin Yangji added a little later. Wei Xian's face wrinkled with disgust at the taste, and he asked unwillingly, Isn't it just candy? Where's the sweetness? Next time, for sure. Qin Yangji gave an apologetic smile, his fangs bared, a smile clearly a sign of a successful prank. Shi Cixin glanced at it, and shook her head helplessly. Wei Xian was truly being played like a fool. You used this to trick out the activation sequence? Wanwenxing looked at the silver man, who was almost on the verge of tears, and guessed something. Qin Yangji nodded, his tone calm. Yes. 1 second he swore to die, the next he told everything. The effect was immediate, truly a powerful interrogation tool. Qin Yangji calmly crushed a piece of candy chip and examined it, then answered seriously. It was her. She's the one who drove our commander crazy. Someone in the silver team roared in grief and indignation. Qin Yangji couldn't help but laugh. Her gaze was cold, but her tone was calm. Don't blame me, please. He's in a state of mental insanity. What does it have to do with me? Wanwenxing nodded, also somewhat bewildered. Qian and Baiyin were enemies, and this Baiyin man was trying to tell Qin Yangji on a Qian man. Wanwenxing didn't know what had gone wrong with Baiyin. He must be really crazy. His expression was also somewhat indescribable. He ignored the frantic Baiyin man and began to clean up the battlefield. Shi Cixin and several mechanical students were dismantling the mobile turret, while Qin Yangji squatted nearby, watching and learning. Pang Shan, sweating profusely, turned around and saw her eager eyes. He paused, met Qin Yangji's expectant gaze, and strangely understood her desire, Do you want to try? He said expressionlessly. Qin Yongji's eyes lit up, and he politely asked before extending his hand, "Is it okay?" Before Pang Shan could reply, she had already grasped the tool. Pang Shan was merely being polite, having never expected her to truly take his place. As he strained his hands, preparing to compete, he realized he had no chance against the towering force of Qin Yongji. Okay, he gritted his teeth, decisively letting go to make room for Qin Yongji. He had originally intended to observe her technique from behind, but as soon as she started, she quickly caught up with the others around her, leaving Pang Shan's eyes wide open. Where's the promised amnesia? People with amnesia are more fluid than him. Is he truly cut out for a career in mechanics? His eyes gradually darkened into egg-drop shapes as he faced the wind, his whole body shattered, a feeling of crushing defeat on every level. With the mobile turret in hand, several men bundled up the Silver Soldier and prepared to bring him back inside the barrier. But during the transport, the Silver Commander's movements couldn't stop, his hands thrashing restlessly. The rest of the Silver team also intended to stall for time, believing the turret's repositioning would undoubtedly be monitored by the base. A little delay might even lead to rescue. However, unexpectedly, Qin Yongji dismantled the starship connection mechanism from the mobile turret, threw it aside, and even crushed it twice with his foot. The Silver team members' faces paled instantly. Then she clapped her hands, strode forward, and locked the Silver Commander's hands. With her other hand, she pinned him down and slammed him against the mountain wall. With a resounding thud, the Silver Commander's eyes rolled back, his legs stretched out, and he fainted. Qin Yongji clapped her hands. All right. She turned to look at the others, flicked her wrist, and said, "Is anyone else disobeying?" The Silver team suddenly stood at attention, their legs still weak, but they crawled quickly to keep up with the Red Flame's pace. They feared Qin Yongji would press his head down and strike them as well. The Silver Ranger looked at the commander with pity. The man was breathing more than breathing, motionless, as if dead. One more glance at him sent a chill through his body. The Red Flame men were stunned for a second by her decisive move, not daring to hesitate. Even Pang Shan raised his hand to his mouth, fearing Qin Yongji would bear a grudge and strike him back. On the way back to the barrier, they dared not relax, constantly alert to any movement around them. Even the Silver team pricked up their ears, hoping that the main force would come to rescue them. But the journey was smooth, a rare moment of peace. Passing through the artillery fire and smoke from the chaotic battle, they quickly returned to the base area. They're back. They're back. A cadet on sentry duty atop the mountain saw the group enter the barrier and shouted down. After Wan Wenqing confirmed with the others that everyone was present, the energy barrier behind him whirred into existence. A flash of electricity instantly enveloped the surroundings. Qin Yongji swung the mobile turret out of Shixixin's nanospace, landing on the ground with a thud. The surrounding cadets happily jumped down from their perch and gathered around to see. When they discovered it was indeed a mobile turret and motion-capture guns, they all burst into laughter. That's incredible. Who made this? I offer my wholehearted respect. Haha, Brother Wan, you brought back a few silver captives too. As they spoke, someone noticed Qin Yongji, who was traveling with them. Someone answered that it was Qin Yongji who had brought back the mobile turret, and the crowd's gazes and noise gradually shifted to her, surrounding the blonde girl. A gentle girl took advantage of the chaos to shove a hard package into Qin Yongji's hands. She said something and hurriedly retreated. I confiscated this from the buying people. I give it to you. Thank you for your hard work. Before Qin Yongji could even get a good look at her, she had already merged into the crowd before him. She wasn't quite used to handling such a lively atmosphere. The barrage of questions about how they defeated the buying team and how they obtained the sequence filled her ears, and she simply kept her head down, trying to hide behind Li Jingxian. Sensing her embarrassment, Li Jingxian laughed heartily and waved her hand to warn the others, "Stop crowding around. Quickly sort out the supplies for this trip and lock the buying people up with the 526. Hurry, there's more work to do. We gossip later." When someone else said this, everyone felt a little impatient with the rush. But when Li Jingxian spoke, everyone had one thought. Gossip was a sure thing. After all, she was the most gossipy person in the entire Qian military academy. This operation was planned suddenly. Initially, the goal was simply to seize the silver ion cannon, but it turned out to be incredibly successful. Not only did they obtain the ion cannon, they also picked up most of the silver mechs, not to mention the incredibly lethal mobile turret. Although they couldn't obtain the silver mech startup sequence and couldn't pilot it, disassembling them was just the right amount of material to repair the damaged mechs of the cadets, and they also had a large amount of spare energy. It was a bountiful harvest. For Chen Yongji, not only did she secure the mobile turret she coveted most, but when she returned to the cave to review her situation, she discovered someone in the crowd had slipped her a bag of ready-to-eat star beast meat, already cleaned of mutations and cooked, ready to eat right out of the box. Chen Yongji tried to hold back, but while waiting for the others to arrive, the glittering food images on the packaging made her unable to resist tearing it open and trying. The packaging was self-heating. It heated up in just a few seconds after opening. Surrounded by the fragrant aroma of meat and the wafting aroma of smoky food, Chen Yongji took a deep breath, her entire body filled with a sense of satisfaction. This, she declared, is what people should eat. Tears of nostalgia welled up in her eyes. Chen Yongji lowered her head, took a big bite, and savored it with comfort. When Li Jingxian and the others entered, they saw her leaning against a rock, looking up at her, happily eating. At that moment, she felt as if she were seeing a cat rolling around in the sun, belly exposed. Ultra cute. Who on earth suspected Chen Yongji of violent tendencies? She's clearly just a shy, easily satisfied little sister. The one who got hit was simply being a jerk. Li Jingxian walked over, her eyes filtered, a loving expression on her face. Hearing footsteps, Chen Yongji paused, stood up, and stared at the shadows of people reflected in the cave entrance. Her face instantly darkened. Recalling her own expression and actions, her ears immediately turned red. No one should have seen her starving face, Chen Yongji screamed inwardly. Chapter 16. Chen Yongji quickened his eating pace, and quickly settled into a review. Lian Yunqing and Hui Yin did not participate in the direct combat. One was responsible for the barrier, and the other for the control of the 526 star. Afterward, when the cadets spoke about it, the tension in their bodies slowly eased. This was unlike any other assessment the cadets had ever experienced. It was a real, life-threatening battle. After the worry faded, looking at the vibrant faces of the cadets, as a teacher, a sense of relief came over him. After this, I will definitely apply to the academy to include the Command Academy staff. It's truly inconvenient without a commanding officer. Lian Yunqing wasn't questioning Ruan Wenqing and Zhuo Ling's abilities. Rather, she believed the command played a crucial role in the battle. As the core of the communication network, the commander was more than just an information transfer agent. Her mental tentacles connected directly to the individual mechas, providing her with a comprehensive view of the battlefield and enabling her to respond promptly and effectively to any situation. With a good commanding officer, Lian Yunqing was certain that the casualties would have been reduced by at least half. His words resonated with the cadets. Being on the battlefield without a commander was truly unusual. Everything was calculated perfectly by the opposing commander, and sometimes it felt like a trapped beast. Thankfully, they had enough allies to keep Baian at bay, preventing a comeback. The only commander has lost his memory. You guys certainly had a tough time this time. Lian Yunqing sighed. But these words paused Chen Yongji, who was about to leave after finishing the review. The word amnesia was so telling that everyone's eyes turned to him. She's the commander? Even the usually calm and composed Ruan Wenqing asked in disbelief, Teacher Lian, do you know Chen Yongji? Chen Yongji blinked, bewildered. Huh? She traveled from another world, so how could she have such an identity? Her round, beady eyes trembled a few times as she glanced at Lian Yunqing. Unable to understand their strangeness, Lian Yunqing casually glanced at Chen Yongji, her hand on her neck gesturing, You don't remember? Or didn't you notice? Isn't the pendant around her neck a command badge? After saying this, Lian Yunqing saw Chen Yongji's own bewilderment. A kind look crossed his ferocious face, and he explained warmly, That's the insignia of a command position, a red flame badge with a gold rim. At his mention, Chen Yongji's hand subconsciously reached for her sternum. Touching the round badge, her mind suddenly froze. A strong ringing in her ears intensified, and Chen Yongji froze for a second. Noticing everyone was staring at her, she pulled out her badge from beneath her combat uniform. The crimson flame totem, adorned with a black string, was revealed. The surrounding crimson flame cadets instantly grasped the truth. Oh my god, he's truly commanding. I hadn't noticed. I thought that black string was the mecha's space. I forgot the activation sequence and haven't used it since. When did Teacher Lian discover this? You're only telling me now. Lian Yunqing laughed. It fell out the other day when I was drawing the blueprints for the silver mecha, and I happened to see it. It was quite unexpected, since he was a professor in the mechanical engineering department and was more interested in Chen Yongji's blueprints than the plans themselves. So, she'd been looking at the image on the stone, and then caught a glimpse of a reflective object. She instinctively glanced over and saw the badge. Although she put it away shortly afterwards, even Yunqing could tell at a glance that it was the red flame badge. Chen Yangji's body remained frozen in place. Li Jingxian saw her staring blankly at the red flame badge in her palm and patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Is this the red flame badge? Chen Yangji muttered. She stared blankly ahead, her vision flashing through her entire life. How could it be possible? She raised her since she was little. Xia Ye's mother said she'd been wearing this badge since she was adopted from the orphanage. The director said they never gave Chen Yangji a name, but simply called her Little Chen because the badge had the character Chen on it. Later, Xia Ye's mother gave her a name and strung the badge with a black string, so she could always carry it. Could it be a coincidence? Chen Yangji's scalp tingled. Her mind told her the possibility of a coincidence was too small. The idea of time and space overlapping, bringing Qi Yan's belongings to her original world, seemed even more improbable. But she herself had traveled through time. Chen Yangji was leaning towards the latter. She touched the mark on the badge with her fingertips, her thoughts slowly coalescing into a single thought. Was it just the badge that had traveled through time? Or the person carrying it? Her biological parents, whom she had searched for over a decade, were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. A genetic sequence different from everyone else's, and it just so happened that the interstellar species had evolved as a result of the mutation. Chen Yangji's mind didn't want to let it wander, but things that had remained unexplored for so many years seemed to have another answer at this moment. It turned out she wasn't a child abandoned by her parents, and refused to be recognized. Instead, it was very likely that she wasn't from that world. Chen Yangji felt her thoughts shatter. She grasped the badge, the sharp edge piercing her flesh, slowly oozing blood. Li Jingxian, sensing something was wrong with her, waved her hand before her eyes, and called out her name. Chen Yangji's vision was hazy, as if blurred by something, and she could see nothing. She vaguely heard someone calling her, but the voice gradually faded. She landed with a thud, realizing she had collapsed without realizing it. Then consciousness completely faded. The others present were instantly in a state of confusion. Some, still haunted by her previous fainting spell, rushed to hold her arms, but were swatted away by Li Jingxian. Amid the chaos, she lifted her up, and quickly carried her to the base on the 3rd floor. Chen Yangji's consciousness was a little hazy, but suddenly she felt as if she had slept a long time, hadn't dreamed, and her spirits had returned to normal. She woke refreshed, though her body still felt a bit sore, much like the after-effects of the previous mental damage. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a silvery white ceiling. A rotating camera shaped like an eyeball spun around at the sight. The hairs on Chen Yangji's arm stood on end as the hanging eyeball stared at her. She stared blankly at the eyeball as it flickered twice. Then a familiar voice rang out. Awake? Come get the stabilizer. It was Dr. He. She gave her a room number. Chen Yangji pushed the door open and, upon seeing the scene outside, realized where she was. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. Seeing the high-tech surroundings of the ward, Chen Yangji thought the cadet had returned to Qiyin. She began to think about how to create a new identity. Fortunately, it wasn't so early, so she still had time to prepare. Following the door number, she suddenly heard a series of banging noises coming from the next room. Chen Yangji noticed it was a large iron door. It trembled briefly when it was struck, then remained motionless, only the noise was loud. After a few bangs, Dr. He hurried out of the adjacent room. Her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Yangji, and she gestured for her to step aside. After Chen Yangji made room, she saw her cut a small window in the palm-thick wall next to the door. She then took out a tube of high-concentration stunner and sprayed it in with diluted solution. After just a few seconds, the noise stopped. After retrieving the equipment, Dr. He led Chen Yangji in. Handing her share of stabilizer, he sternly warned her, "Next time your mental tentacles are damaged, come to me as soon as possible to get stabilizer. You're so brave. You didn't even tell me you were damaged like this. You nearly scared Li Jingxian to death, and she cried all night at my door. It was so annoying." Chen Yangji froze in her tracks. She blinked, not expecting it to be so serious. She immediately asked, "Sister He, what's wrong with me?" "What's wrong?" He's anger had just subsided after being called sister, but Chen Yangji's words piqued her interest. "Your mental field is turbulent and damaged. Those two buds are about to break. This time, you didn't go into a frenzy, but you almost went straight into a calm state. Didn't you see that person next to you? This is the result of not taking mental field turbulence seriously. Let's see if you dare to hold on." After saying that, she gave Chen Yangji another tube of special reagent. "Repair agent, drink it quickly." Chen Yangji didn't feel much of the damage to her mental realm. She had indeed damaged a number of her mental tentacles during this period, but she knew they were all safe and could heal automatically. She had tested them many times and had no problems, so she dared to do so. But if the mental realm was truly damaged, it would indeed cause energy fluctuations, slowing the healing process and causing a precursor to collapse. Qin Yangji guessed that perhaps her emotions were too volatile at the time, and she hadn't controlled the release of her mental tentacles, and without control, causing her mental energy to flow wildly. Thinking of this, she subconsciously reached for her neck, and only when she touched the pendant did she feel completely at ease. Now that she was awake, Qin Yangji thought, she needed to figure out how she had traveled through time and space, and what exactly this badge was. Thinking of this, Qin Yangji sighed. She stood on the second floor railing, her golden hair ruffled by the mountain wind, finally digesting the fact that she had a hidden secret. She was the perfect protagonist, worthy of her. After recovering, Qin Yangji quickly finished her medicine for the day, left the third floor base, and searched the crowd for Li Jingxian. On the yellow sandy ground in front of the base, among the group of mechas standing tall, she spotted Hongwan, and then the red-haired girl in front of her. Thinking of He's words, Qin Yangji ran over. As she approached, she slowed down and whispered, "Sister Xiaoxian." She had heard Pang Shan call her that before. Li Jingxian turned around, a look of surprise on her face. Her beautiful face showed no signs of tears. Qin Yangji ran towards her, and suddenly embraced her. Li Jingxian was somewhat flattered. She patted her on the back and immediately asked, "Are you feeling better?" Qin Yangji nodded, distanced himself from her, and looked at her with sincere gratitude. "Thank you." After saying this, she frankly expressed her apology and asked seriously, "Did I make you cry?" Li Jingxian's face flickered with embarrassment, but she quickly smiled heartily. "No, I was just too worried about you. Don't do that next time. If you're injured, go see a medic. Don't force yourself, okay?" Qin Yangji nodded earnestly, looking at her with sincere eyes. "I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoxian, for making you worry." Li Jingxian stroked her messy hair, smoothed it down, and waved it off. But Qin Yangji's expression lingered in her mind, making her feel satisfied that her feelings had been reciprocated. Seeing she wasn't interested in bringing it up again, Qin Yangji remembered something of his own and pulled out his pendant, asking, "Sister Xiaoxian, I'd like to know something about this. Can you tell me about it? They all say you know everything, so I'm right to ask you." When Qin Yangji praised someone, he would first look at them with a look of utmost sincerity and admiration, then offer such heartfelt and heartwarming words that it was refreshing to hear them, making them eager to nod in agreement even before they finished. Li Jingxian was no exception. She nodded, pulling Qin Yangji over. "Okay, wait, I looked for it." She searched around but couldn't find the item. So she reached out to Wei Xian, who was standing over there, clamoring to fix something in the mechanics area. "Wei Xian, let me see your badge," he said. Wei Xian was very enthusiastic, bringing over not only his badge but also his person. Qin Yangji saw the red flame badge he was handing over. He quickly pulled out his own to compare. In the sunlight, two red flame badges, each etched with flames and a tower base, lay in Qin Yangji's palms. They were nearly identical. Chapter 17. This is the totem of Qian. Decades ago, even when I visited Qian Star, I could still see the image on it. It's the Red Pagoda. The carved scene depicts the Red Pagoda and the Qian stone, Li Jingxian explained. At this point, Wei Xian interjected, "It's still there now. The Red Pagoda has moved to Tanlang Star. When can we go there for some fun?" "Don't interrupt," Li Jingxian glanced at him, continuing, "This thing is quite common in Qian. It's generally given as an identification badge when you're admitted to a prestigious university or military command. It can be printed with words and embedded with an ID chip. Military commands also give this as a symbol of honor for completing missions." She then glanced at Qin Yangji's badge. "Strange, yours is blank at the back?" Wei Xian looked over curiously. "Huh? Is this a toy accessory?" "No, this isn't a gold rim command badge." "Where did this accessory come from?" Wei Xian explained in surprise at the golden flame rim on Qin Yangji's badge. Li Jingxian thought for a moment and explained, "Typically, there's inscription on the back indicating why you received it. Our badges, like ours, can be connected to student ID and have a built-in chip. If you purchase toy peripherals, it's blank. However, gold rim commander badges are prohibited from being produced for toy peripherals. Yours is indeed a bit strange. Perhaps you haven't reported yet, so it's blank on the back." After saying this, she scanned it with her optical computer. The Qian Military Academy program remained silent. It doesn't look like it has a built-in chip." The commander's gold-rimmed flame badge is very special because the commander's position serves as a communication center for their psychic tentacles. Usually, during post-battle battlefield cleanup and evacuation of the wounded, some commanders' communication networks remain intact, requiring proper care of their psychic tentacles. They can't be forcibly dug out like others, as this risks a breakdown of their psychic realm. Therefore, this distinction is intentionally made. To accurately identify commanders, gold-rimmed seals are not allowed to be produced in bulk. That's why Li Jingxian speculated that Qin Yangji hadn't completed his registration and mistakenly boarded the starship with them. After saying this, she flipped open Wei Xian's badge, removed the gilded buckle at the back, and showed Qin Yangji the inscription inside. If the reporting procedures are complete, it should look like this. Qian Military Academy, 726 Class, Warfare College, Support Department, Wei Xian. Qian First Military Academy. Qin Yangji took a look and flipped open his own badge. It was indeed smooth and free of inscription. Instead, the word Qin was neatly engraved in the center of the flame on the front. Retrieving the badge and placing it back on his chest, Qin Yangji's doubts grew even more intense. She wasn't a student at the Qian Military Academy, yet she wore this badge. Could she have some special connection to the so-called prestigious academy, or military district? As Qin Yangji lowered her eyes in thought, she didn't notice Wei Xian looking at her with surprise. "I still can't believe you're a commander." He couldn't comprehend Qin Yangji's mecha combat prowess. "You're clearly a melee fighter." Wei Xian wasn't the only one in disbelief. After the debriefing of the first ambush, Qin Yangji's feat of single-handedly defeating 7 Silver Squad members and taking down the mobile turret had spread throughout the base thanks to the tireless efforts of Wei Xian and Li Jingxian. The cadets were astonished, almost convinced that Qin Yangji was a melee fighter, and a highly skilled one at that. Some even joked about the kind of stir she'd stir up when she returned to Qian and enrolled at the military academy. She was sure to be a top forum influencer again. Who knows, she might be an incredibly formidable opponent if they meet her at the military district trials. But after Lian Yuqin brought out the silver reconnaissance mech she dissected and showed it to the mechanics students as a prime example of disassembly, the cadets' eyes started to change. As if they were looking at a pervert. Most people suddenly began to believe she was a mechanic, and a ruthless one at that, but after the debriefing, a rumor spread among the cadets, she was actually a commander. Most people were skeptical. But then, they slowly reconsidered Qin Yangji's behavior and realized that she did have some similarities with those in the command department. For example, even the very thought she expressed was terrifying. She was a commander's master of all dirty tricks. Even Zhuo Ling, who had switched from commanding to close combat, sometimes felt the daunting prospect of being Qin Yangji's opponent when discussing his analysis of battle situations. She seemed to have no conscience at all, her primary goal being to destroy the enemy. Her ruthlessness was so ruthless that even Zhuo Ling felt ashamed of herself. His decision to transfer departments proved to be a good one. Cunning tactics were no match for the commander. And the ruthless and brutal reserve commander, Qin Yangji, had barely woken up when he began planning a new round of ambushes in the anomalous zone. Baiyin was determined to seize the high-energy mining area. Despite being surrounded by high-level star beasts, they continued to test the waters. They used mines, bombardments, and energy liquid repellents to painstakingly divert the star beasts from the anomalous zone. This gave Qin Yangji much inspiration. Unfortunately, Baiyin's equipment for dealing with the star beasts was exactly what Qian was currently lacking. Under her guidance, the Red Flame cadets conducted several exploratory operations in the anomalous zone, seizing a batch of energy resources and instantly boosting their morale. In contrast, Qin Yangji observed recent activity in the Baiyin region, seemingly unaware that their team had been intercepted by the Red Flame, and was still organizing a more robust assault. After the capture of a single Baiyin soldier outside the barrier, the Baiyin had become much more cautious regarding the Red Flame cadets and the barrier. Not only had they not attacked the barrier, but Qin Yangji observed that they had only searched the surrounding area and, upon discovering the captured Baiyin, hadn't even considered rescuing them. They showed a complete lack of kinship. These silver captives were being kept in caves and fed nutrient solutions. The Red Flame people were surprisingly kind, providing their captives with 3 meals a day. Upon learning this, Qin Yangji lamented deeply how easy the prisoners' lives were. They toiled tirelessly outside, while the prisoners stayed in the cave, doing nothing but eating and drinking to their heart's content. This struck the cadets as extremely unbalanced. They wished they could be fed once every 3 days, but Li Jingxian rejected their proposal as inhumane, ultimately compromising to once a day. The cadets, brainwashed daily by Qin Yangji, had become increasingly morally vulnerable, their attitude toward the Baiyin prisoners becoming, "Live if you can, Die if you can't. Expecting good treatment as captives? Dream on. With the mecha repaired and the firepower gap filled, Qin Yongji naturally set his sights on the high-energy mining area. The material Buying was willing to cross a wormhole to obtain must be a particularly rare material. Coincidentally, she had recently completed the materials section of her mechanics course and desperately needed some practical examples to help her learn. Knowing she wanted to go on the mission to the mutation zone, Ruan Wenqing took the time to track down Qin Yongji in the crowd. Finally, in a corner, he spotted the golden-haired mushroom, tugging at the mechanical engineering student and peppering him with questions. The mechanical engineering student, upon seeing Ruan Wenqing approach, immediately revealed a look of relief, as if he had found a savior. He greeted Ruan Wenqing enthusiastically, "Brother Ruan. Are you looking for Xiaolong? I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now." Before Ruan Wenqing could even begin to speak, he dashed off as if on fire, bumping into the cadet ahead. Ruan Wenqing could still hear their conversation. "You were also taken to Qin Yongji for help? What kind of help? She only asked questions I didn't know. Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. It feels like I wasted my time in class. I'm lucky if I can get 1 out of 10 right." Another victim, also a victim, nodded in sympathy, wanting to cry with him. "Who is the real mechanics department? Are Shizixin's notes really that amazing, or is Qin Yongji just different from me? Why can't I figure out her answers? I'm so afraid of her asking me, but sometimes I feel like her ideas. Very exciting. Brother, you mean the high-impact armor-piercing cannon? That's quite exciting. It has almost 100% recoil, and it's an indiscriminate attack. After 1 round, not only will you be blasted to smithereens, but you also be reduced to smithereens. Honestly, some of her equipment isn't as advanced as Ruan Wenqing's. Whoever dares to use it will be the one to get it wrong. It's powerful, but sometimes you have to consider whether you can control it." This statement broke everyone else's defenses. They ran to the mechs in tears, threatening to fight hard and strike back, blinding everyone. Ruan Wenqing felt that his mechanical engineering classmates, after spending so much time with Qin Yongji, were becoming a bit too optimistic. "Looking for me?" Qin Yongji looked at Ruan Wenqing and pointed at himself, bewildered. The boy nodded. "Yes, I heard you want to go to the high-energy mining area. We're planning to go to the mutation zone in 3 days. We're planning to check in then. Is your mental state improving? The mutation zone's impact is severe, so it's best to wait until everything stabilizes." Qin Yongji nodded hurriedly. She had been looking forward to going to the mutation zone for a long time. "I recovered. Dr. He said, we don't need the stabilizer anymore." Ruan Wenqing nodded and asked, "That's good. I call you in advance." Zhuo Ling said, "You've been studying the command department's content lately. I compiled some information. Shall I send it to you?" Qin Yongji looked surprised at this, and quickly opened her laptop. Ruan Wenqing explained, transferring files to her, "Our team has worked with many commanders, and over time, we received a lot of information." Coincidentally, he had a habit of reviewing and reflecting on his actions after battles, so he kept all these files. In addition to the battle recaps, there were also command courses compiled by Ruan Wenqing himself. He served as the team's deputy commander, and had taken them specifically. He audited both of the 2 fundamental command courses, Mecha Cooperative Combat and Tactical Theory, and kept extensive notes. Although it was only a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing for Qin Yongji, and she gratefully accepted it. A few days ago, Zhuo Ling had taught her how to establish a mental communication network, giving Qin Yongji a foot in the door of command. After a few days of learning, Qin Yongji's final thought was, being a commander is so cool. Rather than allowing others' mental tentacles to penetrate her mental realm and connect, she actually preferred controlling others. This mental control not only gave her greater freedom, but also significantly expanded her field of vision as she connected to the mech, giving her a more complete grasp of the entire battle situation. It was like opening a god's eye, toying with the enemy at her fingertips, her need for control unleashed. Command was simply the perfect position for a rebellious person like her. After being reminded by Ruan Wenqing, she began preparing to head to the mutation zone. The high-energy mining area was quite far from the edge of the mutation zone, and she wouldn't be able to return as quickly as she had on previous missions. Not only did she need to expedite the modification of her basic mech, but she also needed to bring sufficient tools and energy. To this end, Qin Yongji even borrowed a nanospace from Dr. He. Knowing she was heading to the mutation zone, Dr. He was silent for a few seconds, silently placing several stabilizers into her nanosphere. Then, she patted Qin Yongji's shoulder and said gravely, "I hope you won't add to my workload." Qin Yongji, reflecting on his 2 mental turmoil, nodded with a guilty conscience. The mission to the mutation zone began on the evening of the third day. Li Jingxian had just completed her previous mission and was still injured. Before the light from Star 526 faded, she checked Qin Yangji's nanosphere reserves and escorted them to the mutation zone's barrier gate. Watching the crowd departing in the distance, Li Jingxian sighed with concern. Upon hearing this, Shi Cixin couldn't help but glance at her again, her eyes slightly amused. Why are you really acting like you're saying goodbye to your daughter? Of course not, Li Jingxian said, also amused. Digging into her thoughts, it seemed Qin Yangji had fallen before her so many times that, even though she knew he was no less skilled, she was still worried about him getting hurt again. Shi Cixin sharply commented, Qin Yangji is too bold, and it's natural to be worried. She may seem impulsive, but she's actually measured. Didn't you notice? Although she suffered damage to her mental realm twice in a row, neither was fundamentally damaged, and Shi Cixin was silent for a moment, her expression a subtle reflection. To be honest, her mental realm and tentacles' self-healing capabilities are probably no less than yours or mine. Severe mental turmoil, even crossing the line into a frenzy, and falling just short of irreversible damage, Qin Yangji used only 1 bottle of repair fluid and recovered fully in less than 10 days, even while continuously consuming her mental tentacles to modify her mecha. Shi Cixin was very confident in Qin Yangji, feeling that there was nothing she couldn't do. This feeling came to her from the moment she saw Qin Yangji, a feeling remarkably similar to her initial intuition upon seeing Yin Wei. The brilliance of genius always shines brightly. Shi Cixin watched the barrier gate close as she and Li Jingxian both returned to their posts. There were approximately 5 teams of cadets heading to the mutation zone. Qin Yangji's group included Ruan Wenqing for long-range attack, Wei Xian for support, and Zhuo Ling for close combat, all familiar candidates. As for Qin Yangji, she was in command of the team this time. This would also be her first time commanding a real-world situation. Chapter 18. As they crossed the mutation zone, the group entered the mecha. Qin Yangji had only heard of it from military academy students. The mutation zone is a special area of this starry sea, containing a large amount of contamination. This energy provides an excellent living environment for star beasts, nurturing various energy materials, and extremely beneficial to their survival and advancement. But for alien species, like interstellar humans, who arrived thousands of years ago, contamination is not friendly. Its energy can stimulate the mental realm and damage mental tentacles. Though interstellar medical technology has advanced to the point where most diseases can be cured, and limb regeneration and mechanical prosthetics have reached extremes, mental breakdown caused by contamination remains the highest cause of mortality since the evolution of species. Entering the mutation zone was like crossing the barrier between reality and fantasy. The first thing Qin Yangji felt was the turbulent energy flowing through the mecha. The wind blew, sending waves of numbness and tingling through the mech's body. A distinct dampness, characteristic of the mutated zone, tingled with a musty, fishy odor, filled her nose. Her vision dimmed, the air thickened, and her vision decreased, forcing her to rely entirely on her senses. The temporary loss of her senses made Qin Yangji feel a little unaccustomed, a fleeting irritation passing. The disparity lasted only a short while, and after a few steps, she gradually adjusted. Knowing this was her first time entering this area, her companions tacitly retreated behind the surrounding cover, waiting for her to recover from the turbulent flow and for her mental tentacles to spread again before continuing their movement. Qin Yangji connected her mental tentacles to the communicators of the surrounding mechs. Numerous connection signals popped up on the console, and a mental network slowly unfolded. Her vision spread out along the tentacle threads of all the mechs. As his perception enveloped him, Qin Yangji completely merged with the mutation zone. The mech stepped onto the dark, moist soil, its massive leaves drooping as it moved. The scent of the vegetation in the mutation zone enveloped his mental tentacles, transmitting the sounds and colors of every corner. The vibrations of giant star beasts, the sounds of fighting between species, everything was clearly audible. At that moment, Qin Yangji felt as if he had developed a pair of divine eyes, completely controlling everything within his mental perception. His nerves were throbbing with excitement. The mech crossed the rugged mountains and headed towards the mutation zone. When they crossed 2 connecting dense forests, the team stopped. Command, there's a star beast herd signal in the southeast. The fluctuation is low. Can we take a detour? The reconnaissance call rang out, and Qin Yangji, snapping out of his trance of sensory fusion, immediately entered combat mode, following the reconnaissance's field of view. It's a small star beast herd. There's no need to fight it. It would be a waste of energy. Let's take a detour and head directly to the outskirts of the high-energy mining area. Although Chen Yangji didn't know much about star beasts, she knew the sources of the materials she needed. The lack of obvious parts meant the beast wasn't a target. After taking a detour, the group crossed the mountain range and entered the jungle behind. This jungle was denser and more extensive than the one they had bypassed. Dark shadows flickered in the trees. Before the group even got close, Chen Yangji could smell the stench of decaying corpses. As she walked through the brush along the path, she could still see scattered pieces of flesh, a blur blending into the black soil. The grass on the ground was as tall as the mecha's calf, and the trees were lush, a green tinge with black. Low-level alien plants clung to the trunks and leaves, rushing upwards. The branches and leaves of the trees were somewhat broken, as if they had just experienced a brutal battle. The light from moving through the jungle came from the glow of the alien plants on either side. Alien plants, like star beasts, are plant variants with unique properties due to mutation contamination. They are highly differentiated, generally ranging from low-level, insignificant plants to highly destructive plants at the top of the order. A typical example is the blood mistletoe, the #1 alien plant in the power sequence, which appeared nearly 50 years ago. Its birth drained 3 energy stars from Yatu, and made it one of the few SSS-level mutants in the interstellar space. Chen Yangji sensed that the mutation fluctuations of these alien plants were weak and posed no threat. She confidently leaped through the treetops. When she saw a clear rodent bite somewhere, she paused and, using the glow of the fluorescent vines on the tree trunk, observed it for a moment. It looked familiar. Pay attention to your surroundings, scout the area. There are traces of green blood spiders here. Her voice echoed through the team channel. The Chi and team members around her paused and instinctively glanced around. In the darkness, a small amount of white mucus clung to the giant leaves. After drying, it left a pool of silky substance. Its sharp edges, following the tree's growth, obscured the view. Chen Yangji broke off the trunk and threw it upward, clearing the visual barrier. In just a few seconds, the leaves spun apart, revealing the surrounding mechas covered in layers of spiderwebs. Layer upon layer, entwined with numerous tightly woven cocoons, these were the food stores of the green blood spiders. Just this glimpse gave the cadets a chill. One shuddered. "Oh my god, are we running into a green blood spider's lair? It's been a while since we've been here, and there's still no sign of the star beast." "That's impossible." Those familiar with the star beast's appearance, such as Ruan Wenqing and Lian Yunqing, followed the surrounding traces of the green blood spiders and quickly discovered a clue. Lian Yunqing, green blood spiders are social star beasts, typically D-rank. Their burrows are wide and open. Once they stored enough food, they enter a dormant state and won't awaken unless disturbed. This should be the location of their nest. Ruan Wenqing remembered. "I haven't seen them before when I walked this way. The spider silk is very fresh, so it must be a newly formed nest." Chen Yangji signaled everyone to continue forward. The green blood spider nest is empty, but there are obvious signs of fighting around it. The star beasts haven't returned to their nest yet, so it seems the fight isn't over yet. Scout forward and keep an eye out for any areas with noticeable spiritual energy fluctuations. We go and intervene. The cadets fell silent as their commander began to leap upward, pushing aside leaves and pulling at the spider silk. This didn't look like he was going to intervene, but rather to rob. Chen Yangji collected some spider silk. The green blood spider is a special star beast, similar to the silver wolf. Its ventral feet grow a substance called a prism. This substance is extremely hard, and is used as a repair material for mecha shells. The silk also releases a corrosive liquid within, often used to control guns and cannons. In short, a treasure trove from head to toe. Chen Yangji wanted it very much. Following the reconnaissance mecha's mental tentacles, Chen Yangji slowly analyzed the surroundings, using clues from the environment and any abnormalities to determine the green blood spider's location. Turn southeast, long-range attackers follow from higher ground. As soon as the command was given, the team turned in unison, their mechas moving rapidly between the treetops and the ground. Chen Yangji preferred to stay in the trees, gaining a high-level view, much like the long-range attackers. After turning southeast, the reconnaissance mechas were quick to send out their perceptions. Before they could investigate further, Chen Yangji's ears twitched slightly. Several earrings were embedded in her left ear. Originally a positioning and communication device Yunzhou had installed for her, they were now just decorations, pulsing and flashing when her ear moved. The obsidian light flickered a few times, and Chen Yangji signaled to the scouts, "Look to the left, there's gunfire." Several reconnaissance mechs rustled through the trees upon hearing this, sprinting towards the edge of their sensing area. Upon hearing Chen Yongji's call to halt, they resumed their exploration. The sound of mechanical gunfire echoed along with the vibrations in the ground, intermittently punctuated by a tremor that resembled the impact of a mech being hurled against the ground. Chen Yongji, connected to the reconnaissance sensor, immediately felt the same sensation. His eyes widened, a look of surprise crossing his face. The Silver Army? Besides the Red Flame Academy cadets on Planet 526, the other mech team was the Silver Army. They did frequently explore the anomalous zone, so it wasn't surprising that they were engaging in combat with the Star Beasts. Scout, go over and take a look. Chen Yongji's voice rang out. Following her spiritual tentacles, she keenly detected a distinct sound amidst the ion cannon's blasts. It wasn't loud, but the vibrations were strong, indicating considerable power. Baiyan's arrivals have been quite frequent this time. Based on our speculation, their team won't arrive until 3 days later. Ruan Wenqing and Chen Yongji explained Baiyan's frequency of visits to the high-energy mining area. Chen Yongji pondered as her mecha continued to move forward with the group. Hearing this, she silently made an estimate. Baiyan had indeed arrived early this time, and judging by the scouting, their firepower was even more ample. After all, they were still some distance from the high-energy mining area. However, the constant roar of Baiyan's gunfire was quite extravagant. The green blood spiders also came from the high-energy mining area. Is something going on there? Chen Yongji responded, and the reconnaissance mech stopped. Further ahead was within the range of the silver reconnaissance mech. Without command, the Red Flame cadets dared not approach rashly, observing the scene ahead from the shadows of the jungle. The front was obscured by the branches of a giant tree, but the bombardment and fighting on the other side intensified. The air current stirred the leaves, revealing the scene beyond through the gaps. The reconnaissance mech immediately activated the live broadcast on the mech, so that all his teammates could see. Chen Yongji observed another section of the jungle from her perspective. The clinging fluorescent grass flickered faintly, illuminating the green-blooded spiders perched on the tree branches with a vibrant green glow. Combined with their wide-open mouthparts and glittering compound eyes, they looked quite menacing. The green-blood spiders' legs were so long that when raised, they could reach the mech's chest. Their edges were serrated and gleamed with cold light. Chen Yongji noticed a silver mech being slashed by a spider's leg, and cracks immediately appeared on its armor. The silver mech frantically shook off the green blood spider, but the moment the star beast escaped from the mech, it was caught in an oncoming wave of spider silk. The silk tightened, enveloping the mech's arms and weapons. Small green blood spiders hidden in the surrounding leaves seized this opportunity to leap onto the mech's surface, and continuously spun silk into its cracks. The combat between the social star beasts wasn't haphazard, it had its own logic. At the far end, the spider mother, her huge eyes wide open, opened and closed her mouthparts, acting as the commander of the spider swarm, controlling the rhythm of the group's attack. The sound wave she emitted acted like a signal, driving the spider swarm to unite and attack the mechs. The silver mech's guns blasted at the green blood spider, which hadn't yet completely enveloped its companion. A wail of burning and corrosion emanated from the silver mech, entangled in the spider silk. The supporting mechs on the side hooked them together, their guns unleashing a scorching flame that sprayed along the armor, completely burning away the spider silk. The weapon made Chen Yongji pause for a moment. Then, she saw an icy blue gun pierce through the treetops above the silver mech. Wherever it passed, countless ice crystals instantly condensed and fell, spreading a chilling coldness outward. Chapter 19. Chen Yongji detected the locations of 2 guns and cannons from the dim reconnaissance footage. They were supernatural weapons. No wonder Baiyan dared to engage the green blood spider swarm. With supernatural weapons, they were naturally confident. Reconnaissance identifies surrounding bombable locations. Prepare for long-range attacks. Let's attack. Chen Yongji glanced at the latest footage. Swarms of green blood spiders were converging from all sides toward the center, a sign that the mother spider was ready to abandon its retreat. Green blood spiders are a very interesting species of star beast. They are very tactful. Once they discover a competitor for their food, or the food itself, and the swarm has suffered casualties of more than half, they will concede they have given up hunting and begin to retreat. They will then return to frantically build nests and reproduce, and when the swarm's numbers have increased again, they will try again. Receiving the order, the red flame mechas worked at no time, rising and dispersing quickly, moving towards the edge of the battle. The Baiyan team had received a mission from their superiors to assist the maintenance team in building a base station for the mining canal outside the high-energy mining area. Previous teams that had ventured into the high-energy mining area had failed to return, with no one even returning alive to report back. The commander of the Silver reorganization team, responsible for the 526-star mission, sensed something was amiss. He feared it was Qi Yan's scheme, but even more worried about an unexpected situation within the high-energy mining area. Thus, the construction of the mining channel, originally planned to begin after the main force arrived, was brought forward. To prevent attacks from the star beasts surrounding the mining area, their advanced team, sent to secure the location, was heavily equipped with firepower and logistical resources, including an elite unit from the Silver Military District and several supernatural weapons. But unexpectedly, just as they approached the high-energy mining area, they disturbed the slumbering green blood spiders. The incident all started with a ranged attacker who had acquired a new weapon and excitedly tried his hand at firing a cannon at a low-level star beast. The commander repeatedly warned him to be careful, but he fell on deaf ears. Finally, one of their shots missed, striking the web of a green blood spider mother. The weapon was an ice crystal cannon crafted from an icy wood core. Its powerful energy instantly froze the web, shattering it with a single blow, shattering all the spider eggs anchored within. The death of their offspring truly enraged the green blood spiders, who pursued them for several kilometers, eager to devour the Silver team. While the Silver team was dodging the star beast attacks, a command error led the team to flee to the edge of the high-energy mining area, several kilometers away. There were more high-level star beasts in the mining area. Sensing the approaching energy pressure, the Silver team's commander suddenly woke up and abruptly halted his team. Forced to confront the green blood spiders here, they were forced to do so. Luckily, they had sufficient supplies and powerful supernatural weapons, otherwise they would have been devoured by the green blood spiders. Seeing the green blood spider mother retreat from the artillery circle, the Silver commander breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing the green blood spiders' retreat, he hurriedly warned his companions on the radio to reduce their firepower and energy consumption, reducing the temptation of energy for the green blood spiders and urging them to retreat quickly. The Silver team's artillery bombardment had noticeably weakened, and by then, the Qi Yan team's mechas had already set up ambushes in the heights and around the jungle. Qin Yangji signaled the long-range attack to target the Silver team's mechas equipped with supernatural weapons, while the reconnaissance and support mechas in the ground ambush also stood ready. The green blood spider mother's compound eyes flickered, and her mouthparts spit out large clumps of spider silk. Spider webs swooped down from above, and the Silver mech scattered to avoid them. Amidst the chaos, Qin Yangji's command was delivered just in time. Long-range attack, attack! The long-range attackers responded with swift reaction. Several guns and cannons charged, and with a bang, brilliant light ignited within the pitch-black aberration zone. Fireworks streaked across the sky. It condensed into a colorful line, its tip plummeting towards the Silver mech's position. As the light ignited, the Silver commander sensed an approaching enemy attack. The guns and cannons attempted to intercept them mid-air, but when the artillery fire exploded head-on, a stream of rich energy liquid sprayed from the air. The green blood spiders ahead, preparing to retreat, paused in their tracks. The spider mother's compound eyes focused, and her mouthparts opened and closed, emitting a distinctive sound wave. Qin Yangji raised his hand, signaling the nearby mechs to launch their attack. Before the green blood spiders could pounce, the Silver team sensed an ambush nearby and, in a moment of panic, their gunfire and cannonballs swerved as they charged into the spider swarm. Stimulated by the artillery fire, the green blood spiders became agitated once more. The mother spider's compound eyes flickered as she gazed at the Silver mech, her jaws flaring wide, and the swarm of green blood spiders scattered in an instant. The star beast's gleaming form vanished into the foliage, its rapid movement causing a rustling sound that reached the Silver soldiers, sending their scalps tingling. Who the hell did this? I kill him! In the Silver team, the mechs, pelted with energy liquid, cursed. The commander was the first to react. Watch out! It's Qian's team. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yangji had already signaled a second round of bombardment. A blazing flame rained down from the sky. The Silver team, mistaking it for a burst of energy liquid, dodged sideways, but their cannonballs suddenly exploded upon impact with the ground. Holy crap! Unrelated text follows. The Silver mech was flung forward by the heat wave and the blast, crashing into the surrounding tree trunks. With a thud, the giant tree trembled and rustled, and the green-blooded spider clinging to it fell. Its slender ventral legs stood up, and with a flick of its limbs, sharp serrations instantly emerged, their tips converging into needle-like gleams, like a row of shark teeth. The green-blooded spider dug its ventral legs into the ground, its body rising, its mouthparts opening, ready to spit at the mech. The Silver mech shuddered at the sight, and quickly rolled to avoid it. For a moment, several silver mechs rolled on the ground, creating a rather comical scene. Qin Yangji's face was serious. Continue the long-range attack, seal their rear. Everyone else, attack. The red flame mech, hidden in the shadows of the trees, swooped in. Qin Yangji followed. A silver-white light blade mounted on the back of her dark, basic mech slashed through the trees as it was drawn. Her figure leaped swiftly, following the crowd to deal with the silver mech on the ground, and she charged into the swarm of green-blooded spiders. Support. Long-range attack, cover me. 35 degrees to the left, about 300 meters away. Blast away any individual soldiers. I capture their commander. Roger that. Understood. A few gunshots rang out in front of her. The red flame mech plunged into the smoke, clashing with the silver mech. The mech in the center, defending against the green-blooded spiders, opened a gap. Seizing the perfect moment, Qin Yangji swung her light blade, deflecting the surrounding green-blooded spiders that tried to attack. The blade flashed coldly. Charged straight at the silver commander. The silver commander was dealing with a dense swarm of green-blood spiders surrounding him when, behind him, there was a vast expanse of space. As the sword of light stabbed towards him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Clang! The sword of light passed by his side, glancing across the mech's cheek. The sharp edge made the silver commander's breath catch. His movements froze for a moment, and he raised his sword to strike back. Then, a silver blade of light rushed forward, slicing through the middle of the green blood spider that was about to pounce on him, sending emerald green blood splattering. The blade scraped against the star beast's shell with a sharp sound, sparks flying. Seeing this scene, and then seeing the weapon, the silver commander's eyes lit up with joy. Recognizing the silver weaponry, he had assumed it was a single soldier from his own team and had just said thank you to the group. Qin Yangji swung his sword horizontally, sweeping it forward with a blast of air that sent the green blood spider flying far away. The silver commander nodded in admiration, feeling that this move was quite impressive. He hadn't expected such a quick-witted and decisive individual in his team. He lowered his head to search for her mecha's signal. At that moment, Qin Yangji swung his sword, his backhanded blade slicing through the night. A sharp flash of light pierced the silver commander's face, striking the mech directly. The silver commander felt a palpable pain in his chest, his expression instantly changing. Any slight admiration he had shown vanished, and he angrily shouted to the team, "You're crazy. I'm one of us. Can you see clearly before you fight?" However, no one in the team responded. Instead, the sound of gunfire and combat grew louder and louder. The silver commander froze in silence for a second. A flash of understanding flashed through his mind, and his eyes narrowed. Qin Yangji couldn't hear his words, but he sensed the man's sudden pause, a moment of confusion, but without hesitation, he struck again, his blade swung with a swift movement. Streams of light pierced the silver mecha. As the white light danced, leaving after images, the silver commander finally saw clearly in a flash. A black mecha before him. It wasn't his comrade, as he thought, but an enemy. The silver commander cursed angrily in the team chat, then reacted quickly and retaliated. Qin Yangji's light blade sent the mech flying several meters away. The silver commander planted his hands on the ground, felt the puncture wound, and swung his weapon with his right hand. Seeing Qin Yangji slashing at him with his sword, he immediately raised his sword to block it. Clang! Metal clashed, and a wave of energy emanated from the silver mech's long sword, traveling along the light blade and blasting towards Qin Yangji's mech. Sensing the energy spreading, Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles pierced through his domain, weaving a layer of energy net around the outer layer of her mech, blocking the energy impact. The strike was blocked, and the silver commander's arm instantly surpassed 1,000 pounds. His face darkened, and he glanced at Qin Yangji in surprise, his mind racing. This strength is truly terrifying. The silver commander could even feel his arm trembling. Without hesitation, the next second as gravity pressed down, his mental tentacles spread, and a flash of purple lightning flashed across the long sword. She felt the impact of the light blade and, decisively, thrust it downward with all her might. Swish! Sparks flew, and the light blade passed in front of him. The weight on his arms instantly lightened. The silver commander glanced up and saw the mecha in front of him retreating, its trajectory gradually moving away from the crowd. Recognizing her retreat, a gloomy glint crossed the silver commander's eyes, and he immediately charged forward. The long sword swung, unleashing waves of electric arcs that charged directly at Qin Yangji's face. The energy surged ferociously in front of her like a lightning claw or a serpent, instantly covering the mecha's range of motion. Qin Yangji's senses spread, and she didn't dare to pause, dashing backwards. The silver commander pursued relentlessly, watching thunder and lightning swirl and roar towards her. Suddenly, a turbulent stream of energy surged from behind, charging directly at the mecha. Qin Yongji reached out with her mental tentacles, feeling a chill rising from her back. She discovered that the green blood spider mother had been lurking in the jungle, gazing intently from behind her, her emerald green compound eyes wide open. Just in time. The shock was fleeting, and Qin Yongji instantly formed a plan. She breathed a sigh of relief. The mecha, seizing the opportunity, retreated with certainty, then lunged forward a few steps, meeting the lightning. ZZ! Lightning arcs exploded on the mech's surface. Qin Yongji quickly approached the Silver Commander mech, blocking the lightsaber with his right hand at close range. He let the arcs of electricity from the sword sizzle, and numbly struck him. He suppressed the throbbing of electricity that spread through his arm. He placed his left hand on the Silver Commander's arm, and pulled hard, using the force to spin out. They both turned together. Whoosh! She took a deep breath, and the mech raised its foot. Bang! The Silver Commander was kicked hard in the chest, and instantly flew away, directly facing the green-blooded spider mother. At this moment, the green-blooded spider mother's mouthparts opened wide, spewing out a ball of milky white mucus. Like a bullet, it flew through the air, hurtling towards the Silver Commander. The moment it struck the mech, the bullet exploded, and a web quickly enveloped the Silver Commander. Sensing something strange, a look of panic flashed across the Silver Commander's face from the weightlessness, but then his expression hardened. He spun midair and swung his lightsaber backhand. A crackling burst of lightning exploded, blasting and igniting the oncoming spider webs, and flames shot up instantly. A sharp blast emanated from the green blood spider's mouth. Qin Yongji used the momentum to retreat, and as soon as he landed, he aimed his guns and blasted at the silver mech. The energy bomb whizzed past the Silver Commander. Qin Yongji frowned at his own accuracy, but fortunately, the energy bomb exploded, spraying a wide area, instantly splattering the Silver Commander. The green blood spider, attracted by the aura, felt its sonic waves intensify. Its legs ripped heavily from the ground, its limbs flexed, and in an instant, it leaped onto the treetops. It moved at a rapid speed, but Qin Yongji had just breathed a sigh of relief, ready to let the Silver Commander and the green blood spider engage so he could find an opportunity. The Silver Commander's heart skipped a beat as the energy liquid splashed all over him. Predicting something terrible was about to happen, he swung his sword, lightning flashing. However, unexpectedly, a green blood spider passed by him, emitting a strong, fishy stench. Its emerald green compound eyes shot a cold glance at him, and with a sharp shriek, it passed right by him. Then it charged directly towards Qin Yongji, its figure flitting past him in shock. Chapter 20. Seeing this, the Silver Commander's sword shone with lightning. He ignored the pain and laughed heartily. "Haha, you idiot. You're trying to drag me down with you. Even the star beasts are helping me." With a sinister grin, he leaped onto a thick branch, charging his fiery guns and cannons, a ball of light gathering. "You red flame stink bugs. You all deserve to die." His fierce voice emanated from the mecha, and a blazing, blinding flame erupted from the cannon barrel, illuminating Qin Yongji's vision. At this moment, she held the light blade in one hand to resist the green blood spider's ventral legs, while with the other, she firmly covered the spider's mouthparts, which were about to spurt silk, rendering her unable to move at all. Although Qin Yongji hadn't anticipated the green blood spider's attraction to the energy liquid and instead charged towards her, she reacted with incredible agility, intercepting the ventral legs that were about to pierce her chest. The light blade flashed silver as it passed, burying itself into the serrated structure of the spider's ventral legs. The green-blooded spider mother didn't give up. Several pairs of limbs instantly lifted, leaving only two embedded in the tree trunk, piercing a deep hole. Then, her mouth opened, a wave of energy followed. Sensitively sensing something was wrong, Qin Yongji's body reacted faster than her mind. As she felt a mass of white slime gathering, her free left hand had already risen and pressed down hard on the green-blooded spider mother's mouthparts, snapping the serrated teeth around it. The sharp bite of her large hand pierced her brain, and tears welled up in Qin Yongji's eyes. "You bite me at the slightest disagreement? You look like a spider? You're a dog," she roared inwardly, but her mind was clearer. She glanced calmly at the guns behind her, as they finished charging. Commander Baiyin's laughter continued, his guns trained on Qin Yongji's cockpit, his eyes filled with cruel, cold disdain. The supernatural guns fired without pause, a pillar of fire shooting far ahead. A fierce blaze filled the air, a roar of rage. Watching the supernatural flames erupt, Qin Yongji suddenly leaped up, her arms resisting the spider's legs beginning to exert force. With a powerful push from her left hand, she instantly cleared a gap in front of her chest. She decisively raised her leg, her muscles tensing and exerting force. Bang! The mecha's foot struck the spider with a muffled sound, yet the force was unwavering. Feeling the spider's strength weaken, Qin Yangji swung away the light blade. The instant she released her grip, the spider's trap silk bullet sprayed, and she was sent flying. ZZ. The spider web unfurled instantly. Qin Yangji didn't pause. After a single kick, she immediately used the momentum to rise and leap up along the trunk of the giant tree. But the black liquid carried in the web splattered too far, landing around her mech's calf. The instant it hit the metal, a puff of black smoke erupted, accompanied by a sizzling, corrosive sound. As expected, Qin Yangji felt a burning pain in her leg. She wanted to shake it off, shaking off the corrosive liquid, but she had someone else to deal with, so she couldn't care less. The green blood spider was kicked away. The Silver Commander glanced in shock. Seeing Qin Yangji escape, his eyes widened. Then, a pillar of supernatural fire from the gunfire pierced the green blood spider's body, and flames exploded in front of him. Star fragments splattered, illuminating the jungle for a few seconds. Green blood, mixed with animal fragments, shot out in all directions like meteorite magma. Qin Yangji had just steadied herself on the branch when she smelled the sound of breaking wind. Quickly, she grabbed a branch and used the leaves to shield herself. Blood splattered, white smoke rose from the surface of the broad leaves, and the smell of corrosion rose up. Several sharp objects pierced into the trunk of the tree, and sawdust exploded. A wave of fire swept ahead, and the wounded green blood spider mother slammed to the ground. Dust billowed into the air, and dead leaves danced. Vision suddenly blurred. Qin Yangji realized this was the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Her eyes lit up, a glint flashing in them. She leaped from the treetops to the ground, sprinting quickly. With a backhand, she swept the silver blade that had blasted far from the green blood spider. The blade swung, a flash of silver light flashed, and the black mecha blended into the dust. When the flames died down, her body completely vanished into the darkness. Hearing the gunfire from her side, Ruan Wenqing was intercepting the Silver Elite Team's supernatural weapons. The core of the enhanced cannon carried by his mecha Danyang was a crystal core perfectly suited to him. Sequence 99, Red Celery Mother. This was one of the few A-level star beasts in the series' top 100. Its supernatural power was discrete transformation, capable of dissolving the energy of the Silver Team's ice crystal cannon and magnetic cannon. The moment the gunfire exploded, he glanced over worriedly. "Commander, do you need any help?" When Qin Yangji heard this, she was rapidly approaching the Silver Commander and, while he was still recovering, launched a barrage of attacks. Upon hearing this, she glanced at the others and saw Ruan Wenqing facing a hail of gunfire. The sight of the suppressive firepower made Qin Yangji's scalp tingle. "Not for now. The Spider Mother is with me. Don't engage their supernatural weapons. Lure the spider swarm to engage the Silver Commander. Find a gap in their gunfire and attack from close range, looking for an opportunity to dismantle the mecha and take down that supernatural weapon before it's too late." The melee and maintenance personnel in the team responded in unison. Upon hearing this, the support immediately switched their guns to energy cannons and launched a barrage of fire around the Silver Commander. The Silver Commander's rhythm, which had been gained from the Red Flame Cadets' attacks, suddenly fell into disarray, and individual soldiers tried to call for orders. But the Silver Commander seemed to be overwhelmed by this moment. For Qin Yangji was already closing in on him. The cold light of silver blades flashed chaotically before his eyes. The black basic mecha attacked with incredible speed, the blades piercing the mecha's shell and slashing down. The Silver Commander's swords were a second too slow to strike, and the blades slashed through him cleanly, sending a shower of flaming meteors. The Silver Commander raised his hands to defend, but he was already unable to keep up with his opponent's attack. Qin Yangji's horizontal and diagonal slashes came from all directions, the immense force forcing him back. Even though he grimaced in pain, the Silver Commander held back, not wanting to lose focus, let alone the urgent calls from his team in the team chat. Finally, as he fended off the blades, the Silver Commander's mecha found its opening, slicing through with a swipe of its long sword. Clang! The two weapons clashed instantly, and Qin Yangji paused in his attack. Seeing this, the Silver Commander was delighted and coldly raised his sword, ready to thrust downward. However, Qin Yangji had anticipated his move and unexpectedly released the blade. Just as the Silver Commander pressed his sword downward, she shifted her hand, firmly locking onto his right hand. The blade clattered to the ground, and the Silver Commander's eyes widened. Before he could react, he felt a bone-crushing force against his wrist, and pain exploded in his mind. He instinctively released his grip, and the next second, a wave of weightlessness, like anesthesia, blinded the Silver Commander's perception for a moment. When he regained consciousness, he was already being lifted into the air by the mecha's single hand. Chen Yangji was very skilled at this maneuver. She was always strong, and she preferred a one-sided assault to a clash of weapons. Just then, the Silver Commander's long sword was right in front of her. It would be unkind not to let her play with it. With quick eyes and hands, Chen Yangji quickly snatched up the fallen long sword and lifted the mech with his backhand, spinning swiftly through the jungle. The jungle was filled with trees, making this rotation difficult. The mech banged against tree trunks several times, only to be yanked back by Chen Yangji's brute force. After the rotation was complete, the Silver Commander was in the cockpit, his head dizzy and his back broken. He seemed to be dead, struggling only to lift a finger. A single thought crossed his mind. This damned red flame. He was going to kill her. Chen Yangji had no idea that the Silver Commander hated her to the core, his rage boiling. She felt a surge of satisfaction after completing the rotation and obtaining a new weapon. Her eyes flicked around, ready to find a good spot to launch the mech. However, with that glance, the still jumping, spinning mech's eyes flashed red, and Chen Yangji sensed a familiar energy wave. She glanced sideways, and through the gaps in the high-speed rotation, she saw slender spider legs extending from the surrounding black earth. A dark figure slowly rose to its feet, its body half shattered, fragments of flesh falling to the ground. However, with a huge bloody hole in its abdomen and traces of bombardment all around it, the green blood spider's remaining legs supported it to its feet, its emerald green compound eyes slowly turning crimson. Huh? Its broken mouth suddenly opened, and a blast of energy rippled outward. Chen Yangji's eyes widened, shock. It's not dead yet? She had watched the supernatural cannon fire directed by Bain. Inwardly horrified, Chen Yangji didn't dare to stand still. She reacted immediately, her relaxed posture shifting, and she instantly entered combat mode. A rustling wind suddenly intensified, and a powerful energy surged towards her. A chill ran down Chen Yangji's spine as the ferocious face of the green-blooded spider mother came into view. She immediately loosened her grip and flung the Silver Commander forward. Freeing her hands, the black mech swooped down behind the giant tree. Bang! A wave of energy roared, shaking the giant tree. The fragile trunk snapped and fell to the ground, sending shattered leaves flying everywhere. The scene was truly spectacular. A strong wind swept through, and besides the thud of the silver-blooded commander hitting the ground, the only sound was the crisp clatter of the green-blooded spider's legs digging into the ground. Chen Yangji hid behind a tree as the energy barrage approached. The energy blades that passed by her still scratched her mental tentacles, leaving her with a painful wound. She held her breath and waited until the impact subsided before she peered out to take a look. Seeing the green blood spider rise again, its aura intensified, its compound eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty crimson, it was immediately clear it was filled with murderous intent. No way, has it gone mad? Looking at the green blood spider mother's crimson compound eyes, Chen Yangji raised an eyebrow in surprise. I always feel like everyone's tolerance is so low. The voice quickly spread throughout the team, drawing worried glances from the Red Flame Military Academy students currently fighting the Silver Soldiers. The green blood spider mother's compound eyes scanned the area, her foot stomping heavily into the ground. Suddenly, her body stopped, her gaze locked onto it, and she charged towards Chen Yangji. Chen Yangji, frowning, observed, not daring to show her face. She gathered her injured mental tentacles into the two buds of her mental realm. At that moment, Chen Yangji, who had been keeping a close eye on the green blood spider mother's whereabouts, keenly noticed that the star beast's movement toward her had stopped. She was on full alert, brushing the bloodstains from her sword with her palm, her peripheral vision constantly scanning the battlefield, preparing to counter the green blood spider's energy attack. Unexpectedly, the spider mother shifted direction, her interest in her instantly fading. Instead, she abruptly shifted her focus, her compound eyes swiveling, and with a furious roar, she charged at the Silver Commander. Chen Yangji was puzzled, but she welcomed the situation and simply monitored the green blood spider mother's situation. The Silver Commander's cockpit shook violently. Finally regaining consciousness from the chaotic daze, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the green blood spider mother. The Silver Commander was no ordinary individual. While not the top of the Silver team, he was certainly a relatively capable individual, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the primary commander of several squads. Thus, the moment his perceptions rapidly spread, he immediately noticed something unusual about the green blood spider. Most green blood spiders are D-level star beasts, with C-level species being rare. This anomalous zone on planet 526 is outside the Star Alliance's purview. Long neglected, its resources have flourished, and its star beasts are also slightly higher in level. The green blood spider swarm in the outer ring alone is unlike any other anomalous zone, with a significant number of C-level spiders, and even the mother spider being B-level. However, at this moment, this green blood spider is clearly showing signs of advancing to A-level. This made the Silver Commander's eyebrows jump, but then, seeing that the green blood spider hadn't chosen him, who was closer, as its first prey, the Silver Commander breathed a sigh of relief. He scanned his surroundings, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. Taking on a single A-level green blood spider would be too much of a loss for him. The core of the psychic weapon in his hand was the psychic core of a B-level star beast. In a real confrontation, the Silver Commander knew his chances of victory were slim. With a crimson flame figure poised to take a bite out of him, the Silver Commander didn't dare to fully engage the star beast. Preparing to withdraw from the battlefield, the Silver Commander wondered how the crimson flame figure had attracted the green blood spider, but he felt incredibly relieved, even filled with malice. Even if the green blood spider hadn't finished her off, he wouldn't let her go. How dare they trample and insult him like that? The Silver Commander wished he could tear Qinyongji apart. If the other party could distract the star beast, buying him space to escape, the Silver Commander magnanimously thought, perhaps after Qinyongji's death, he could manage to contain her spiritual core. However, this smug thought barely flitted through his mind when the green blood spider, already sprinting towards its prey, suddenly stopped and turned. Its compound eyes locked onto the Silver Commander from the darkness. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out on the Silver Commander, his scalp tingling, and his hair stood on end. He met the green blood spider's compound eyes. In that moment, he exerted almost his fastest speed, his mech even rolling on the ground as he dodged to the other side. Stab! The sound of slicing air pierced through the air as a thick black spider silk thread shot out from the green blood spider's mouthparts, piercing the ground directly. With a loud bang, the soil exploded, revealing a large hole. A black liquid splattered from the silk thread, and as it dripped, hot steam rose, and a corrosive odor spread. The Silver Commander's eyes widened at the sight, his body stiffening. And this wasn't over yet. In the moment, he was stunned. Several spider silk threads shot out, following his trajectory, piercing him at intervals. In the blink of an eye, a sharp spider silk tip descended directly into the Silver Commander's mech. Upon observing this scene, Qinyongji's mood, originally set on watching the spectacle, suddenly darkened. Commander Bayan seemed stunned. Behind him lay a tree trunk, leaving him nowhere to hide. The spider silk was barely 10 meters away. For the green-blooded spider, piercing the mecha was a matter of seconds, yet its prey remained motionless. Did you get scared? Qinyongji's brows furrowed in confusion, tinged with a hint of disgust. But she knew clearly that she couldn't let Commander Bayan be defeated by the star beast at this moment. If her limited knowledge of interstellar life was correct, the green-blooded spider had undergone a mutation. The slime it originally spewed had become a highly aggressive and corrosive slime. This meant it had evolved into an enhanced variant, meaning it was advancing. A star beast needed to absorb energy to advance, so it shouldn't be advancing here. Any energy mining area would be better. At this moment, the green blood spider swarm was being eliminated from the battlefield, and the surrounding energy liquid aura was gradually dissipating. The only food available to the star beasts was the energy from their guns and the spirit cores of individual soldiers. Judging from the green blood spider's reaction just now, it seemed that they were far more attracted to her than the energy liquid. If the green blood spider attempted to absorb the spirit cores as energy for advancement, Qinyongji would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the attack. Ron Winching and the others were still holding the silver team back, unable to escape. The Silver Commander couldn't die before the green blood spider mother was killed. With this thought in mind, Qinyongji's spirit tentacles instantly extended, and his mech quickly stood up. He leaped forward, leveraging the momentum to fly out, a dark shadow rapidly approaching the Silver Commander. Just as the Silver Commander realized his escape was impossible, and was about to activate his mech's external defenses, a figure approached. Before he could even begin to raise his guard, he felt a sense of weightlessness, his neck gripped by a pair of large hands, and his mech flew away. This feeling was all too familiar to the Bayan commander, who roared, "Damn you, Qiyin! How dare you humiliate me like this?" Humiliated, Qinyongji's eyes fluttered for a second. She dodged sideways, avoiding the crackling of spider silk piercing the ground, questioning the Bayan's individual soldier training methods. Why are they all so weak? Sensitive and fragile, not only incompetent in fighting, but also incredibly petty. First, she had merely thrown the man by the scruff of the neck, but her intention was to save him, not to humiliate him. Qin Yangji didn't know that the Baian's evolved species was the silver ape, a creature that swung freely among trees year-round. For the Baian, this throwing was a form of atavism. In Interstellar, the subtext of simulating atavism is equivalent to insulting them as inferior creatures who haven't fully evolved. But she would have done it even if she knew. Because fighting isn't about stepping on the enemy's face. What's the point? Qin Yangji's combat philosophy is to incite the greatest hatred and engage in the most satisfying fights. The more hatred the enemy harbors, the more excited she gets. After shaking off the Silver Commander, Qin Yangji didn't pause, but quickly retreated, landing right in front of the Silver Commander, who had been knocked to the ground by him again. She pulled him behind a tree, using the trunk to shield him from the stinging spider webs. She half-crouched, one hand grasping the Silver Commander's mech's jaw, and said, "Let's negotiate." The Silver Commander ignored her and struggled violently. A sudden, impatient click echoed in his ear, and then he felt the jaw tighten. The Silver Commander instinctively glanced over, then saw Qin Yangji raise his hand and clench his fist. Bang! With one punch, she smashed a piece of rubble the size of a mech's palm at the base of the tree, leaving a small dent in the tree. The Silver Commander could sense the force behind the blow. His breath hitched, and he could see the cold, indifferent expression on the Qian base mech's face, a look of despair that threatened to crush him like an ant. He dared not move, but remained arrogant as he asked, "What do you want to do?" Seeing his willingness to cooperate, Qin Yangji relaxed his grip in a friendly manner. "I attract the green blood spider's attention, and you take aim, Commander. You don't want to die here, do you?" The latter part of her words was so casual that the Silver Commander didn't understand her meaning. But as he lowered his gaze, he saw Qin Yangji, the mech, wielding a long sword, gesturing towards his cockpit. Suddenly, Commander Baian felt more adept at reading comprehension than he had ever been. He often struggled with understanding and couldn't grasp the leader's words. But at this moment, he instantly grasped Qin Yangji's meaning. If he doesn't cooperate, he'd die. A cold touch touched Commander Baian's chest, and his muscles suddenly contracted. His eyes trembled, and his body stiffened. "All right." Hearing this, Qin Yangji sheathed his sword. While they were talking, the presence of the green blood spider was close at hand. Qin Yangji had no idea what had triggered the green blood spider. As she moved, the green blood spider chased after her. Even though Qin Yangji was carrying an energy cannon, blasting energy liquid at the green blood spider's rear, the star beast continued to follow her without blinking. Such a resolute choice of her sent a chill through Qin Yangji's heart. The green blood spider didn't react after a single volley of shots, instead continuing to move its legs closer. Perhaps because its silk wasn't enough to dispose of its prey, the green blood spider began to engage in combat itself. Sharp limbs extended far out, and from the lush green shell, a series of incredibly sharp green spikes emerged. As if the trunk was in the way, one limb pierced the trunk, and another slashed through it. With just 2 strikes, the giant tree in front of Qin Yangji was severed in half. She quickly retreated, and as she moved through the air, she had time to glance at the cross-section of the giant tree on the ground. It showed the marks of energy disintegration. But at least 1/3 of the jagged marks were caused by the green blood spider's limbs. Qin Yangji became increasingly intrigued by the green blood spider's several pairs of legs. Before that, she had to quickly create space for Commander Baian to fire his weapons. Find a way to get her to reveal her abdominal silk glands. They're the green blood spider's Achilles heel. Commander Baian's voice rang out. Even as he agreed to cooperate with Qin Yangji, he already distanced himself from the green blood spider and leaped onto the treetops. At this, Qin Yangji dodged, then, finding his opportunity, decisively advanced with his sword, instantly closing in on the green blood spider. He pressed his sword against the star beast's ventral legs, his body constantly shifting, dodging the silk and slime that could emanate from the spider's mouth at any moment. Commander Baian's eyes narrowed at this. The fire from the charging gun grew brighter. The aiming bolt had locked onto the green blood spider, but as the red flame mech engaged, she had somehow revealed her back to Commander Baian. This action darkened Commander Baian's gaze. Since he held the key to killing the star beast, then, why did he have to join forces with this red flame man? With this thought, the Silver Commander glanced at the team channel. The red flame cadet's response to the green blood spider swarm was timely. They attracted the spiders and eliminated most of the silver soldiers. Many remained, and the signal went dark. The Silver Commander was unsure of their location. Perhaps they hadn't received his instructions, and had moved out of range, or perhaps their mental tentacles were damaged and disconnected. But it was clear that the Silvers were indeed at a disadvantage in this ambush. But he wasn't. If he could have killed the Star Beast, and then this Red Flame Man, he might have had a chance to escape. What a dead end. The Silver Commander had a sudden inspiration, gloating over the fact that this Red Flame Man was truly doomed. Talking about cooperation with the enemy. How naive. The Red Flame Man was truly foolish. The Silver Commander's aiming bolt locked back and forth. Even on the other side, Qin Yangji's mental tentacles spread out, his awareness of his surroundings acutely sharp. The gun's subtle deflection, the brief seconds it was aimed at her, was enough for Qin Yangji to clearly sense the gun's aim, even as he locked onto the green blood spider's mouthparts with one hand, blasting waves of energy into her mental field. Commander Bain wasn't trustworthy. Qin Yangji knew that from the start. But it didn't matter. She just needed a tool who knew how to wield a gun. The green blood spider was locked in Qin Yangji's grasp. His long sword weaved between several pairs of legs, then suddenly became stuck. The mother green blood spider struggled, her compound eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. The weapon was so strong that even the energy from its limbs couldn't break free. Qin Yangji darted back and forth, completely entrapping the legs in the long sword, like a rope wrapped around a stick, rendering the green blood spider's legs incapable of movement. Seeing this, Qin Yangji finally sensed her opportunity. She turned back to Commander Bain, and the mech spun, its arms swung with it. The mech arrived behind the green blood spider, its long sword in hand. The Silver Commander took command, aiming the guns and charging the fiery cannon. A blazing glow filled the barrels, and Qin Yangji's eyes flashed crimson. Seeing this, she no longer hesitated, and swiftly drew her sword. Swish! The gun erupted, and a column of fire shot out like roiling magma. As the green blood spider struggled, it suddenly felt its restraints loosen, its legs free, and it instinctively spread out in all directions. At that moment, Qin Yangji, holding its mouth closed, exerted force with her palm, lifting the green blood spider's body. The Star Beast's center of gravity shifted backward, and it fell with a snap, its abdomen completely exposed. Qin Yangji loosened her grip and retreated. She sprinted between the trees, her figure intersecting with the surging columns of fire. The flames illuminated the dark mecha, and instantly, a flash of red flashed in its eyes. Qin Yangji leaped from the treetops like a whirlwind, rapidly closing in on Commander Bain. Seeing the flames illuminate her path, Commander Bain fired a cannon, raising it to charge. The crystal core rapidly charged, and the barrel tracked the mecha's trajectory. Within a few seconds of seeing Qin Yangji's mecha charging towards him, the second cannon was fully charged. Chapter 21. A second pillar of fire approached the barrel, scorching hot. Through his left mecha, Commander Bain felt the scorching heat. His arm and nerves trembled, yet his expression was ferocious with excitement. A hint of a maniacal smile shone in his eyes, as he looked at Qin Yangji, his gaze filled with the joy of having avenged his vengeance. Just as Commander Bain felt a flicker of pride, the moment the fiery red light burned the barrel red, a girl's voice, a languid sound, drifted into his ears, mixed with the whistling wind. What gave you the illusion? You think you have a chance to kill me? Commander Bain didn't have time to think, and he didn't even catch the second half of the sentence. A strange mental energy surged in from all around him. Silent, insensitive mental tentacles, lurking for who knows how long, spread rapidly across the mecha like vines, then converged on Commander Bain's left arm and communicator. Strange energy invaded the communicator, entwining itself with the outside of his mental tentacles. The Silver Commander's senses suddenly went blank. Sound, light, and heat vanished in an instant, as if abandoned by the world. A sharp pain followed, and flashes of black light flashed before his eyes. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the jungle. As the roar of the artillery fire faded, the scream spread, drawing the gazes of the Red Flame cadets, who were surrounding the Silver Soldier. What's that noise? That scream is so pitiful. What did the commander do to him? The Red Flame cadets barely exchanged a single word, as the Silver Soldier, who was holding out against them, froze in unison. Then, as if struck hard, the force of his attack instantly weakened, allowing the Red Flame Soldier to seize the opportunity and slam his weapon into his face, instantly shattering the rear communication device casing. The Silver Range attacker, manning the cannon in the distance, felt a jolt. The pain from the ruptured mental tentacles ripped through his mind and spread throughout his body. He suppressed a cry, but his hand trembled uncontrollably, and the gun fired in an unsettling direction. The Red Flame cadets dodged each other, but the Silver Soldiers had no time to hide and were hit by stray bullets. The pain of their ruptured mental tentacles was enough to stop them in their tracks for a few seconds, but the powerful barrage of gunfire finally caused them to faint. The sound of the mech's fall sent up a cloud of dust, and the red flame cadets glanced at each other in bewilderment. Oh my god! I haven't even had enough of the fight, and I'm already down? What the hell did the commander do? Why are the silver soldiers fighting their own people? Should I say it, this trend is truly Chen Yongji's. The voices on the red flame communication network continued to echo, but Chen Yongji had no time to pay attention. Her mech quickly closed the distance with the silver commander. At the same time, its mental tentacles penetrated the other mech's communicator. The mech's core communicator erupted with powerful repulsive energy, burning the tips of the mental tentacles as the energy surged towards her. Chen Yongji's mental realm began to churn violently. Her jaw clenched, her teeth clenched, her eyes fixed on the blazing cannon barrel. Red light was poised to erupt, ready to burst towards her in the next second. The mental tentacle on the silver commander's left arm locked onto the communication wire. A sudden flash of red light flashed, and in a self-destructive manner, the energy within the tentacle exploded. Energy from the mental realm surged out, instantly fusing the wire. Lightning crackled from the joints of the mech, and Chen Yongji's mind stabbed with pain. Red light continued to emanate from her mental buds. A layer of energy emanated, flowing along the trees and rocks, blending into the wind and spreading in an instant. Time seemed to stand still. Fallen leaves lingered in midair. The guns, ready to fire, remained suspended in their chambers. Bain's movements, expression, and even his thoughts froze for a moment. Chen Yongji was unaware. The moment the contact wire snapped, she swiftly raised her long sword and swept it across. The sharp blade flashed across the sky, then suddenly slashed down like thunder and lightning. With a swish, sparks followed the sword's trajectory, circling a fiery arc and exploding brilliantly in the air. Clang! The longsword shattered the mecha's hull, the contact wire bursting, and the crackling sound of the cutting components, like the gnawing of an animal, sent a chill through the air. With his left arm broken and his mental tentacles severely damaged, the silver commander's vision went black, the pain paralyzing his nerves for a moment. The moment Chen Yongji's mental tentacles ascended and his mech's cannons detached, a matter of seconds, felt to the silver commander like a century. The damaged mental tentacles slowly retracted, energy continuously leaking from the strands destroyed by Chen Yongji, causing waves of pain in his mental realm. The silver commander tried to project his perception, but as soon as light appeared in his field of vision, he was met with a crimson ball of light. The muzzles of guns, illuminated by the flames, shot towards him like the sun piercing the darkness. The silver commander's eyes reflected the glow of the guns. At that moment, pillars of fire shot out, and the driven cannons blasted towards the silver commander. Chen Yongji used her shoulder to block the gun, and the huge backward impact almost sent her flying, but the chassis of the mecha was extremely stable, and her upper body only tilted back a little, and then she was attracted by the heat wave. Bang! A loud explosion erupted again. Commander Bain's voice was choked by his throat, and the mech collapsed into the massive crater created by the blast. Chen Yongji watched the smoke and dust billowing into the sky from afar. He weighed the cannon, its power gone, and its flames instantly extinguished, a look of surprise on his face. Wow! What a powerful weapon! It was indeed a good cannon. This shot was powered by the full charge of Commander Bain's drive core, specifically intended to blast Chen Yongji to pieces. Unexpectedly, it ended up hitting him instead. The aftermath of the blast dissipated, and the black mech approached, took a look at the completely disintegrated mech, and sighed, "It's broken already? I thought it could be used again." Commander Bain's mech was far superior to the basic mech she was currently piloting, and Chen Yongji had long coveted it. Looking at the mecha's hull, completely shattered by the raging fire, she sighed with regret. After sighing, Chen Yongji leaped into the pit and dug out Commander Bain, unconscious in the cockpit, from beneath the black soil and shredded leaves. He quickly gathered his spoils, and stored them all in his space button. She didn't spare the green-blooded spider mother either. The spider mother's abdomen had been blasted to a bloody mess by gunfire, and flames still blazed. Chen Yongji severed the still intact ventral legs. Commander Bain's long sword, made of material with a hardness of approximately level 6, proved difficult to cut through the green-blooded spider mother's shell, but dissecting the cartilage connecting the limbs was straightforward. Chen Yongji painstakingly cut through the spider mother's abdominal shell. Just as he was about to remove a large piece to store in the nanospace, his sword struck a hard object amidst the green blood-stained flesh. Chen Yongji paused, then reached in and dug. The silk glands exploded, releasing a corrosive fluid that was a bit hot. Not wanting to linger, Qin Yangji quickly ripped and pulled out a palm-sized crystal core, along with a green blood spider's innards. It was so small she could only pinch it with 2 fingers, but upon touching it, she could feel the surging energy within. Seeing the crystal core, Qin Yangji raised an eyebrow in surprise. A good harvest. As expected of a star beast that can only be killed with supernatural weapons, this one was at least spear rank. After completely dismantling the star beast and securing all useful parts, Qin Yangji, sword in one hand and Commander Bain's cockpit in the other, dragged her out. Seeing her figure emerge from the jungle, the Qian Military Academy students breathed a sigh of relief. Then, following Qin Yangji's bloody palm, their gaze shifted to Commander Bain, who lay lifeless on the ground. Several people's pupils trembled, and then they exchanged glances. Even through the mechas, they could sense the look of certainty in each other's eyes. Oh my god, that's the blood of the green blood spider mother, and the Silver Squad's main commander, right? I told you the commander fought even harder than we did. Who said we were too brutal? Compared to Qin Yangji, we're all just younger brothers. Qin Yangji didn't notice the admiration in the looks the soldiers on the team gave her. Only when she emerged did she notice the situation outside. The ground was covered in the sticky blood of the green blood spiders. The silver mechas had been disassembled and scattered everywhere, and the soldiers were chained to the mechas with iron shackles, ready to be taken back as prisoners. Qin Yangji glanced at the number of people and felt a wave of annoyance. How much nutrient solution will this take? The Qian Military Academy student, who had been actively working, froze upon hearing her muttering. The maintenance staff helping to tie up the men glanced around, a look of deep thought in their eyes. Long-range attacks were more straightforward. Armed with a cannon, they strode forward and inquired, if it doesn't work out, let's just finish them right here and there. Just pretend they were killed by the star beasts. Wan Wenqing's eyes widened as she looked at the student manning the cannon, a bit taken aback. Huh? Are our styles so smooth now? The man looked at Qin Yangji with a shy smile. It's all thanks to the good command. Wan Wenqing glanced at Qin Yangji, and the crowd around her turned to look at her. Qin Yangji stiffened, and her smile, once somewhat relieved, became a little guilty. Look at what she's doing. Is it her fault that this guy has become like this? Take a step back. Isn't it because the Silver Commander is too hateful? Qin Yangji's eyes drifted for a moment, then he came to his senses, chuckled dryly, and walked over to pat the far-attacked mech. Haha, we're not such bloodthirsty people. Especially me, I'm very kind. I feel bad even if I step on an ant. As soon as he said this, Far-Attack glanced at the Silver Commander, who was still being dragged along by her, clearing a clear path, and replied quietly, Really? I don't believe it. Qin Yangji tooted his words, wanting to say something. How could she not be kind? She never let anyone suffer for too long in a fight. Wouldn't she feel bad that the Silver Commander's mech had become like this? Isn't that kind? Commander, Star Beast fluctuations are approaching. The scout, who had just finished fighting and was deployed in the distance, said a warning, his tone solemn. Qin Yangji paused in her chat, spread her perception, and glanced around. She saw a large number of Star Beast energy signals coming from near the edge of the mining area, and her expression instantly became serious. Is everything packed? Retreat quickly. The fighting is too noisy, and has alerted the Star Beasts in the mining area. Qin Yangji continued to observe the situation ahead as she spoke. The Star Beast vibrations grew stronger, and soon the ground began to shake. It was the sound of large Star Beasts galloping. She carefully analyzed the energy fluctuations, which were much higher than those of the green blood spider mother, making them even more difficult to deal with than the silver team. Why are so many Star Beasts rushing over here? Aren't they all nesting around the mining area? The Red Flame Academy students reacted quickly, tying the silver team to their mechas, and quickly moving with them. A group of mechas quickly leaped to the treetops and raced through the forest, pushing and pulling to their maximum power, the roar of their engines humming and throbbing. Escaped from the jungle, Qin Yangji quickly identified an easy escape route from the Star Beast's energy signals, and prepared to bypass the other side of the mining area. Hearing the maintenance soldier say this, she pondered for a moment. This doesn't look good. Did we use up a lot of energy fluid? Why are so many Star Beasts following us? Qin Yangji's brow furrowed. He sent out his sensor and reconnaissance to observe, noting that the Star Beast's energy wasn't dissipating, but rather drawing closer. These Star Beasts seem to be following us? The reconnaissance officer's voice was tinged with panic. The mech swiftly moved through the jungle, now several hundred meters away from the mining battle area, circling a circular trajectory outside the mining area. The Star Beasts seemed to follow suit, as if they had a fixed position, heading straight for them. Fixed position. Qin Yongji thought of this word, and the image of the green-blooded spider charging at her flashed before her eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. No way, she swallowed, watching the approaching swarm of star beasts. After a few seconds of thought, she made her arrangements. I go check the situation. Keep an eye out for reconnaissance. If my mech signal disappears on the radar map, everyone evacuate. Support will disperse energy near the mining area to lure the star beasts back. Understand? After hearing her final instructions, Ruan Wenqing and Wei Xian looked at her. Wei Xian offered, how can you lure the star beasts away by yourself? I go with you. Qin Yongji, without even turning back, rushed towards the direction the star beasts were pursuing, taking the energy liquid thrown by the maintenance team. Only a quiet female voice, mixed with the whistling of wind, could be heard over the still-connected communication network channel. I'm not looking for a fight with the star beasts, I just lure them away. Qin Yongji said this, but the tense expression on his face didn't relax. His gaze was fixed on the front, his eyes quickly locked onto his next destination as he ran. His figure moved with incredible speed, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few breaths. Ruan Wenqing pondered for 2 seconds, then briefly took over command, urging the others to act quickly. Wei Xian watched Qin Yongji's disappearing back, his brow furrowed. As long as the commander refrains from rushing in to provoke a fight, the energy she brought with her will be enough to distract the star beasts. After the maintenance station said this, even though Qin Yongji's mental tentacles were still attached, Ruan Wenqing couldn't help but reply, it's going to be difficult to stop Qin Yongji from fighting. He spoke with a hint of worry. Ruan Wenqing and Qin Yongji didn't have much contact, and it was only recently that Qin Yongji gradually understood the basic theories and practices of conducting. Li Jingxian mentioned it many times, and from her words, one could probably understand that Qin Yongji was a person who liked to pursue excitement and limits. After several battles together, Ruan Wenqing had become familiar with her style. She loved a challenge, and while her actions might seem reckless, retrospective analysis revealed she was pushing herself to her limits. Ruan Wenqing suppressed her worries, and followed the route Qin Yongji had marked for the team, circling to the other side of the mining area. As soon as they stepped beyond the edge of the mining area, Qin Yongji's mental tentacle severed, and the powerful mental energy within each mecha vanished, leaving only a few flickers of red light. Shualing's sense of oppression eased, and she decisively took over, re-establishing the communication network. I'm not saying this, but Qin Yongji's spiritual energy is a bit too overpowering. Just thinking about it for a moment gave me a headache. So I'm not the only one like this. Commander Chun is probably new, and not very experienced. Maybe it's just the low compatibility of his spiritual tentacles. But if it affects all of us, it doesn't seem that low. Shualing vaguely remembered learning this part before, having completely forgotten it. But after watching the command course with Qin Yongji these days, he's been forced to remember quite a bit. It's probably related to the affinity of Qin Yongji's spiritual buds. She might be the more aggressive type. The formation of spiritual tentacles is caused by mutations. Affinity attributes are similar to the properties of a star beast's crystal core. Some attributes tend to be highly offensive, such as enhancement, corrosion, or elemental fire and thunder. Star beasts with these attributes are generally more aggressive and prone to frenzy, and the corresponding spiritual tentacle energy is more overpowering. The discussion about command faded amid the tense atmosphere on the detour into the mining area. At that moment, a distant scout's voice reached them, its tone somewhat strange. The star beast signal has disappeared. While there are still many star beasts within the mining area, their levels are not very high. In fact, it wasn't that they were not high at all. It was just that there were only a few star beasts on the outskirts, like the green blood spiders, mostly C or B level. The high-level star beasts within the mining area had disappeared. This was truly bizarre. The Qian scouts, observing this, suspected the star beast's IQ had been enhanced to an epic level, and had devised this method to trick them into entering. Huh? Weren't there supposedly a group of high-level star beasts here? They all came looking for us? What did we actually hunt? Just the energy liquid we used to confiscate the silver. Is there something else going on? Oh my god, where are those star beasts following us? Are they still chasing us? The scout's mental tentacles weren't far enough away. She could only vaguely sense that the star beast energy signal was weakening shortly after Qin Yongji left. At this point, her sensing range was clear of large groups of star beasts. Only scattered low-level star beasts scattered throughout the forest, the kind the commander would consider wasteful in a fight. No more. The cadets slowly moved toward the mining area. Some of them seemed to be dreaming, their steps oscillating. No way. We fought Bayin to the death a few times before, but we couldn't even get to the edge of the mining area, and there were all kinds of star beasts lurking around. And yet, today, she just walked in so easily. Forget us. Buying couldn't even get in with her starship-equipped earth-shaking cannons before. Shh, I have a bad feeling. So, the star beasts here are quite high-level and numerous. Commanding her. Is it really okay? This silenced everyone else, and the team's atmosphere instantly darkened. The high-energy mining area is located on the outer ring of the anomaly zone. This anomaly zone on planet 526 is not subject to galactic control and is extremely vast. The energy reserves within are astonishing, and the star beasts it breeds are extremely high level. However, the outer ring's energy production is low, its star beast nests are few, and its danger level is low, so the emergence of this high-energy mining area was purely accidental. This led Bain to discover the immense potential of planet 526. If the outer ring alone could boast a substantial mining area, how rich must the interior be? The creation of this mining area alone in the outer ring attracted nearly all the surrounding star beasts. As the Qian Military Academy students entered the mining area, the surrounding rocks looked identical, yet they could sense a surge of energy emanating from the cracks in the rocks. One cadet reached out and touched the wall, and the mountain felt warm, the scent of the milky minerals surging from the earth. Oh my god, how many energy crystals are in this mining area? I feel like the air has changed the moment I walked in. No wonder Bain has set his sights on this place. How many energy crystals does it take? There are several mines here, and the mining channels would take days to dig. Stop sighing. Hurry, and take some things with you. We're already here, so we can't have this trip in vain. Hurry up and retreat. Let's see how the command is doing. Lian Yunqing watched the group of students groping around along the mining area and couldn't help but glance around. The rocks in the mining area are connected, and the surface temperature is higher than outside. Signs of damage can be seen in the mountain walls, as well as holes dug from the ground. These are traces left by star beasts absorbing energy, and they also serve as the path they use to approach the mining area. Star beast energy is around, be alert. The scouts were barely visible in the darkness. Upon entering the mining area, they dispersed around the team, sensing in all directions, their mind alert. The remaining energy of the star beast made people dare not relax. As soon as the reconnaissance reminder sounded, the others immediately became serious and began to walk towards the interior of the mining area along the pits on the ground and the mountain wall. At that moment, Qin Yongji piloted the mech through the jungle, as nimble as a monkey in the wilds. Sensing the energy aura approaching from behind, Qin Yongji unleashed a barrage of fire. The mech quickly turned, and just seconds after circling, there was a bang. The star beast, slithering along the vines behind her, followed the mech's path and crashed into the tree ahead. Qin Yongji gave a sly smile. She heard the star beast growl, and emerald green vines sprouted from its body. It quickly circled around the tree ahead. Its body swayed, and its expression faltered as it continued its charge. She leaped from the tree trunk, her gaze fixed on the ground beneath her. The black earth seemed to shift, and a bulge rose from the ground, chasing the mech's steps, waiting for the moment she landed so it could pounce. As soon as she left the crowd, Qin Yongji was almost certain that the star beasts were indeed chasing her. The green-blooded spider mother's lock-on wasn't a surprise. At least to the star beasts, she was even more alluring than the high-energy liquid. TSK, Qin Yongji thought, perhaps she was now even more alluring than the high-energy mining area. To the star beasts, she was like the flesh of a living Tang monk. Could it be because she traveled through time? She speculated wildly, raising her lightsaber slightly. The metal blade reflected light, and her mental tentacles sensed the surrounding star beasts. As for the other star beasts, Qin Yongji ran fast enough to distance herself. Besides the monkey chasing her relentlessly, there was another star beast of unknown origin underground, moving very quickly and following her closest. Qin Yongji was getting a little annoyed by being chased. Even as she ran, her mind was still racing. She kept thinking. During the fight with Commander Bain, there was a clear moment when the green-blooded spider mother, clearly coming for her, switched sides and headed for Commander Bain. What happened then? She kept replaying every detail of the fight in her mind, but the star beasts behind her were closing in, occasionally attacking her. The brown monkey, in particular, had the ability to manipulate plants, making it difficult for Qin Yongji to defend herself. He was often whipped by the surrounding vines, which was a headache to deal with. This is really annoying. I have to kill these two first. A dark glint flashed in Qin Yongji's eyes, and his leaps intensified. The two star beasts he had lured, and the large force behind him receded further and further away. His lightsaber shone with bursts of silver light, illuminating the ferocious teeth of the brown monkey behind him. Chapter 22. The long sword swirled in the air, a sharp rustle of wind. The sharp blade slashed through the brown monkey's vines, and the leaping star beast let out a shriek, poised to pounce on Qinyongji. The brown monkey was not small in stature. The mutation had given it a brown armored exterior. Spikes sprouted from its brown fur. Its palms were exceptionally large, its nails extremely long, and its 5 fingers spread out to grab at the mecha. The palm wind struck, and Qinyongji swung back to block it, blocking the brown monkey's tough nails. The blades clashed, slashing with a streak of fire. Qinyongji pressed against the brown monkey's sharp claws, and the star beast instantly opened its mouth, revealing a ferocious face to her. The hair tangled, covering its entire face, and as it opened its mouth, a sharp, piercing shriek erupted. Qinyongji's ears stung, and his free hand moved. She grabbed a vine emerging from the brown monkey, which was crawling toward the mecha, and yanked it back. The tearing sensation was like ripping a layer of the monkey's skin off. The star beast's screams grew louder and more intense, even tinged with anger. Its fangs bared, and it glared at Qinyongji. Qinyongji's head throbbed at its cries. Upon realizing the vines had grown from its flesh, she tugged hard, holding on tight. Even when sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, piercing the mecha's fingers, tears streaming down her face, she didn't let go. The two forces pulled, and the vines entwined within the brown monkey's body tightened, as if they would break at any moment. The strain on her sword grip grew stronger, and Qinyongji glanced at the ground. She had paused for a moment in the fight, and the bulge in the ground had surged a few meters before quickly returning, now directly below her. Seeing the bulge popping up, Qinyongji's eyes flashed. He exerted force with his arms, pulled the brown monkey's vines, and pulled him up. The mecha rushed forward, and the long sword was pressed against the brown monkey's sharp claws. He pressed forward suddenly, and got stuck between the brown monkey's fangs, and then exerted force with both hands at the same time. Swish! The long sword sliced through the brown monkey's arm, its light gleaming like a rainbow, sparking a trail of sparks from the friction. Qinyongji tensed the muscles in his other hand, grasping the vine with strength. The star beast, still unable to react, was hoisted completely into the air. A threatening female voice emanated from the mecha, its clear voice tinged with impatience. "Stop yelling like that. You're the loudest of the 2 star beasts." With that, she tossed the vine into the air. The sword's light split the darkness, a cold streak piercing forward, accompanied by a crackling sound. The vine severed, the brown monkey's body lost its anchor. The mecha charged forward, spun in midair, and with a smooth, beautiful roundhouse kick, it sent the airborne star beast careening towards the undulating mound of earth. The brown monkey curled up like a cannonball, hitting the ground with a loud thud, instantly slamming a hole into the ground that had been upturned by the earthworm pupa. Qinyongji paused, the mecha spinning in midair. Hearing the noise, it decisively moved away from the brown monkey, a dark shadow swiftly passing. As she retreated, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the soil. Huge fangs pierced the black earth, and a bloody maw suddenly flew out. The black scales of the armor gleamed coldly in the light of the long sword. The long snake twisted and stretched itself upward, closing its fangs that had engulfed the brown monkey. The snake stood upright, and 2 pairs of vertical serpent pupils peeked out from either side of its massive head, giving it a strange look. What a perverted appearance! Qinyongji couldn't help but let a hint of disdain cross his lips. Snakes, having 2 penises would be fine, but in interstellar space, they evolved 3 heads. That wouldn't mean there are 6. Qinyongji's gaze dropped to the ground with a strange look, following the snake's path down. The snake's head struggled towards her, a stench overwhelming her. The 2 heads entangled, hissing and pulling at their necks, pushing forward, only to be held back by the thick central head, preventing them from moving even a fraction. It looked incredibly comical. Seeing the 3-headed earthworm's movements under control, Qinyongji quickly sprang into action, leaping onto a higher branch and moving to the side of the cliff. From her perch, her view widened. She glanced down to see a brown monkey stuck in the gaping maw of the 3-headed earthworm. As if sensing a threat, the wooden thorns on its body instantly grew longer, piercing the worm's jaws in an instant. Blood poured out, staining its fangs red. The brown monkey's vine shot out again, spreading across the surrounding branches, pinning the worm's body to its spot. Then, it struggled to wriggle out of the snake's mouth. The other 2 heads of the 3-headed earthworm cried out in agony. The brown monkey stretched its mouth wider and wider, on the verge of escaping the sea of suffering. Suddenly, Qinyongji saw the star beast's snake pupil flash. The 2 heads of the earthworm simultaneously moved toward the center, a crimson light erupting, and flames ignited along the earthworm's body. Whoosh! A wave of heat surged, instantly raising the temperature around it. Chun Yongji could sense the energy from a distance. The three heads of the earthworm simultaneously spewed flames, searing the brown monkey's vines. The monkey screamed in pain, the sound so shrill that Chun Yongji couldn't help but cover his ears. The flames burned along the vines. In a few blinks, the vines turned to black charcoal, shattering with a single blow. The restraints on the brown monkey were completely lifted. The three-headed earthworm regained its mobility. Its two heads looked around. The flames of the central head lingered for several tens of seconds before extinguishing. It lowered its head and spat out something like a piece of black charcoal. The other two snake heads lowered their heads, biting left and right, tearing the brown monkey, which had become a black mass, apart. The star beast's body instantly ripped apart, revealing some bright red flesh within. Chun Yongji watched the snake heads rummage for a moment, then the left and right heads moved aside. The central snake head lowered its fangs, extracted a tiny crystal core, and with a flick of its tongue swallowed it whole. Seeing this, she seemed to sense something. Star beasts also compete with each other. Crystal cores represent the energy core of a star beast, much like their spiritual core. But generally speaking, this is not the preferred energy source for star beasts. They prefer to absorb natural energy, or, secondly, spiritual cores purified by the human spirit realm, which are of higher purity. Watching the three-headed earthworm swallow the brown monkey's crystal core, Chun Yongji braced himself, anticipating a fierce battle. She clutched her sword, ready to charge forward and engage the three-headed earthworm when, upon seeing this scene, a flash of lightning struck her mind, a sudden revelation puncturing the mech's leaping form. She remembered the green blood spider's turn, and what she was doing. Through this thought, Chun Yongji immediately retracted her mental tentacles, reducing the mech's communicator's power supply. The mech then came to a semi-permanent rest on the mountain wall, like a creeper clinging to a wall, relying solely on its limbs for balance. Just as her mental tentacles retracted, her perception and energy vanishing from the outside world, the three heads of the three-headed earthworm spun in place. The snake head, which had devoured the brown monkey, erupted in a small burst of flame, burped, and emerged completely from the ground. Its three heads hissed, circling the jungle twice, seemingly losing their target. Then, Chun Yongji saw its pupils swirl as it looked in a certain direction, a glint of light flashing. There was a pool of energy liquid that Chun Yongji had blasted out. The three-headed earthworm quickly crawled over and began to absorb the energy liquid along the ground. Its body twisted and wobbled along the ground, unexpectedly heading in the opposite direction, preparing to leave. Chun Yongji's eyes flashed with interest as he curiously extended his spiritual tentacles. The perception instantly spread and exploded, spreading outward, the spiritual energy once again spreading across the abnormal zone. At that moment, Chun Yongji saw the trajectory of the star beasts in the distance. The star beasts that had just swarmed towards her position were now in disarray, fighting and biting each other. The aftermath of the energy blasted for miles, and some star beasts retreated to the rear, heading towards the high-energy mining area. And the moment her energy dispersed, all the star beasts simultaneously turned their gazes towards her, their eyes burning. Even the three-headed earthworm, already preparing to depart, suddenly turned back. The sight of all three heads simultaneously gazing toward the mountain sent a chill down Chun Yongji's spine. She quickly withdrew her perception and energy, continuing to cling to the mountain wall like a gecko. The sudden attraction faded once more, and the star beast, somewhat surprised, cocooned on the ground. Its body, pressed to the ground, turned back and paced the jungle in a serpentine circle, its head darting in all directions, its twisting body looking particularly eerie. Chun Yongji now even stopped the mecha. The radar signal vanished, and the star beast lost its lock on its target. The three-headed earthworm spun around, twisting and turning away from the front, following the direction of the mutation zone, towards the mining area. Watching the star beast disappear, Chun Yongji waited a moment before emerging from behind the mountain wall. He tentatively activated his mecha, connected the communicator, and let his spiritual energy trickle out, cautiously sending out his perception. The temperature of the mountain wall gradually faded, and the icy touch, along with the mecha sensors, informed Chun Yongji of the passage of time. Counting the seconds and estimating the star beast's trajectory, Chun Yongji breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing the mecha open, she leaped a few times in midair, landing quickly. Slowly, her mental tentacles crawled around, not daring to spread too far. After sensing the surrounding environment and the star beast's signals, they were quickly gathered within their master's mental realm. The black mecha sheathed its long sword and, under the cover of darkness, moved toward the perimeter of the abnormal zone. Even after her mecha signal disappeared from the radar map, The cadets exploring the mining area far away were constantly dodging and fleeing from several large star beasts. The reconnaissance mecha noticed the basic mecha signal dimming on the radar map and hurriedly warned the others to prepare for evacuation. Wei Xian quickly exchanged glances with Wang Wenqing and circled around to the perimeter of the mining area with several support mechas. The others paused their actions and unleashed their long-range firepower, their guns and artillery rumbling towards the star beasts chasing the melee attacks. The bombardment and vibrations caused the mine floor to tremble, a sign that the star beasts dormant underground were awakening. The group quickly retreated from the high-energy mining area. Before they even set foot outside, they sensed the massive surge of star beasts coming back through the communication network, signaled by the reconnaissance signal. Many people felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. The supporters exclaimed, "Oh my god, why are there so many star beasts? I'm sure all the energy cannons will be destroyed." Wang Wenqing arranged the evacuation route and, distracted by this, asked, "Do you need any help?" Wei Xian, "It's okay. We just run after we finish the bombardment. You guys retreat first." He glanced at the star beasts sprinting back from all directions from a distance, not daring to get too close. He simply fired his energy cannons, and the mecha quickly retreated. Hastily, Wei Xian glanced back. Many of the star beasts bore scars and bloodstains, resembling bites and energy attacks, not marks inflicted by Qin Yangji. Reassured, he fired his energy cannon into the air, luring the star beasts into the mining area. Wang Wenqing, on the other side, quickly withdrew with the others. The reinforcements circled around before reuniting with them. The group quickly moved through the anomalous zone, refusing to stop along the way and avoiding engaging in combat when encountering star beasts. Speeding back to the base, they reached the edge and saw a dark figure not far away, bounding towards the mountain range where the base stood. "It's the commander." The scout, reacting, excitedly looked ahead, his tone hinting at surprise. The Qian Military Academy student breathed a sigh of relief. "It really is. Ah, I was so scared. Seeing so many star beasts rushing over, I was completely stunned. I was afraid my command would end up in the beast's stomach. Fortunately, it's okay. She's so brave. How could she possibly lead so many star beasts away by herself?" Qin Yangji. Wei Xian's support mechs were moving very quickly. Although Qin Yangji ran fast enough, his basic mech configuration was still a little behind. As he caught up, he could hear the sounds coming from the mechs behind him. She paused and turned to look. She saw the Qian mechs behind the trees and mountains surrounding the mutation zone. Qin Yangji's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand twice. The mechs didn't dare to stop. With a simple greeting, they rushed out of the mutation zone. It was not until he returned to the base that Wei Xian saw Qin Yangji. The black mecha threw a black object to the ground with one hand, then leaned against the stone next to him in an ungraceful manner, sat down, and gasped for breath. That was too thrilling. "Do you know how many star beasts were chasing us? There were over 10 A-level star beasts, and I suspect there were S-level ones among them. Don't doubt it. I can tell you for sure. Teacher Lien and I went to the mine and took a look. We saw traces of S-level golden lizards, a whole group of them. That was too thrilling. I almost got devoured by a star beast. With so many star beasts, it's no wonder Baiyin only ventured outside and never dared to go in." Qin Yangji lowered the cockpit of her mecha. Her hands and feet were shaking as she struggled to climb out, nearly stepping on empty air. A passing Wei Xian quickly reached out and grabbed her. Seeing her sweaty and dazed, he asked, "Did she run herself to death?" More than that, Qin Yangji shook her head, not having the energy to speak anymore. Li Jingxian and the others approached at this moment. Seeing them return, they were somewhat surprised by their speed. But seeing how exhausted they looked, as if they were fleeing, they paused for a moment. Then they began to pour out the nutrient solution, which Shi Cixin helped pass to each person. "Oh my god, what happened to you? Why are you all so messed up?" Qin Yangji took the nutrient solution from Shi Cixin and gulped it down, not even complaining about the bitter taste. Feeling his strength slowly returning, he regained some energy. The cadets over there were exhausted, their eyes vacant and lifeless, unwilling to move a finger. The better performing ones moved their lips, their voices trembling with weakness. "Don't even mention it. Except for the monthly exam, I never run this fast before." Thinking of so many star beasts, especially high-level ones, chasing them, the Qian cadets dared not stop, fearing they would be caught up. After the energy liquid attracted some attention, the star beasts quickly reacted and followed the aura of the spirit core. Although they didn't come out in full force, the pressure brought by the high-level star beasts was unsettling. The cadets didn't dare relax at all along the way. The communicator's energy supply was endless, and their spirit tentacles were exhausted. Their brains were still throbbing. Ron Winching sat on a stone block to relax and reminded the others, "We dug up some stuff in the mining area and encountered a group of silver people." As he spoke, he handed the nanometer container containing ore to the maintenance students. "Look, we didn't dig much. There are quite a lot of star beasts in the mining area, so we don't want to make too much noise." Most of the star beasts in the high-energy mining area had fled, but there were still some star beasts inside that had absorbed energy and were dormant or advancing. "Oh right," he said, slowly getting up. Qin Yongji reminded him, "We also got a few silver men, a batch of mechas and weapons, and some supernatural weapons. I also brought some star beast materials." Li Jingxian saw her digging into the nanospace, her hand still shaking. She quickly lifted her arm, supported it, and carried it back into the base. "All right, let's deal with this later. You guys take a break." Qin Yongji obeyed, letting her push her all the way back to the cave. It took her half an hour to fully recover her strength. She lay on the rocks, gazing at the dangling spikes, her thoughts racing. Something struck her, and she pulled out her laptop to look through Xixin's notes. Under what circumstances would star beasts be so sensitive to human spiritual energy? When her spiritual energy spread, the star beasts rioted, and when she drew it back, they recovered. Could her energy be a trap? Qin Yongji found it strange. A vague feeling in her heart told her that this matter might not be simple. While she was thinking, Li Jingxian walked in and called her name. "Would you like to come and see the ore in the mining area?" Qin Yongji paused, raised her hand, and said, "Yes, I'd be right there." She then stood up and quickly ran towards Li Jingxian. The red-haired girl looked her up and down, smoothed down Qin Yongji's messy hair, and asked gently, "How's this mission? Are you feeling comfortable?" This was her first time commanding a real battle. Originally, it was against star beasts, which didn't require much tactical theory, but she had unexpectedly encountered a silver-colored enemy. Thankfully, Qin Yongji handled the situation well. Li Jingxian heard others praise her, saying she was an exceptional commander. She had even taken out a silver-colored commander, taking down nearly 50 members of a squad. "Not bad," Qin Yongji nodded, answering politely. "It's just that I have too many mental tentacles connecting to me, and my mental realm is swollen." Li Jingxian rubbed the back of her head. "Maybe it's your first time in combat, and you're not quite used to it yet? More practice will suffice." Qin Yongji thought so too, and nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way to the open space outside the cave. Several mechas were parked on the previously empty yellow sandy ground. A tall maintenance technician in a red flame combat uniform was observing the structure of a silver mecha on the ground. Seeing Qin Yongji, her expression softened slightly. "Did you bring this back?" She pointed to a pool of charcoal-like substance on the ground. The surrounding military cadets pricked up their ears in curiosity. Those familiar with the subject whispered to each other, "What do you think this is?" "Why guess? It's definitely a star beast." You can tell Qin Yongji beat it. "It's brutal. Not only did he burn it, but he also tore it apart with his hands." "Hiss. I told you Qin Yongji fights ruthlessly, and Sister Shaoxian said she's super well behaved. Oh my god, that filter is amazing." Qin Yongji felt a little innocent upon hearing this. What a calamity. She didn't burn or tear the brown monkey apart. At most, she just kicked it, letting it and the three-headed earthworm fight each other. Could she be held responsible for what the three-headed earthworm did? Qin Yongji pursed his lips and angrily kicked Haiten. With a snap, the brown monkey's arm turned into a pool of black powder. The several military cadets watching nearby suddenly shut up and inconspicuously hid behind their companions. Qin Yongji saw this from the corner of his eye, speechless, and silently retracted his foot, his expression completely impassive. Xixin glanced at the others, then saw the expression on her face, which looked as if it were about to be covered with black lines, and her lips curled slightly. "Look at this claw. Is it a brown monkey? How did it get like this? Was it burned by that silver fiery cannon?" Brown monkeys are a B-rank star beast group, their group ability being with Parasite. This particular one has a speed bonus. Qin Yongji wasn't surprised Xixin could see that. She brought the brown monkey back because of its recognizable long nails. Yes, it was burned by a three-headed earthworm. Hearing the name, Xixin took a closer look. Her hand, clad in a disability glove, brushed away the charred surface of the monkey's claw, revealing the steel armor beneath, which resembled fine iron. Her brows immediately relaxed. It's indeed forged by supernatural powers. This armor is of high quality, and could be used as an outer shield. Cixin was already mentally formulating the corresponding structure. Chen Yongji pondered for a moment, then swung the green blood spider's corpse from the nanospace. Its legs scattered and clattered to the ground. The military cadet, who heard the sound, looked over, and saw the green blood spider with its abdomen smashed to pieces. He took a deep breath and signaled with his eyes to the classmates who had participated in this mission. Did she do that too? The man in question looked at Chen Yongji with admiration and said seriously, yes. You don't know? Commander Chen fought two alone, not only killing the green blood spider mother, but also taking down the silver commander. In one word, awesome. Awesome, sure, but the fight was brutal. No, the green blood spider's abdomen was completely hollowed out. How intense must the fight have been? And she was piloting a basic mech. What a ruthless person. And this one. The spider legs are very good at cutting. I think they could be smelted with energy metals. It would be a better weapon than the basic mech's lightsaber. I just don't know what materials are in the mines. It would be great if they could be used. Chen Yongji also squatted down with Cixin, preparing to study the material combinations. Before they could watch for a while, Ruan Wenqing, Lian Yunqing, and the others hurried down. When they saw her, Wei Xian's eyes lit up, and he ran over to ask Chen Yongji, "Do you still have the chip candy from last time? Give me some?" Chen Yongji dug into his pocket, pulled out a handful, and was about to hand it to him when he took out a candy and threw it back. "Here, are you going to interrogate those buying people?" Ruan Wenqing's brows twitched as she watched her move. She felt that Chen Yongji's candy was so realistic, it was as if she had mixed in a real one. Well, Buying's exploration frequency has increased, and I have a feeling something might be going on. Li Jingxian crushed a candy and tasted it. We have to be careful. I'm worried they might leak the news. If the Buying military arrives, it'd be very troublesome. Spread the news? Chen Yongji asked curiously. Didn't they say there's no signal station here? We have to build one, right? Building a signal station is even more complicated than making an interrogation chip. Chen Yongji had wanted to try to build one, but she didn't have a light computer signal source, and after several attempts, she was unsuccessful. Buying has starships, and they have military signal sources on them. Building a signal station there would be much easier than for us. Li Jingxian's mouth was smacked with the taste of motor oil, and her eyes fluttered shut, but she continued to explain to Chen Yongji. Chen Yongji, seeing her expression, guessed she couldn't stand the taste and pressed a crystal blue chip candy into her hand. Li Jingxian stuffed it into her mouth without even glancing. The new taste dispelled the motor oil smell, and her expression softened considerably. Chen Yongji understood, wiped her hands, and stood up. I go with you. If we don't scare them, we can still intimidate them physically. Wei Xian smiled and nodded approvingly. You're right. You really have to do it then. Chen Yongji was truly an expert at psychological warfare. Chapter 23. Why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Why not just inject the chip directly? Chen Yongji pressed the safety lock on the syringe gun with one hand and walked towards the handcuffed silver men. The syringe gun flashed a blue light, causing the silver men's eyes to widen, and they began to struggle. The cave where the silver men were imprisoned was silent, with only the clatter of boots on stone. The men brought in for questioning were several commanders from the squads. The Silver Army's structure was very similar to that of the Red Flame Army, based on formations. Formations formed regiments of over 10,000 men, commanded by a chief commander in the command tower. Each formation, numbering nearly 1,000, consisted of several hundred-man squads, each commanded by a 7-man squad, forming a vast network of communication with the chief commander. Generally speaking, the command post received the most information. Chen Yongji singled out several commanders, but they remained silent, answering every question with silence. Wei Xian threatened him repeatedly, but the other man's expression didn't change. Chen Yongji couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward to join him in a double act. As soon as she appeared, the faces of the several silver commanders turned grim. They had heard the sound clearly, and someone's gaze silently flickered to the corner, where the commander of the team on this mutation zone mission lay dying. After being blasted by Chen Yongji, he was barely breathing and never woke up. Don't waste your energy. Seeing her syringe gun pressed against his neck, a silver commander finally spoke. His expression remained unchanged, and his tone was steady, without a trace of the panic of being captured. We know nothing. For this mission, only the main commander has the authority. After saying this, he glanced at the syringe gun stuck in his neck, signaling to Chen Yongji that even using the interrogation chip would be useless. Chief Commander? Chen Yongji glanced around, her eyes landing on the body lying on the ground. Seeing the man's seemingly lifeless appearance, she scoffed, unconvinced. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I don't know. You followed me into the mutation zone without knowing? You don't want to tell me, do you? Qin Yangji cocked her gun, released a blank into her palm, and pointed it back at him. It's okay. There's always someone who's not so stubborn. Anyway, I only have 7 chips. Whoever says it won't suffer. She opened her palm, revealing 7 chip candies, and bent down to look at the seemingly calm. The Silver Commander lowered her voice slightly. If you don't want to tell me, there are plenty who will. I want to see if all the Silver Commanders are that stubborn. She stood up, rifle in hand, and walked to the edge. Pressing her finger against the man's forehead, she asked, "What are you doing in the mutation zone?" The man he was holding forced his head up, a dull pain radiating from his brow. His eyes fluttered, and he tried to glance to the side, but Qin Yangji noticed. He pinched his face and turned his head back. You're not going to tell me. So you want to be the first to be injected? She then pretended to pull the trigger. Bang. The crisp sound of a shot was heard, and the expressions of the several Silver Commanders awaiting interrogation on the other side changed. Wei Xian inconspicuously sidled up to Li Jingxian and asked in a low voice, "Did she really hit him? Didn't they say this thing was candy?" The previously calm Silver Commander struggled for a moment and angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Qian strictly forbids the use of interrogation chips, and aren't you afraid?" Qin Yangji glanced up at him, her lips curled up, her eyes cold. She didn't answer directly. Don't worry, it'd be your turn soon. With that, her mental tentacles emanated from the realm and gushed into the mind of the stunned man before her. The crisp crack of the gunshot still lingered in his ears, and a stinging pain pierced his brow. The chip injection process was swift, like an ant bite. The Silver Commander's mind went blank for a second, remembering how his companions had said before the Red Flame men arrived that these people were merely Red Flame students, all acting innocently, and not being ruthless. If they couldn't get anything out of them, not only would they not be harmed, they could even be kept safe. But now, feeling the sudden surge of energy in the mental realm, his mental bud shook wildly, as if in a violent storm. The invading force thundered against his brain, causing a sharp pain in his skull. Ah! The Silver Commander screamed. He tried to raise his hands to cover his head, but his bound hands made the movement difficult. He could only raise them repeatedly, his body inching upwards. A slender hand suddenly descended upon his shoulder, and with a gentle pressure, it pinned the half-risen, burly man to the ground. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles swirled and stirred the opponent's territory. The energy from him counterattacked, causing the ends of the mental tentacles to curl continuously. She also felt a tingling pain in her mind, but Qin Yangji didn't show it, his voice as steady as ever. "What are you doing in the mutation zone?" she asked again. The Silver Commander was still screaming, his mental bud trembling under the assault of the alien energy, cracks appearing on its lobes, as if on the verge of breaking. I don't know. The Silver Commander endured the pain, his face bulging with blood vessels, his skin instantly turning red, his eyes bloodshot. After struggling to utter 4 words, Qin Yangji's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his mental tentacles exploded with energy. Ah! The pain intensified, as if a lie had been caught by the interrogation chip. He tilted his head back, a look of terror on his face, his breathing hitching, his eyes widening as he stared upward, his forehead already covered in sweat. I tell you! The interrogated Silver Commander ultimately gave in. His mental realm was turbulent, and for a moment, his mental tentacles overflowed uncontrollably. He knew something was amiss. If this continued, his realm would soon collapse. The Silver Commander's heart skipped a beat, and he pleaded, "The main commander has ordered us to survey the area surrounding the mine and prepare to build a mining channel." At his reply, Qin Yangji moved his hands behind his back, signaling the others to come and ask. Wei Xian tugged at Ruan Winching, motioning him to look, and lowered his voice, saying, "How did she manage to make the chip candy work like this? It's truly amazing." Ruan Winching pursed his lips, thinking that perhaps his guess was correct. A real chip might have actually sneaked in. But he didn't speak. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and continued Qin Yangji's question, asking, "Why build a mining channel now?" The moment Qin Yangji heard him speak, she knew it was almost ready. With this thought, she prepared to withdraw her mental tentacles. The pain in her head left crescent-shaped marks on her palms, and her jaw tensed in a state of self-restraint. The interrogated Silver Commander's lips twitched a few times, and he spoke with difficulty. His tone was slow, and a trace of sadness lingered. "I don't know. This is all I know. The main commander only asked us to survey, and other teams will take over later." Upon hearing the other party's voice, Qin Yangji suddenly frowned. She manipulated her mental tentacles, but unexpectedly found them somewhat unresponsive, as if entangled in the other party's mental field. Qin Yangji attempted to retract her mental bud, but somewhere she wasn't noticing, Commander Bain's expression froze for a second. His struggling hand stopped, and his eyes gazed upward, a dazed look on his face. Ruan Wenqing had half believed what he said, and was about to signal Qin Yangji to ask someone else, when the other person's tone suddenly changed. His voice was incredibly calm. The commander says they already established most of the signals. Once the Admiral leads his men through the wormhole, they'd be able to capture Planet 526 immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, Ruan Wenqing turned to look at the others, all of them terrified. Partly because the other party had revealed everything, and partly because Qin Yangji had managed to get him to say anything, Qin Yangji was also somewhat surprised by his subsequent remarks. Oh, it seemed he was still playing tricks on her. Have you been able to contact Bain? She asked curiously. The Bain commander replied sternly, there's a military signal on the starship, so we can contact the military district. Oh, how long will the main force take? 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Qian people darkened. They glanced at each other, each sensing a hint of worry and anxiety. How many people are in the main force, and what weapons are they equipped with? Qin Yangji asked more clearly. Ruan Wenqing remained silent. This was exactly what he wanted to ask. Just as the Bain commander was about to answer, his companion, noticing his abnormality and breaking out in a cold sweat, felt a pang of fear in his heart. Knowing this must not be said, he hurriedly called his name, trying to calm him down. Qin Yangji howled twice at him. Her head was already throbbing with pain, and the clamor in her ears was adding to the noise. She lost control of her temper and kicked him. Bang! A figure flew directly to the other side of the cliff face, crashing down with a thud. The cave shook and rubble rained down. Qin Yangji blocked the attack with her hand, glancing coldly at the unconscious man. Then, she glanced at the others and threatened in a low, vicious voice, behave yourself. If you delay me, I kill you. Damn, why is she such a villain? Wei Xian gulped, not daring to breathe, whispering in Li Jingxian's ear. Li Jingxian saw a hint of relief in Qin Yangji's eyes, and retorted, how is he a villain? He deserves it. That's right, the cadet behind Wei Xian said, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he mused, I feel bad for Bain's lifelong misfortune. Wei Xian silently gave a thumbs-up gesture and watched his classmates nod earnestly, looking like they were studying. He couldn't help but stroke his chin in thought. Wow, it's only been a short time since I've been hanging out with Qin Yangji. It's like everyone has evolved. Qin Yangji wasn't paying attention to the noise behind her. The Bain man under her command was answering the message word by word. Ruan Wenqing observed the man's face. It was flushed, veins crisscrossing, and he looked unnatural. His eyes were lifeless a bit, like a puppet being manipulated. Qin Yangji paid no attention. She quickly asked what she wanted to know, enduring the pain in her head. The mental tentacles played happily in the other person's domain, bombarding the other person's mental buds relentlessly. But Qin Yangji felt like there was a gong in her head, pounding against it relentlessly. Her ears were buzzing, making it difficult to hear clearly. Enduring the discomfort, she tugged at the leaves of her spiritual bud, the energy pulling her senses outward. With just a few tugs, the Silver Commander's expression darkened, his eyes widening as if they were about to pop out. The moment Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles withdrew, his body convulsed, his muscles twitching constantly. His hands twisted and struggled, and a hoarse sound emanated from his mouth. Ruan Wenqing immediately noticed something was wrong and pulled Qin Yangji back, saying, stay away from him. He's going berserk. Bring us some stunners. He turned back to the others. Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles had just returned to his head, and he doubled over, gasping for air with his hands covering his head. As Ruan Wenqing spoke, the buzzing in her ears had just subsided, and she looked up to see the Silver Commander, his face grimacing and his expression frantic, rushing towards her. Seeing this, Qin Yangji instinctively raised his hand and delivered a punch. Puff! A crisp blow echoed through the cave. The Silver Commander's head was knocked sideways, and his body fell to the ground. He twisted and squirmed on the ground, trying to get up, but Qin Yangji simply waved his hand at Ruan Wenqing. No need for stun spray. The cadet, about to find the medic, paused and turned back hesitantly. Others who had come into contact with Qin Yangji quickly understood, signaling him to return while covering their eyes with their hands. Qin Yangji grabbed the Silver Commander with one hand, lifted him up, and smashed his head against a rock. A loud thud. One moment, the man was still growling, full of energy. The next, his body twitched, his legs kicked, and he passed out. Oh my god, another one's gone crazy. Wei Xian stepped forward and tied the man up tightly before joking with Qin Yangji. I noticed more people going crazy under your thumb than I've seen in the past year. This is the third one. Qin Yangji didn't think it was her fault. She clapped her hands, reloaded her syringe, and said nonchalantly, "It's not my fault. They're just too narrow-minded. They just asked a few questions. What's so crazy about it? If she had intruded into someone else's mental realm, her own would have been invaded by energy as well. How could she have been so fine? Silver people simply have poor resilience." Qin Yangji thought to herself, but without forgetting her business, she patted Wang Wenqing and gestured next. The syringe was pressed against the forehead of the man next to her. As soon as it touched his eyebrows, the Silver Squad commander shuddered, looking at Qin Yangji as if he were a monster. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his comrade collapsed on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, we're good people," Qin Yangji patted Wei Xian, a gesture that made the corner of Wei Xian's mouth twitch. "I ask you answer. Understand?" She squatted down, her gaze calm and emotionless. The Silver Commander nodded tremblingly, stumbling, "Understood, understood." After speaking, Qin Yangji waited a few seconds, but when he didn't hear Wang Wenqing's voice, he looked up at him. The boy's gaze was still fixed on the collapsed silver figure, a thoughtful expression on his face. Qin Yangji reached out and tugged at his shirt, drawing his attention. "Brother Wan, are you still asking?" Wang Wenqing came back to his senses, lowering his gaze to suppress his inner speculation, and continued to inquire about the main Silver Force. The Silver Force currently on Planet 526 consists of approximately 5,000 men. Their commander is Colonel Leia, a member of the Silver Expeditionary Force exploring and developing Planet 526. Originally, they came here to discover a mining area, but later discovered that this anomalous region was rich in resources. Therefore, the entire planet became the focus of the Silver Forces, and they even used their newly developed warp wormholes. The large Silver Force that followed was a fully formed regiment, nearly 30,000 men, aboard 7 starships, equipped with numerous supernatural weapons. They were destined for the high-level star beasts in the mutation zone. Once this force landed at 526, Qian would be completely defenseless. After hearing this news from several Silver commanders, Qin Yangji and the others' expressions darkened. Once out of the cave, the maintenance team began inventorying various materials and working overtime to repair the mechas. Qin Yangji, however, visited the starship wreckage to examine its structure. Qian's starship wasn't a military configuration and lacked high-powered weapons. It only had bombardments and defensive systems to prevent pirates, and its capacity wasn't large. After all, the Qian Military Academy's combat school had only a few thousand graduating students, and the number of command staff was even smaller, so including them wouldn't have made a difference. It was already a significant feat for these few thousand men to hold their own against the Silver Army, and many were injured. 3 days, and we have to go through a wormhole. We're here so soon? Inside the cave, a group of military academy representatives sat together. Hui Yan and Lian Yunqing looked grave. Wang Wenqing, standing nearby, gazed vaguely at the stone, his thoughts unsettled. Qin Yangji squatted to one side. Li Jingxiang caressed the gravel on the stone slab with her palm, a hint of worry etched across her handsome features. "Ah." Qin Yangji heard her sigh, her eyes reflecting the worry and fatigue of days gone by. She couldn't help but raise her hand and smooth Li Jingxiang's brow. The girl touched, smiled, and patted her back, offering a gentle reassurance. "The Demon Eye Galaxy has a warp wormhole. If we can borrow silver, 3 days will be enough." The Demon Eye Galaxy is the primary galaxy in the Demon Eye Star region, on par with the Scarlet Flame Galaxy. The Silver Galaxy is merely one of its subordinate galaxies, its junior. Qin Yangji had heard a bit about the relationship between Demon Eye and Scarlet Flame. The two galaxies constantly clashed over energy and habitable planets, and competition for territory in the mutation zone was commonplace. As for the warp wormhole, it was truly remarkable. Generally, galaxy warps require specific routes to avoid the effects of space turbulence, anomalous celestial motion, and mutagenic contamination. But a warp wormhole doesn't require a route. It's like a small space shuttle, capable of rapidly traveling across billions of light-years between galaxies. Currently, galaxy travel to explore unknown star regions relies entirely on warp wormholes. And the Interstellar Military League competes for control of warp wormholes. After all this effort, I'm not sure I end up being a captive of the Silvers. Someone sighed, lowering his head, burying his face in his hands, and covering his eyes in grief. It's too short. 3 days won't even be enough to repair all the mechas. Unless we can get the silver starship within 3 days and escape quickly, there's no chance of escape. The cadet who said this was feeling a little irritated. He had never imagined that a simple graduation exam could cause so much trouble. Back in the academy, he complained about the instructor's harshness during the monthly exams, but only after actually engaging in battlefield combat did he realize the intensity of the urgency. There's a somewhat risky plan. Qin Yangji, upon hearing what he said, suddenly thought of something, and a strange expression crossed her face. As soon as she spoke, everyone around her glanced over. Commander, what tricks do you have? Tell me. Given the chance, I go through fire and water for them. Someone familiar with Qin Yangji's style immediately looked over eagerly. Some felt that Qin Yangji lacked experience, having only commanded a dozen men to a minor victory, and was unreliable against a fleet of thousands. They couldn't help but retort, "Don't give me such rash advice. This trip to the mutation zone is different. The Silver Fleet has an entire starship's worth of weapons, countless supernatural weapons, not to mention the starship heavy industries. We mechs alone are simply not going to be able to do anything. We can't do it, but the star beasts can." Qin Yangji understood his skepticism. She didn't say much, simply saying, "Why don't we listen first? We can discuss it later if it works." Silence wasn't a solution either. She thought, regardless of whether it's reliable or not, we have to find a way. If we keep watching each other for 3 days and 3 nights until the main Silver Fleet arrives, it would be a waste. No one said anything more discouraging, and the cave fell silent. Qin Yangji thought for a moment, then sorted out his thoughts. We currently have a total of 133 mechas awaiting repair, 103 types of supernatural weapons, 362 captured silver guns, and 1 mobile turret. The Silver Starship is equipped with 10 types of heavy equipment and 7 mobile turrets, of which only 6 remain. The mechas generally use ion cannons, and the number of supernatural weapons is unknown. Overall, we lack firepower, energy, and manpower to attack the silver base. Here, Qin Yangji paused. Still no one spoke, only staring at her with wide eyes, their gazes conveying a single message. What next? Qin Yangji paused, then pulled out the classic topographic map again. From what happened last time, I learned a lesson. When you can't defeat someone, you must be willing to seek help. Although we're not at an advantage in any area, we can still seek external assistance. The others didn't initially react to Qin Yangji's previous story. But as she pointed at the location of the mutation zone, her eyes sparkled. We don't have much else, but we have plenty of energy liquid. Didn't we give away a lot of silver? Besides the previous attempt to incite the residents of Planet 526 to revolt and lure the star beasts, there were also several ambushes of the silver people in the mutation zone that Qi Yin had ambushed, and the accumulated amount was quite substantial. Use the energy liquid to lure the star beasts to the high-energy mining area. Qin Yangji glanced at the others. She recognized them as having participated in this operation and signaled with her eyes. Star beasts are very interested in energy liquid, as everyone knows. They even abandoned the high-energy mining area to pursue them. So luring them to the silver area is feasible. Then, we can spray the energy liquid on them. They taught us the method, so we should also apply it. Qin Yangji's words were powerful. She was a master learner, and her tactics were entirely taught by the enemy. In particular, her spiritual energy's deadly attraction to the star beasts was a crucial and incredibly useful factor. It truly was a gift from time travel, a gift from heaven. Qin Yangji could still be exceptionally optimistic at this moment. Her mention of it reminded everyone of the incident involving the spilled energy liquid. That was the beginning of Qin Yangji's rise to prominence, the starting point of his breakout plan, and it left a lasting impression on everyone present. The memory of being chased by the star beasts was still etched in the cadets' bones. The overwhelming pressure from the mutation pushed many cadets to their limits, sprinting out of the mutation zone within a limited time frame. Their muscles and spiritual tentacles still ached, and they couldn't bear to forget it. Qin Yangji continued to explain the detailed division of labor. As she spoke, the cadets' expressions shifted. Their expressions, previously somewhat dejected, suddenly brightened, their eyes lit up with a burning fighting spirit. They glanced at each other, each noticing a hint of pity for Biden in their eyes. Using star beasts to attack silver, and then modifying the mecha to infiltrate the silver team, a perfect strategy of using the opponent's strength against their own, concealing the truth from the world. Qin Yangji is indeed terrifying. It's so fun to mess with her. Chapter 24. Qin Yangji has peculiar ideas, and her actions are somewhat. To Wan Wenxing, they're unrestricted, but that's not a derogatory term. In fact, Every action she takes achieves its intended purpose perfectly, but the process is always jaw-dropping, often defying Ron Winching's expectations. This time was no different. If it were a Qian student, it would be hard to imagine using the power of the star beasts to defeat the Silver. That's the way Qian was taught. The Silver aren't their own people, but tracing back to their home planet, they're all lifeforms born from the same planet, closer than the star beasts. While there are conflicts of interest, it's not the life-or-death relationship that the star beasts have. In Ron Winching's mind, joining forces with the Silver to defeat the star beasts is much more normal than joining forces with the star beasts to defeat the Silver. But for Chen Yangji, the Silver are enemies, and the star beasts are enemies too. Using enemies to fight enemies is the easiest way to save effort. The sunlight on 526th had vanished again. The computer time read 6 p.m. in Interstellar time, the dawn of dusk. The sky was completely dark, and a single glimmer of light shone from the top of the small tower behind the base. The cadets on night patrol circled the base, braving the bleak wind and pulling out their laptops to read their notes. Thanks to the achievements of a certain volume king, Shi Zixin's notes had once again become widely circulated within the Qian Military Academy. Others had also begun compiling and sharing their experiences. No one wanted to end up like Pang Shan, heartbroken and constantly questioning whether they were truly cut out for this job. As Chen Yangji passed by, a patrol's ranged attack spotted her and called out her name from the mountaintop. Her golden hair was truly dazzling. Some black had grown at the roots recently, surprising the cadets. It turned out her hair wasn't naturally golden. Some had previously suspected her of being a Mashiro because of her blonde hair. The evolved species of the Mashiro galaxy is the golden sparrow, and the golden color in their joints and fur is a remnant of their evolutionary heritage. After seeing her hair grow black and realizing she didn't have Mashiro blood, the cadets warmed up to her. If the Qian and Demon Eye's disagreement stemmed from a conflict of interest, then their conflict with Mashiro was mortal. Chen Yangji didn't know the specifics, but she was happy to be close to them. The Qian people were warm and innocent, making them perfect companions. Hey, where have you been playing mushroom again? Chen Yangji's penchant for hiding in corners was well known. To the Qian cadets, it was a symbol of her immersion in her studies. When asked, Chen Yangji smiled and pointed to the other side of the mountain wall. I want to know about the situation at the Silver base. I'm going to ask the Silver people. The man who spoke to her didn't take it too seriously and waved her off. Then be careful, and don't cause any more trouble in your mental realm. Dr. He was relieved that Chen Yangji had returned from the mutation zone unharmed. However, after interrogating the Silver commander, her mental tentacles suddenly became disrupted. It took a stabilizer to keep her from fainting. Dr. He was a little numb, gradually accustomed to Chen Yangji's self-destructive fighting style. At the same time, she was also very puzzled. Chen Yangji had damaged her mental tentacles so many times, and her mental realm had been on the verge of collapse several times, but she had still managed to recover normally. Could she really be gifted? Dr. He had kept a close eye on her, thinking that she would look through Chen Yangji's file when she returned to the military academy. Her mental test results must be very good. The Silver and 526 aliens were all held in a cave on the other side. Chen Yangji looked around and found the location where the prisoners brought back from this mission were being held. When she opened the barrier blocking the cave entrance, a faint blue light flickered for a moment. The next second, a slender black figure appeared at the doorway, a circular illuminator gripped by a thin wrist. With a flick of the switch, the room was instantly illuminated. The Silver captives, blinded by the bright light, quickly awoke from their slumber. A soft tapping sound immediately reached their ears. Someone, realizing something, began to incline toward the cliff face, looking at the newcomer with a look of fear. The other person's golden hair swayed in the air, magnified by the light against the stone wall, like a snarling monster, looking incredibly terrifying. You slept soundly, huh? Chen Yangji smiled friendly, two sharp teeth popping out at the corners of her mouth. Her lips curled up, but her eyes were calm and indifferent, slowly scanning the area, like measuring meat on a chopping board. Those caught in her gaze shuddered, a chill running down their spines. It wasn't clear if it was the chill of the night wind on May 26th or Chen Yangji's blunt gaze. His boots trotted past the shivering crowd. From the group huddled around the rocks, Chen Yangji grabbed the dying Silver Squad leader from the ground. The man had been struck unconscious by her own psychic weapon, and Dr. He had administered a stabilizer. Initially, Chen Yangji had considered it a waste, but now, as he tried to pry some information from him, he understood Dr. He's deeper meaning. As expected, experience is always a skill. Dr. He understood the sustainable development of captives, while she simply focused on silencing them. She still had a lot of room for improvement. Chin Yongji lifted the man from the ground with one hand, easily lifting him onto her slender shoulders and carrying him out. Her back remained straight, unbending, looking effortless, leaving the silver stunned. Her arms weren't muscular, even a bit slender compared to those of the interstellar people who had been strength-trained since childhood. But the lines of her muscles could be seen in the folds of her taut combat uniform as she exerted force. But no matter what, she couldn't carry a 5 feet 8 inches tall man as easily as a piece of paper. The Silvers watched her leave with wide eyes, momentarily forgetting that Chin Yongji had unlocked the cave blockade, giving them the opportunity to escape. Chin Yongji kept her other hand on the ion gun, waiting to release it if anyone dared to escape. But until she closed the blockade, the Silvers didn't move, instead staring at her as if she were a monster. The Silvers' training was truly inadequate. Chin Yongji sighed from the bottom of his heart. If she were captured, she would seize this opportunity to escape. If the Buying people knew Chin Yongji's thoughts, they would cry out to her, saying they dared not. Chin Yongji's interrogation that day had been too oppressive. Seeing her now made someone's brow ache, as if they could feel the cold syringe pointed at them. Bringing out the Buying commander, Chin Yongji guessed that as the main commander, he must know more than anyone else. The man was still dazed. When Chin Yongji held his chin and tilted his head upward, his eyes were only slightly open, and his head kept drooping. He wasn't fully awake, but he was still somewhat conscious. Chin Yongji clapped his hands, pulled a tube of stabilizer from his pocket, and picked up a large rock from the ground with his free hand. Then, he released his mental tentacles. Chin Yongji was already familiar with the process of invading an unfamiliar spiritual realm. His mental tentacles pierced through with energy. Instantly, Chin Yongji felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from the other party's spiritual realm. The area within the Silver Commander's spiritual realm wasn't a mental bud, but a mental tree. This was the result of a mental core undergoing growth, possessing the ability to harness supernatural energy. It was this growth that allowed him to activate his supernatural weapon. The energy emanating from the mental tree was incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, if Chin Yongji had intruded, this energy would have crushed her tentacles. But with the Silver Commander's injuries, his mental tree was fragile. Chin Yongji only needed to manipulate the tentacles slightly to completely entangle his tree. Chin Yongji's eyes followed the Silver Commander's movements. She attempted to withdraw her tentacles, and at that moment, the Silver Commander suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were lifeless, like a puppet being manipulated. His muscles relaxed, and if Chin Yongji hadn't pressed his knee against his chest, he would have fallen to the ground. Seeing him like this, Chin Yongji's heart instantly sank. It hadn't been her illusion. In the anomalous zone, the star beast would chase her spiritual energy, and when invading normal spiritual realms, her energy would destabilize others' realms, creating a manipulative effect. A flash of thought crossed Chin Yongji's eyes. During the day, she had only intended to use her spiritual tentacles to attack and simulate the effects of the interrogation chip, but she had unexpectedly discovered something unusual about the Silver Man. Chin Yongji had just left the anomalous zone, and when she was paranoid, she had noticed this anomaly immediately. Now, after testing it, her heart was at ease. Sure enough, something was amiss with her. She didn't dwell on the question for long. Since the test had been successful, Chin Yongji took the opportunity to ask the Silver Commander what she wanted to know. This man truly knew more than anyone else, even the signal station. Chin Yongji activated his computer and retrieved the mecha's startup sequence. With the information in hand, she prepared to withdraw her mental tentacles. The moment the tip of the tentacle snapped with a searing pain, the Silver Commander's entire body trembled. His muscles twitched violently, and he gasped for breath. His bones struggled, making a crisp sound of joints grinding against each other. Hiss. Chin Yongji retracted the mental tentacles, her head shuddering with pain, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. She reached for her hand to cover her head, but as she did, she felt the weight of the stone and slapped it back. Bang! Just as the Silver Commander struggled to stand, a dark figure struck him on the head with a resounding thud. Dust billowed, and the stone shattered. Chin Yongji's palm held only a handful of gravel. The Silver Commander's eyes rolled back, his muscles still trembling, but his body fell to the side. Chin Yongji gasped in pain. The retracted mental tentacles emitted an unfamiliar energy signal, causing his mental bud to burst into a burst of red light, flickering like a cat panting at a person, suddenly irritated and angry at the scent of an unfamiliar animal on its owner. You're quite territorial, huh? Chin Yongji shook her head vigorously, inwardly cursing the mental realm for revealing her temper so much. She bit open the stabilizer seal with her teeth and poured it in like a medicine. The strong smell of chemicals spread, and Qin Yangji's face twisted as her taste buds felt a sour taste. The severe pain in her mind eased for a moment. As the drug took effect quickly, and the taste was mostly digested, the surging mental energy gradually stabilized under the drug's effects, preventing her from fainting. Before throwing the once fainted Silver Commander back, Qin Yangji didn't forget to give him a shot of medicine. Afterward, Qin Yangji suddenly felt a bit more kind-hearted today. She truly is a ruthless person with a kind heart. Such people are rare. The Silver Commander should be thankful to have fallen into her hands. Qin Yangji sighed inwardly, his brows relaxed. He threw the men into the cave, opened the blockade, and left with the Silver Commander's computer and mecha key. After being awakened by the bright light, the Silver prisoners were startled awake again by a burst of crackling noises. Opening their eyes, they saw the commander, his face covered in dust and dirt, his hair streaked with sand, slumped against the stones at the entrance. He was already unconscious, his breath even weaker than before. Witnessing this, the Silver Soldier fiercely kicked the stone wall and cursed, "Hack you red flame people. I always said they're the most hypocritical. They pretend to be righteous, but behind the scenes they're still abusing the prisoners. And now they're suing us in the Star Alliance court. Better not let me out, or I kill you." As he spoke, he tried to open his computer to record the commander's tragic situation, but the blockade flickered a few times, and the sound of boots hitting the ground was heard. His voice abruptly cut off, and he trembled all over, his lips trembling as he stepped back. Qin Yangji only heard the end of his words, not the specifics. But she saw the Silver Soldiers' faces suddenly turn pale, and they retreated tremblingly to a corner. She searched them one by one, including their computers, and took them away with a few nutrient solution pills and instant star beast meat. Seeing her come in, the Silver Man, who was furious and wanted to eat her flesh alive just now, his arrogance instantly subsided, and he dared not even breathe. When Qin Yangji stretched out his hand, his body trembled uncontrollably. Only after the others had left did he breathe a sigh of relief, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. His companions glanced at him with pity, refusing to offer any mockery. Each one was terrified. The Bayan people were truly unable to sleep, fearing Qin Yangji would return to cause trouble. This night had been quite rewarding, and Qin Yangji hadn't slept at all. She sat in a corner on the back of the mountain, shielding herself from the cold wind with rocks, and was looking at the Bayan commander's computer. It contained some footage he had recorded daily, with starships and simple command towers being frequent features. From these fragmented fragments, Qin Yangji constructed a comprehensive picture of the Bayan base. She sharpened her charcoal pencil to a point and began to sketch on the blueprint. The computer modeling software was now running, and a three-dimensional model of the starship, its weapons and equipment, and its spatial structure were rapidly displayed. Until noon the next day, a new wave of light appeared on 526. The moment the light appeared, the temperature rose steadily, and the air warmed. Qin Yangji rubbed his red, frozen hands, crushed his charcoal pencil on the slate, put away his laptop and blueprints, and went back into the cave to find Wan Wenqing. Meanwhile, Wan Wenqing was talking to Li Jingxian, his expression a hint of worry. Li Jingxian patted him with a broad-minded smile, saying, "Don't worry. It might just be the nature of her diagnostic parameters. It's not as serious as you make it out to be, as if a mere contact with her spiritual energy could drive someone insane. You can't tell anyone else about this. Some people already say Xiaoyang is too aggressive and violent. Now if you spread the word that her spiritual energy is aggressive, how will others view her?" Li Jingxian's beautiful eyes flashed a warning. Qin Yangji actually enjoys being around. She's really well behaved. Don't worry about such nonsense. Wan Wenqing's expression froze briefly after hearing Li Jingxian's words. He admitted that Qin Yangji wasn't a violent or unreasonable person, but he wasn't exactly obedient either. Ever since witnessing Qin Yangji interrogate the Silver Man, seemingly driving him insane, Wan Wenqing had thought of the oppressive energy emanating from the communication network when she was in command. He couldn't help but wonder if Qin Yangji's spiritual energy truly destabilized others, then her command would be extremely risky. Wan Wenqing didn't have a strong opinion of Qin Yangji, but he couldn't let the other cadets take the same risk. Seeing no reaction, Li Jingxian sighed and bluntly said, "There's no point in worrying about this. Let me ask you, if establishing a link is risky, do you have a better commander? Can Zhuo Ling simultaneously link thousands of people to fight Silver? Or do you think you're better equipped to handle battlefield emergencies than Qin Yangji?" Li Jingxian asked 3 times, her tone growing increasingly stern. She hoped Wan Wenqing understood that these were matters they could only consider after they had overcome the crisis in 3 days. Right now, compared to the risk posed by Qin Yangji, Qian clearly needed her to take the lead. And think about it, did her last mission cause any mental disturbances? Not only that, under Chen Yangji's command, casualties were greatly reduced. Only a few defensive and close combat personnel were needed, and due to the severe corrosion damage, some mental tentacles were damaged. Ruan Wenqing was silenced by what she said. He lowered his head, a trace of guilt between his brows. You're right. I shouldn't bring this up now. I'm just worried about how Chen Yangji will be able to take on the role of commander in the future if this is really the case. What team member would choose a leader whose mental energy was so aggressive that it could lead to a mental breakdown? That's not your concern, Li Jingxian smiled, gazing at the light gradually streaming into the cave, her brows fixed with uncanny certainty. Chen Yangji has her own abilities. Li Jingxian had a hunch that even if Chen Yangji truly possessed such aggressive traits, he would persist in his leadership career. Chen Yangji was a very determined person. If anyone had ever seen her eyes, they would have known she was incredibly sincere and persistent. She rarely made decisions, but each one carried immense weight. Ruan Wenqing said nothing, feeling for a moment that he was overthinking things. As the core of the team, he was accustomed to keeping his teammates' concerns close to his heart. Perhaps he didn't even realize it at the moment. Although he and Chen Yangji had only known each other for a short time and didn't even fully understand each other, in his heart, Chen Yangji was no different from Wei Xian, Lan Qingcheng, and the others. Shortly after finishing her conversation with Li Jingxian, Ruan Wenqing's brain lit up. It was a reminder from Chen Yangji. The two of them dropped their work and headed for the cave where the meeting was to take place. Chen Yangji spread out the base map. The maintenance and melee teams had already arrived. Lian Yunqing and Hui Yin, one on each side, stared at the base layout she had drawn, their eyes filled with surprise. How did you get this? How dare Baiyin even say that? While discussing the base layout, Hui Yin noticed that Chen Yangji was holding Baiyin's mecha necklace, and a look of astonishment crossed her soft face. A single soldier had actually given up the base layout. For a moment, Hui Yin didn't know whether to blame Baiyin's soldiers for being too vulnerable to interrogation or Chen Yangji for being too skilled. But the mere thought of the enemy having such complete visibility into their base sent chills down Hui Yin's spine. It was terrifying. This was like having a god's eye view. Chen Yangji simply said he had obtained the optical computer and said nothing more. When Wei Xian arrived, he was surprised. When Ruan Wenqing and Li Jingxian arrived, their eyes widened as well. Chen Yangji had already answered 10 times. When he saw someone's eyes widen and they were about to speak, he mechanically replied, "Optical computer." After everyone finally gathered, she got down to business. Sunshine on star 526 lasts until 4 p.m. How's the mecha repair going? The cadet in charge of maintenance coordination had been lamenting to his comrades about their lackluster command, but when he heard her calm voice, he felt like he was being commanded on the battlefield. He didn't dare to joke around, and his posture instantly straightened. Report, the superpowered mechas have been repaired. 23 mechas still have serious damage to their communicators, and are still under repair. How many can be repaired in 6 hours? 10. The rest will be repaired with basic mechas. Chen Yangji nodded, tapping his finger on the blueprint. The computer opened, revealing a 3D image of the silver starship. Puff! Someone, drinking nutrient solution, vomited in surprise when he saw the starship emerge. The next moment, he covered his mouth with his hands. Seeing Chen Yangji looking over, his expression suddenly serious. The silver starship's 10 heavy industries. Chen Yangji wanted to explain, but thought for a moment and waved his hand. This isn't important. The Red Flame Academy student didn't know why the commander said it wasn't important, but seeing Chen Yangji's serious expression, he didn't dare interrupt. The starship is located next to the Silver Command Tower. The weapons outside the base are dynamic guns powered by mobile turrets, and the barrier is an ion barrier. You have permission to enter. Watching her produce the silver-copied access indicator, the Qiyin cadets were completely numb. How much has command managed? Someone couldn't help but whisper. Support and melee forces, take access and proceed to the northwest entrance. Bombard this tower. The barrier's energy supply relies on it. Once it collapses, the ion barrier will dissipate. I then bring in the star beasts to disrupt the silver's rhythm and force the command tower to deploy starship weapons. Only the colonel in the silver command tower has access to the starship cockpit, and to activate starship weapons, the cockpit must be opened. This was Chen Yangji's only chance to access the cockpit. Clean up the entire base tonight. In 10 hours, half the maintenance and ranged attack teams will follow me to the mutation zone. Clear whatever nanospace can be cleared, so that the maintenance team can recharge the mining area with energy. The high-energy mining area has a total of 53 mineral veins. The 3 mines explored by the cadets have discovered cloud foil, quartz crystals, and gold praseodymium crystals, all of which are used to make energy liquids. Their yields are considerable. She not only wanted to take the star beasts around the mining area, but also some local specialties. Let's go, after all, we're already here. After Chen Yongji finished speaking, she put away her computer. All the cadets followed her lead, standing up and looking in her direction. Chen Yongji paused, and seeing no one moved, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Move." Someone replied with a shuddering "Roger." The crowd dispersed, and busy cadets immediately poured into the base. Chen Yongji found the mech commanded by Bai Yin, and began repairing and modifying it. The maintenance students and Lian Yunqing came to help. When the sun faded and darkness fell, the repairs on the mech were complete. The cockpit on Bai Yin's chest opened, and a flash of white light emanated. "You need to get used to it first. This mech might be a bit resistant to connections," Lian Yunqing warned. "Just a fight will do." Chen Yongji looked up at the silver mecha. It looked very similar to a regular silver mecha, but its frame and internal structure were made of higher-grade materials. Its communicator lacked a psychic core, and its original weapons were all psychic weapons. Chen Yongji had used the long sword before, but her spiritual buds hadn't yet developed, so her use of the crystal core was almost non-existent. However, her melee weapons weren't a big deal, so she didn't replace it. The fiery cannon had been moved to the red flame cadet unit, and now it was equipped with a silver ion cannon. When the link was first established, the communicator was extremely repelled by the spiritual tentacles, and Chen Yongji was still having trouble connecting. Unconvinced, her spiritual tentacles released streams of red light, piercing the communicator and completely suppressing the outer repulsive force. Crimson energy instantly enveloped the communicator, and the red light traveled along the connecting wires. A flash of light flashed from the joints, and the mecha activated. "It's almost time. Prepare for action." Chen Yongji's voice rang out from the mech. A cadet signaled, and the base's small tower flashed with a light code. All the cadets swarmed out, quickly boarding their mechs in a matter of seconds. Red lights flashed, and the barrier outside the base briefly opened, allowing thousands of mechs to pour out. Chapter 25. The lights were brightly lit inside the silver base. The man sitting in the center of the command tower's main control room had an alien face, deep eye sockets, and a terrifying dark blue under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept. Leia had indeed been awake for days. Base matters were piling up, and accidents with the signal tower were frequent. He had anticipated the conditions on planet 526 before his mission, but upon arrival, he found them far more challenging than he had imagined. Aside from the suddenly discovered anomalous zone, there was nothing useful here. The aliens had delayed repairs to the signal tower until now. Leia didn't dare to rashly explore the anomalous zone. It was an undetected anomalous zone, and the outer ring of star beasts alone was difficult to handle. The team he led was just an obscure silver formation, far inferior to the elite units with numbered names. Aside from starship firepower, he didn't have many available supernatural weapons, and even the establishment of the mining channel was extremely cautious. Even with such caution, an accident still occurred. "Haven't we contacted them yet?" The commander's voice came over the communication equipment, and the head of the information department immediately replied. The reconnaissance team said they only saw shattered mechas. Judging by the damage, they looked like star beasts. A large number of green blood spider remains were also found in the jungle. The bodies were in pieces, as if they had been violently destroyed. Initial speculation is that they might have been the work of star beasts. "I'm afraid something has happened at the mining site." Colonel Leia's heart finally settled. He was worried that the mining site's incubation of star beasts would be premature, causing a large number of them to upgrade, resulting in a beast tide. "Commander, the military will be here for a few days. Why don't we wait and deal with those red flame people first? Leaving them on planet 526 is always a potential threat. And last time, they were involved in the ambush plan, but they escaped, and the advance team was captured. I have a feeling keeping them around will create hidden dangers." The maintenance engineer in charge of starship construction suddenly suggested something from the command tower's tactical team. Leia, reclining in her mechanical chair, gazed thoughtfully at the panoramic surveillance system before her. After a moment's reflection, she said, "You're right. We must take care of at least one of the mining area and the red flame otherwise. It would be better to wait for the military team to arrive, so they wouldn't feel like they accomplished nothing. In that case, have everyone stand by. Tomorrow morning, I arrange for the seismic cannons to charge and launch a powerful assault on the red flame." With his words, the expressions of those in the command tower relaxed slightly. At least, they could have an explanation to the military. And as the silver team's general attack order was issued and the soldiers gathered their strength, night fell. Inside the silver base, only patrols moved about, and the entire base was utterly silent. The command tower stood tall amidst the layers of steel buildings, its summit gleaming with white light, connecting to the protective barrier surrounding the base. High in the mountains, a mech poked its head out. Seeing the patrol passing by, it signaled to its comrades that they could try the permissions. The permissions were copied by Qin Yongji from the silver captive. Shi Cixing took them and studied them for a moment, becoming intrigued by the program chip that scanned permissions and forged biometric information. The light screen at the northwest gate flickered a few times, signaling pass. A large hole melted through the barrier, allowing the mech to pass through. Several Qian mech slipped in. Reconnaissance quickly located the tower commanded by Qin Yongji, and several men set up their guns. At the same time, the mechs on the mountain quickly gathered from the surrounding area, converging in the bushes outside the silver base. Waiting for the sound of artillery fire, they began to respond to their comrades. Several mechas further out in the mutation zone were ordered to separate by their commander upon entering. Qin Yongji, traveling alone in the opposite direction of the group, her mental tentacles extended even wider. As she reached the edge of the mining area, she sensed the star beast fluctuations within, even stronger than before. In just 2 days, many of the star beasts surrounding the mining area had achieved a leap. The energy from her tentacles spread farther and farther, and the star beast signals within the mining area became more active. Qin Yongji's hands were also busy. She took most of the energy liquid and began to spread it along the path. The energy liquid scent was not pleasant, a strong irony that almost made her feel like she was being marinated. Finally, the star beast signal in the distance began to jump wildly, and a large amount of star beast energy surged towards Qin Yongji's senses. Seeing this, Qin Yongji turned and pushed the mecha to its maximum power, flinging the energy liquid around her as she began to sprint out of the energy zone. The noise behind her intensified, the ground vibrating repeatedly, the leaves rustling in the jungle. A silver mech flashed past, its lightsaber swirling in a flash of white light, briefly illuminating the path ahead. The star beasts were like a dark cloud, their speed even faster than 2 days ago. Before she even reached the edge of the mining area, Qin Yongji had already caught up with a number of small creatures, and several raised mounds of earth on the ground followed her as she moved. The growls of various star beasts continued to echo in her ears, and the approaching stench squeezed the air in front of her, making her feel intoxicated. In this stinking environment, her potential was once again stimulated, and her already extremely fast speed suddenly increased significantly. As she passed through the trees, only a shadow could be seen. The mech quickly flew out and landed on the next branch. Finally reaching the edge of the mutation zone, Qin Yongji, somewhat anxiously, sprinkled the energy liquid along the path. The scent intensified the star beasts' appetites, and they rushed out frantically, carrying a scent of pollution as they stepped onto the still normal ground. The polluted air spread, and the trampled grass and leaves began to wither and shrivel. As the star beasts walked, they carved a withered path along the path, and the soil softened into a black mud. Looking down, Qin Yongji noticed the ground beneath her feet had changed, and knew that the earthworms chasing her from the earth below had caught up. She rushed forward relentlessly, twisting her direction, several times sending the star beasts eluding her. A white mechanical spire emerged from the jumbled peaks ahead. The star beasts' low roars were drowned out by the roar of cannon fire, and Qin Yongji breathed a sigh of relief. As the mechas continued to move, their mental tentacles began to spread forward, tentatively searching for the mecha's signal and attempting to establish a connection. Just as the red flame cadets had fired at the tower, the sound of gunfire set off the silver sirens, echoing throughout the base. The sleepy silver soldiers instantly entered combat readiness, reflexively loading their mechs before they even grasped the situation. At first, they assumed it was an enemy attack, but when they heard the commander announce, with a heavy tone of resentment, that several red flame mechs had entered, their faces suddenly darkened. The group of silver mechs glanced around, then at the vast communication network, feeling an urge to curse. Just a few red flame mechs, and how could they cause such a commotion? Just thinking the commander was overdoing it. A few red flame cadets weren't worth the hassle, even calling out the entire team. The next second, they saw the light screen above them flicker a few times, as if it were about to dissipate. The silver commander's face suddenly darkened. How did the red flame know the location of the barrier? No one could answer him, because the moment the barrier vanished, countless guns and artillery descended from above the base, rapidly pounding the surrounding silver mechs. Mechs that had been somewhat languid were torn apart by the onslaught of fire, and screams erupted from within the mechs and across the communication channel. The flames of war spread instantly. Leia, observing the situation from the command tower, could no longer sit still. She hurriedly stood up and walked out, handing the control tower over to the tactical team's deputy commander. The Red Flame Rangers observed the Silver's deployment from above. Behind them, several Silver mechs had been shattered by the bombardment, attempting to seize the bombardment position. The large force poured into the Silver base. The Rangers prepared to switch positions. A powerful spiritual energy enveloped the mechs. With an unyielding, domineering gesture, they penetrated the communicator, and a connection request immediately popped up in the individual cockpit. Qin Yangji's connection was quickly responded to. As soon as the scout established contact with her, she sensed the energy signature surrounding the command and gasped. Holy crap! Why are there so many star beasts? Were you guys there the same number last time? Otherwise, why do you think I ran all the way out, even though I was exhausted? The speaker showed a hint of fear, dreading the thought of being chased by so many star beasts. She momentarily marveled at Qin Yangji's ruthlessness, managing to lead the star beasts out without batting an eyelid. What's the situation? Her mental tentacles extended, revealing several support mechas gradually surrounded by the Silvers. They were the same companions who had destroyed the tower and shattered the barrier. Wei Xian was among them, and upon hearing this, he replied, "The long-range artillery has disrupted the Silver's formation. Do you need me to gather them together?" Qin Yangji glanced at the star beast behind him. It had already escaped the mountains. The outline of the base lay before him, about 1,000 meters away, and they would soon reach it. "I'd be there shortly. Lead the main force outside the base. Don't fight inside. There are scanning guns and artillery inside the Silver base." As soon as she gave the order, the several mechs still circling the Silver base rushed out in unison. The surrounding Rangers immediately switched their guns and artillery to cover their comrades' retreat. Colonel Leia piloted his mech out and connected with the command of each team. His perception immediately captured the Red Flame cadets' departure. He also saw the mechs outside the base, destroying the base's buildings along the way, eager to raise the Silver base to the ground. The offensive was much more swift and fierce than before. Lee's heart skipped a beat. The Red Flame was clearly running low on ammunition and food. Less than a month had passed since their last encounter, and the Red Flame cadets seemed like a completely different team. Not only were their mechas and guns more powerful, but their overall cohesion was also stronger. He had to take them seriously. They actually reached the base. Are the Red Flame people desperate, ready to throw in the towel? The Silver team chattered constantly. Some resisted the bombardment, keenly aware of the familiarity of the guns and artillery. However, the continuous attacks left the Silver team no time to dwell, focusing solely on the situation before them. Since the Red Flame are here, let's just take them out here and unlock the base's guns and artillery. Today, I'm going to make sure they never return. Leia issued a command, and an assistant in the command tower unlatched the weapons mounted on the base's high walls. Several massive cannon barrels protruded from the interior, their barrels instantly glowing red. Support, prepare to withdraw. Close combat, be careful. Scanning guns and motion capture are approaching. As soon as Qin Yangji finished speaking, several circular flying saucer-like objects moved into the air. The surrounding long-range pistols and cannons were replaced with rapid-fire cannons with shorter charge times. They began using guns and cannons to attract the attention of the motion capture. However, the scanning guns' all-around attack was difficult to dodge. The defensive mecha's arms formed into shields, and light screens illuminated across the Qian team. The guns and cannons bombarded the energy shields, barely giving the close combatants with their cannons a few seconds to retreat. After finally rescuing their companions from Baiyin's pursuit, the Qian soldiers immediately began to deal with the scanning gun signals. Just as the guns roared and exploded near their ears, the Qian reconnaissance detected a powerful energy signal, and then the ground tremors slowly spread. Baiyin hadn't noticed yet, and even a small earthquake would be mistaken for the gunfire. By the time Leia's perception spread, the star beasts had already reached the edge of the base. Qin Yangji spotted his companions outside the base and among the rocks. Without stopping, he swept past the Red Flame team and rushed towards the Silver team, reminding Ruan Winching, "Follow my steps, ranged attackers, and fire a few rounds." Ruan Winching saw her gesture and immediately understood that she intended to integrate into the Silver team through artillery fire. He fired several energy cannons at the direction Qin Yangji was running towards. Leia had just finished integrating her superpower weapons. Even though she knew the Red Flame cadets were numerous, she didn't panic. Instead, she felt their arrival was perfect timing. Originally, the Silver team had been trying to blast through the Red Flame's isolation barrier, but now it seemed unnecessary. The red flame had come to them on their own. But before his smug joy could last, his senses were suddenly struck by an energy surge. This surge of energy traveled along his mental tentacles, instantly stirring a storm within his mental realm, sending the branches of his mental tree trembling restlessly. Leia sensed it again, somewhat uncertainly. How could this be? He muttered softly. At this moment, the Silver Scouts and other commanders also gradually sensed the signals of the approaching star beasts, and their faces suddenly paled. A large number of star beasts are approaching. The voices of the scouts within the Silver team trembled with fear. Leia could no longer care about the red flame people. The sudden arrival of the star beasts had brought to the surface a long-held worry. His face suddenly darkened, and he wished he could curse the red flame people to death. Why did it have to be today? After his anger subsided, Leia gritted his teeth and mobilized his troops to deal with the star beasts. Ranged attack, intercept the star beast herd. Don't let them break in. The Silver Rangers glanced at each other, their movements stagnating for a moment. So many star beasts, are they really going to eat them? Can they really come back alive? The Silver Ranger wailed inwardly, but he instinctively stood up and leaped away in his mech. He prepared to intercept the star beasts ahead, but just as he reached a high point, the Red Flame Ranger, alert to their movements, fired a few rounds, knocking all of the Silver Rangers down. What's going on? Leia was a little furious. He sensed the movement here, and couldn't help but notice something was amiss. No, why are the Red Flame people trying to stop us? Leia pondered, but before he could come up with a plan, the surrounding Red Flame mechs were retreating backwards, so fast that after a few blasts of gunfire, the guns and cannons completely vanished, leaving no trace of the Red Flame mechs. The Silver Ranger, who had just been shot down, saw this scene and immediately confirmed that Chien had attacked them deliberately to expose them to the star beasts. The Chien people have escaped. Command, what should we do now? Leia watched the vanished Chien mecha. The roar of the star beasts reached her senses, and her ears trembled. Qin Yangji blended into the crowd, her mental tentacles disconnected from Chien, allowing her to blend in smoothly. Huan Wenqing's barrage of fire had temporarily alerted the Silver Ranger to something unusual. Watching the Chien mecha depart, she retracted her mental tentacles, concentrating her energy within her mental realm. Qin Yangji's energy dissipated, but the star beasts charging towards the silver base continued unabated. The Chien cadets, lurking in the forest, listened to the noise with a wave of worry. Will we really be able to infiltrate the enemy? Nothing will happen, right? There are so many star beasts. The Chien cadets were filled with inexplicable worry. Before leaving, the cadets fired countless energy cannons at the silver base. The buildings and soil of the silver base were filled with a scent of energy liquid. Qin Yangji's signal disappeared. The mining area was far away, and only the nearby, rich aroma of energy liquid and the aura of countless spiritual cores whetted the star beast's appetite. Roar! As the silver team dispersed, preparing to meet the enemy, Qin Yangji had already blended into the crowd. Following Leia's command, she decisively followed. Qin Yangji was disguised as a maintenance officer, and the battle with the star beast hadn't reached her yet. Leia didn't care about the unusual behavior of a single soldier. No matter how hard the silver team tried, they would never have imagined that someone had obtained the silver mech's activation sequence and infiltrated the silver team. At this moment, the star beast had already rushed towards the silver team, its supernatural weapons clearing the way, carrying a powerful wave of energy. The aura of the supernatural cores spread instantly, attracting the star beast to rush even more frantically. Leia's command was methodical. Without the disruption of red flames gunfire raining down from the sky, the silver formation was incredibly stable, temporarily withstanding several attacks from the star beasts. However, the gathering energy around the star beasts made Leia realize that this situation could not continue. He activated the base's weaponry, and the remaining mobile turrets rose from the roofs of several buildings. Round discs spun out at high speed, scattering shell after shell at the ground, blowing low-level star beasts to pieces. As the battle intensified, the higher-level star beasts charged at the silver supernatural weapons. Blazing fire and vines rose from the ground, spraying corrosive black gas and venom across the ground. The star beast's supernatural powers continued to unleash. Leia, however, quietly left the group as the fighting intensified. Qin Yangji had been keeping an eye on his movements. Seeing the enemy retreat, she quickly withdrew from the fray. As a mech in the maintenance position, Qin Yangji didn't attract much attention. Her mental tentacles were disconnected from her companions, and the signal on the mech's radar screen flickered erratically, as if by mistake. No one noticed. Except for the Chien team, who were hiding behind the silver base, using it to block most of the star beasts. Command has given the signal. Let's attack. Shualing was utterly excited. Qin Yangji had told them to avoid the most turbulent surge of star beasts during the first wave. Now, the ones following her most closely were all high-level star beasts. A continued fight would only put Qian at a disadvantage. Once the silver base dealt with this group, Qian could move in and clear the area. The prerequisite for all this was that Qin Yangji successfully obtained starship weapons authorization. Watching Leia pass the command tower and head towards the base's innermost starship, Qin Yangji carefully jumped down from the mech. Her earrings flashed a few times, and soon, the global surveillance screen in the command tower lit up with black and white dots, flickering for a few seconds before going completely dark. The combat team in the command tower was momentarily bewildered. Is the fighting so severe that the signal transmission has been disrupted? No, we can't do that. We need them to rebuild the barrier. There are too many star beasts. It's too late. Rebuilding the barrier is too slow. The person who made the suggestion ignored his words and stood up to leave. He was the maintenance engineer in charge of the base's equipment, and she was responsible for matters like this. If the barrier wasn't repaired, he would bear the brunt of the blame. Qin Yangji was unaware of the clamor in the command tower, but she had already guessed that Bain would repair the barrier, unless he was truly useless. However, repairing the barrier would take time, enough time for the Red Flame cadets to enter. When the barrier was repaired, it was uncertain whether it would protect Red Flame or Bain. Qin Yangji didn't have the heart to pay attention to these things at the moment. She followed Leia to the outside of the starship with her full attention. Chapter 26. Only the dedicated maintenance team was on standby aboard the silver starship. The cockpit was deserted. Lights flickered on one by one as Leia walked past. The mech's footsteps were heavy as Leia passed through the winding mechanical corridors. Using a special signal, Leia opened the cockpit door. The ship's weapons and engine controls were all located there. Leia didn't dare delegate, and even severed her mental connection with the rest of the team to activate the weapons. The mechanical door clicked crisply. The starship's soundproofing was excellent, and the relentless artillery fire from outside was silenced within. Inside the mech's cockpit, Leia could even hear his own heavy breathing. His nerves tensed. A star beast invasion was far more terrifying than the Red Flame. After all, Colonel Leia didn't take the Red Flame people seriously. He believed they, like the 526 Starmen, would sooner or later become slaves of the Silver Starship. He had no idea they would even attempt a counterattack. Even more, he had no idea this Star Beast invasion was also the work of the Red Flame. The moment the door opened, Colonel Leia's inner tension finally eased somewhat. Starship weapons were immensely powerful, consuming far more energy than mech-like weapons. Leia had searched Planet 526 for a long time, barely managing to replenish a few of the starship's energy bombardments. He had intended to save them for bombing the star beasts outside the high-energy mining area, but now it seemed he couldn't keep them. He felt a pang of regret. As the light from the cockpit leaked out, illuminating him, Colonel Leia was about to step inside when he heard chaotic footsteps behind him. Command? Command? Turning the corridor, a silver mech, clutching a blood-stained long sword, sprinted towards him. Colonel Leia's face darkened. He could hear the urgency and panic in her voice, and immediately thought the battle situation had changed. The tension, which had been easing due to the starship's weapons, had immediately returned to its peak. What's going on? He demanded, his voice high. Qin Yangji's performance was exquisite, vividly portraying the frantic silver soldier. His figure steadily advanced towards Leia, the mech already at the edge of the cockpit door, a mere step away. Leia shook her head, her heart sinking even deeper. Could it be? The silver couldn't hold out? Had the star beast broken free from the mech's blockade so quickly? Li's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and she was a second slow to press the closed door command. Qin Yangji seized this opportunity, swirling his sword and suddenly charging forward. Leia was caught off guard. Before he could raise his hand to intercept, the mech's long legs flashed past him. Then, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he flew backward uncontrollably. Qin Yangji dodged and rushed in. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to see the starship. Qin Yangji's tone changed as he fell to the empty space in the cockpit. The door behind him slammed shut, sealing the cockpit completely. She scanned the room, taking in the floating control panels, and immediately locking onto the positions of the starship's controls and weapons. Colonel Leia fell to the ground, unable to contain a furious curse. As soon as the curse emanated, he saw the mech's long sword move, apparently continuing its attack. He dodged to the side, drew his mech's lightsaber, and swiftly countered the attack. All the while, he continued his rhetoric. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you going to betray the silver? He couldn't understand why the silver soldier would attack him. Was he dissatisfied with something? Leah had never imagined that a red flame was piloting the silver mech. Because mecha sequences, unless they're extremely close and trusted, a single soldier would never reveal them, even at the cost of their lives. Why are you being so harsh, Commander? Qin Yongji didn't directly admit she was from the red flame. If she had said that, the silver colonel would have guessed that this starship might be the red flame's last straw. I just don't want to die for the silver. Qin Yongji's voice was tinged with laughter, but his movements were unwavering. His long sword slashed down from above, clanging and shaking Leia's hand, causing pain in the light blade. What terrifying power! Feeling the aching in his arm, Leia felt a flicker of fear. Is there such a person in the silver? He had no idea. Li's thoughts froze for a moment, but Qin Yongji didn't give him time to think. The mecha longsword swiftly thrust towards the ground, the sharp sound of breaking wind exploding in Leia's ears. He dodged and seized the opportunity to climb to his feet. Seeing the situation, Qin Yongji quickly followed the mech's trajectory. The attack was so swift that Raptor Leia was caught off guard, and the sword pierced several marks on her mech. Watching the mech's increasing power, and him trapped in the cramped cockpit, Leia's face darkened. What the hell are you planning to do? The 7th Military Region's reinforcements are on the way. Even if you kill me today, will you still be able to escape? I advise you, stop now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Watching him block her sword, Qin Yongji suddenly heard a righteous voice from the mech. The speaker's tone became noticeably gentler towards the end, which amused her. So much nonsense. Qin Yongji smiled at him, his eyes cold, as he thrust his arm downward, pushing the silver commander's arm downward. The longsword and the lightsaber's blades glided, sending tiny sparks flying. Leia's strange feeling grew stronger as she listened. Why would the silver soldier try to stop him? Leia couldn't understand. He felt the soldier was a complete idiot, a complete fool, and yet, despite his considerable strength, he was still somewhat outmatched. The mech kicked him backward, sending Leia's mech crashing to the ground again. He didn't dare to pause, but braced himself on the console and quickly rose to his feet. Qin Yongji's mech quickly approached him, locking a hand around the other mech's neck. The grip was terrifying, as if it would crush him in an instant. The feeling of suffocation, transmitted through the mech's sensory system, quickly reached Leia's brain. His combat abilities weren't bad, but the cockpit was incredibly cramped. He was cornered by the enemy mech, making every move difficult, and even trying to fight back was even more difficult. Even now, as he struggled, he couldn't move his hands and feet. Ah! A low, breathless growl echoed from within the mech. Qin Yongji revved the human mech up, pressed it against the console, and directed his gaze forward. Is this the switch for the starship's weapons? She felt for the corresponding button beneath the screen, lowering her eyes to Leia. Li's body twisted and struggled, and Qin Yongji's lips curled as he spoke. Commander, there's nothing I can do. There are too many star beasts out there. I don't want to die in this shabby place. Are the military coming? When? By the time they get here, we have been devoured by the star beasts, and our brains will have been ripped apart. I just don't want to die. If the starship's weapons can't kill the star beasts, I take everyone away. What a lousy mining area. Are we supposed to die here? Qin Yongji mimicked the tone of the mech's former owner. Her voice wasn't quite like his, but when lowered to a deeper, darker note, it could actually convey a hint of madness. Qin Yongji used this rhetoric to coax Leia. This comforted Leia a little. At least the silver soldier hadn't betrayed her, he was just afraid of death. This was actually a good thing for Leia. He hurriedly advised, listen to me. There are indeed many star beasts, but they're all A-class. There are a few S-class among them, so they're nothing to be afraid of. The starship's weapons are more than enough to finish them off. I won't watch my soldiers die. Don't you believe me? He believed he had some charisma during his time as commander, otherwise his soldiers wouldn't have obeyed his orders. He immediately prepared to persuade and appease the silver soldier. He'd probably never been on a mission before, and seeing these scenes frightened him so much that he lost his mind and strayed. A dark glint flashed in Leia's eyes. He could easily deal with them later. Deserting on the battlefield was a disgrace. But right now, Leia understood the situation. The most urgent task was to stabilize the enemy, freeing him up to deal with the current situation. Qin Yongji silently replied with disbelief. She wasn't a silver soldier, so she wouldn't take Leia's crap. But she realized there was a loophole, so she maintained her facade. How can we deal with the starship's weapons? I heard they're all depleted. The guns and cannons inside are all empty. Qin Yongji's expression remained blank as he spoke, but his tone was intense, and his grip intensified. He pinched Leia so hard that his eyes rolled back, and he nearly ascended. Leia's lightsaber dropped from her hand, and she clawed with both hands, struggling to free herself from Qin Yangji's powerful grip. Calm down. The guns and cannons have been replenished, and now, they're recharged with energy. Leia was afraid she accidentally strangled herself. You can take a look, unlock the starship's weapons and see. He spoke each word with difficulty, barely uttering a single word. But Qin Yangji still heard what he wanted to hear. She couldn't help but smile, her little fangs popping out from the corners of her mouth, her face radiating the joy of a successful plot. I want to see the starship's weapons activated. If we don't kill all the star beasts, we must leave immediately. Where's the authority? Leia was completely controlled by him. His lightsaber and guns were both supernatural weapons, but he was so wary of them that he dared not use them carelessly. If the starship was damaged, he would be completely helpless against the star beasts. This silver soldier was just a little crazy, but once he calmed him down and dealt with the star beast, he had all the means to deal with him. How foolish. To flee the battlefield frightened by a star beast is an utter disgrace. Leia couldn't help but show a hint of rage. She was determined to punish Qin Yangji severely afterwards. But for now, to appease him, he had no choice but to unlock the starship weapons. Qin Yangji almost laughed out loud as he watched the starship weapons shop control panel open. She had only imagined that disguising herself as Silver would allow her to collaborate with her Qian companions, but she had never imagined that she could easily gain access to the starship weapons. She was fully prepared for a battle with Leia. But this man was even more afraid of the starship than she was, and he wouldn't let go for the entire fight. With the item in hand, Qin Yangji couldn't wait to activate the starship lock. Even while she was entangled with Leia, Qian's forces had already returned, and Bine was too busy dealing with the incoming star beasts to pay any attention to them. The starship's weapons control panel flickered to life, revealing a live feed of the Zoa surveillance system. Qin Yangji aimed all the starship's weapons. Leia, her hands restrained by Qin Yangji, watched her maneuver from the side. Seeing her aim the starship's weapons at the star beasts, Leia felt relieved. At that moment, outside the starship, above the mechanical hull, a massive weapons tray suddenly emerged. Several barrels extended from it, and beams of light flashed from unnamed guns. The light passed over the buildings of the Bine base, and fell upon the battlefield where the Bine and star beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. In the Bine team, the commander, who had temporarily taken over Leia's command, saw the spot of light, and immediately reacted, ordering his troops to retreat, out of range of the starship's weapons. The silver soldiers retreated, but before they could get far, the star beasts were about to pounce when they heard a sudden impact. Countless shells flew out from the starship's weapon racks with a hiss, tracing a smooth arc through the air. They crashed into the ground with a resounding roar, sending the massive beasts flying overhead, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The star beast's blood, scorched by the intense heat, formed a bloody mist that dyed the air red. The stench of fish and rust filled the air, making the breath nauseating. The red flame cadets, tumbling and crawling towards the periphery, reacted with remarkable speed. They rolled over and erected an energy shield, blocking the oncoming smoke and the flying flesh. The gunfire forcibly silenced the chaotic battlefield for a few seconds. The dust in the air settled, and a glimpse of the scene gradually emerged. Could this be a command shot? Someone asked, their voice halting. Shualingding's mental network was small, currently connecting only a few scouts and ranged attackers occupying his field of view. As the cannonballs fired, the ranged attackers noticed something amiss in the flashing light. Just as they understood what was going on, the starship's weapons exploded, a series of resounding explosions and tremors spreading outward. Rocks tumbled, and the massive peaks cracked under the impact of the energy. As the shells streaked through the air, leaving a trail of white, an energy wall erupted in front of the defensive mech. Behind the mechs lay broken trees and tumbled boulders. The shockwaves of the artillery fire spread, shattering the silence and igniting a cacophony of sounds. The power of the starship's weapons far exceeded imagination. The buildings outside the silver base were severed by the impact. Except for the central command tower, which remained standing, the roofs of the surrounding buildings were shattered with irregular holes. The silver mechs were also hurled in all directions by the starship. The star beast at the center of the bombardment was pulverized by the energy. Amidst the scattered limbs and blood, a heavily scaled star beast rose to its feet. Its eyes were bloodshot, its body riven with wounds, its maw agape, and it roared in fury. Then, with a fixed gaze, it charged toward the nearest silver mech. Inside the starship, seeing its weapons empty, and the panel flashing the insufficient energy message, Qin Yongji withdrew with satisfaction. Leia, lying on the ground, watched her, cursing inwardly. What a lunatic! He painstakingly collected ammunition for the better part of a month. This guy had used it all up in the blink of an eye. After consuming Bain's greatest asset, Qin Yongji's pressure eased. With a few maneuvers, she signaled to her companions that they could advance. The star beasts were either dead or fleeing, and the silver soldier was also injured by the energy shockwave she had unleashed. It was time for the red flame to come out and reap the rewards. After completing all this, Qin Yongji turned back, his gaze settling on Leia. She chuckled softly, stepped closer to Leia, and squatted down to ask, "What's the activation sequence for the starship's engine compartment?" At her words, Leia's expression froze, her eyes piercing. "Why are you activating the sequence? The star beast has been dealt with. Why don't you let me go?" He simply felt that this soldier was completely insane, his mind already insane. Once he had dealt with the star beast and the red flame men and repaired the base, he would definitely give this soldier a good look. Qin Yongji placed one hand around his neck, lifting the mech completely. With his other hand, he extended his index finger and shook it at him. "You're not being honest." Her voice was soft, devoid of emotion. Leia's throat was strangled, and his breathing became rapid. His mental connection faltered, causing his body to struggle as well. He let out heavy, wheezing sounds as his breath flowed. His vision darkened, and he realized something was amiss. The mech was being pinched and lifted, and Leia felt his toes faintly touch the floor. He tried to resist, but his mental tentacles twitched, and the cannon on the mech's left shoulder lifted slightly. The joints rubbed with a tiny sound, and the muzzle silently pointed at Qin Yongji. The red flame commander in the silver mech twitched his ears slightly, and he immediately looked towards the source of the sound with vigilance. "TSK." Qin Yongji smiled, his eyes cold, and his mental energy gathered, leaving his body. Before Leia could react, a mental tentacle suddenly attached itself to the mech and penetrated his communicator. A massive energy surge pierced both of their mental realms simultaneously. Qin Yongji's mental bud trembled violently. Her mech arm, gripping the flaming blade on the ground, suddenly released his grip, snatched up Leia's arm, and swung it. A metallic clang echoed, accompanied by a teeth-grinding ripping and scraping sound. Sparks flew, and the flaming blade pierced the mech's arm, instantly severing half of it. "Ah!" Leia screamed in pain, his expression contorted. This strange mental energy struck Leia as familiar. He knew his suspicions had come true. This isn't Bain's individual soldier. "Who are you? What do you want?" Li's face turned pale as paper in agony, leaving only a shred of sanity. He doubted Qin Yongji's identity. Qin Yongji hadn't expected him to react until now. "The silver man is truly slow. Congratulations, you finally figured it out." Qin Yongji replied with a hint of a smile. As she spoke, she exerted force on her arm, raised her knife, and slashed upwards. In a single stroke, she severed the remaining half of her arm, along with the connecting thread. This strike dealt Leia a critical blow. The damage to her mental tentacles, combined with Qin Yongji's voice reaching her ears, instantly agitated Leia, her chest heaving violently. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was the damage to her mental tentacles or the sheer fury of Qin Yongji. If Leia knew Qin Yongji was still secretly criticizing her for her slow reaction, she would probably be even more furious. If Qin Yongji hadn't been so obvious and didn't even pretend afterwards, Leia wouldn't have thought she was a silver man in disguise. He had never imagined anyone could obtain the silver soldier's mech. Qin Yongji's mech wasn't a disguise. Leia could tell instantly that it bore traces of the silver soldier's psychic tentacles, which was why he hadn't suspected anything. Qin Yongji didn't waste any time on him. She guessed that Qian and Bain were fighting again. Bain had just been bombarded, and the energy wave had been devastating, so it was certain they would be no match for Qian. She had to pry open Leia's mouth and get the starship's launch signal. Thinking, Qin Yongji exerted force, thrusting the lightsaber directly into Leia's cockpit. "Hand over the engine bay sequence and launch signal, and you suffer less." The lightsaber pierced Leia's chest, sending a chill through his chest. He felt a chill in his heart. Looking forward, he seemed to see a silver glint between the joints of the mech. It looked like the blade of a lightsaber. Hearing her words, Leia finally understood her purpose. Qin Yongji was a Qian. "Haha, what? Your Qian starship was reduced to a pile of scrap metal, leaving you with nowhere to escape, so you're planning to attack us?" Leia endured the pain and let out a few gleeful laughs. After Qin Yongji hacked into his communicator, darkness enveloped his vision. Despite the blurry image, Leia remained unfazed. He guessed that this starship was Qian's only hope of leaving planet 526. No wonder these cowards had emerged from their shells and dared to attack Bain. So they were planning to seize the starship and leave 526. Leia's heart was filled with peace, his lips locked tightly, not uttering a single word. The Bain military district's reinforcements would arrive soon. These Jian people, there's no escape. Chapter 27. Leia hadn't anticipated that Qin Yangji's mental tentacles, piercing the communicator, weren't over yet. For a soldier like him, who had experienced the growth of a mental bud and possessed a mental tree, capable of using the crystal core as the primary energy source for his mecha, the communicator contained a massive surge of energy, far more ferocious than that of other mecha communicators. If Qin Yangji dared to invade, Leia had already prepared herself for the backlash from the crystal core within the communicator. However, to his surprise, Qin Yangji's mental tentacles pierced through his communicator, following the mental tendrils connected to it, piercing straight into his spiritual realm. At that moment, Leia felt as if a knife had been thrust into his mind. Strange mental energy clashed recklessly in his mental realm, coalescing into a ball that swept across the vast branches of the mental tree. The violent impact bombarded the tree trunk, and the mental energy flickered again and again, foreshadowing the extreme instability of his mental realm. Leia had lost all sense of the outside world, and therefore didn't hear her own haunted howls of pain echoing through the starship's cockpit. And at the center of the sound waves, a massive silver mech, like a statue sculpted from ice, stood motionless before another mech. Its invisible mental tentacles were firmly embedded in the other mech, and a red glow of mental energy flowed and flickered in the space before them. Qin Yangji had closed her eyes at some point. A surge of energy from Leia's mech's communicator sent her mental realm into a frenzy of turmoil. The several petals of her mental bud, as if caught in a gust of wind, swayed violently, dragging their stems along. Energy roared like a tornado, sending waves of excruciating pain through her brain. Qin Yangji gritted her teeth, driving the external mental tentacles deeper into the space. She wasn't exactly slow-witted, realizing much earlier than the others in the red flame that something seemed amiss with her mental tentacles. Since she could extract the mecha serial number from a single silver soldier, it wouldn't be difficult to extract the engine compartment code from Leia either. Qin Yangji didn't want to stay on this desolate planet for too long, and certainly didn't want to wait for silver reinforcements to arrive and become a prey. The crimson mental tentacles, like raging fire, moved freely in the unfamiliar mental realm, easily overturning the enemy's mental branches. As the flames engulfed the mental tree, the invading tentacles seemed to finally tire, slowly clinging to the branches, and no longer expanding and contracting. The intense pain in Leia's mind also subsided. The pain gradually subsided, but his control over his body hadn't returned. Before he could even catch his breath from the suffocating pain, Leia felt his consciousness gradually disintegrate. Before his consciousness fully faded, he felt the spirit tree being sucked of energy by the alien spirit tentacles, his body moving uncontrollably, a torture tantamount to waking. His pupils began to dilate. Simultaneously, Qin Yangji's body in the mecha cockpit began to tremble uncontrollably. Every muscle twitched in that instant, his meridians bursting open layer by layer, his fair skin flushed with blood. The battle between the two spiritual forces reached its end. As the light from Leia's spirit tree dimmed, the outcome was revealed. Qin Yangji's spirit tentacles had successfully invaded, but her condition was no better. Her mind was a tangled mess, and she could no longer comprehend her own situation. Only through her powerful willpower did she retain a single thought. What's the activation sequence for the starship's engine bay? The Silver Commander's eyes were glazed over, and the mech, which still had some strength left, ceased to struggle. He didn't even notice the flashing red lights and shrill alarms in the cockpit, only mumbling a series of numbers. Qin Yangji couldn't hear clearly through the mech's hull. She struggled to move, and the mech's structure clicked a few times. The connecting wires crackled, signaling a loss of contact. This was a sign of damage to Qin Yangji's mental tentacles. With this sound, Qin Yangji raised his arm and punched the cockpit of Leia's mech. Bang! With a loud bang, the mech, which had been on alert for a long time, finally severed its wires under the impact of the punch after its communicator was damaged. The cockpit popped out, and the soldier inside was like a dead object, firmly fixed to the connection. His lips moved repeatedly, as if he were saying something. Qin Yangji finally understood the numbers he had spoken. The mech took a step and began to move toward the starship's engine bay. However, as soon as it took a step, its legs buckled, evidently draining the spiritual energy from the communication cables. Before Qin Yangji could even examine it, a sudden, stabbing pain shot through her head, like a sponge being squeezed so hard that not a single drop of water could escape. A dryness filled her body, as if her brain itself were shrinking. Qin Yangji's heart skipped a beat, realizing she had reached her limit. She tried to retract her spiritual tentacles, but just as the crimson tendrils began to retract, the spiritual tree, which had been entangled for so long, suddenly began to shake. Leia's body, freed from the mech, seemed to twitch twice, her expressionless eyes shifting suddenly. Qin Yangji sensed something was amiss, and the mech's movement suddenly stopped. She turned sharply to look at Leia. She silently uttered a curse, then reacted almost instantly. Her mental tentacles quickly retracted towards her own mental buds. Some tentacles that had grown too long and were already entangled with the opponent's mental tree were directly severed by Qin Yangji. The pain from the mental tentacles suddenly overwhelmed her, and she felt as if she were being split in two. Qin Yangji had no time to lament the intensity of the pain. She noticed Leia's movements. The withdrawal of the mental tentacles unexpectedly allowed Leia to regain some control of her mind. In that brief moment, the Silver Commander unleashed a surging wave of mental energy, charging towards Qin Yangji's mental tentacles with a torrent of energy that threatened to shatter the mental tree. It was a self-destructive attack. After severing the mental tentacles in unison, Qin Yangji didn't pause, manipulating the mech to move swiftly. Unable to stand, the mech tumbled on the ground, approaching the starship's engine bay. At the hatch, the cockpit swung open with a bang, and a thin figure scurried out. The moment it came into contact with the outside air, Qin Yangji felt a scorching heat. The mech from Leia, using his mental tentacles as a catalyst, drew energy from the entire mental realm, brewing an energy explosion that directly affected the mechs connected to it. This explosion would detonate directly in the starship's cockpit. Qin Yangji didn't pause, quickly entering the activation sequence. The moment the engine bay door opened, a blinding white light exploded behind her, instantly illuminating the cockpit like daylight. The light spread out through the cracks in the starship, illuminating the entire starship like a bright light, and all three combatants glanced over. If the Silver Soldier and the Scarlet Flame Cadet were drawn to their sidelong glances by the brightness, the enraged star beasts were simply feeling a surge of self-destructive energy. This force caused the lower-level star beasts to cower in fear, their cries rising one after another. The white light flickered for 3 seconds before blasting across the surroundings. Bang! A massive invisible wave struck, sweeping away dust and debris from the ground. The Scarlet Flame Cadet reacted quickly. The moment the shockwave dissipated, the mechs were already flat on the ground. The defensive mechs and energy shields held firm in front, but even after the energy swept through, muffled groans and cries of pain continued to emanate from the mechs' communication channels. The Red Flame Cadets' mental fields on the periphery were shaken for several seconds by the impact of this mental energy, causing their connection signals to become intermittent. The Silver Soldier, who was closer, was even more severely affected. Inside the starship's cockpit, the mech commanded by Silver was reduced to an unrecognizable heap of wreckage, its communication threads tangled and exploded, its hull covered in spider veins. In the center of the ejected cockpit, Leia's body, covered in a layer of charred stains, was no longer visible. The entire cockpit was like a hurricane, the floor completely ripped open, the console shattered into several pieces, and the surrounding light screens were shimmering white, cracked. The mech that had fallen near the engine compartment shattered to the ground, crashing into the hatch, blasting holes of varying sizes into it. After the explosion, the commotion within the starship gradually subsided, and the battle from Silver's base resumed, with the roars of star beasts and the roar of gunfire echoing one after another. The Red Flame Cadets dealt with the star beasts, while also dealing with the Silver's attack. The squad leader urged over the team chat, "No signal from the main commander yet?" The Silver Soldiers were outnumbered, and the star beasts could only be contained for a while. Now that the large star beasts had been repelled by the starship's weapons, their strength had been greatly weakened. The Silvers were beginning to regain their ability to respond, and they had enough energy to deal with them. Wait a little longer. Shuoling, who temporarily assumed command, was also feeling a bit panicked. Ever since the explosion on the starship, he had completely lost all sense of Qin Yangji's energy signal. This was not good. Shuoling's heart was in a knot. As time passed, the deep black night of Planet 526 began to fade, with a faint sign of light emerging. The students of the Red Flame Military Academy all felt a sense of unease. Could it be that they had failed? Just as the students of the Red Flame Military Academy were forcing themselves to continue the fierce battle, a figure in the starship's engine compartment, close to the hatch, finally moved. At the last moment, Qin Yangji was flung into the engine room by Leia's energy surge. The engine compartment's materials were of the highest grade, more than enough to withstand the energy shockwaves of Leia's psychic self-detonation. However, Qin Yongji's forceful intrusion and severing of her psychic tentacles had caused significant turbulence in her psychic realm. After the powerful shockwave, Qin Yongji shook her head. Without time to check the time, her bones were slightly dislocated. She placed her hands on the ground and scrambled up the wall, slowly making her way to the countertop outside the engine. Her knuckles twisted into strange shapes as she struggled to input a sequence. With a crackling sound, a gentle energy spread from the countertop, followed by the roar of the engines. The entire starship instantly activated. Lights along the way illuminated, small external weapons activated, and gates began to operate. Qin Yongji took a deep breath and connected to the starship's main control interface. As the starship weapons flashed red, the red flame cadets on the periphery noticed, and instantly joy crossed their faces. The command from the main commander has arrived. The cadets' mechas all sprang into action, charging towards the silver team. Reconnaissance and close combat cleared the way, providing support and long-range attack assistance, and, in conjunction with the starship's small weapons in the rear, they tore a path through the crowd. The signal was transmitted, and after all this was done, Qin Yongji belatedly felt a tearing pain in her mind. Her mental tentacles curled and snapped, and a branch of her mental bud trembled and swayed. A huge tear opened at the connection, revealing the transparent flesh within. Qin Yongji's trembling weakened, her eyelids drooped, and her body slowly slid down the engine's external control panel. The blazing white light before her eyes began to fade into a soft shadow, then slowly dwindled to a white dot. Finally, as her eyelids closed, her consciousness completely sank into darkness. Chapter 28. The Silver Starship only has a special military signal channel inside, and it can't connect to the Red Flame Army Tower. Inside the starship's cockpit, several young men in military uniforms lowered their heads to study the signal base station. Several tests on the optical computer yielded less than ideal results. Students majoring in space communications frowned and shook their heads at the two teachers and several classmates standing behind them. Ruan Wenxing's expression faltered slightly, and he nodded to the speaker. Can't we access the Alliance's public signal? The Interstellar Alliance, a neutral organization jointly established by several major galaxies, oversees the affairs of each galaxy. Although it's practically defunct due to the growing power of several major galaxies, the interstellar councils will at least give them some face, and military base stations will accommodate the Alliance's public signal. The other person shook his head and speculated, perhaps the Silver base station was poorly constructed, and the signal can only accommodate one receiving base station. Ruan Wenxing glanced at the others, his eyes somewhat helpless. Why don't we just contact the Silver Army directly? Otherwise, we can't keep languishing in space like this. Wei Xian's face was filled with anxiety, still bearing battle wounds. Qian's breakout had come at a heavy price, with heavy casualties among the cadets. Although they had successfully piloted the Silver Starship away from planet 526, because 526 was separated from the Qian galaxy by a wormhole, returning to the Qian galaxy required a space jump. They didn't have the jump coordinates, nor did they have dedicated galaxy jump equipment on their starship. Having just escaped from the Silver's clutches, are they still going to deliver themselves to them? Hearing Wei Xian's words, several cadets checking the signal were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wei Xian scratched his head, feeling helpless. What should we do? The medical bays on this starship aren't enough. Qin Yongji's mental realm is damaged, and if he's not treated, he'd be crippled. Oh, why isn't this over yet? I thought running away would be enough. It's not that simple. We have to wait until we contact the Qian military. Seeing his hands tearing at his hair in distress, Li Jingxian couldn't help but slap them away to prevent them from damaging their hair. Off to the side, Ruan Wenxing was checking the starship's remaining energy reserves to see how long the engines would last. The entire cockpit was once again enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. Just as the silence spread, the intelligent navigation program in the main control center suddenly lit up, and the cold, mechanical voice of the piloting AI rang out. Obstacle detected ahead. Do you want to detour? Planning a route to the surrounding starfield. Route blocked. Route blocked. Unable to navigate. The main screen suddenly flashed a vast radar image. With the starship at its center, the surrounding starfield was enveloped by an invisible energy net. Emergency signals blared throughout the starship, and alarms rang. The cadets in the passenger cabin awoke from exhaustion. Some glanced up, their gazes passing through the heavy starship windows. They saw two crimson crafts slowly emerging from the darkness of space, deep within the layers of meteorites. What familiar craft? One cadet muttered. A companion, who had grown stiff next to him, clung to his body and peered through the window. His eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, Holy crap, are you crazy? These are our Qian military craft. As if waking from a dream, his companion leaned back against the window, glancing over without missing a beat. After about 3 minutes of the starship's piercing alarm, a chaotic electrical hum erupted, a crackling noise so uncomfortably loud that it made people cover their ears. Then came the steady voice of a young man. Attention, Silver Starship ahead. On behalf of Red Flame Command, this ship has been summoned to pick up our military academy graduates and faculty, a total of 1,329 personnel. Please halt immediately and cooperate with our search and inspection. Repeat, Silver Starship ahead. Stop immediately, or we will use space-based extermination weapons. The Red Flame Academy students beamed at this, glanced at each other, and then jumped in delight. It's command. Fuck. They even brought space weapons. Are we that important? Ah! I can finally go home. The passenger cabin suddenly erupted in a blaze of activity. In the cockpit, the expressions of the few who heard this warning shifted several times before finally revealing a look of relief. Command has come looking for us. Ron Winching stepped forward and used the starship's weapon lights to flash a series of signals, unlocking access to the starship. Thanks to Qin Yongji, he hadn't forgotten to tell him the starship activation sequence at the end. At the other end of the starry sea, a massive crimson starship, followed by 10 spacecraft, emerged. A dark glow flickered behind it, marking a makeshift wormhole jump tunnel. The doors of the 2 starships opened simultaneously, creating a temporary tunnel through space. The men in the cockpits hurried out. As they reached the hatchway, they saw a group striding out. They all wore Red Flame Army uniforms. The emblems on their chests curved in the direction of the Big Dipper, one of the stars shining particularly brightly. At a glance, Ron Winching could tell they were from the Tianshu Military District, the second army of the Red Flame Galaxy. After recognizing their identities, he looked up and noticed the unusually youthful face of the leader. The man had black hair and black eyes, and a scar, 2 fingers thick, curved from his jaw to his collarbone, resembled a bloody scar, flowing and spreading. Ron Winching was familiar with this man. He was a senior from the previous class. Shan Yueshan. If memory serves, he should be undergoing recruit training at the new barracks. A student from the first Red Flame Military Academy? Here for identity verification. The spacecraft surrounded the starship, and the Red Flame troops quickly took over the cockpit. After completing their deployment, Shan Yueshan noticed several scrutinizing glances from the opposite direction, but he paid no mind. His narrow eyes scanned the others one by one, then he raised his hand. A soldier with a large laptop quickly emerged from behind him, and set up a small table outside the passenger compartment. The cadets were initially excited to see their loved ones, but upon first meeting the seniors' cold eyes, they felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured down upon them. They instantly calmed down and composed themselves, obediently opening their computers to verify the information. We have some injured students receiving treatment. 2 teachers in the back stepped forward and briefly spoke to the leader, Shan Yueshan. Shan Yueshan then took the opportunity to learn about the situation on Planet 526. He then connected to the base station signal from the Red Flame Command Center, and handed over the report to the cadets. After the cadets completed the verification, they were transferred from the Silver Starship to the Red Flame Starship. The cadets in the medical bay, along with Qin Yongji, were also temporarily transferred out. Qin Yongji, still in a coma, slept restlessly, his brow furrowed, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Even through the barrier of the medical cabin, Shan Yueshan could sense something was wrong with her. As soon as the medic, who was helping to transfer the wounded, approached, he could feel the impact of her overflowing mental energy. He immediately paused, and the medical cabin that had just opened a crack closed instantly. The medic turned back with some embarrassment. This student's mental field is damaged, her energy is disordered. Once the medical pod is opened, her mental tentacles will spread everywhere. The medic suggested transferring Qin Yongji and the medical pod directly, but the medical pod within the Silver Starship wasn't very effective at healing the mental field, far inferior to the mental stabilization pod brought specially aboard the Red Flame Starship. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Cixin, who had been guarding Qin Yongji, pursed her lips. She paused for a second, then looked at the others. She can't wait that long. This isn't the first time her spiritual realm has been damaged. She's suffered varying degrees of damage in previous instances, and due to a lack of medicine, she hasn't been able to fully recover. This time, the damage is severe. Without timely intervention, she might simply enter a state of stasis. Shi Cixin's voice was low, her gaze slowly returning to Qin Yongji. She sighed, I handle the transfer. I'm a maintenance technician, and my spiritual realm stability threshold is high. I can take the risk. The medic's concerns weren't just about Chen Yongji's rambling spiritual tentacles causing secondary damage to her, but also about her energy intrusion resonating with the spiritual realms of those around her, causing instability. As a maintenance technician, Shi Cixin's realm stability was indeed higher than other positions, but that didn't mean it was completely risk-free. The medic didn't answer her, simply glancing back at Shang Yueshan, the lead commander of this call-up, awaiting his instructions. "Let me do it." The tall young man wore a slim black dark-side uniform. Layers of crimson thread covered the black fabric, encircling his forearms and waist. He put away his laptop and weapon, unfastened the cuffs, and raised his sleeves, revealing the smooth lines of muscle in his arms, giving him a powerful look. Wan Wenqing had some idea of his position. Upon hearing his words, she subconsciously glanced at him and half-stepped back, making room for him. Shi Cixin's brows knitted together, confused as to why he was vying for this position. She wasn't very familiar with Shang Yueshan. She only knew that he was General Yu's apprentice. Although a melee fighter, he was so solitary and had taken all his assessments alone during school, so he had taken some command courses, making him a semi-commander. But whether close combat or command, his mental stability certainly couldn't match that of a maintenance technician. She wanted to say something else, but Wan Wenqing gave her a look, and Shi Cixin shifted to the side, but not too far away. She was worried that once the medical bay was opened, Chen Yongji's mental tentacles would stir, and if she couldn't handle them properly, she might end up hurting him. Li Jingxian shared her thoughts, and subtly moved to Shang Yueshan's other side. Wan Wenqing noticed their positioning. Indeed, if Shang Yueshan attacked Chen Yongji, it would be easy to capture him. Thinking of this, his gaze shifted a bit. So, did these two people even know that Shang Yueshan was there to help, not to commit a crime? Wan Wenqing was thankful that Shang Yueshan hadn't noticed. He strode to the medical bay, took the energy shield from the medic, and prepared to open the glass cover. The others stepped back to avoid being hit by the energy. A few beeps echoed from the medical bay, followed by a click. A powerful surge of energy swept through the room, and invisible mental tentacles instantly shot out, piercing Shang Yueshan, who was closest to him, and then Shi Cixin and Li Jingxian, who were standing nearby. At the same time, Chen Yongji's limbs also began to move. Before she even opened her eyes, her hand shot out with incredible speed, grabbing Shang Yueshan's neck. Shang Yueshan's pupils flickered at this, and she immediately raised her free hand to grab Chen Yongji's restless hands. Just as she locked them, Chen Yongji's wrist suddenly exerted force. With a snap, she broke free from Shang Yueshan's restraints, clenched her palms into fists, and swung them straight at Shang Yueshan's face. "Oh my god, I forgot to mention Chen Yongji's incredible strength. Be careful." Wei Xian felt the surge of energy, practically pressing himself against the door. Seeing Shang Yueshan's hand slip, he shouted a warning at the top of his voice. He was a step too late. Shang Yueshan hadn't anticipated Chen Yongji's immense strength. As a melee fighter, his strength far surpassed that of other fighters, even in close combat, making him unrivaled. But he hadn't expected Chen Yongji to be even stronger. Bang! Shang Yueshan tilted his head, as Chen Yongji punched him directly in the jaw. The burly man was knocked back half a step, his jawline instantly reddened, and then faintly bluish. Hiss! Shang Yueshan's expression remained unchanged, but one of the cadets behind him gasped. The young man in front met Chen Yongji's incoming fist, clamping down on her elbow with his backhand. With his other hand, he swung out an energy shield, completely enveloping her. He then turned and said, "Bring me a locking ring." The veins on his arm bulged, clearly struggling. Chen Yongji's struggle intensified, and Shang Yueshan could no longer control her. Chen Yongji felt a faint swaying sensation in her body. She thought she might be at sea, her back pressed against something hard, probably a boat. This swaying only happened at sea, making her dizzy and her head ache. She tried to open her eyes, but all she saw was a white light, so blinding she nearly cried. A large shadow loomed beside her, and then a strange, warm touch suddenly touched her wrist. Who was it? Chen Yongji was on guard. She tried to resist the approaching hands, but as she thought, she realized she couldn't sense the rest of her body. Her hands were moving without her control, and she didn't know what she was doing. Soon, a tiny shiver spread across Chen Yongji's skin, as the cold metal restrained her limbs. The chill made Chen Yongji shiver subconsciously. She couldn't tell if it was a physical reaction or a mental tremor, but in that instant, a flash of clarity flashed through her mind. In the hazy white light, Chen Yongji glimpsed a shadow beyond the chaos. It was a pair of narrow eyes. The deep black pupils, like a pool of frozen water, reminded Chen Yongji of a familiar object. A metal she had stumbled upon, and after testing, it had the strongest hardness of any material known in Jiuzhou. She repeatedly smelted that palm-sized piece of iron, forging it into a sharp short knife. She had used this knife to thwart numerous assassination attempts. It was her best weapon. Shan Yueshan's eyes gave Qin Yangji a fleeting sense of familiarity, and she stopped resisting. As the iron chains tightened around her, her hands, already tense, suddenly paused, letting the restraints loosen, her tense body and muscles relaxing. At the same time, the threatening mental tentacles surrounding Shan Yueshan, originally darting into his domain along their mental trajectory, suddenly stopped outside his brain and slowly dissipated, like the fading morning mist. The energy shield opened, completely enveloping Qin Yangji. The medical bay closed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The medic, who had watched the entire process, rubbed his hands nervously. Phew, that was a close call. Shan Yueshan lifted the man by the waist and began to move. Before leaving the medical bay, the young man unconsciously tilted his head, dodging the mental tentacles that retracted into Qin Yangji's domain. A tiny amount of the escaping energy seeped into his mental domain. The energy was so faint, it was almost imperceptible. But Shan Yueshan still paused. When he regained consciousness and investigated, the energy had been completely annihilated by his energy surge. His eyes narrowed slightly. Shan Yueshan was well aware of the unique nature of his mental domain, its absolutely stable energy. This property made it impervious to invasion by external mental tentacles, and impossible to manipulate or control. But just then, for a moment, he seemed to sense an unfamiliar mental energy signal. Chapter 29. The Qian population database doesn't contain any information about her. Genetic testing shows that Qin Yangji's maternal lineage leans towards the Qian star system, but there are a large number of unresolved sequences within it. Her mother is likely a Qian hybrid. The information from the military academy says she suffered amnesia, her optical brain was lost, and she remembers nothing. Amnesia? Qian Star, District 1, inside the medical center. A group of doctors in formal research uniforms spoke to a lit screen. One of them raised an eyebrow, and repeated the word "2" with a hint of surprise, and the room fell silent. On the other side of the screen, a messy operating table came into view. A doctor sat at the edge, his hair disheveled and his buttons tangled. He was clicking on another screen. Behind him, several middle-aged men wearing the uniforms of the Qian Star Tianshu military district were also lost in thought. Finally, the long-haired female major general at the outermost edge broke the ice. Her soft voice asked, "What did Xiaoshan say? Do you have any impression of her?" Shan Yueshan said he never seen her, but there are many research subjects in the M01 lab, and he's a bit of a loner, so it's possible he didn't recognize them all. Also, the cadets said this student has great strength and some unusual mental abilities. Unique? This statement caught the eye of the doctor, who was adjusting his buttons on the other side of the screen. How unusual? Inability to interact, or indiscriminate attacks? He had been the one who initially treated Shan Yueshan, and the doctor's interest piqued. Well, it's not that unusual. The cadets said she suffered numerous mental damages. We performed mental assessments on her and found her self-healing abilities were strong, her mental stability was high, and her various values were above average. Hearing this, the doctor smiled. So if you put it that way, I'm even less of a research subject, isn't I? In her condition, she could be a successful research subject. How could the demonic I let her go? The unkempt doctor looked thoughtful. Elsewhere, several doctors observed each other's expressions without saying anything. As both sides were speculating about Qin Yangji's identity, a woman in a neat military uniform suddenly entered the command center. She gestured to an assistant in the crowd, who immediately explained the information they had gathered. After listening to Qin Yangji's situation and reviewing her various medical reports, she raised her calm eyes and asked, "How old is the child?" "According to genetic testing, around 18. "Oh, she's still a minor," she murmured. "Commander Zhua, I think regardless of whether Qin Yangji is a test subject or not, we can try to keep her in Qian. I heard from the cadets that she was the one leading the counterattack against Bayin. The child has a gold-rimmed Qian command badge on her body. It might have belonged to her mother. Her attitude towards Qian seems positive," said the long-haired major general who first broke the silence. Commander Zhua nodded, then curled his fingers when he heard about the gold-rimmed command badge. "Are there any candidates with her maternal genes?" The doctor on the other side shook his head. Comparisons with existing gene banks haven't found any maternal genes. Seeing this, the light in Zhuakan's eyes dimmed. Then let's handle it the same way as with Shan Yueshan. Since she's a minor, according to Qian law, she should be enrolled in the military academy. Has the academy enrollment closed? The assistant quickly recalled. The senior colleges are nearing the end of their enrollment period, the intermediate colleges are enrolling, and the junior colleges haven't started yet. Which senior colleges are still enrolling? The first military academy of Greedy Wolf is still enrolling. A series of names flashed through Zwikan's mind, and she quickly zeroed in on one. Recruit Colonel Mingjun to see if she's willing to become Qin Yangji's supervisor. When Qin Yangji regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to see a metal ceiling slowly revealing its features in a white glow. A massive medical crane descended from the ceiling above, extending numerous mechanical arms in all directions, connecting to the medical equipment in the room. She tentatively moved her fingers, tilting her head to the side, and saw a thin, transparent membrane covering her body. The movement of her head suddenly stopped, and the sound of metal clashing was close to her ears. Qin Yangji paused, her eyes darting upwards as far as they could, trying to see what was around her. A ring-like object, resembling a golden hoop, rested on her head, a faint current of energy emanating from it. Qin Yangji closed her eyes, and felt it for a moment. It felt like a gentle massage, quite pleasant. But she only enjoyed it for a few seconds. She tried to touch it, but just as her arm came into view, the door to the room opened. Footsteps approached. Qin Yangji turned her head to look. The person in the room called out, "Ah, you're awake." Her expression shifted when she saw her. She walked over to the bed and pressed something, and Qin Yangji felt the restraints on her head and arms loosen. But she didn't move immediately. Instead, she continued to watch the person, her gaze sweeping across the lab coat. Seeing the red tower mark on the sleeve, her heart finally settled. Qin Yangji couldn't tell whether she was relieved or nervous, or perhaps a bit of both. A hint of vigilance crept into her eyes, unsure if the Qian officials had noticed her disguise as a military cadet. Seeing she didn't react, the doctor monitoring her condition glanced down at her and asked in a steady voice, "Are you feeling unwell? Headache? Or is it a mental energy overflow?" The doctor asked a few questions, and Qin Yangji subconsciously sensed something, then realized something was wrong. Her mental bud, which had been damaged by the self-destructive energy from invading Leia's mental realm, had even lost a leaf sapling. And yet, she'd grown taller? From a small sapling, she had grown into a tall, bushy tree with abundant branches and leaves. Qin Yangji's surprise was too obvious. Seeing her reaction, the doctor explained, "If you notice energy overflow and unstable mental tentacles, this is normal in your current state. Congratulations, you entered the spiritual realm growth stage." For the spiritual realm, the growth stage is the process of progressing from a mental bud to a mental tree. The mental energy of the newly formed mental tree far exceeds that of the mental bud, thus granting the ability to control supernatural cores and supernatural weapons. "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Qin Yangji didn't respond for a long time, and a look of confusion crossed the doctor's face. "No," Qin Yangji replied hoarsely, propping herself up on her elbows and attempting to sit up. The doctor offered her a hand, and, seeing that her legs were touching the ground, and she was able to stand and move on her own, nodded. Qin Yangji, temporary resident number CY07332169, was hospitalized for semi-dissociation of the mental realm. After 7 days of treatment, she has recovered. This is your medical checkup. Your admission fee has been paid by the Tianshu Command of the Qian military region and has been settled. You may leave the hospital after scanning your biometric information. The doctor unfolded the computer in front of her, revealing the scanning area. He then handed Qin Yangji a special folding electronic screen, illuminated with text, which gave her a project overview. Tianshu Command? Qin Yangji was tidying her frizzy hair. The strange golden band had locked it, causing it to stick outward from the top of her head like the folds of a mushroom, making it look puffy. The doctor didn't explain much, simply reminding her, "Your information has been synchronized with your supervisor. You can go to the medical center waiting area and wait for her to pick you up." Supervisor? Qin Yangji was also very unfamiliar with the term. She watched the doctor sort through the information, nodded, and hurried away, not giving her a chance to ask more questions. After glancing at the contents on the folding screen, Qin Yangji slowly walked out of the ward, walked down the corridor to the waiting area, found a seat, and began to review the items on the folding screen one by one. When she saw the genetic test and the mental realm test, Qin Yangji pursed her lips. She first glanced at the genetic test results, then skipped over the long sections of biological information and theoretical explanations, and scrolled directly to the end. The subject's genetic sequence was detected to contain the flame scale beast genome, proposing that the mother is a red flame hybrid. She stared at the words for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. Surprisingly, she was actually a red flame person. She had vaguely suspected this from those illusory dreams. No wonder her genes were so different from those of a normal person back in Yunzhou. She originally came from another world. After reviewing the genetic analysis, Chen Yangji wanted to check her spiritual realm stats. She was quite curious about her own numbers, primarily the tentacle fission rate and energy durability. These two stats determined her commanding abilities, the maximum number of soldiers she could connect, and the duration and stability of her spiritual connection. Chen Yangji had already decided to become a commander, so naturally, she had to pay attention to these aspects. But her finger had barely touched that line when she heard someone calling her name. Chen Yangji? A gentle, female voice spoke in a calm tone. Chen Yangji looked over and saw a woman with black hair wearing a dark blue coat. Her hair barely reached her shoulders, her features were light, and her face was not flat. She looked like she would blend in with the crowd at first glance, but her eyes were particularly bright, like sharp knives reflecting light. She glanced down at the person's drooping hand and spotted several calluses on the joints, as well as scars climbing from the base of the palm upwards, likely the marks left by some ferocious beast's attack. This was a single soldier who had been on the battlefield. Chen Yangji guessed she might be a scout or a ranged attacker. With such a sharp gaze, it seemed like both were appropriate. "Hello, I'm Mingjun, your supervisor." The woman walked up to Chen Yangji, her boots pressed together, and extended a slightly broad hand toward her. Chen Yangji met her serious gaze, momentarily stunned, then reached out a hand in response a beat later. Mingjun's palm was a little rough, but the warmth on her palm seemed to burn Chen Yangji. "Hello, I'm Chen Yangji. May I ask why I have a supervisor?" Mingjun observed her formal response, shook his hand stiffly, and the corners of his lips curled up for a moment. She explained the situation to Chen Yangji. The gist of it was that because Chen Yangji was a minor and had no guardian, she didn't have legal Qian resident status. Therefore, Qian officials arranged for a supervisor to help her live normally in Qian and assess her eligibility for official Qian resident status. In short, the supervisor provided both supervision and support. "My address is on Tanlang Star. Since you're a minor, Qian law requires you to continue your military education, and you're the right age for a prestigious university. Currently, among the major universities, only Tanlang First Military Academy is still enrolling. From now on, you may need to live with me on Tanlang Star. If you have friends or acquaintances you need to say goodbye to, please let me know in advance so I can book a return flight." Mingjun took her from the medical center to a temporary residence on Qian Star and explained the upcoming arrangements to her in a gentle manner. Chen Yangji was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Qian to so easily accept her, a person from an unknown other world, and even arrange her future life in such detail. This completely negated all her plans for staying in Qian. She shook her head, clearing her cluttered thoughts, and realized that she did have some friends she needed to say goodbye to. If she remembered correctly, Li Jingxian and the others were students taking graduation exams at a senior academy. If they were still on Qian Star, Chen Yangji wanted to say goodbye to them. She had just asked the Qian Military Academy students when Mingjun remembered, oh, they already gone to Star CY277 for their graduation exams. After the exams, they go directly to their chosen military region. If you want to meet them, you probably have to wait until you're admitted to that region. But I did receive a message. Mingjun handed her laptop to Chen Yangji. On it was an unmarked name, the ID Qian Military Academy's only sister. She guessed it was Li Jingxian. The first line of the message consisted of the laptop's contact number, and the last line contained the message for her. It was basically a farewell and a thank you, concluding with an announcement that they looked forward to seeing her again at the Tianshu Military District. In Li Jingxian's memory, Chen Yangji was still a freshman at the Qian Military Academy. Tianshu Military District, Chen Yangji thought of something else. Perhaps she still owed the military district some medical expenses? A total of 86,000 star coins. Mingzhu Starport is Qian's largest starport, and the highest building in Qian, overlooking the entire central city. From the starship bound for Tanlang Star, Chen Yangji looked down, and could see the brightly lit high-rise buildings. Layers of aerial tracks and suspended buildings stretched across the horizon. In the distance lay the Qian Government Hall, the 3 conference platform, the Merged Research Institute, the First Military Academy, and the Command Tower, forming the Big Dipper. These 7 buildings supported the operation of the entire planet, and indeed, the entire galaxy. At this moment, Chen Yangji's gaze slowly shifted from Qian Star to the orbiting space. She clutched the gold-rimmed command badge in her pocket. She wanted to find the owner of this badge. Let's start with Tanlang Star. Chapter 30. The population of Tanlang 05 is second only to Yuhing 04, the most livable area in the Qian galaxy. It is a place specifically designated for the recuperation of veterans from the front lines. Decades ago, after Hongta moved from Qian to Tanlang, Tanlang 05 received a large number of patients suffering from various mental impairments, leading to a population boom. To address this, several circular star tracks were built around Hongta City, the closest city to Hongta. These tracks supported floating high-rise buildings, accommodating over 1 million residents. Mingjun lived on the 7th floor of Sky Track 01 in Fengchun District, Hongta City, a residential complex comprised of families of retired soldiers. Qin Yangji's information about the written exam questions for the Tanlang Military Academy came from a kind gift from a neighbor. After Mingjun was injured and discharged, he took a fairly undemanding position at the Hongta Municipal Government Center. His daily duties involved handling material transactions between Tanlang 05 and other star systems. He spent his days at the starport, leaving Qin Yangji often alone at home. She'd been on Tanlang Star for nearly a week. Thanks to the enthusiastic neighbors' invitations, she'd become a familiar face on the street. And because she also had excellent electrical equipment repair skills, she often helped them fix broken equipment, which allowed her to see a wide variety of weapons, even if they were obsolete. The neighbors knew she was preparing for the entrance exam to the Tanlang Military Academy. As compensation for her repairs, they gave her star coins and some teaching materials from their younger family members. Most of the children in Ziwei community attended the military academy. As descendants of retired soldiers, they too would inherit their parents' aspirations and embark on the battlefields of Qian to protect their homes and loved ones. What branch are you planning to take, Xiaoyong? I looked for it for you. I remember Xiaoman still had the materials for the long-range attack exam on my laptop. I looked for them. A kind-looking middle-aged woman opened her computer and squinted her eyes as she searched through the vast data stream. Qin Yangji watched her struggling to explain herself, feeling a pity she couldn't explain. She heard that Auntie Qin was once one of the top long-range attackers in the Tanlang military region, known as the Falcon-eyed Swift Eagle. Later, after suffering nerve damage, even the computer data became blurry. No thanks, Auntie. Qin Yangji snapped the knee joints of the home robot closed and stood up. I'm applying to the Command Academy. Sister Xiaoman is a long-range attacker, so our exams are different. Thank you for your kindness. She pursed her lips and smiled, looking incredibly well-behaved, which Qin immediately liked. Although she couldn't help, she still offered enthusiastically. Then I asked Xiaoman to ask her friends at the Command Academy for help. Don't worry, Auntie will get you the information. Auntie's daughter, Xiaoman, had just entered her 2nd year, and was volunteering as an assistant for the freshman exam. If Qin Yangji applied to the Combat Academy, there was a good chance he'd be matched up with them. She didn't refuse Auntie's offer. Qin Yangji knew these elders were incredibly helpful, and refusing would only hurt them. As usual, she thanked Auntie for her gesture, then stood obediently while the elder stroked her golden fur. Then, she returned home, carrying the peach nutrient solution freshly prepared by the repaired home robot. When Colonel Mingjun returned, Qin Yangji was still in her room, studying theoretical courses. The entrance exam to the Tanlang Military Academy consisted of both a written test and a practical course. The written exams for the Command School, the Operations School, and other branches like logistics shared the same content, covering a wide range of topics, from junior colleges to the latest intelligence on the Red Flame battlefield. It assessed not only combat skills, but also logistics, medical care, biology, and construction. Seeing Qin Yangji's face solemnly checking his laptop, Mingjun quietly glanced outside the door, then went to the kitchen to try making something new. Qin Yangji didn't seem to particularly enjoy the nutrient solution. She was more interested in simple meals made with simple ingredients. As luck would have it, she received a batch of instant meal kits from Starport today, and Mingjun, as an internal employee, had purchased one. Before opening the packs, she carefully examined the ingredients, unsure if they would taste good. Qin Yangji was taking a shorthand test. As a time traveler, she had received different spiritual training and cultural education from the locals of Qian. In Qian, information familiar, even to children, was completely blank to her. This meant that some of the easy-to-understand common-sense questions in the Tanlang test would actually be key to Qin Yangji's loss of points. Therefore, with the final 3 days of the test approaching, Qin Yangji decided to cram for common sense without sleep. She mapped out a detailed plan in her mind, ensuring she could finish the pile of books reaching the ceiling and the long row of documents on her computer within 3 days. Just as she made up her mind, the aroma of rice filled her nose. Qin Yangji hadn't eaten in a long time. On planet 526, she could still eat vacuum star beast meat. After returning to Chien, she'd been living on nutrient solution all day. Although there were food packages available in the interstellar space, Chen Yongji was still using Mingjun's salary. As a nominal supervisor, their relationship would be terminated in 2 years. Chen Yongji didn't want to owe Mingjun too much, so she wouldn't make any demands on him. But today, she suddenly smelled food. Besides rice, there was also the scent of chili peppers. Chen Yongji wasn't so foolish as to think it was an illusion. After a brief thought, she walked towards the source of the aroma. Upon reaching the hall, she saw Mingjun and the home robot standing in the kitchen, staring at the energy stove in front of them, with a look of formidable fear. The fumes of smoke and fire swirled through the enclosed kitchen. Through the glass, Chen Yongji saw Mingjun coughing, her hands covering her mouth, the spiciness so intense it threatened to bring tears to her eyes. This scene truly didn't match her image as a calm and composed supervisor. Chen Yongji stared at it for 2 seconds, then quickly walked to the home control panel and turned on the indoor air circulation. The powerful suction instantly sucked away the smoke from the kitchen. Mingjun finally felt the heat fade from the air, and her respiratory tract felt relieved. After catching her breath, she glanced back and saw Chen Yongji's complex expression, feeling a moment of embarrassment. Ahem, the meal's ready. Let's eat. As soon as they left the kitchen, Mingjun spoke before Chen Yongji could even begin, to prevent him from bringing up the retired colonel's tragic assassination by Chili. To her surprise, she simply stared at the bizarre food before silently taking a bite of the rice and muttering, "What made you think of this?" Chen Yongji noticed the food packaging being processed in the garbage disposal. Mingjun regained her composure and said, "It seems you don't really like the nutrient solution. You love the pancakes Grandma Lan gave you last time." She didn't elaborate on Chen Yongji's preferences, instead saying, "The Star Harbor Transfer Center happens to have some food packs. Buy some and try them." Chen Yongji didn't say anything else. Her gaze passed over the pile of food before her, as if she saw a hint of concern beneath Mingjun's expressionless face. This supervisory relationship seems a little different than she imagined. Chen Yongji thought a little awkwardly. Perhaps her preference for serious food was too obvious, and Mingjun had vaguely grasped Chen Yongji's taste. In the days leading up to her assessment, this colonel, who initially would be smitten with chili peppers, had mastered the art of making various combinations with food packages, and even began to hone the cooking skills of her home robot. Meanwhile, Mingjun turned to try baking pancakes. Mingjun's memory of Chen Yongji's momentary relief and tenderness when he ate the pancakes was particularly vivid. Back when Command recruited her to be Chen Yongji's supervisor, Mingjun's first reaction was to refuse. Her mental damage was severe. If she became ill, she wouldn't even be able to take care of herself, let alone the underage Chien children. But Commanders would mention that Chen Yongji, a child who had undergone genetic experimentation, was extremely alert to her surroundings. Even in a coma, she was subconsciously wary of any approaching presence. During her treatment, the only scent that could calm her briefly was that of a gentle adult woman. The hospital speculated that she might have mistaken this presence for her mother. This was a child who had lost her mother. Now, Chen Yongji had become her child. "Do you know how to get to Greedy Wolf Academy?" On the day of the exam, before leaving, Mingjun made the first batch of pancakes. They were perfectly soft and had a sweet honey aroma. The surface was covered in a caramel-colored crust, brushed with honey, and crumbled with a light touch. She put the pancakes in a paper bag and handed them to Chen Yongji, reminding him, "After the written exam, there will be practical training. Take the pancakes with you to eat after the exam. I meet you at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy gate in 3 days." The first stage of the entrance exam for the Tanling Military Academy was a 6-hour written exam. After the exam, a preliminary screening process followed. Applicants who passed the written exam immediately entered the assessment center at the rear of the academy to begin 2 days and 2 nights of practical training. Those who failed during this period were considered to have failed the exam. Chen Yongji was already familiar with the entrance exam process. His computer had a navigation program to prevent him from getting lost. He packed his belongings, accepted the fragrant pancakes, and said goodbye to Mingjun. Before she left, Chen Yongji reminded her, "I'll be away for the next 2 days. Remember to turn on the indoor air circulation if you cook." The words were a bit abrupt, but Mingjun smiled slightly. She didn't mention that she was no longer susceptible to food shock, nor did she mention that she could have a home robot cook. She accepted Chen Yongji's somewhat awkward concern and nodded, "Okay, I remember that. You should be careful too." Their conversation seemed a little awkward, but fortunately, in this half-formed supervisory relationship, both of them were trying to accept each other as strangers. From Hongta City to Tianlang City, take the Planet Express, continuing all the way to Lingshui District, adjacent to the Qixing Mountain area, where the express line ends. The Qixing Mountain area lies outside the developed urban area, with only the inner-city Skitran serving the area. The roads are extremely crowded, and the crowds descended upon the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. Chen Yangji didn't even need to use navigation. She stood amidst the crowd, carried along by the flow of people. By the time the flow cleared, she had arrived at the main gate of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy is composed entirely of imitation antique buildings. Several light-guided search networks have been erected at the main gate. Beyond the towering gate wall, a winding stone staircase leads upwards. At the top of the steps stood a massive wolf-headed building, the training center of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. The wolf-head structure flared out in both directions, completely obscuring the view of the other buildings within. A continuous grove of trees lined the path. The entire academy was nestled within a pristine forest steeped in natural beauty. It took 2 or 3 stops to reach the largest trading center on Greedy Wolf Star. No wonder the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's enrollment brochure boasted of a jungle adventure atmosphere, where you experience the most primitive battles between star beasts. It was indeed primitive. Report to the new student registration office, receive your exam ticket, and enter the school. You be assessed in groups of 100. Line up to enter. While Chen Yangji was still looking up, a group of people scurried down the stairs. The short-haired boy in the lead blared a loud sound from his laptop, echoing down the valley. Combat Academy. Combat Academy, come to the east third gate. Where is the Command Academy? Command Academy? The young man responsible for maintaining order heard the loud shouts erupt from the crowd and glanced around. Chen Yangji also looked over. She was just looking for the Command Academy registration desk. Where are the Command Academy people? Chu Li-Sin. Where the hell have you been? The man named Chu Li-Sin slowly emerged from the training center, stretched lazily, then with a run-up and a few leaps, he leaped down the 100-meter-high staircase. Then, with a quick sprint, he dodged through the throng. Chen Yangji noticed how quickly he dodged those around him. Seeing him charging towards her, she tried to make way for him, but he dodged her as well. As luck would have it, they both dodged simultaneously and bumped into each other. As the man's body curled up, about to collide with her legs, Chen Yangji's eyebrows twitched, and she raised her hand to grab him. Oh my god! Chu Li-Sin cried out in surprise when he realized he was about to collide. The next second, a pair of hands grabbed his shirt from his chest and lifted him up, suddenly off the ground. Chu Li-Sin's eyes widened, and he looked stiffly at Chen Yangji. Fuck, a girl with super strength? Hello? Hello? Yeah, Chen Yangji nodded, carrying him a few steps, and then came to the short-haired boy who was loudly maintaining order, and patted him on the shoulder. The man continued to yell, "Damn you! Don't you know you have to report today? You're throwing this job at me again!" Chen Yangji patted him again. The boy shrugged. Wait a minute, get in line. No cutting in line. Chen Yangji patted again. The boy finally looked over impatiently. What? I told you no. Cutting in line? He turned his head and met Chu Li-Sin's face, his annoyed expression suddenly revealing a hint of clear stupidity. Ah, you. The boy glanced at Chen Yangji's expressionless face, then at his companion, whom she was holding with one hand, and swallowed subconsciously. Hello, what's going on? Where did this golden-haired monster come from? And what a terrifying look it had in its eyes. Tang Lu cringed, worried that he might be seeking revenge against Chu Li-Sin. If so, he had to find someone to replace him quickly. He couldn't afford to shoulder the entire Command Academy workload. I sign up. Chen Yangji set the man down and opened his computer. Where do I sign up for the Command Academy? Chu Li-Sin finally found her feet planted on the ground. Hearing Chen Yangji's words, he forced a smile and said enthusiastically, signing up? Huh? Okay, please come this way. He quickly sat down behind the search network at the east second gate, motioning to Chen Yangji, and even enthusiastically wiped the chair in front of him that Chen Yangji was about to occupy. Watching her companion's smooth movements, Tang Lu's lips twitched. She glanced at Chen Yangji in surprise, her frail frame in her grasp. It was inconceivable that she possessed the strength to lift Chu Li-Sin. Number 1769, report to the Algorithm Center. The exam begins in 3 hours, dear. Chu Li-Sin enthusiastically completed the paperwork for Chen Yangji and pointed to the stairs, saying, Go up from here and follow the path straight. The tallest building is the Algorithm Center. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy's command school welcomes you. His characteristic 8-toothed smile flickered, then faded. Chu Li-Sin raised his computer and launched a new round of demonic sound attacks. Command School. Line up at the E's second gate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The exam starts in 3 hours. Chapter 31. The written exam for the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was held at the Algorithm Center. An algorithm was used to analyze various question types and randomly select test papers. For Qin Yangji, the pre-exam cramming was very effective. At least he passed the written exam successfully. After finishing his delicious pancakes, Qin Yangji followed the Greedy Wolf Military Academy instructor to the exam center at the foot of the mountain. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy exams used holographic simulations. The commander's combat mission involved connecting virtual soldiers to counter the Star Beast data stream. Before entering the holographic cabin, the instructor in charge of the Command Academy assessment reminded them, try to connect to virtual soldiers whenever possible, allowing the opposing team to kill the Star Beast. Your own kills will not count towards your score. If you find that your mental tentacles are not fissioning enough, stop immediately. Do not attempt to split during combat to avoid permanent damage to your mental tree. Remember the rules, right? I'm going to start the simulation. The holographic cabin responded in silence. Seeing no objections, the instructor activated the simulation. Qin Yangji closed her eyes, her consciousness suddenly sinking. The next image to appear before her was a distinct stream of consciousness. Fluorescent green data formed a few large characters. 560-second admissions examination for the Greedy Wolf Military Academy Command School. Please verify your identity. Qin Yangji raised her wrist and scanned her ID card. The data stream changed to, use your mental tentacles to establish a link with me. This was the virtual soldier's master control signal. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles needed to place a link with it, allowing them to generate virtual soldiers at any time. The moment her mental tentacles connected, the generation command echoed through her mind. Several unfamiliar signals suddenly appeared in the virtual abandoned factory scene, and the corresponding coordinates lit up on the mecha's radar display. Qin Yangji's mental tentacles extended outward, finding the corresponding mecha communicator, and a small mental communication network was instantly established. A green ball of light floating in the air flickered, recording the time of her first communication network formation. At this moment, a holographic image was projected onto the central building of the assessment center. In the command observation hall, several military academy teachers gathered around several light screens, observing. The young, short-haired woman, who was centrally controlling the holographic assessment process, noticed one of the light screens light up. Looking up, she saw a girl with flowing blonde hair. She was driving her mecha with an expressionless expression, and in a flash, she rushed to the abandoned factory, moving at the speed of a scout. This student's reaction was quite quick, establishing their first connection in just 3.07 seconds. A tall, thin male teacher, also watching Qin Yangji's screen, nodded, but his words were less encouraging. She only connected 6 individual soldiers. Is she putting together a small team? That's not enough for the initial screening. Tanning, should we use the Star Beasts? I see almost everyone has successfully connected. After scanning the screens, the tall, long-haired female teacher behind her reminded her. Her left pinky finger was a mechanical knuckle, and as she raised her hand to sweep across the screens, several of them immediately dimmed. These students failed their first connection and have been eliminated. Hearing this, the short-haired female teacher, Tan Ing, who was in charge of the rhythm, made a few manipulations on the floating light screen. Streams of data signals were transmitted to the holographic program, and Star Beasts began to appear on the other side of the abandoned factory. The initial Star Beast screening is usually of medium difficulty, screening the first batch of students. This time, the simulation is at the Hilly Energy Stone Processing Plant. How many types of Star Beasts are there? The tall, thin male teacher asked. Tanning replied while editing the program. There are 7 species in total: A-level ironclad beetles, B-level white silk falcons, and diamond millipedes. The others are all C-level, and the points increase tenfold. Ironclad beetles, the thin man repeated, sighing. Fighting ironclad beetles in the Energy Stone Processing Plant isn't easy. Enrollment is low to begin with, and this year will probably be even lower. As an A-level Star Beast, the ironclad beetle is a member of the Iron Clan, along with diamond millipedes. Star Beasts are categorized by clan because they share some similarities in characteristics. The Iron Clan is led by the SS-level Star Beast, the Side Mantis, ranked 30th on the Star Beast ability sequence. Its unique ability to teleport in high-energy areas depends on the energy concentration, while also absorbing energy to restore health. With this ability, the Side Mantis can even unleash SSS-level energy, rocketing into the top 30 of the sequence. After the individual link was complete, Qin Yongji looked up at the abandoned factory before her. The entire facility consisted of 2 main buildings, and she was at the entrance of one of them. The buildings were connected by a mechanical skybridge that ran through the entire floor. The bridge had broken, making it impassable. A green light ball floating in the air converged into an arrow shape, pointing toward the entrance, signaling Qin Yongji to enter the factory. Driven by her consciousness, the virtual mecha moved toward the factory. Stepping over the collapsed gate and the conveyor belts along the way, Qin Yongji saw the mechanically interwoven energy stone processing equipment, stretching from the distance to the massive energy extraction machine in the center. Energy Stone Processing Factory. Qin Yongji began mentally sorting out the relevant information. Factories like these often harbor lost energy stones, which accumulate over time and accumulate a significant amount of energy. Processing plants are often located near energy mines. If nothing unexpected happens, the energy mines should be the spawning points for star beasts, where they will spawn in large numbers, and then follow their presence into the processing plants. Although this is a virtual assessment, the examiners will certainly not set unusual star beast spawning points. Thinking this way, Qin Yongji issued instructions to his connected soldiers as he approached the large energy extraction machine in the center of the factory. The mech climbed up the shattered mechanical structure to the top of the extraction machine. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the surrounding collapse. There were 2 gates at the front and back of the factory building, plus the 3rd floor overpass entrance, for a total of 3 entry points. As her gaze swept across the rear entrance, Qin Yongji paused briefly. She spotted a damaged crusher near the entrance. It was used by the factory to crush large pieces of energy ore. Inside, it housed a high-energy molecular cutter. With sufficient power, it could shred energy stones into smaller pieces, even slicing star beasts. The crusher's base was completely shattered, but the outer shell was still half exposed, suggesting the cutter inside was still intact. And as it happened, this was an energy stone processing plant, so the last thing they needed was energy. Qin Yongji glanced toward the ball of light as she examined the equipment. Was the examiner negligent, having left behind such a lethal weapon? At this moment, in the Combat Academy Hall of the Assessment Center, a floating computer screen in front of the maintenance department teacher in charge of holographic editing was displaying a holographic scene of the processing plant. Behind him, other teachers were sorting through materials. What materials were left behind after the factory was shipped out? Cutters and extractors should be enough. If not, there are still some mechanical components shipped in. If the students look around, they should be able to find the core of the high-energy weapons. Setting the energy stone processing plant as the assessment map is like giving the maintenance department a free pass. If they can't complete the assessment, they're truly incompetent. The passing score for individual soldiers in this competition needs to be raised. A teacher behind him laughed. Don't mention it. The star beasts set by the commander are also quite difficult. This time, they're testing the Iron Tribe. Survival is a question, and they even have to score points. TSK, this class isn't very energetic. Neither is their reconnaissance. They didn't even check the 2 factories. How are they going to find resources? Look at them. Once separated from their command, these individual soldiers act like headless flies. Several Combat Academy teachers couldn't help but remark, watching the individual soldiers blankly surveying their surroundings on the screen. Go up to the star beasts and urge them. Some people won't even enter the factory. Sometimes, I wonder what these kids are thinking. Isn't the factory clearly the location of the assessment? They don't want to enter the factory just to survive to the end. The score doesn't matter, just passing, right? It's not that easy. The Combat Academy and the Command Academy simultaneously deployed star beasts. The unusual energy fluctuation signaled something amiss, alerting all the students inside the assessment area. Qin Yongji, whose mental tentacles were extending from above the extraction machine, sensed the approaching signal and subconsciously glanced at the reconnaissance mecha's position. She had only constructed 6 individual soldiers, the perfect configuration for a small squad. While her mental tentacles had sufficient fishing capacity, if the number of people increased, casualties in the Star Beast battle would skyrocket. Although they were all virtual lives, their use wasn't a big deal, but as a commander, Qin Yongji believed that achieving the greatest benefit at the lowest cost was her duty. With this in mind, Qin Yongji quickly assigned individual soldiers positions. Overhead, the long-range attacker at the overpass interface stood at the broken end of the overpass, his mech lighting up dimly. A blaster on his shoulder was rapidly generating. At the other end of the overpass interface, a reconnaissance mech entered another factory building. As it rapidly moved, the shattered energy stone dust illuminated the interior, and soon a massive head emerged from the main entrance. The sight of the reconnaissance mech quickly agitated the star beast that had rushed into the factory. The massive metal head suddenly shot upward from the collapsing metal structures, its round suction cups flaring out, revealing a massive feeding chamber within. Behind it, a cylindrical, segmented metal body pierced the ground, covered in countless long, spiky legs. As the suction cups opened and closed, the reconnaissance mech quickly dodged to the side. Its attached light blade swept across, severing a suction cup from the star beast's body as it dodged backward. The star beast's suckers were damaged, and its spiked legs covering the ground glowed with tiny halos. Segments of light flowed across its massive body, and its suckers visibly grew and recovered. Qin Yongji observed the scene through his scout senses, and immediately confirmed the information. B-rank star beast Diamond Millipede. This star beast of the Iron Clan is capable of teleporting and regenerating based on energy concentration. Its energy-absorbing growth rate is not very fast, and it primarily relies on its countless spiked legs to absorb energy and link its body for transfer. Once its body is broken into small pieces, the energy absorbed by its spiked legs is insufficient to sustain regeneration, making it relatively easy to kill. Qin Yongji signaled the scouts to attack again. The virtual individual soldier's retreat paused. For the scouts, her instructions were that when alone, it was best not to provoke the star beasts, otherwise they could easily die. Because the scouts' firepower wasn't as good as ranged attacks, and their close combat wasn't as good as close combat, their only advantage was their mecha's swift movement speed. However, this speed wouldn't be enough for the Iron Tribe, who could teleport using energy concentration. But the commander's orders far outweighed her program's instructions. The reconnaissance mecha, which had already retreated to the factory exit, suddenly froze, its lightsabers illuminating and swirling with layers of blade wind. The mecha then charged directly towards the Diamond Millipede. The surrounding suction cups whipped and lashed at the mecha as it moved in midair. The reconnaissance mecha reacted quickly, slashing with its blade. The blade severed the suction cups and pressed against the millipede's mouth organ, carrying the blade's energy and piercing the opponent's metal carapace, releasing a streak of fire. The pain caused the gorilla's body, crouched on the ground, to twist rapidly, colliding with the surrounding debris and sending mechanical components scattering across the floor. As its spiked legs unfurled and plunged into the ground, a halo of light illuminated. Qin Yongji noticed it attempting to regenerate its sucker tentacles, and instructed the reconnaissance mech to fire an energy blast into its mouth. The reconnaissance mech, absorbing the high-frequency shrieking sound waves from the millipede, activated its energy cannon. As the flames lit up, the millipede sensed a terrifying energy aura, and its head shook violently. The light blade pierced its metal carapace, preventing it from advancing further and making it difficult to extract. The mech then used the light blade to stabilize itself on its head, facilitating its attack. The mech's limited intelligence enabled it to realize that its decision to use metal energy to resist the blade had been a mistake, perhaps even facilitating the mech's new attack. The millipede's metal carapace opened slightly, and a stream of scalding fluid gushed from its soft body. In a flash, the entire blade of light shot out. Simultaneously, its massive form flashed twice before vanishing from the spot. Seeing this, Qin Yongji immediately ordered the reconnaissance mech to relocate. Her mental tentacles, driving the reconnaissance mech at top speed, interrupted the energy cannon's charge, and the burst of fire vanished in an instant. The next second after the reconnaissance mech burst out of the factory, a figure appeared behind it. The instantly appearing Diamond Millipede's massive body crushed the conveyor belt at the factory's edge, completely collapsing what remained of the structure, and it collapsed to the ground with a rumble. As the mech departed without a backward glance, the Diamond Millipede's tentacles attached themselves to the ground, and an energy light shone, even brighter than during its first regeneration. Then, its form flashed again, and in an instant, it spun around, appearing directly in front of the reconnaissance mech. Long-range attack, fire support to scout and evacuate. Qin Yongji watched the metal millipede teleport twice and guessed that, after absorbing enough energy, its range would be around 800 meters. The two teleportations directly intercepted the scout, well within the range of the long-range attack, exactly as she had guessed. The long-range attack guns, already prepared, aimed and fired. The support mechs waiting outside the factory fired a traction bomb at the ground scout. The moment it struck the mech, it unfolded into a massive net, instantly engulfing it and pulling it upwards. The Diamond Millipede, which had opened its mouth to devour the mech, missed. The energy trail passed in front of the star beast. The Diamond Millipede looked over with some irritation. The high-frequency shrieking waves pierced Qin Yongji's mental tentacles, causing a burning pain. Her mental tentacles extended beyond the Diamond Millipede, and sure enough, outside another factory building, she spotted a herd of small star beasts charging towards them. She knew the assessment wouldn't involve just one star beast. The B-level diamond millipede was just the appetizer. She returned her gaze to the bridge connection. She had to quickly deal with this giant creature, or she wouldn't have room to deal with the other star beasts. The diamond millipede turned furiously, trying to find the culprit who had snatched the food from its mouth. However, a long-range blaster barreled straight at it, and it spun around and fired directly at it. Bang! With a loud explosion, it exploded. The shockwave from the shell ripped apart the bridge's supports, creating a circular area around the diamond millipede. A bloody hole appeared in its body, scattering the shattered metal armor and the flesh within. Close combat, prepare to harvest. The melee mecha hidden at the rear exit of the factory building was enveloped by a traction bomb from overhead. The entire mecha was instantly flung forward, landing like a meteor on Malu's massive form. Having suffered a broken joint, the millipede felt its life force draining away. Panicking, its spiked feet pierced the ground, rapidly absorbing energy. However, the location it had chosen was not ideal. After its second teleportation, it landed at a low energy concentration. The support had recently cleared the area, making it a burial site specially reserved for it by Qinyangji. Thus, the spiked feet dug deep into the ground, emitting a faint halo. The millipede belatedly realized something was amiss, and a shrieking wave erupted, its suction cups exploding, its fury reaching its peak. Hearing its cry, Qinyangji, who was holding up the cutter in the factory, curled his lips into a modest smile. B-rank star beast, done. A gaping hole opened in the diamond millipede's metal shell, exposing its soft flesh. A single melee attack would sever the segmental ring. The millipede was split in two, its two halves wriggling apart. The severed body suddenly twisted, sending its countless spiked legs upwards. These sickle-like legs began to extend, slashing towards the melee mecha. The melee mecha didn't even blink as the ranged attackers above fired a volley. The impact of the fire directly severed the spiked legs, inevitably affecting the melee mecha. Qinyangji instructed him to slide down the millipede's body, using it as a shield to create a solid triangular space within the wreckage of the overpass. As the impact struck, it blasted the millipede's body against a sharp iron frame that, at first glance, looked like the overpass handrail. The iron frame pierced the millipede's body directly through the bloody hole, faster than a melee blade could cut through it. The impact ended, and the melee fighter stood up. The millipede's broken body was blasted into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The other end of its body, connected to its head, was strung together by the iron frame. Its head was still moving slightly, its spiked legs twitching in the air, as if it was on its last breath. The melee fighter quickly and decisively stepped forward to deliver a finishing blow, dispatching the star beast and earning points. Qinyangji looked at the flickering ball of light, disassembled the cutter, installed the energy stone, and clapped his hands. Effortless success. After the King Kong millipede was dealt with, a number of star beasts had already entered the other factory building. Judging by their energy fluctuations, they were all sea-level, not of the Iron Clan, so they would be easy to deal with. The support and ranged attackers remained on standby at the overpass, while the melee fighter guarded the rear entrance, carrying the cutter Qinyangji had delivered, waiting for the star beasts inside to emerge. The cutter started up, a loud roar erupting from the machine. The energy stones released circles of energy. The scout followed the factory's trajectory to the other side, keeping an eye on the entrance to the other building, where a steady stream of star beasts were pouring in. He faithfully relayed the signal to the distant commander. Wait here. After you draw out the star beasts through close combat, go help the maintenance technicians dig for energy stones. Qinyangji delegated the order. As for where the energy stones were plentiful, the diamond millet had already informed the scout. After first securing 10 times the points, the teachers watching the match in the command hall finally turned their attention to Qinyangji's screen. Noticing that the number of connected soldiers in the upper right corner was still a simple 6, the tall, thin teacher frowned. Why only 6? Is the fission rate insufficient? The long-haired female teacher's knuckles rested on Qinyangji's screen for a second, then smiled appreciatively. Very confident. Only 6 soldiers managed to defeat a B-level Gorgon millipede. You're just lucky. The energy concentration here on the overpass is at its lowest, limiting the Gorgon millipede's abilities. The long-haired female teacher glanced at the tall, thin teacher and said calmly, luring the Gorgon millipede here wasn't just luck. The tall, thin teacher didn't notice Qinyangji's light. Upon hearing the female teacher's words, she glanced over with concern. Just then, on the projection, Qinyangji delivered a cutter to the entrance. Watching the cutter in action, the tall, lanky teacher's eyes widened in surprise. Molecular cutter? How did she get that? Isn't that part of the maintenance technician assessment? Tan Ing, who was controlling the star beast, replied without even looking up, you just saw it. She's been searching for energy stones at the outbound facility for ages, and is now preparing to search the inbound facility. This kid's tactics are pretty shady, though, which makes him quite suitable for a command position. She had been watching Qin Yongji the entire time as he tricked the diamond millipede out and coordinated his tactics to defeat the enemy. From Qin Yongji's deployment, Tan Ing felt she had a good idea of what the enemy was planning. Although kills with the cutter didn't count, why didn't finishing off a kill count? She had a hunch that someone might have won the entrance exam, even though the enemy only used 6 individual soldiers. Chapter 32. After the diamond millipede, there were a large number of C-rank star beasts. Qin Yongji chose not to construct a new virtual soldier. According to her plan, the molecular cutter would be more than enough to handle the onslaught of star beasts. The star beasts first entered the factory building opposite. Judging by the machinery inside, Qin Yongji guessed that the building was used to screen and initially process the energy stones. These stones were then fed via the conveyor belt on the overpass into the extraction machine, where they were extracted, and then sent back out via the conveyor belt in her building. Based on the energy stone's transport path, the energy mine should be behind another factory building. If they could clear out the star beasts in that factory building, they might be able to reach the energy mine and take a look. Luring the star beasts to the overpass would be quite laborious. It would be better to eliminate them while their spawning rate was slow. That should also count for points. But this would have to wait until this wave of star beasts was dealt with. The molecular cutter activated, and crimson laser lines spread out beneath the overpass. These lines moved along the structure, slicing the metal on the ground and in the air into square blocks. Qin Yongji fiddled with the cutter's control panel for a while, setting the laser line, and then handed the newly made control button to the melee mecha nearby. A roaring noise came from the factory. Qin Yongji glanced and drove the mecha back. As he retreated, he saw the factory gate across from the overpass being rammed by a swarm of star beasts. The sound of the collision was loud and clanging, and the factory wall shook twice, looking as if it was about to collapse. A group of long-winged cormorants also gathered at the entrance of the overpass in midair, waving their wings like machetes, cutting through the metal frames of the overpass interface more like cutting vegetables, and directly poking an irregular hole in the edges of the metal walls on both sides. They flapped their wings and flew out of the hole, circling around the broken part of the overpass, then swooped down towards the opposite side with a shrill eagle cry. Support, prepare to deploy the net. The weapon Qin Yongji designed for the support was a tow cannon, using a large net woven from special energy silk, allowing for high flexibility. The tow cannon blasted towards the long-winged cormorant, the impact causing its flight trajectory to deviate several degrees. The long-winged cormorant pressed its wings, correcting its angle. The surrounding long-winged cormorants froze in midair, following their companions. Their eagle eyes swept over, just as they were about to get a clear view of the target, when the weak projectile suddenly exploded. The huge net swished, enveloping the surging long-winged cormorants. For a moment, the long-winged cormorants stirred, their long wings spread wide, their sharp edges rising to cut through the net. The long-range attack had finished charging, and it struck faster than the opponent's long wings, which could cut through iron like mud. Boom! A single shot ignited a flame 3 stories high. Energy flashes exploded amidst the fireworks, hissing and whirring. Its long wings became the perfect conductor, instantly reducing the long-winged cormorant to a ball of charcoal. The wings separated from its body, and with the shockwave of the explosion, it crashed into the opposite overpass with a bang, carrying with it the star beasts that were preparing to relay their arrival. The obstruction at the opposite overpass entrance was instantly cleared, revealing the entire interior. Qin Yongji glanced from the perspective of the long-range attacker and aimed his next shot at the 4 corners of the overpass entrance. For giant nets completely covered the exit. The remaining star beasts inside the factory struggled to their feet from the onslaught of the artillery fire, wings raised, and charged towards the exit, pulling the giant nets apart in a massive rip. The remarkably elastic nets held, though some of them began to crack where they had made contact with the long-winged cormorant's wings. The supporter switched to a melee weapon, just as the melee fighter below was manipulating the cutter to harvest the star beast's points. The mech, like a ghost, darted through the swarm of limbless star beasts, rapidly harvesting heads. Then, using the collapsed star beast carcasses as leverage, the mech soared high into the air, leaping with the support mech on either side. Their light blades pierced through the traction cannon's mesh, plunging into the beast's entrails. With a whirring sound, the blades splattered blood across the mech, instantly painting it a crimson red. The first batch of Star Beast carcasses attempting to break free slid down the mesh. The support mech used a special iron chain to entangle the wings of the long-winged cormorants among them, quickly securing them to the breaks in the weave, thus forming a patch. The second batch of Star Beasts failed to break through, and a new swarm attacked. The two men repeated the same method, continuing to dispatch the remaining Star Beasts. Qin Yangji's points skyrocketed during the second wave of Star Beast attacks. Once they were completely wiped out, she reached the highest position in the command assessment. The several command department teachers, who had been following her progress, were at a loss for words. The tall, thin teacher observed for a moment, still undeterred. This is too contrived. Without the molecular cutter, it wouldn't be this easy. Melee attacks used the molecular cutter to control the Star Beast's movement range, while simultaneously harvesting the Star Beasts held captive above. Ranged attacks bombarded the Star Beasts below to accumulate points and finish off the enemy. Without the molecular cutter, the swarm of Star Beasts from below could instantly burst open the factory's rear door, disrupting the command's deployment. The teachers envisioned that this would utilize the unique terrain of the two factory buildings for an ambush and rotational attack, requiring at least 2 soldiers. This meant at least 3 small teams, each defending the entrance, overpass, and exit. In Qin Yangji's case, all it took was a small team and a truly insane molecular cleaver to solve the problem. Can the program remove that molecular cleaver? This way, relying solely on external forces will solve the problem, completely failing to assess her abilities. We still haven't figured out this student's fission level, the tall, thin man suggested. The long-haired female teacher nearby shook her head. Map design is a joint assignment for all colleges, and the molecular cutter is a test assignment for the maintenance department. Few maintenance technicians can even create this, so who knows how this student is so good at it. Tan Ying, however, glanced at Qin Yangji's current situation and pondered. According to the assessment schedule, she only has 2 waves of Star Beasts left to complete, a B-class group and an A-class individual. If she wants to push the opponent's fission rate, she could consider using the A-class group. That's unnecessary. The young woman who had been sitting next to Tan Ying and hadn't participated in the discussion for a long time finally spoke up. Isn't this the entrance exam? The abilities this student has demonstrated are more than enough for her to be accepted. What if the difficulty is increased, and she's eliminated? What will happen then? The teachers present fell silent. Based solely on Qin Yangji's performance, who could say she wasn't qualified for the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's command department? But it must be said that using only 6 individual soldiers for the entire process was a bit over the top. Is she really that confident in her tactical coordination abilities? Is it possible that even if we were to go to an A-level group, we wouldn't necessarily be able to get her to connect with a few more individual soldiers? The red-haired young male teacher, the only one in the room who hadn't spoken, gestured for everyone else to look at Qin Yangji's screen. After the second wave of Star Beasts, there was supposed to be a long rest period. The assessment lasted 2 days and 2 nights, but only 1 day had passed, leaving the cadets ample time to spend the night. There had been no large-scale Star Beast invasions during this period, only small ones. As long as the individual soldiers could connect and rotate on duty, they could spend a relatively comfortable night. On the screen, the candidates gradually completed the second wave of invasion missions. One candidate even connected 700 individual soldiers, completing the mission at an extremely fast speed, quickly catching up with Qin Yangji in points. But even so, it didn't cause a stir among the spectating instructors. It was simple. After seeing a mere 7 people sweeping the enemy, 700 was no surprise. What does she want to do? On other screens, the commanders, fresh from intense battles, were exhausted and wished they could just sit down and rest. Qin Yangji not only had some energy left, but she was even more relaxed. Even after the factory was cleared, she was still a little incredulous. Through her mecha, the teachers could see her repeatedly observing the factory entrance, conveying a message. That's it? Gone? For some reason, even though they couldn't see the student's expression, all the teachers present felt a sense of provocation and offense. Too much. But even more astonishing for the command department teachers was yet to come. After Qin Yangji confirmed that the Star Beasts in the factory had been eliminated, the scouts and maintenance technicians on the other side had already rushed in to begin digging for energy stones. Qin Yangji waved his hand, and the melee and support troops finished their harvest. The two of them headed towards the next factory building. The ranged attackers moved along the overpass and soon landed at the entrance to the factory. The structures between the two factories were similar, with broken conveyor belts everywhere, and the ground piled high with various machines and metal racks. The damage to the goods entering the factory was much more serious than that leaving the factory, but Yongji took a quick look and discovered that the resources within were much greater. Not to mention the energy stone reserves here, the damaged mechanical devices on the ground still contained a lot of materials that could be used to modify mecha structures. The presence of such materials in an energy stone processing plant isn't surprising, but the sheer number of them must be part of the maintenance assessment. Yongji rubbed her hands. She had just been wondering if the molecular cutter was too large to be transported to the energy mining area, and now these mechanical components provided her with a solution. The virtual soldiers gathered at the factory and began to work together to dig for energy stones. Yongji shuttled between a pair of abandoned structures, searching for something. The command department teachers were puzzled by this scene. It was nightfall, and the second wave of exams was over. All branches were entering a lull period. The teachers from the combat academy had dispersed to supervise the exams, and now they were all visiting their respective branches. One by one, two by two, they gradually drifted into the command hall. When the door opened, the 5 invigilators from the command department were watching Yongji's movements, feeling that this student didn't seem to be settling down and resting peacefully. Tisk, how's the caliber of the new command department students this year? 7 people entered, crowding around the command hall, all gathered to watch their colleagues, entranced. 2 of the teachers from the closed combat department watched Yongji's mecha wander aimlessly through the factory. They counted the number of people, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did this command department have so few people? Just a few soldiers? Wow, she hasn't been eliminated yet? Did Tanning let her off easy? The melee teacher who was with him chimed in. Yeah, your command department hasn't been able to recruit enough students for years, so you finally couldn't resist giving the students a break? Several teachers from the command department turned around, their expressions complicated. To be honest, not only did we not let her off easy, we even tried to make it harder for her. The melee teacher didn't get a response, but he didn't pay any attention. He glanced at the other screens, and as he passed by some, he saw people still battling star beasts. Only the majority had completed the second wave of assessments. The rest, who had already struggled with the second, would probably be eliminated as soon as the third wave came around. So many people. The melee teacher sighed. He saw a student on this screen being slashed by the wings of an oncoming cormorant, his mecha arm severed, revealing a crackling electric light and a broken communicator. Beside him, a large number of virtual soldiers approached, attempting to stop the continuing attack of the long-winged cormorants. Even a layman like the melee instructor could see that this command candidate had made a serious mistake. As a commander, he had positioned himself too far forward, making him a direct target for the star beasts. After he was injured, the arms of the soldiers connected to him simultaneously stagnated, giving the star beasts an opportunity to seize the opportunity, and several virtual soldiers were instantly transformed into data streams and disappeared. TSK, this isn't good enough. Even with so many people, we can't handle it, the melee instructor muttered to himself. Didn't they say the command department let us down? I can't see that at all. The C-rank star beasts were using a fused star beast group dominated by long-winged cormorants, making them very difficult to fight. The melee teacher was about to check the other screens when a maintenance teacher suddenly approached from behind, his eyes piercing the screen as he asked sternly, "What does this student want to do?" From his angle, he saw Yongji's screen. The command teacher glanced at him again, thinking, I don't know what she's planning either. This student's train of thought was truly difficult to understand. The red-haired male teacher, who had rarely spoken, silently muttered 2 words. As expected. He knew it. The cutter had already been developed, so defending the factory against the star beasts seemed a bit disadvantageous. Why not just go to the spawn point, send the star beasts away while they were still newly built and acclimated? How simple. The red-haired male teacher recalled that this tactic was common on the Red Flame battlefield. He had seen his team's main commander attack a star beast's nest in the same way. Guard the sunlight python's nest, wait for the eggs to hatch, and then begin to exterminate the young snakes and extract the newborn's gallbladder. Double the spoils. As expected, the commander's heart was filled with rage. Is this a robotic arm crane? A small overhead crane transporter? The maintenance teacher's eyes widened. He looked at the command teacher in charge of the exam and asked in surprise, "Isn't this your command department's assessment?" The command teacher nodded helplessly, "Yes." Then how did she even manage to build all this? Fuck, overhead crane system. With just a few items from the abandoned factory, she actually managed to modify the crane system brought in. Even his own maintenance students couldn't do it. The maintenance teacher was already surprised enough, but when he saw what Yongji was doing with the mechanical crane, his breath caught in his throat. Molecular cutter? Is this the commander exam or the maintenance technician exam? The commander teacher remained silent. Well, how should I answer you? She's the most eccentric among the commanders. The molecular cutter is an additional component of the maintenance technician exam, and it's worth the same points as an A-rank star beast. As for the overhead crane system, the maintenance technician didn't even dare to include it in the exam, fearing it would block all the candidates and prevent them from recruiting. But now, what had he seen? A commander had built all of these things. I say, this student's ability to connect individual soldiers is really limited. The maintenance technician teacher finally digested what he had seen, swallowing his surprise. Changing the subject, he turned to the commander teacher and said, "She doesn't seem very talented in command. Why don't we transfer her to our maintenance department?" A commander who connected 6 individual soldiers might not have reached the required fission level. It would be a shame to eliminate her like that. She's a promising maintenance technician. The maintenance technician's appreciation for talent reached its peak at this moment. However, the very words uttered by the conductor department teacher instantly darkened their expressions. The tall, thin teacher glared at him angrily. "Who told you she doesn't have command talent? Didn't you see she's number 1 in points?" At this point, the tall, thin teacher grew increasingly angry. "Your maintenance department is fully staffed every year, and you're still trying to compete with our conductor department for talent? Teacher Zhong, you don't even consider how few students we have in the conductor department, are you? We finally found a promising conductor, and you're poaching him? The maintenance department?" The tall, thin teacher felt a pang of bitterness at the thought of the vacancies in the conductor department year after year. Qin Yangji is already in our conductor department. No one else can interfere. Zhong Mingyi, from the maintenance department, felt a little embarrassed by what he said, but he saw Qin Yangji was genuinely envious. What a skilled maintenance engineer. He managed to do such a flawless temporary modification of the overhead crane system. He must also be an expert at building mechas and weapons. But he glanced at the expressionless, lanky Geng Chao before him. He was a notorious traitor. The more he spoke, the more he contradicted you. He also had a terrible temper. If you got him angry, he could scold you non-stop for 2 days and 2 nights. Zhong Mingyi was a little afraid of confronting him, and didn't dare to continue to talk about poaching. He only thought privately that he would talk to Qin Yangji after he passed the assessment. The maintenance department offered high pay, low maintenance, and a high level of security, making it a popular choice wherever they went. Zhong Mingyi remained silent, while the other visiting teachers tried to appease Geng Chao. Old Geng has a point. Look at how easy it is to find someone for the command department. Old Zhong, the same goes for you. Even if they're perfect for your maintenance department, they already signed up for the command position. How can they possibly interfere? The 2 teachers in the close combat department glanced at Qin Yangji's consistently high scores and immediately understood Geng Chao's urgency. So he's a promising talent for command. With only 6 soldiers achieving such impressive results, it's no wonder the command department is so envious they're trying to poach him. Seeing Zhong Mingyi didn't say anything, Geng Chao let it go and returned to watching Qin Yangji's performance. However, the long-haired female teacher nearby glanced at him, finding him rather awkward. He was the one who had been constantly criticizing Qin Yangji in the beginning, and now, he was the one engaging in a heated debate with the other. Qin Yangji improvised a crane system because he found a large crane at the Yunnan factory. It was specifically designed to transport energy stones. While the rest of the crane was severely damaged, including the power core, it was essentially useless. However, the mechanical arm and the rest of the drive mechanism were still intact. With enough broken components on the ground, he could construct a small crane to carry the cutter out. After spending half a day at the Yunnan factory, Qin Yangji didn't detect any more star B signals. She guessed the assessment might involve a balance of work and rest. Now was their rest period, and no star beasts would approach for a while. That made it a good time to capture the star beast spawn point. Once the crane system was in place, Qin Yangji instructed the virtual soldier to take the cutter and exit through the front gate of the Yunnan factory. Then, they followed the intricate underground passages all the way to the mining area transfer port. The transfer port has a small base station connected to the crane in front. Below is the work area for mining robots and miners. Mined energy stones are fed into the crane and transported through the transfer port to the factory. This is also the necessary route for the Star Beast. Qin Yangji placed the molecular cutter at the entrance to the transfer port, embedding it directly into the damaged wall. It projects a cutting laser forward, effectively controlling the Star Beast within the port's outer structure. Range attackers can harvest the Star Beast from the port's observation tower cannons, while melee and support can also harvest the Star Beast by descending along the outer wall. The transfer port is surrounded by 6 virtual soldiers, with a molecular cutter watching closely. If the star beast appears, it will be instantly destroyed. Tan Ying's eyes drifted blankly for a rare moment, and she turned to look at her colleagues in this situation. Are we still going to make it difficult for her? Chapter 33. How do we get there? The red-haired male teacher, whose full name was Xia Jiqing, continued, although the Iron Beetle is an A-rank star beast, Qin Yangji has already set up an energy gradient at the transfer port. She's even calculated the star beast's teleportation landing point, so it won't be a problem at all. The White Falcon. It's fast enough, maybe it can dodge the laser cuts. Geng Chao suggested. The long-haired female teacher, He Min, pointed to the support and ranged attack systems at the watchtower and said, why do you think Qin Yangji has the support mechas stationed at high points? Of course, to deal with the flying star beasts. Geng Chao paused, looking around, and found he couldn't find any fault with Qin Yangji's design. He couldn't help but look at the commander at the transfer port gate, who had sat down and fiddled with his mecha's fingers, bored to death. Qin Yangji modified the overhead crane system, and the robotic arm constructed a massive ceiling structure within the room. Geng Chao was puzzled. What else is she going to do? Xia Jiqing vaguely sensed something was amiss and pursed his lips, remaining silent. For some reason, he had a feeling this candidate would do something truly unexpected. Sure enough, not long after this thought, Qin Yangji's modifications were complete. The overhead crane's lifting arm was raised high in the air, its palm reconfigured to create a massive, rectangular enclosure. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Qin Yangji maneuvered the mecha into it, then reclined with incredible comfort. The robotic arm in operation actually swung the enclosure like a swing. Fuck, they can do this? Xia Jiqing muttered. This is too much. You're just going to let her do this? The Combat Academy teacher looked at Qin Yangji, who was so comfortable that she crossed her legs. Then he thought about the freshmen, who were still desperately killing star beasts during their assessments. Even he himself was working overtime to look at the screen. His imbalance reached its peak. The command department teacher was now the calmest of the group. For some reason, this kind of thing didn't surprise Qin Yangji at all. It just felt like something this girl could do. If she could kill the star beasts while guarding them, what else could she not do? Then what else? What do you have in mind? Ta Ying, seeing the sincerity of the Combat Academy teacher's complaint, couldn't help but ask, I don't even want to give her the third wave. Wouldn't that be giving her points for nothing? Despite saying that, Tan Ying's editing speed didn't slow down at all. Calculating the time, it was indeed time for the third wave of star beasts to appear. The other cadets were still half asleep, while Qin Yangji swung comfortably on the swing, retracting her mental tentacles to recover her energy. If spiritual tentacles were visible, then those worried about Qin Yangji's insufficient vision rate would likely be able to see countless of them emanating from the spiritual tree, spreading shallowly at the transfer port, extending down the transfer channel, and all the way into the mining area. The spiritual tentacles even had their own rotations. Those that extended too far retracted, and the next group quickly covered their positions. Just this batch of spiritual tentacles, acting as the perception of star beasts, had thousands of connection points. Qin Yangji, whose spiritual core was only in the bud stage before entering the growth stage, was already able to connect with 1,000 graduates of the Red Flame Military Academy, far exceeding his own level. After the growth period, her spiritual core evolved almost daily, now taking the shape of a tree. Even with the linked virtual soldiers, it wouldn't be enough for one person to kill a single star beast. The third wave of star beasts consisted of a group of B-level star beasts, primarily consisting of diamond millipedes and white silk falcons. Qin Yangji, swinging on a swing, half asleep, felt her spiritual tentacles suddenly twitch in the distance. She opened her eyes, and saw the transfer port from afar. The ground was soft and surging, and a layer of barely visible white silk threads, faintly entwined with a layer of electricity, drifted through the air. Following this, the cries of hawks followed. Falcons with long black beaks swooped up from below the mining area, flapping their wings and stirring a web of lightning in the air. The falcons flew back and forth, each group forming its own formation. A leading falcon led the way, while the others spread out in a V-shaped formation, leaving a trail of lightning that resonated and vibrated the metal devices of the transfer port from afar. Qin Yangji leaped from the swing with a somersault, the mech leaping upward, floating in midair. The mech's palm slowly brushed the air in front of it. A ball of green light condensed into a stream of data as her consciousness moved. As her palm extended, a long, pitch-black Dao emerged. The blade was about the width of the mech's finger, and the blade itself was 2 arms length. Its edge was incredibly sharp. The handle, slightly longer than the blade itself, was pitch black, engraved with a crimson tower pattern, and a faint chill emanated from its surface. Watching the scene through the screen, the maintenance teacher immediately recognized that the weapon this student had constructed was made of icy iron. While icy iron may appear metallic, it possesses distinct properties. Its exceptional insulating properties make it an excellent material for slaying lightning-type astral beasts. In the brief seconds it took to see the White Silk Falcon, Shin Yongji constructed a weapon tailored to the star beast's abilities. Even the engravings were lifelike. This weapon design ability was pure genius. The maintenance department teacher couldn't help but sigh, wondering once again, why did such a promising talent end up in the command department? As the maintenance department teacher lowered his head, he didn't notice that several teachers from the combat academy behind him were glancing at the screen. Because commander kills don't count, Shin Yongji controlled her soldiers, and the cutter during the first 2 waves of star beasts. She remained in the absolute safety of the factory, well protected. This was a typical commander's approach. As the core of the mental communication network, if the commander is injured, his mental tentacles will affect the soldiers in the battle. Therefore, in actual combat, both sides try to keep the commander out of the battlefield. That's just the theory. In actual combat, both the star beasts and the enemy are consciously seeking the commander's position. The commander and the maintenance technician are the team's 2 key points of attack. Generally speaking, the enemy's melee attacks and stealthy star beasts will use their psychic antennae to locate the commander, and then break through with a single strike. Therefore, the commander can't be completely separated. They are usually positioned in the center of the team, firmly protected by the defensive positions. It's rare to find someone like Shin Yongji, who can manage to be half melee, half scout, half support, and half ranged attacker. She's not much of a commander, more like a brick. As the White Silk Falcon attacked, the ground beneath the ground also saw the pupae of the diamond millipede rushing towards the transfer port. The moment they emerged, the laser-cutting line swept across, severing the millipede's spiked legs that touched the ground. Instantly losing its energy support, the millipede began struggling to burrow into the ground. Shin Yongji, alerted, unleashed a long-range attack from midair towards the ground ahead. The blast completely shattered the earth and rock, the sound waves even reaching the mining area, echoing muffledly. At the sound, Shin Yongji paused briefly in his swing of his Mo Dao. For some reason, he felt a sense of foreboding. A small shudder rose at the back of his neck, quickly masked by the excitement of battle. Shin Yongji ignored it, and charged head-on at the flock of white silk falcons with his sword. The support shielded her from the side, and the traction net word open. Just as it was about to envelop the falcons, several lightning bolts intertwined, converging into a thick, serpentine lightning. The lightning blasted the silk of the traction net, instantly charring it black and igniting a layer of flames. The traction net melted like ice cream, turning into a black liquid and dripping onto the white falcon speeding below. The support soldier was stunned by this scene. He had been following the commander's orders, and when his bombardment failed to catch the target, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. Had this failed, but the program didn't specify what to do next. The commander's order was to retreat. The support soldier tilted his head, his gaze lowered to the ground. The program told him that the commander shouldn't approach the Star Beast herd. Close combat should be left to the melee mechas, but the melee mechas were busy dealing with the diamond millipedes on the ground. As he looked over, the commander swept his long sword, the domineering blade whipping up a volley of wind blades, severing the white falcon's wings, splitting the powerful lightning wall, and piercing directly through the Star Beast in front of him. With a bloody swing, he sliced the white falcon like a vegetable. The white falcon before her was covered in melted silk droplets, forming a small film on its body, clinging tightly to its feathers. The glossy fur instantly turned into a tangled mess, and the white silk shed from its feathers was also clung to the glue droplets, losing its sense of freedom and movement with the wind. The lightning flashes from the white silk covered the Star Beast's body, preventing it from moving far and naturally causing little harm to Shin Yongji. Instead, it made it easier for her to locate the white falcon in the darkness. Deprived of their supernatural powers, the white falcons began to stir. The thick blood of their own kind threw them into disarray, and their once orderly formation quickly broke apart. The lightning energy driven by the scattered white falcons was not strong. The Mo Dao, in midair, pierced a white falcon. With a flick of the blade, it sent the large bird's carcass skewered on the blade crashing to the ground. The Star Beast's detached feathers floated in the air, looking incredibly miserable. The commander in the mecha glanced up, noticing the chaotic situation among the white silk falcons. He silently counted the number of Star Beasts he's slain, tallied up his points, and nodded in satisfaction. Well, not too bad a loss. That's the downside of virtual assessments. Kills the examinee personally doesn't count. The blonde in the cockpit curled her lips, neatly sheathed her blade, and her mental tentacles signaled the reconnaissance and ranged attack teams to clear the mess. The reconnaissance team, who had been gathering momentum in the background, flashed by. The blade of light, condensed from a data stream, slashed through the air, slicing through the bodies of the White Silk Falcons and driving the scattered swarm back into a single space. The ranged attack team set up their artillery on the ground. The melee mecha beside him had just severed a massive diamond millipede in two, and the ranged attack team took aim from atop the remaining carcass. A parabola flashed by, trailing a trail of crimson flames as an energy blast shot forward. Bang! With a resounding, earth-shaking roar, the flame struck the center of the trapped white falcons. The falcons, engulfed by the energy, let out shrill screams, their feathers quivering as a massive ball of lightning flashed, mingling with the raging fire. Boom! Watching the flying star beasts in midair being knocked down by the energy shockwaves, the scouts, darting between air and ground, pierced the falcons' bodies with a single blow. Seeing this, Chen Yangji's mech retreated to the interior of the transfer port, magnifying the ball of light with his fingers and glancing at his rapidly rising points. The virtual soldier, working with the cutter, had largely eliminated the millipedes on the ground, freeing up their hands to assist the scouts in the air, clearing the airspace ahead. Scattered on the ground were millipede limbs and bloody falcon feathers. The corpse of the White Silk Falcon, nestled among the massive mass of the diamond millipede, was hardly noticeable. Chen Yangji's third wave of star beasts cleared out with remarkable speed. They arrived at the star beast spawn point to intercept them, then executed a seamless air-land combination. Being a B-class star beast, the White Silk Falcon group hadn't yet unleashed its killer move before it was engulfed by melted traction cannon silk, a highly viscous, elementally weakening alien plant secretion. The group was then disrupted and defeated one by one, completely lacking the capabilities of a B-class species. But it must be said that for a commander, being able to temporarily neutralize the enemy's strength is precisely a testament to their ability. The third wave of Star Beast assessments concluded swiftly. The Combat Academy teacher, who had originally been preparing to leave after visiting, had no idea that the battlefield would be completely peaceful after he had only stayed a moment to observe. The two melee teachers, who had initially thought the command department had let the exam go, rubbed their hands in excitement. This student is quite daring. He actually charged straight in and disrupted the flock of white falcons. His decision-making was also precise, and he deployed the traction net perfectly. A second later, the white falcon's lightning snakes would have hit them directly. A moment earlier, the traction net wouldn't have been able to hold onto the leading star beast. After saying this, he sighed thoughtfully, such a strong tactical mindset, perfect for us melee fighters. Melee combat, also known as the harvesting position, is generally highly strategic on the battlefield, emphasizing a single strike to kill. Finding the opportunity to sprint through gaps in the vast amount of supernatural energy and deliver a decisive kill is the key to melee combatants' years of training. Coincidentally, the melee teacher saw this ability in Chen Yangji, and he was far more mature than the melee students. As soon as these words were spoken, the command hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Geng Chao silently glanced at Zhong Mingyi behind him, then at the melee teacher who had spoken, and finally couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think I'm here to buy in? It's not enough that the maintenance department is stealing my talent, so why are you melee fighters getting involved? Why don't you go back and invigilate? Do you want me to report you all to the director for dereliction of duty?" He gritted his teeth, wishing he could beat up those would-be stealers right then and there. The melee teacher, struck by his cold gaze, felt a touch of embarrassment. Turning back to meet Zhong Mingyi's gaze, the latter gave him a look that said, "We're a fellow practitioner, and we're of good character." The melee teacher felt particularly guilty. He had just advised Zhong Mingyi not to steal the talent from the command department, but now, he couldn't help but want to poach someone else. It was simply because this student, Chen Yangji, was simply beyond imagination. After sending the man away, Geng Chao glanced at Chen Yangji's screen with annoyance. Sometimes he really didn't understand what his colleagues were thinking. Didn't Chen Yangji know she could apply for the maintenance department or the close combat department, but she chose the command department anyway? What does that mean? It means she was born to be in their command department. You're trying to poach someone else. Do you really understand? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, rolling his eyes almost to the sky. But once he calmed down, he realized a new problem. The third wave is over, but there's still half a day before the fourth wave of star beasts comes out. Are we going to keep watching her sleep? The long-haired female teacher fell silent. Xia Jiqing was also silent. Tan Ning, who had just finished editing the third wave of star beasts and stood up to take a break, sat down again silently. After Chen Yongji finished clearing the transfer port, his mental tentacles swept through the mining area. After confirming that no points had been missed, he handed them to the maintenance mech, refilled the cutter's energy stones, and repaired the other virtual soldiers' mechs. Let's leave it at that. Tan couldn't help but yawn, waved away Chen Yongji's light screen, and glanced at the other candidates. The White Falcon and the group of diamond millipedes advanced aggressively. The commander inside the factory surrounded the commander with layers of virtual soldiers. However, when the factory gate was blasted open by the White Falcon's lightning, the diamond millipedes immediately rushed in from below. With a flash of teleportation, they directly passed through the virtual soldiers' blockade and opened their mouths to devour the commander, who was still asleep. The light screen instantly dimmed. Tan turned his gaze to the next one. This one was even worse. Because the King Kong millipede was in its pupa on the ground, the candidate simply gave up the lower floor and rushed to the upper floor. He was hit head-on by the lightning of the White Silk Falcon that rushed in from the overpass, and the screen went black again. After watching several dismal assessments, Tan couldn't help but rub her brow. The progress of the two sides was completely mismatched. This side was still in the days of the attack, while the other side had already finished. The Star Beast corpses were simply piled to one side, and Chen Yongji continued to grope around on the ground. The assessment still had a day and a half and a night left. Chen Yongji guessed there would be 2 more waves of Star Beast attacks. The current group of Star Beasts was mainly beleveled diamond millipedes and White Silk Falcons, and they were in the third wave. Given the increasing difficulty, the next wave should be A-level Star Beasts, and they would join forces with the Star Beasts for a general attack. She had to deal with it in advance. Fighting an A-level group of Star Beasts wouldn't be so easy. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. The entrance exam for the Advanced Military Academy was indeed difficult. No wonder the command department couldn't recruit enough people every year. Chen Yongji considered whether to link up a few more virtual soldiers to form a second team. But her gaze dropped to the ground, and her thoughts suddenly wandered. Didn't the ground shake a bit when we fired the energy cannon from a distance just now? This shaking wasn't like the shaking caused by the diamond millipede. It was a very slight feeling of falling, as if the ground beams below were unstable. Below the transfer port is the energy mining area. Thinking of this, Chen Yongji gave the scout instructions to survey the mining area. The scout, who was mining with the maintenance engineer, immediately stood up and moved towards the mining area. Chapter 34. Time passed, and Chen Yongji's points gradually rose. The huge gap between the first and second place was gradually narrowing. Even with the score at the bottom reaching its limit, the first place still held a commanding lead. The third wave of Star Beast attacks was drawing to a close, and most of the candidates had been eliminated at this stage. Of the thousands of screens, only a few hundred remained illuminated. Tan watched Chen Yongji's screen halfway through, and couldn't help but follow him in squinting. As the third wave of assessments came to a close, Tan blinked, regaining his composure, and continued editing the virtual assessment program. The fourth wave, scheduled for the second night, was the final stage. It didn't require candidates to kill the target Star Beast. The sole task was survival. It tested the command department's ability to analyze the unfamiliar characteristics of the alien Star Beast. The final assessment used a modified A-level Star Beast, the Ironclad Beetle. The holographic program had programmed it with characteristics different from its original form. Simply using the attributes of a regular Ironclad Beetle would likely lead to its trap. It was a new discovery made by the Tianshu military region during their campaign to eliminate the waste planet, an Ironclad Beetle with a reverse energy mechanism. It was capable of absorbing large amounts of energy in a short period of time, instantly creating high energy concentrations at low energy locations. Its teleportation wasn't based on the energy gradient at the scene. If one were to use conventional Ironclad methods to attack it, they would likely be killed at close range. This information had not been programmed into the virtual individual soldiers program, and she was eager for the commanders present to discover it. Especially Chen Yongji. The enemy had set the energy concentration for the Star Beast at the transfer port. If the Iron Clan chose to teleport, they would be directly within the attack range of the molecular cutter. This disregard for existing energy concentrations might render all her earlier preparations useless. She wondered how long it would take Chen Yongji to discover the Ironclad Beetle's uniqueness. The optical computer's time jumped to the hour. Tan finished editing the program. As she issued the execution command, the quiet atmosphere within the holographic examination room began to reveal signs of impending storms. The reconnaissance mecha returned from afar with a maintenance technician. After completing their mission to explore the mining area, Qin Yangji had tinkered with a strangely shaped device from the large number of mechanical components brought into the factory. Tan Ying, with her limited knowledge of mechanics, couldn't identify it. It might be a special structure Qin Yangji had made, like the overhead crane system she had built for the swing. The maintenance technician and the scout installed the resonance amplifier in the mine and returned to report to the commanding officer. At the same time, Qin Yangji sensed the energy signal of the star beast gradually taking shape in the mining area. Her mental tentacles extended toward the location where the star beast had spawned. Qin Yangji stood up straight, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Why is the signal so weak? The energy signal of an A-level star beast swarm. Shouldn't be? Qin Yangji expanded her perception, extending it toward the interior of the mining area, even attempting to encompass the entire area. However, within the hundreds of meters of sensing range, there were no other energy fluctuations. Could she have guessed wrong? Qin Yangji couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps she really didn't understand the mechanics of the Interstellar Military Academy assessments. It turned out that the fourth wave wasn't an A-level star beast swarm. That one with the weak energy fluctuations looked like it could only be a single A-level star beast. She had even arranged something good for him. It seemed rather unfortunate that the resonant amplifier was being used here. But it had been done. Qin Yangji calmed herself down, hiding her disappointment for a moment. At that moment, the invigilator in the command room fortunately couldn't see her expression or hear her regretful words, otherwise his anger would have washed over him again. That was a bit too much. But at this moment, several commanders simultaneously fixed their gazes on Qin Yangji, eagerly anticipating her next move. The A-level ironclad beetle's body was forming. Before the star beast had even left the mining area, Qin Yangji had already stood up and followed the path of the transfer station's conveyor belt, all the way to directly above the mining area. The ranged attack and support troops followed closely behind her, while the reconnaissance and close combat troops took up positions not far away. The support troops took the lead, firing a burst of towed artillery fire at the base station structure surrounding the mining area below. The large nets clung tightly to the metal support columns, forming several ropeways that dangled from midair. Seeing this, the command department teacher sat up straight. What is she going to do? The usually quiet female teacher looked up from the other screens. Seeing this, her eyebrows twitched. If Qin Yangji wanted to ambush the star beast in the mining area ahead of time, wouldn't there be a ready-made lifting device? Xia Jiqing's mouth twitched. He felt that Qin Yangji wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Combined with the strange thing he had created, Xia Jiqing suddenly had a bad feeling. Finally done. The program editing for the last wave of assessments was complete. Her work was now completely done. All other matters were no longer her responsibility. Just as Tan Ying relaxed, she heard a sharp bombing sound from the screen. She suddenly looked up, her face momentarily bewildered. She immediately saw Qin Yangji signaling a long-range attack and supporting double cannon bombardment, using the impact cannons with the highest attack attributes within the assessment range. The cannons bombarded the surrounding area of the mine, shattering the already severely damaged base station foundation and severing the lifting equipment in half due to the shockwaves. But that wasn't the most crucial thing. Tan Ying clearly heard the rumbling sound of the cannons echoing from the distant mine. The mine is collapsing. She suddenly understood what Qin Yangji was planning. The continuous barrage of cannon fire sent a strange vibration through the ground, causing the ground to heave and sway like waves. At the mine entrance, rocks began to break away like scales, shattering into a puddle of dust as they hit the ground. The shaking was extremely violent. Finally, after several impacts, the shaky mine finally gave way to a resounding rumble. Tan Ying stared at the scene with vacant eyes, her words of exclamation escaping unintentionally. Oh my god, is that really necessary? I just made an A-rank star beast. She had wanted to see how Qin Yangji would deal with the mutated ironclad beetle, but she hadn't expected him to do it this way. A landslide of this magnitude in the mining area would bury the newly born ironclad beetles. Furthermore, the collapse of the energy stone mine meant that this area would soon enter a period of turbulent energy flow, a fatal blow to the Iron Tribe, who relied on energy for teleportation. Qin Yangji had truly surprised her. Tan Ying, who was about to leave work, paused. She figured the ironclad beetle wouldn't take up too much of Qin Yangji's time, so she sat down to work overtime. She had to quickly complete the procedures for the end of assessment process. Qin Yangji would likely need them soon. I'm speechless. One day, my editing speed will have to compete with the time it takes students to kill star beasts. Tan Ying cursed inwardly, her hands working tirelessly, her face filled with resentment at her failed attempt at slacking off, and shock at the students bombing the mine. The ranged attackers, and support fired several rounds of artillery fire. Before the massive shockwave could clear, the support quickly towed the two mechs into the transfer port. Dust from the mining area shot skyward, instantly obscuring the view of the transfer port. The shockwave swept across, and the crane system's boom shattered under the impact of the stacked gunfire. Qin Yongji nimbly dodged to the side, slipping out from under the falling cradle. The cradle was a bit large, leaving a small scratch on her mech arm from a corner. After dodging the intense impact, Qin Yongji looked down at the scratch on the mech arm, ran her finger over it, and thought with amusement. Damn it! This was the worst injury she ever sustained during the assessment. Looking up again, she signaled to the melee and scouts to leave. At the same time, her mental tentacles began searching the mine. Finally, near the mine entrance, they found the ironclad beetle, pinned by a large rock. Qin Yongji activated his mech, and slid down the traction rope with the melee and scouts. Now, the invigilators in the command center finally understood what the rope was used for. No wonder she built a cableway herself. She knew the lifting equipment wouldn't survive the shockwave's energy. When Qin Yongji found the ironclad beetle, besides not only seeing the massive rock on its body, he was also surprised to discover that the stone, holding it in place, was an uncut energy stone. A crystal blue light shone through its shell. If the ironclad beetle's appendages were long and powerful enough to penetrate the stone above, it could drain the energy stone clean and escape. Unfortunately, its appendages were completely pinned down by its body. Gazing at the ironclad beetle's condition, Qin Yongji crouched down and carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The energy concentration in this area was not low. Logically, the ironclad beetle should have been able to teleport away a certain distance and avoid being crushed like this. The melee and reconnaissance team searched the area surrounding the mining area, but found no other signs of the star beasts. They quickly returned and stood behind the command mecha, awaiting her orders. Qin Yongji rested his chin on his hand and observed the ironclad beetle's appendages pressed tightly against the ground, a faint light flickering from them, as if energy was being transmitted. But why is this energy transfer the opposite of a normal ironclad? She watched for a moment, watching the ironclad beetle's compound eyes flicker and swirl, its energy points flowing towards its appendages. Qin Yongji didn't react, instead monitoring the energy concentration on the ground. At the same time, within the mental communication network, the melee and scout teams received her command and retreated to the rear, concealing themselves in the darkness. They minimized the thrust of their mechas and took their commanding positions. The melee team wielded a lightsaber, its blade radiating layers of energy. Qin Yongji waited for a long time, until the chaotic energy period of the energy mine collapse passed, and the ironclad beetle's energy fluctuations grew extremely weak. Suddenly, its body began to move, its appendages pressed deep as scraping against the ground with a harsh sound, and its mouthparts, close to the soil, began to open and close. In a flash, the massive star beast vanished from its original position. Qin Yongji's expression darkened. Her senses swept over, her eyes instantly locked onto the ironclad beetle's landing point. Almost instinctively, she raised her Mo Dao, her mecha rapidly moving through the mining area. Just as she raised her Mo Dao, ready to strike from midair, Qin Yongji suddenly remembered that command kills didn't count towards her score. So, just before she struck, she suddenly changed her stance. The ironclad beetle flashed before her, and Qin Yongji swept her long sword across its underside. Clang! Swish! The Mo Dao collided with the ironclad beetle's 4 pairs of sturdy appendages, creating a crisp sound. Qin Yongji slashed with her sword, pinning the beetle's body to the stone wall. The Mo Dao's force ripped through the stone wall, severing the ironclad beetle's appendages as it sliced through the stone wall, leaving a large scratch in the remaining energy stone mine wall. The melee fighter approached a bit late, and by the time he reached the ironclad beetle, it had already lost its ability to move. At the commander's signal, he simply finished off the attack. The light blade pierced the ironclad beetle's skull, severing its neck and killing the star beast. Qin Yongji observed its teleportation trajectory, and suddenly understood something. It could actually teleport in reverse, channeling its stored energy back into the teleportation point. Qin Yongji suddenly became curious about this star beast. If the ironclad beetle had this property, could a weapon crafted from its energy core also possess the same teleportation ability? If it were a gun, it would be the equivalent of a cannonball capable of firing from anywhere. For a melee weapon, perhaps it could instantly appear behind the enemy with a mecha. For close combat, it would be a truly powerful assault weapon. Her thoughts didn't last long. After the ironclad beetle was completely dead, Qin Yongji's points were credited to her account. On the spot, The ironclad beetle's body began to flicker, transforming into a fusion of data streams and energy ore. The ball of light floating in the air reopened, and the figures of the melee and scouts around her began to become transparent. Qin Yongji couldn't help but glance at them again, his gaze gentle before they vanished. Ah, her comrades were also made of data. They worked so well together that Qin Yongji had suddenly forgotten about it. The command mech's palm passed through the scout's body, leaving only a few scattered, dissipating data particles. Watching the scene, the command hall teacher was suddenly surprised. "This kid is quite sentimental," Tanning exclaimed. The long-haired female teacher had noticed it early on and suddenly smiled, her eyes overflowing with approval. She cares deeply about the survival rate of individual soldiers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created only 6 virtual soldiers. The other teachers thought this was due to Qin Yongji's arrogance, but he men disagreed. She had sensed from the start that Qin Yongji's instructions subconsciously avoided methods that could harm individual soldiers. Whether it was linking up with individual soldiers, manipulating individual mechas to avoid damage, or even creating the molecular cutter, it was all because she wanted to minimize damage while maximizing gains. And she proved successful. The light screen belonging to Qin Yongji dimmed, and a line of results appeared, indicating that she had passed the assessment and that the holographic scene creation would end early. Inside the screen, the image before Qin Yongji began to dissipate. A ball of light guided her to end the holographic perception, and Qin Yongji opened her eyes. The ceiling of the assessment center was visible, and the holographic cabin quietly opened. The young teacher sitting inside, working on a computer, glanced at her and turned it around. "Register, and you can report to the Academic Affairs Center." The Tanling Military Academy's Academic Affairs Center is easily recognizable, nestled next to the Algorithm Center. It's the simplest building in the entire academy, a 3-story structure incorporated into the Algorithm Center. It was nighttime, and the large streetlights illuminated the campus like daylight. At intersections, intelligent navigation alerted Qin Yongji to avoid the wrong direction. The final registration at the end of the assessment merely involved entering the freshman database and obtaining a student ID code. The rest of the information, including the admissions handbook, course schedule, dormitory, and training room assignments, and Qin Yongji's own gold rim command badge, would not be available until the official start of school 3 days later. Qin Yongji's student ID number was easy to remember, likely because she was the first freshman to register for the command department this year. It consisted of a simple string of zeros and ones. After registration, with still time before dawn, Qin Yongji took a stroll around the Tanlang Military Academy. Located in the center of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy is the Algorithm Center. The buildings within are constructed from special materials. The tallest building houses the Greedy Wolf Tech Storage Room. In front of it stands a library of rubbings, and behind it stands the School History Museum. Qin Yongji was drawn to the rows of light pillars in the square in front of the School History Museum. Upon entering, he saw a handwritten display board. "Red Flame Heroes Monument." It's more like a pillar than a monument. At the top is a unique suspended structure, protected by an insulating material. A faint, non-glaring halo emanates from the walls. It resembles the glow of the red pagoda and red flame stone Qin Yongji had seen before, likely a light source modeled after the stone's brilliance. Each pillar is engraved with a different inscription. Touching one reveals a life story on a floating screen. Vast swaths of interstellar text depicted the life of a Qian warrior. Floating above were unique items, fragments of Qian individual mechas, shattered weapons, fallen insignia, and fragments of uniforms. These individuals were once the top warriors trained by the Greedy Wolf Military Academy for Qian. They sacrificed their lives on the battlefields of Qian. After their death, if their spiritual cores could still be found, they were brought back to Qian and stored in the Martyr's Garden on the main planet. The remaining items were given to their families and instructors. These items were placed here by the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. Algorithm had told Qin Yongji when she reported that this was also the place where they would take their oaths upon enrollment. Qin Yongji glanced at them one by one, finally stopping at the one engraved with the word command. Zhong Yuan, commander of the 417th Detachment of the Tianshu Military Region, participated in the ambush at Camaresto Valley, assisted the Legion commander, Chen Zhu, in slaying Star B Sequence 1, Blood Mistletoe. Qin Yongji's gaze fell on Star B Sequence 1. Blood Mistletoe, she repeated. It sounded familiar. I had a feeling I heard it somewhere before. This thing seemed to appear in her memory. While Qin Yongji wouldn't claim to have a photographic memory, her grasp of memory wasn't so weak, unless the term appeared before she was 10 years old. Or, to be more precise, before she entered the Kyushu world. Even after leaving the school history museum, Chin Yongji hadn't recalled any memory of the blood mistletoe. She wanted to go to the library to see if there was any relevant information, but a glance at the time revealed she spent too much time there. It was already mid-dawn, and freshmen completing their assessments and military cadets returning from early training were gradually thronging the campus. There will be another chance later, Chin Yongji thought. She didn't wait for Colonel Mingjun to pick her up, returning to Hungta City ahead of time. When she arrived home, the room was utterly silent. Chin Yongji glanced at it curiously. The home robot was placed at the door, its power supply completely depleted. Sensing someone approaching, its screen flashed a low-power icon. Chin Yongji keenly sensed something was amiss. Colonel Mingjun wasn't a careless person. How could he have forgotten to charge the home robot? She was about to head into the room when she suddenly noticed something unusual. Her mental tentacles, as if sensing something, curled up uneasily, their branches rustling in their growth phase. Stepping into the hall, she was greeted by a red glow streaming in from the ground. Before the illuminating star fully appeared, the light of the red flame tower could have painted the entire city of Hungta a dreamy pink. And at that moment, directly opposite the red flame stone atop the red tower was the 7th floor of the sky orbit. Chin Yongji noticed the red light was brighter than ever. She quietly walked to Mingjun's room, looked up, and knocked 3 times. No response. The home robot had just been plugged in, and had barely recharged when it eagerly spoke. Master, data indicates you are experiencing a period of mental disturbance. The home robot is reminding you to prepare for comfort. Chapter 35. Chin Yongji paused her knock on the door, turned to look at the robot, and whispered, "Mind core disorder?" She sorted her thoughts, and suddenly remembered that the residents of Ziwei community were all retired soldiers from the battlefield. Colonel Mingjun was still very young, only 47 years old, which was in the prime of her life given the interstellar lifespan of 239 years. She had no significant injuries, and no signs of genetic disease, so why did she retire? Chin Yongji had the answer in her mind. She herself had experienced mental turmoil several times, and the mental core disorder period was even more severe. If mental turmoil refers to the instability of the soil that nurtures the spiritual tree, then the mental core disorder period is the withering of the spiritual tree. Essentially, both are abnormalities in the flow of spiritual energy. Chin Yongji was adept at handling such situations. Colonel Mingjun had probably anticipated her situation, and had already programmed the home robot with countermeasures. Unfortunately, when her disorder period struck, the home robot suddenly lost power. After the power was connected, Chin Yongji, under the guidance of the home robot, prepared the medicine and soothing device for Colonel Mingjun's period of disorder. The soothing device was very similar to the headband she had worn at the Red Flame Medical Center. It could greatly concentrate the energy transmitted from the Red Flame Tower. The Red Flame Tower had been relocated from the main planet to Talang Star because of its special stabilizing properties, which were very friendly to the mental damage suffered by individual soldiers after the battle on Talang Star. Without the Red Tower's stabilizing energy, Colonel Mingjun would have entered the energy dissociation stage due to the disorder of his mental core, one step away from self-destruction. However, the presence of the Red Pagoda limited her suffering to the instability of her mental energy, preventing the complete disintegration of her spiritual core. The household robot entered the room silently. Chin Yongji glanced in, observing through the gap as it injected the medicine into the medical bay, but she didn't look any further. She turned to deal with the unsorted ingredient packages, and the burnt cake base from the recipe. Colonel Mingjun must have experienced a sudden bout of disarray while preparing these. The cake base had been baked for too long, and the sweet honey flavor had become bitter. It wasn't soft at all, and the edges were hard like wood, but the center, still not completely burnt, allowed Chin Yongji to taste its original flavor. The room was cleared of garbage, and everything was restored to its pristine state. Chin Yongji had initially assumed that Colonel Mingjun would remain in the medical bay for at least a day or two, but a few hours later, she woke up. When she saw Chin Yongji, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, then she glanced at him apologetically. With a look of annoyance, she whispered to him, "I'm sorry. I promised to pick you up, and I broke my promise." Chin Yongji was stunned. She was holding a bowl of mushroom soup made with Mingjun's leftover ingredients. This kind of mushroom was new to Chin Yongji, but it looked edible in a package. She wasn't a great cook, so her food was barely palatable. She had originally planned to make a quick fix, but she hadn't expected Mingjun to wake up so early. Chin Yongji looked at the bland meal in front of her, her lips curling. She should have made more, or gone to the ancient culture teaching center to learn some medicinal recipes suitable for patients. When she heard Mingjun's words, Chin Yongji was still thinking of a remedy but she hadn't expected her to be talking about this. The girl in front of him froze for a moment. Mingjun saw a blush on her ears, looking very embarrassed. It's okay. I came back early. The assessment ended early. Chin Yongji wasn't the type to comfort others, so he just wanted to quickly brush off the subject. Mingjun wasn't wrong. Besides, they were only supervisors. Even if he broke his promise, it wouldn't matter. But as Chin Yongji sat down, he clearly glanced up at Mingjun, his lips curling up slightly. Let's eat first. My cooking isn't very good. She wiped her hands and handed Mingjun the cutlery. The two finished their meal in silence. Chin Yongji noticed that Mingjun's movements were slightly halting as she stood up. She placed one hand on her knee and the other on the edge of the table, barely holding onto her feet. Noticing her gaze, Mingjun smiled at her. Chin Yongji paused for a moment as she cleared the table, then wiped her hands again. Before Mingjun could summon the home robot, she stepped forward and offered, "Let me help you back." Mingjun glanced at the clean hands. Chin Yongji's fingers were long, making them appear broad and powerful. She probably didn't even notice they were trembling as she reached out. Even her eyes were nervous. Mingjun sensed a hint of acceptance in this gesture, and she wondered if perhaps her relationship with Chin Yongji had become closer to family. "Okay, thank you," Mingjun said with a smile. Perhaps the physical contact had brought them closer, and Mingjun tried to ask Chin Yongji about his situation. "Are you planning on living on campus?" "Well, daily training will be more convenient. I heard there's a day off every 2 weeks." Chin Yongji also tentatively replied. "There's a day off every 2 weeks. Can I come back?" Mingjun nodded. "Then I make you something delicious. Military academy training is tough. Your classes will be packed with classes for the first year, but there won't be monthly exams this semester, so the pressure will be much less." The walk from the living room to the room was short, allowing only 2 or 3 words to pass between them. Perhaps the soothing potion had taken effect, or perhaps the period of confusion had passed, but the next day Mingjun felt better and returned to work. Before leaving, she handed Chin Yongji a circular spacecraft. After entering the military academy, training will be more frequent, and it's inconvenient to use the training mecha all the time. Coincidentally, I know a repairman who might be able to help you. Here are some materials I collected during my time in the military. Perhaps there's something suitable for you. If you can use it, please feel free to use it. After all, I don't need it anymore. At the end, Mingjun's smile was slightly bitter. After her mental core was damaged, piloting a mecha would only accelerate her disintegration. The spacecraft landed in Chin Yongji's palm, feeling an inexplicable weight. She knew it was valuable, but whether it was because of the mecha or Mingjun's sincere look, Chin Yongji nodded. Owning a mecha that suited her was indeed her most pressing concern. Having a custom mecha wasn't cheap. Not to mention the fees for hiring a renowned repairman, the cost of the materials alone was staggering. By comparison, the medical bills she owed to the Tianshu military district were not enough to buy her a high-level joint for the mecha. The repairman Mingjun contacted was called Zwalu. His Starnet ID was the fan name of an NPC from the latest popular online game, and he seemed quite energetic. Chin Yongji had just added the person as a friend when she immediately received a message from him. She was surprised by the sudden call, but the person quickly hung up and sent her a message instead. "Let's go to the Starnet Holographic Center. Let's discuss your mecha needs." The person was very efficient, Chin Yongji thought. She found the neural connector, put it on, and immersed her consciousness in the holographic center. The holographic center was a 1:1 replica of the real world. The person sent her the coordinates of a famous attraction in Juman 03, the Sun and Moon Terrace. When Chin Yongji arrived, she saw a remarkably young girl with twin ponytails sitting where the red and blue lights of 2 illuminated stars intersected, feeding the herd of astral beasts below from the observation deck. Feeling someone pat the back of her hand, her brow furrowed, but she glanced over and saw the person approaching was a cute blonde girl, her expression instantly softening. A fire in winter? Chin Yongji felt a little embarrassed to have her Starnet ID read out in public. She curled her fingers and tried to keep a straight face and nodded. "Me? Am I supposed to be Schwerant's dog?" The other person's face flushed instantly. She glanced around and reached out to cover Chin Yongji's mouth. As she approached, Chin Yongji shifted uncomfortably to the side, twisting halfway. She forced herself to stop and reached out to grab the other person's hand that was trying to touch her cheek. "Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. Is this glorious?" Zwalu made a shushing gesture and pulled Chin Yongji towards the observation deck. The two found a place to sit down. The woman opposite them calmed down, cleared her throat, and introduced herself seriously. "Hello, my name is Zwalu. Aunt Mingjun asked me to design a mecha for you. Don't be fooled by my youthful appearance, as I might appear inexperienced. I actually have a complete list of credentials. Lest Qinyongji doubt her, Zulu pulled out her own mechanic certificate, an SS-level certificate in mecha manufacturing, to prove her abilities. Qinyongji glanced at the words on her certificate, and saw Yu Xingzhou as the recommender. He couldn't help but look at Zulu a little longer. Yu Xingzhou, a renowned mecha master throughout the galaxy. Even a novice like Qinyongji knew that the mecha master world had a well-known hierarchy. All mecha masters were divided into 3 tiers. Yu and Yin were at the top. Tai and Wendy Li, Feng Lei Xiaodong were next. Others. Yu and Yin were the 2 masters, Yu Xingzhou and Yin Yiwei. Both were geniuses who emerged out of nowhere, each carving out half of the mecha market. Their influence was so great that Qinyongji felt relieved when he realized Zulu might be Yu Xingzhou's student. Yes, I see. Yu Xingzhou's disciple, she said bluntly. Zulu curled her lips at that. What? I'm pretty good regardless of who my teacher is. Although she did want to use the teacher's title to reassure him. She owed Mingjun a huge favor. He had finally asked her for a favor, and Zulu was determined to repay him. Well, let's get back to business. What branch of mecha do you specialize in? Do you have any special habits for piloting your own mecha? Watching her call up the holographic modeler, Qinyongji briefly conjured a prototype of a mecha and offered his own ideas. I'm in the command department. I need a high-speed mecha. I like a semi-mechanical frame. I gather the materials as soon as possible. Zulu could tell her words were laced with mechanic jargon, suggesting she probably had some basic mechanic experience. He nodded, believing this would make communication easier and prevent her from making outrageous demands. Okay, I understand your needs. But I be clear, if the bulk of your funds are going toward the frame and engine fluids, you might have to use inferior materials for the armor and joints. I keep this in mind during the design process, so if you find more suitable materials later, you can always contact a mechanic to replace them. Also, if you're committed to crafting the weapons, please keep me updated on the progress to ensure there's no imbalance between the mecha and the weapons. Qinyongji had long considered how to build her own mecha. Currently, she was limited by star coins and materials, so she tried her best to prepare the best fit for her needs using the available materials. As for the weapons, she also had her own preferred design. Zulu reconciled things with her before the meeting ended. Learning that she would soon begin her studies at the military academy, Zulu estimated that he would have the mecha forged within a month. This meant Qinyongji had to find the mecha skeleton materials she wanted 2 weeks in advance. Qinyongji wasn't in a rush. She had a day off in 2 weeks, and she would visit the market in Nishan district. There was a wide variety of goods there, and once she found the materials, she could smelt the skeleton. The 3-day vacation passed in a flash, and Qinyongji received a message from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's Academic Affairs system on her computer, inviting her to join the 562nd Freshman Group and the Command Subgroup. As she joined the group, she took a quick look and saw that there were only 201 people in the Command Group, a staggering 30-to-1 recruitment ratio. As soon as the Freshman Group was established, some students were eager to speak up. Most were from the Combat Academy and the Logistics Academy, some asking about the training center, others about the housing and cafeteria. The command department rarely spoke up, so Qinyongji glanced at the group messages and ignored them. She logged onto the StarNet and continued researching online transactions. The optical computer had been configured for her by Colonel Mingjun when she left Qiyin, and it was already linked to Qinyongji's temporary resident number and biometric information. Because she was connected to the Qiyin local area network, there were 3 major sections on the StarNet: the Star Alliance homepage and the Galaxy homepage. This primarily covered government affairs, including orbital channels, military deployments, weapons research and development, and so on. The last section was the Star Center, the most frequently used by interstellar people. Most entertainment and civilian products were found here. Qinyongji first searched the Star Alliance homepage for information about the Star Beast sequence. The Star Alliance's homepage contains shared open-source documents from the 5 major galaxies. The information available regarding blood mistletoe is limited, focusing on the number of individual soldiers deployed by their own galaxy and the cost. In short, it's just a bunch of boastful ceremonial rhetoric. Conversely, the Red Flame Galaxy's homepage offers more information. Blood mistletoe, a first-order organism in the Star Beast sequence. This Star Beast is a unique alien plant, already SSS class when discovered. Centered in the Camaresto Valley, its energy spread to several nearby planets, impacting a wide range of areas. These included the Red Flame Galaxy's habitable planet, Yugwang 06, and 3 major mining planets, including the old Yata galaxy. It also triggered a nearby unknown star cloud, nearly triggering the largest star beast wave in interstellar history. In the end, under the leadership of Chen Zhu, the chief commander of the Tianshu military region of Qian Information and the overall commander of the entire Qian army, Chen Zhu and her team worked together to slay the blood mistletoe, averting the crisis. The Qian galaxy materials even included a blurry image of the battlefield at the time. Ahead lay a massive plant root system, climbing to the cloud tops. The soil beneath had piled up like a small hill. The ground was cracked, and a web of giant plant roots emerged from below. Surrounding this plant mass were countless advanced star beasts, emitting powerful luminous stimulation from various energies, painting the scene a vibrant riot of color. Chen Yongji couldn't even discern the primary light source. At the bottom of the image, rows of mechas charged forward. The leading mecha was crimson, wielding a strangely shaped spear. The spearhead shone with a warm glow, resembling some kind of energy weapon. Chen Yongji suspected this person might be the overall commander. After scanning the entire photo, Chen Yongji found no signs of a reawakening. Even when she first saw the blood mistletoe, she couldn't recall where she'd seen it before. Perhaps the image is simply too blurry? Chen Yongji pondered, gazing at the somewhat distorted body of the star beast. In the circumstances at the time, for such a recent image to have circulated was truly remarkable. Unable to find further information about the blood mistletoe, Chen Yongji put the matter aside for the time being. She accessed the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's academic affairs system and reviewed her course schedule. The first year at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy focused on theoretical knowledge, while after the second year, students' practical performance would be assessed through monthly, 3-day assessments. As for the practical content, there would be a new mutation zone each month. This meant she would likely only be on Greedy Wolf Star for the first year, and after the second year, she would be traveling between mutation zones. Chen Yongji didn't think too far ahead. She first reviewed her courses. Some of them had already been taught to her by Zhuo Ling and Ruan Wenqing, respectively, back on planet 526, so Chen Yongji had a basic understanding. After saving her get-out-of-class schedule and letting the optical computer remember it, Chen Yongji searched the academic affairs interface for a while, finding the corresponding annual class schedules for lower and middle-level colleges on Greedy Wolf Star, and saved them as well. Her foundation was weak, and she relied entirely on cramming before the exam. If the exam content had been more in-depth, Chen Yongji would likely have failed the written exam. She was well aware of her weaknesses. As a test taker, Chen Yongji had her own set of timelines to address any gaps. Before reporting to school, Chen Yongji worked around her schedule and squeezed in some necessary review work. Thanks to technology, she could even find many relevant master classes at the Star Network Center. And they were free. While searching for classes, Chen Yongji also discovered a maintenance technician course. Yu Xingzhou and Yan Yiwei's courses had the highest views, so she sent them to Shi Cixin. Li Jingxian had left her their Star Network contact information, and when Chen Yongji passed the Greedy Wolf Military Academy assessment, they had sent her a message to congratulate her. But there had been no further news since then. Chen Yongji guessed that the workload at the boot camp was too heavy. In fact, when Shi Cixin received Chen Yongji's message, they were in a mutation zone completely blocked from the signal. As 6th-level students in the boot camp, their training workload was greater than that of the 5th-level students above them. The higher the level, the more challenging the task. Because the boot camp rotates every 10 years, it's specifically designed to prepare for the Interstellar League. The strongest of the 10 classes are selected to form the main force of the Interstellar League. The others are subordinate teams, competing with other star systems in the Interstellar League to seize territorial development rights in unknown star regions. They are already 6 years behind the original batch and must make up for it through extensive training. Chen Yongji didn't wait for her reply, simply informing her that he was planning to review the course and was eager to study with her. However, given Shi Cixin's exceptional academic performance, she should have already reviewed it. After completing her academic tasks, Chen Yongji finally waited for the day to report to the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. Colonel Mingjun purchased her living supplies for her residence. After reporting to the Academic Affairs Center according to the new student instructions, Chen Yongji prepared to go to the Command Department building to receive her badge. The names of the teaching buildings within the Greedy Wolf Military Academy were incredibly simple. Going by the order of appearance, the Command Department happened to be Building 3, with a large number on top, making it quite conspicuous. She hadn't arrived early, and quite a crowd had gathered in the Command Department building. Although the number of new students admitted to the Command Department was small each year, the combined noise from the 3 age groups was enough to make one's ears hurt. As she walked along, she could see freshmen looking around, clearly surveying the building, and seniors stealing glances at them. Their movements were easily distinguishable. On her way to the top floor office, Shin Yongji heard different discussions on each floor. The loudest voices came from the corner classroom on the 5th floor, and Shin Yongji could hear them clearly even through the wall. They were discussing the results of the freshman assessment. She walked briskly, only to hear someone say, "This year's top-ranked commander has also broken the assessment record. My God, her kill time is too fast. How many soldiers must have been killed in a row? Old Chu, what was your record back then? Was it 4 hours to kill the 3rd wave? This guy took less than an hour. You're just a greedy wolf, Chu Li's hen. Sooner or later, you be surpassed by your juniors. See how arrogant you are every day." The name Chu Li's hen sounded familiar. Shin Yongji paused as she heard the last sentence, a familiar voice. She can easily surpass me. It's her ability to defeat me. Although she said that, her tone radiated a sense of arrogant confidence. Shin Yongji paid no attention. She didn't even realize they were discussing her. For Shin Yongji, killing star beasts quickly was a perfectly normal thing. Isn't that something anyone can do? When she was a rookie in Interstellar, she already taken down a semi-ranked green-blooded spider mother. When Shin Yongji received the gold rim command badge, she noticed the inscription on the back. She had one on each hand, but the one on her right hand, strung along a black string, bore only a simple Shin character. Looking closely, Shin Yongji noticed something different. It seemed they weren't made of the same material. Her understanding of materials was far more mature than before. The differences she barely noticed then were now subtly perceptible. Shin Yongji tried to step into the sunlight for a closer comparison, but her focus on the badge hadn't caught her eye as someone rushed towards them in a simple flying vehicle. Unable to stop, they perched on a hovercraft in midair, waving their arms and shouting, "Make way! Make way! I can't stop! Make way!" The curly-haired boy on the aircraft wore a look of anxiety and panic, trying his best not to injure passers-by with his mistakes. But the curly-haired boy didn't realize that he had carefully avoided the energy column ahead, and just as he was about to collide with it, someone suddenly strode out from the side door of Building 3. The other person followed the light, their eyes cast down on their palms, oblivious to his cries. With a few strides, she positioned herself right in front of the aircraft. Shermi's expression instantly changed, and she cried out in a nearly shrill voice, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" He tried to use his mental power to turn the hovercraft, but the distance was too close. Shin Yongji was observing the shapes of the two materials, sensing the refraction of light. The noise in her ears grew louder, a cacophony of sounds that she paid little attention to. But then, a sudden, subtle breeze blew past her. Shin Yongji was very sensitive to approaching auras, an almost instinctive reaction. She instantly looked up, her eyes cold, and with perfect control, she dodged to the side. A dark figure swiftly passed her. Seeing it was about to collide, Shermi covered her head with her hands, letting out a sharp, wind-filled awe sound. No! As Shin Yongji dodged the incoming hovercraft, she caught a glimpse of someone charging towards the energy column. Her eyebrows raised, her eyes quickly scanned the energy column, and her hand, faster than her eyes, grabbed it. Swish! So fast that those around her didn't even notice her hand. Bang! The hovercraft, freed from its weight, shot out like an arrow, slamming into the energy column with a snap, instantly shattering into pieces, sending fragments scattering everywhere. Shin Yongji, holding a person in her arms, instinctively stepped forward to block the attack. Ouch! Flying debris struck Shermi's head, and he cried out in pain, already bracing himself for the water. He waited a second, then suddenly realized he was still dry. He immediately opened his eyes, staring blankly at the sky. Huh? He flailed his limbs and moved. His feet treading on the air, Shermi turned his head, somewhat bewildered. Tilting his head, he saw flying golden hair. Looking down, he saw a face that looked ready for a fight. He froze for a moment. Then he saw Shin Yongji's eyebrows raised slightly, a look of confusion on his face. Someone's face suddenly flushed. Chapter 36. Hi, hello. He didn't realize his fair face had been stained the color of sunset. Seeing Shin Yongji's dark eyes, he felt as if he were being sucked in, and his words became uncontrollable. This was the scene Sher Huanyi witnessed as she followed the out-of-control hovercraft. Her foolish brother was half held up by a girl, whose physique looked completely inconsistent with his behavior. And the next second after seeing the other person, her usually reserved and shy brother actually took the initiative to greet them. His face flushed like a teapot. Sher Huanyi couldn't help but wonder. Before she even got close, the blonde girl put Shermi down with one hand. As her legs touched the ground, Shermi finally realized how she had spoken to the other person, and her already red face almost burned. Thank you, thank you. He turned to look at Chen Yongji, gratitude gleaming in his amber eyes. Looking at the shattered hovercraft floating on the lake's surface, Shermi felt a chill run down her spine. With a hint of fear, she said, "It's a good thing you held on to me, or I would have fallen into the lake." He glanced at Chen Yongji's expressionless face, pursed his lips, and suddenly glanced at her with watery eyes. His voice was low, but his words were clear. "My name is Shermi." "What's your name?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Yongji's arm. The other person withdrew his hand, and subconsciously glanced at his palm. He suddenly realized something, and his expression went blank for a moment. Just now, for a moment, was there something shiny that flashed past him? Chen Yongji heard her words and glanced at his palm. It seemed she had flung the badge in her haste to hold the man back. It was the one with the Chinese character Chen engraved on it. Chen Yongji's face darkened. Shermi's lips trembled as she watched her expression. He realized he might have gotten into trouble. It seemed the man had lost something in his efforts to save him. He wanted to say something, but his anxiety was so intense that he mumbled, unable to utter a single word. As Shi Huanyu approached, she noticed her adopted brother's body trembling. She knew he was extremely nervous and fearful of an accident. Considering Shermi's reaction, she could easily guess what had happened. She approached, placing her palm on Shermi's back, trying to soothe her brother. Then she spoke to Chen Yongji. "Hello, I'm Shermi's sister, Shi Huanyu. Thank you for your help. Did my brother cause you any trouble?" Chen Yongji only then noticed their conversation. Her eyes flicked across the lake, and she quickly returned his gaze. "I'm Chen Yongji. Do you know where I can apply for salvage of the contents?" She pointed toward the artificial lake, her gaze suddenly fixed on a floating fragment of a hovercraft. The shell was made of a light material, and after breaking apart, it mostly floated on the surface, with only the drive mechanism inside sinking. Her badge had happened to land on one of the fragments, swaying and teetering on the surface like a small boat in the middle of the lake. Chen Yongji's nerves were shaken, and she glanced at the cold water. Shi Huanyu guessed that she might have lost something due to her brother's mistake and nodded immediately. "I know. We also need to deal with some trash. I contact someone to salvage it right away." She then turned on her laptop. Shermi, standing nearby, cautiously moved toward Chen Yongji, her eyes wet with apology. "I'm sorry, I caused you to lose something." Since the item was salvaged, Chen Yongji wasn't too bothered by it. She paused, observing his expression, and reminded him, "It's okay. As long as it's resolved, I'm glad it's resolved. Hovercraft are permitted on campus, but they are prohibited within the teaching building." This was written in the admissions handbook. Chen Yongji glanced over it. Because the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was quite large, and considering the availability of transportation, he took a closer look at this school rule. Upon hearing this, Shermi anxiously waved her hand. "I know. I just thought the hovercraft was out of control. I was closest to here, and I figured if I bumped into it, it would stop, and I wouldn't be seriously injured if I fell into the water." After saying this, he realized he might be making excuses too much, and worried that Chen Yongji would think he was someone who didn't admit to doing something bad, so he quickly added, "After we salvage it, I go to the Academic Affairs Center to receive my punishment." Chen Yongji nodded nonchalantly. Shi Huanyu, however, had finally contacted someone. Upon returning, she nodded steadily at Chen Yongji. "The staff will be here right away. Are you a new student? It shouldn't affect your classes, right?" She saw Chen Yongji holding the freshman admission documents, so she made a guess. Normally, there are no classes on the first day of school for freshmen, but some colleges hold freshman meetings to briefly get to know the students. But the Command Academy hadn't made any such arrangements. There were only 201 of them, so even class separation wouldn't be possible. After all, the classrooms at Greedy Wolf Academy were large enough, so there wasn't much need to recognize anyone. After all, they have plenty of time to attend classes together, so they eventually get to know each other. Seeing Chen Yongji shake his head, Shi Huanyu finally let go. She reached out to twist Shermi's ear, her calm demeanor suddenly turning irritable. "Did I ever tell you not to casually modify your everyday tools? Isn't experimenting on mechas enough for you?" Hearing this, Chen Yongji glanced at the siblings. So Shermi was a maintenance technician. Shermi pleaded pitifully, "Sister, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Don't pull my ear." He spoke the last word softly, his expression pleading, his eyes still scanning Chen Yongji. Seeing him like this, Shi Huanyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. She glanced at Chen Yongji, then at her brother, whose face flushed red after merely tugging his ear. She suddenly smiled. Huan crossed her arms, waiting for the salvage crew to arrive. She casually glanced at Chen Yongji, just in time to see him put the badge back into his pocket. It was a gold-rimmed command badge. She followed Chen Yongji's gaze, but he was staring at the water, unconcerned. The salvage crew had brought professional equipment, carefully grasping the ends of the telescopic clamp and pulling the outer shell toward him. Chen Yongji stepped forward and reached for the badge from the lake's edge. Seeing her pick up another command badge, Huan couldn't help but look at it a second time. It seemed engraved with something, but she had no intention of prying into anyone's privacy, so she only glanced at it and quickly looked away. Shermi felt the same way, but as a maintenance technician, he noticed a difference. Chen Yongji retrieved the badge, wiped it carefully, waved to them, said goodbye, and left. She needed to go to the dormitory to put her things away, change into her new uniform, and then explore other areas, particularly places like the training center. As she left, Shermi, who was helping to salvage underwater debris, suddenly paused, his gaze contemplative as he looked toward the water. Huan waved her hand at the back of his head. What? Trying to slack off? I'm not, Shermi replied weakly. He suddenly thought of something, quietly approached his sister, and whispered in her ear, should we give her a thank you gift? Huan looked at him with a half smile, then said slowly, do you want to give her a gift, or do you want to meet her? Shermi blushed again, but managed to say, don't joke around. Huan respected his thoughts, and seeing this, she calmed down and said seriously, okay, sorry. It's okay, we're just strangers, so joking isn't a good idea, Shermi explained. I want to thank her. If it weren't for her, I'd be soaked right now. Huan agreed with her brother's idea. Okay, then, what are your thoughts on a gift? After all, they had only met once, and their preferences weren't known. Besides, Huan herself didn't like wasting time choosing gifts. She usually just gave money. After all, who doesn't like money? Shermi, however, had a different opinion. Her badge looks a lot like a commander's seal. Maybe she admires the chief commander? Shermi didn't see the inscription, but he could tell what the badge was made of. Huan was curious about how he knew that, so he shared his guess. Because the material is very similar to 7-star color. 7-star color is a special material. Its superior material, 7-star meteorite iron, is the hardest material known in interstellar space, and is also the material used for the command seals of the commanders-in-chief of each major military region. Both possess a special property. They can temporarily provide a powerful energy barrier when subjected to energy impacts. Of course, 7-star color's protective power is weaker and cannot be compared to 7-star meteorite iron. However, due to their similarities, and the fact that they both emit 7 colors of light when stimulated by the energy of the red flame stone, 7-star color has been used by many to imitate command seals. These command seals are different from commercially available peripherals and other red flame emblems. They are generally custom-made, and only admirers of the commander-in-chief would make such customizations. Because they are expensive and useless, they are just beautiful pieces of junk. Considering Chen Yongji was a student in the command department, it wasn't hard to connect the dots. Sister, what do you think of the mecha model for the chief commander? Shermi's eyes lit up as she thought of something. The Qian Galaxy consists of 7 major military regions, each with 7 commanders-in-chief. Those who are designated as chief commanders without a surname are generally the overall leaders of the 7 regions, and the chief commander of the Qian main command tower. The current holder of this position is General Zhuqian, also the commander-in-chief of the Tianshu military region. Her mecha, the Full Moon, was destroyed during the Battle of Luofei City. The mechanic who repaired it happened to be Shermi's uncle, Li Qiushue. Huan glanced briefly at Chen Yongji's badge. Although she couldn't make out the inscription clearly, it didn't look like the characters well left. She wasn't very optimistic about her brother's suggestion. How can you be so sure she admires Commander Zhuqian? What if it's the previous chief commander? Commander He or Commander Chen are more likely, right? The previous chief commander, He Xianong, and the previous chief commander, Chen Zhu, also held considerable influence within Qian, especially the latter. Not to mention her feat of slaying a sequence 1-star beast, and the latter's tragic departure, which ultimately ruptured the Qian Galaxy and Yatu, leading to the Yatu Galaxy's demise. She was a prime example of a single individual destroying an entire region, and her presence was shrouded in legend. Shermi, reminded of this, realized that she had indeed been ill-considered. He was silent for a moment, then, seeing her sister's relaxed expression, asked flatteringly, so sister, do you have any good ideas? Huan maintained her opinion. If you ask me, just give them money. No one would dislike star coins. She smiled brightly. Shermie curled her lips, feeling that giving money simply didn't demonstrate his sincerity. At this moment, Chin Yongji, already dressed in her school uniform and having finished touring the training center, had no idea she was about to receive a large sum of money. If she had known, she would have happily gone to the Star Network and pre-ordered the repair materials she had her eye on. But right now, Chin Yongji was just a new commander, genuinely worried about how to gather all the materials needed to build a mecha. After visiting the school the day before, on the first day of school, Chin Yongji began her first class. The schedules for the combat departments at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy are largely similar. In the mornings, each department completes its own theoretical courses in its own dedicated teaching building, followed by practical mecha training for all personnel in the afternoon. Chin Yongji followed the schedule, and headed to the classroom in Building 3 of the command department. She arrived relatively early, and the random lottery machine placed in front of her seat had already marked a number of seats. This class, a specialized course on command mental power analysis, required hands-on computer training. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy had equipped the entire classroom with a simulated cockpit structure, with each seat modeled after a cockpit, complete with a communicator and cable for connecting to the student. The lottery system required access to student information and mental field data. Chin Yongji's mental field data was still developing, so the seat she was assigned through the lottery had one of the highest protection levels. The seats were high up in the back row, with a subtle layer of energy shielding at the front. As she reached the rear steps, ready to board the computer, the students already seated below looked at her with curiosity. Everyone knows that a higher defense level indicates stronger spiritual energy and better values. Most of the students present had been directly promoted from lower-level colleges. Even if they weren't from the same school, they'd likely gotten to know each other through years of assessments and competitions at lower-level colleges. Chin Yongji, who had received a letter of recommendation from the Chien military and entered the school, was a complete stranger to everyone. Coincidentally, after the results of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy entrance exam were released, the freshmen looked at the unfamiliar name at the head with equal confusion and curiosity. Who is this person? Do you know him? No, he went to cockpit number 1. Could he be the top-ranked one? Number 1, meaning the top scorer in the entrance exam, wasn't often remembered, but everyone knew the number of soldiers she summoned. She had secured 2,000 points on the entrance exam with just 6 men, breaking the all-time record for time at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. This data immediately ignited the Greedy Wolf Forum, sparking widespread discussion. If the sophomores hadn't already departed for combat training in the mutation zone, there would likely be a slew of them waiting outside the command room, eager to learn more. Chin Yongji paid no attention to this. She prepared herself in the simulated cockpit as instructed, her mental tentacles connecting with the communicator. Invisible threads of communication emanated from her body. The moment the connection was complete, a holographic mecha suddenly appeared before her eyes, moving in sync with her thoughts. The cockpit displayed numerous options for customizing the mecha to suit the pilot's preferences. Chin Yongji was intrigued and began to shape her own mecha. After shaping it, he took a screenshot and sent it to Zhuolu via the computer. She curiously remarked, "So you like this style?" He casually showed her the mecha design, and the two reached a consensus, trusting each other's aesthetics. Zhuolu sent another message, but Chin Yongji didn't have time to read it. With the last student connected, the lottery system's light turned off. On the central podium below, a simulated cockpit was also placed, but this one was completely open. Everything inside was connected to the large screens on both sides, transmitting every detail of the operator. A young woman walked up to the podium and activated the indoor teaching assistant system. A higher-level command instantly echoed from the cockpit below. Everyone's attention was instantly captured. Chin Yongji shut down his computer and looked at the other person. "Hello everyone, I'm Tu Shanai, the instructor of psychic analysis for the 562nd freshman class of the command department. I now be teaching you psychic analysis." I briefly explained the content of this course. Psychic analysis builds on the foundational courses, psychic control, psychic tentacle perception, and psychic splitting. This course aims to separate psychic energy, minimizing the energy required to control a single psychic tentacle, and maximizing the communication network. The other person then began to explain the practical application of psychic analysis on the battlefield. Although Chin Yongji was far away, the sound transmission in the room was excellent, allowing him to hear everything clearly. He roughly understood that the course was essentially about connecting as many individual soldiers as possible and distributing the vast energy of the psychic realm in detail. This course was also taught concurrently with a course on coordinated combat theory, which was Chin Yongji's next class, in the same classroom, and taught by the same teacher. Next, I will use the host computer to connect you all, establishing a network structure similar to a battlefield. Please make sure to connect with me. On the battlefield, a main subordinate network typically consists of a main commander connecting to the team subcommands, who then connect to the next level, ultimately connecting to individual soldiers. This interconnects the entire battlefield, allowing the main commander's mental awareness to reach the entire army. In indoor teaching, the instructor takes the lead, while their mental tentacles connect to the communicator in the simulated cockpit below. Qin Yongji clearly felt an energy signal intruding into her cockpit, and the communicator sounded an alarm. After she agreed, an inexplicable gaze suddenly fell on her, causing her to feel a momentary discomfort. However, the unfamiliar mental tentacles quickly climbed along her communicator until they sensed her mental energy and began to spread outward. Under this systematic guidance, Qin Yongji was surprised to find that his perception of his spiritual tentacles seemed to have become even clearer. Previously, the spread of his spiritual tentacles would have wasted a great deal of energy, but now they were well contained. If he continued practicing this way, he might be able to achieve a state where his perception could spread completely undetected. Tu Shan'ai had received word from colleagues before arriving to teach that this class of new commanders contained several exceptionally talented young men. Before arriving, she had also reviewed the spiritual domain assessments of the new commanders, and 2 of them stood out. One student, Ping Yin, had the most outstanding spiritual tentacle fission degree, reaching S level, and his overall spiritual tree rating was SS level. In the entrance examination, this student connected over 1,000 virtual soldiers, placing second. Another student was named Qin Yongji. Tu Shan'ai subconsciously sensed her progress. She had reviewed Qin Yongji's tests, and found her spiritual buds were still in the growth stage, and her overall spiritual domain rating was undetermined. However, her fission and toughness, the 2 key areas of concern for commanders, were similar to Ping Yan's. Her spiritual intrusion and tentacle self-healing abilities were far superior. Tu Shan'ai also discovered that she had sustained several unexpected spiritual damages. The most severe incident nearly brought her to a stable state, a hair's breadth from collapse, a truly terrifying outcome. This indicated that her spiritual domain was also highly stable. However, as a commander, Tu Shan'ai noticed something else. Unlike Ping Yin, who maximized the advantages of her spiritual domain, this student seemed unable to properly utilize her spiritual energy. In Qin Yongji's entrance examination, she passed all the levels with the strength of 6 virtual soldiers. People who don't know much about the command branch would question her fission degree, and some would think she was deliberately showing off her skills. However, as a retired commander, Tu Shan'ai could see from her performance that Qin Yongji could not fully and effectively utilize the huge field power as a commander. If it weren't for her exceptional tactics and battlefield advantages, she would have had a much harder time. Tu Shan'ai often felt a strange sensation watching her command the battle. This student seemed like a novice, a newbie. Her energy processing was crude, and her perception even recklessly charged into the star beast, eager to engage it head-on. After discovering this problem, she deliberately focused on helping Qin Yongji familiarize herself with the energy control of her mental tentacles and helping her manage the uneven energy distribution. As expected of her position as the top freshman, she quickly grasped the idea and quickly identified her own problem. By the time she had completed her rounds, Qin Yongji's control of the tentacle energy had become incredibly precise. Tu Shan'ai glanced at her with a hint of satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment. After the first class, Qin Yongji emerged from the cockpit, sweating profusely after a brief 5-minute break. This kind of mental control was incredibly precise, more tiring than commanding a single soldier for 3 days and 3 nights. When the cockpit door opened, she looked around with a dazed gaze, her mind a rare blank, unable to think. Most of the students around her were in the same state, some even slumped in their seats, like idiots. Some new students, who had prepared in advance, pulled out their recovery potions and drank them immediately. The freshmen around them, who had forgotten to prepare their potions, glanced at them with envy, then, upon coming to their senses, felt a touch of regret. Qin Yongji saw a figure moving between the stairs, moving from the front to the back row, occasionally speaking with his head half lowered. After reaching the front row and asking questions, he hesitantly made his way to the back row. Those who were about to descend suddenly spotted a figure in the back row. Qin Yongji watched him approach. Even before he got close, she felt a strange presence approaching. Her newly regained attention instantly flared, and her glare darted past him. That look chilled the young student's footsteps, but his cold expression quickly softened, returning to his sullen, non-threatening demeanor. "Ahem, classmate, would you like a recovery potion?" Fixed price. 50 star coins, the man whispered. Chin Yongji glanced curiously at the hand he pulled from his pocket. There was a low-level recovery potion, priced at 30 star coins on the Star Network. Chin Yongji said jokingly, a low-level potion for 50 star coins? You're a profiteer. The other person smiled and said, if you don't want the low-level one, I have the high-level one too, but it's a bit more expensive, 500 star coins. We have tactical theory class next week, and how can we study without enough mental energy? Don't you agree? He exploited this information gap. He inquired before coming here. The command department was incredibly demanding. Without recovery potions, you couldn't even make it through the morning. Missing classes would put you behind schedule, especially tactical theory classes, which often included after-class holographic review sessions. Most students would grit their teeth and buy his potions, so he could make a profit. Chin Yongji was recently short on materials, so why would she splurge on a recovery potion? Besides, her mental energy regenerated quickly, so she didn't need the potion at all. But she was curious. There were quite a few students who had just bought this person's potion. Is this thing so popular? Chin Yongji rolled her eyes and inquired, is your potion so popular? Chapter 37. Of course. Many people before you have already bought it. No one wants to miss the next class. Besides, the feeling of running out of mental energy is unpleasant. It's better to spend some money to recover quickly than to suffer. The student thought she was embarrassed. After all, everyone knew that the high protection pods in the last row were reserved for high-ranking individuals, to prevent their mental errors from affecting others. He usually didn't come to the last row to sell because these individuals had high mental energy reserves and fine-tuned mental control, so this level of training wouldn't deplete their energy. But just now, from looking at Chin Yongji's expression, he guessed that he was running out of energy. He keenly sensed the business coming, so he came over to ask about it. Thinking of this, the student glanced at Chin Yongji curiously. In fact, the Mental Energy Specialization Analysis course is designed to correct some of the misconceptions about using mental tentacles. These courses take 3 years of training at intermediate colleges, and most people actually have no problem with them. The reason so many people fell down was simply because their energy reserves were too low and they had to rest. But unexpectedly, even the high-energy storage boss in the back row would have this problem. How did her high-level system determine this? The student couldn't help but become curious. Chin Yongji was quite familiar with the feeling of mental energy depletion. She often beaten herself to this point on Planet 526, but she hadn't expected such a short period of mental manipulation training to consume so much energy. Chin Yongji certainly didn't think it was because she made so many mistakes in the method she learned. Tu Shanai spent most of her time correcting them. Changing energy routes was a significant drain on energy, but it was something Chin Yongji had to go through. Fortunately, she recovered quickly, needing no recovery potions at all. In fact, while he was talking, Chin Yongji's complexion visibly brightened, his eyes regaining their emotionless sharpness, a glance that was intimidating. Well, how about one? The student was suddenly puzzled by her expression. Seeing Chin Yongji's energy aura improve, he was initially surprised by how quickly it had improved. Then, he started to worry, wondering if he wouldn't be able to sell it. I should have stopped chatting and started selling sooner. The student felt a little regretful. Chin Yongji shook his head. No, thank you. The student looked a little disappointed, but she still had a lingering desire to hold on to her potential customer. Do you want the course materials? 50 star coins each. Next class will cover the Aleso mutation zone clearing case. I have the course materials and a virtual sandbox. Sounds like it would be much easier. Chin Yongji glanced at the teacher at the podium, who was using wide area holography, then back at him, finally revealing a hint of surprise. You even have this? Hasn't class started yet? Chijo smiled sheepishly. I have some connections, and the course materials are all pretty similar. My insider information says the Aleso holographic data was entered into the teaching system yesterday. It's easy to guess. So do you have cases from other mutation zones? Chin Yongji speculated. Chijo shook his head. We need to contact someone quickly. This thing won't be available immediately. Chin Yongji understood. Essentially, they were taking advantage of the time difference. They were monitoring these information channels, acquiring relevant information, and then immediately contacting someone to gather relevant data. They would then compile an information strategy targeting the mutation zone and sell it to students preparing for class. As for why students buy it, it's because the virtual practice sessions count towards their semester grades. The military academy's final exams are notoriously difficult, and if you don't accumulate enough points regularly, you're likely to be held back. Chin Yongji wasn't interested in buying his courseware, But she was quite interested in something else, so she asked, "So, what's the typical commission for writing courseware for you?" Chi Zhou was stunned for a moment, not understanding her intentions. However, since this matter involved collaboration between him and others, he couldn't elaborate further. He simply said, "This is inside information and can't be shared." Chen Yongji nodded, but didn't press further. Instead, he displayed his laptop and said, "I don't have any use for the courseware right now. I add you as a private contact. I contact you later if I need anything." Chi Zhou beamed, quickly entering her StarNet contact number. "No problem, boss. Call me if you need anything. I have everything. If I don't have it, I find a way to get it for you. I guarantee it's reliable." Chen Yongji nodded without commenting. As soon as the contact was established, Chi Zhou hurried back to his seat. Class was approaching, and Chen Yongji was about to close the cockpit. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from beside him. "Your mental strength shouldn't be so weakened that you need to rely on recovery potions. How did you even pass the entrance exam?" Chen Yongji looked over and saw the boy's brow furrowed, as if he had done something unforgivable. His eyes shone with a strange mixture of regret and disappointment. "Chen Yongji, ? Who are you?" Her tone was flat and unremarkable. Ping Yin, assuming Chen Yongji was interested in making friends, softened his demeanor and explained, "It's normal you don't know me. I'm—" "Oh," Chen Yongji interrupted. "Since you don't know me, what's your business?" Ping Yan's relaxed expression froze, caught off guard by the other party's rudeness. He subconsciously froze for a moment. Chen Yongji glanced at him, showing little interest. He quickly closed the cockpit, as if he didn't want to hear his nonsense. Ping Yan regained consciousness and saw the closed cockpit, the hologram unfolding, completely blocking his view. He frowned in confusion, regretting his impulsiveness. He shouldn't have rushed forward to question her. He had been extremely confident during the entrance exam, believing that with his qualifications and abilities, he would easily take the top spot. Although the exam was somewhat challenging, Ping Yan felt he had performed well. But when the results came in, he was surprisingly second. Ever since he entered his growth phase and awakened, Ping Yan had never placed second in his command courses. He consistently dominated the intermediate academies, leaving few among his peers comparable. The elders, aware of his test results, all declared him exceptionally gifted and a promising talent. For someone like Ping Yan, raised on the accolades of such prowess, being suddenly outshone by an unknown individual was a profound pain. 3 days after the assessment, he canvassed his friends, searching for any clues about Chen Yongji. But this person had appeared out of nowhere. No one knew who she was, where she came from, or what her test scores were. Someone, however, did get inside information. Chen Yongji had achieved his first victory with only 6 soldiers. 6? Ping Yan recalled the 1,000-man army he had commanded, his mind filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Just 6 people defeated a group of B-rank star beasts and A-rank star beasts, and in such a short time. He was incredibly curious. Since the start of school, he'd been obsessed with befriending Chen Yongji, wanting to know how he'd done it. He deliberately arrived late to class, figuring that his and Chen Yongji's levels would place them in the back row. He waited for Chen Yongji to choose, and when Chen Yongji's name came up in the lottery, he immediately taken the seat next to her. All this while, Ping Yan anxiously wondered how he introduced himself if Chen Yongji approached him, and how he asked her how she gotten through the level, why she only used 6 soldiers, whether it was because her fission level wasn't high enough, or because her tentacles couldn't be controlled after fissioning. But Chen Yongji seemed completely absorbed in the mecha's exterior design, completely oblivious to the outside world once she locked herself in the cockpit. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, Ping Yan hadn't had a chance to talk to the other person when the freshman, who'd been hanging around in the freshman group, engaging in some shady dealings, suddenly approached him. Ping Yan was immediately annoyed. Couldn't this person even find a business partner? They didn't need recovery potions at all. Students like them had already learned specialized analysis in their basic courses, and there weren't any major pitfalls in controlling their tentacles. Their energy reserves were high, so even if they did, it wouldn't be much. But unexpectedly, the other person went straight to Chen Yongji. He watched as Chen Yongji pulled out his laptop and scanned something, presumably a payment. At that moment, Ping Yan felt like the sky was falling. He actually lost to someone like that? A guy who even needed a recovery potion to restore mana during a specialized analysis class. How on earth did Chen Yongji win over him? Chen Yongji simply ignored him. This guy had been a father for so long that he wanted to be everyone's father. She had no interest in being someone's son, nor in his little tricks. The tactical course was very similar to what Chijo had described. It was indeed the same teaching method as in the ELISA mutation zone, but Shin Yongji was particularly intrigued by this teaching method. It actually used holographic combat, and their mecha's responses were even monitored holographically. After completing the holographic mission, two Shanai projected their mecha's behavior and energy traces onto a light screen, comparing them with the teams that had participated in the cleanup. This teaching method was extremely meticulous. Shin Yongji realized that once she was in real combat, her mental control would be a serious problem. She was clearly not good at fine-tuning energy, and her method of connecting the individual soldiers' communicator was extremely crude, causing the individual soldiers to constantly feel uncomfortable, as if their minds were being manipulated. Shin Yongji could correct the former through communication, but the latter might be related to her habits. She was a bit domineering. Once something was under her control, she wanted to encircle it, leaving it with no escape. The same was true for connecting with individual soldiers. Her mental tentacles tightly wrapped around their communicators, as if draining their energy completely. It looked terrifying. No wonder the Chien Military Academy soldiers' faces looked so strange after connecting with them. Shin Yongji now had the answer. After the morning tactical class, Shin Yongji quickly contacted Chijo to request the class slides and, by the way, the simulation slides left by two Shanai. The two slides together cost 50 star coins, but Shin Yongji guessed that many people had bought them. When she came out, she saw that most of the students had gloomy faces, and now Chijo exuded a sense of prosperity when chatting with her. Besides these, what other businesses do you have? She chatted with Chijo for a few more words. He was very understanding, realizing she was asking this question with a desire to buy something, and quickly said, "Boss, take a look. I also have a regular Star Network store here. We offer a wide range of services. We have a studio with various branches within it, from mecha modifications to construction contracting." Mecha modifications? Shin Yongji sat up straight and clicked on the Star Network link he had sent. Chijo's store had tens of thousands of followers. While that wasn't much on the Star Network, its business scope was indeed very broad, with a high volume of transactions, mostly in the form of construction contracting. Shin Yongji flipped through the store and found services like mecha sparring, long-range target shooting instruction, and even a so-called maintenance team that contracted mecha repairs. She sent a screenshot of this section to Chijo. "How many maintenance technicians do you have on your team? Besides mecha repair, what else do you do?" Chijo's answer was vague. "The maintenance technicians are very professional. Besides our greedy wolf, there are also those from the Tianshu Military Academy, all with complete credentials." Shin Yongji raised an eyebrow at the reply. "Oh, just two, one from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, one from the Tianshu Military Academy, both newly certified cadets." Chijo didn't finish his words when he sent her another message. "In addition, we also purchase and sell mecha materials. This is another shop." He then sent Shin Yongji another link. Clicking on it was a Star Network materials shop with over 100,000 active followers. Shin Yongji glanced at it with some surprise. There were quite a few positive reviews, but most of them looked like they were sourced from somewhere else, and the sales pitch was pretty much the same. "Boss, is there anything I can help you with? If you can't find the business you're looking for, tell me what specific services you like, and I can develop them." Seeing Chijo's reply, Shin Yongji was almost impressed by his money-making strategy. "You deserve it." Shin Yongji then sent him a list of materials he needed. "Do you have these?" There was a long silence. After Shin Yongji returned from lunch, he saw his reply. "I often blame myself for not being able to help you, boss." Confused, Shin Yongji scrolled down and saw the prices he had marked on his list. He indicated buying goods? "I can't afford even a penny." Shin Yongji, looking at the total price, was also silent. "Buying materials? I can't afford even a penny." But Chijo understood the importance of solving customers' problems. Although he couldn't afford the material she needed, he offered Shin Yongji an idea. "Boss, the materials you want are incredibly difficult to obtain, and some are even restricted to purchase within the military zone. If you want to purchase this quantity, I suggest you check out Bingjing Network." Bingjing Network? Shin Yongji hadn't seen this section on the Star Network. She asked Chijo, who provided her with a link. "Actually, it's also available on the Star Network. Most of the ads you see are for it." Chijo also explained to Shin Yongji why she couldn't find it. Bingjing Network is a special module within the commercial category at the center of the Star Network. Initially, it was a place for Star Network stores to advertise, but its success later made it the only forum everyone remembered. The administrators of Bingjing Network simply opened a holographic shopping street an online forum category within it. The commercial street, collecting rent from Star Network stores, has become a large-scale online black market. The forum categories are being fully utilized by buyers and sellers. Initially focused on answering product questions, it has since become a hub for communication across various professional categories. Its activity is even higher than the specialized forums in the Star Network Center. Its traffic is only comparable to the dedicated forums during the league period and the development period of unknown star regions. Qin Yongji then used her Star Network account to access the Bingjing network. She used the invitation code given by Qizhou, typically used by stores, for customer service. Entering the Bingjing network without a holographic device only revealed a flat-screen shopping area. She clicked into the material category, scanned it, and quietly exited. Very good, even more expensive than the listed price in Qizhou. Seeing the invitation code being used, the other party, perhaps guessing she'd be put off by the price, proactively sent her a message, offering advice. Boss, check out the repairman forum Juheihai. Some wealthy repairmen there offer bounties on materials. You might be able to find a bargain, cheaper than buying directly, though the quantities aren't large. If you need a small amount, you can give it a try. Qin Yongji then found the forum. The Bingjing Network forum categories have a variety of bizarre names. The repairman section is called Juheihai. The commander section is called Yunchuiwu, fully expressing the aspirations of each branch. Qin Yongji clicked on the repairman section and took a look. Indeed, there were quite a few bounties and Q&A sessions. Repairmen have a rich supply of materials, and are known for their quick and generous spending. Although most of the materials aren't important, they still fetch a considerable sum if sold at market prices. Qin Yongji took a quick look. Some questions were clearly from maintenance technician students, with answers from account holders with different ranks below. The responses were very professional. Qin Yongji followed one of the concise and to-the-point responses and clicked on the other party's profile to take a look. The answerer's ID was sooner or later, I kill the teacher and take over. He had recently answered 17 questions and posted one thread. Qin Yongji had been casually browsing, but the Bingjing network's layout was unique. Replies and posts were typically placed on the left and right, with a title indicating what the recipient had received or offered as a reward. Different materials also had different virtual icons. Qin Yongji immediately spotted the icon for the spiritual guidance crystal he needed from the title of the other party's reward post. Spiritual guidance crystals are energy mines developed on planet CY1007 in the Red Flame Galaxy. These crystals, when smelted with extractant, possess exceptional energy penetration, making them particularly effective against star beasts, whose abilities rely on shells or defensive walls. Qin Yongji planned to use this material to forge the blade of her weapon, providing it with armor-piercing properties. Spirit crystal isn't a particularly good material for weapons, but it's the best Qin Yongji could currently afford. She used the money she earned from bombing the Buying garrison base and providing information about the 526-star mutation zone to Qian. The Tianshu military district generously gave her 500,000 star coins, and they hadn't even asked her to pay back for her medical expenses. While this amount might seem substantial, it was completely insufficient for building a mecha. Spirit crystal's market price was quite high, and there were limits on the quantity available. Qin Yongji couldn't help but be tempted. She clicked on the bounty post and took a look. The other party raised a question about mecha driving, specifically regarding psychic mechas. Using the psychic core of the S-rank star beast, the curved sand spineworm, to animate weapons results in a 90% drop in rank. Is this due to the influence of this star beast's psychic power? Is there a solution currently? Seeing this title, Qin Yongji couldn't help but sigh. It must be a special fate. What kind of coincidence led her to receive the assessment assignment for the Ripstream Ridge mutation zone and also to see questions about the psychic core of the curved sand spineworm, one of the main star beast groups in that zone? Curved sand spineworm, 639th in the star beast sequence, an S-rank star beast. Their psychic power level is similar to weakening. Within their quicksand zone, they can devour the energy of mechas, weapons, and cannons, while simultaneously weakening their psychic tentacles. The quicksand creates an ideal environment for these star beasts to launch sneak attacks. Hidden within the quicksand, Chu Song Shaji waits until the mechas are completely weakened, then emerges from the surface and devours both the mecha and the victim. As for enchantment, this is the technical term used by repair technicians. It refers to the process of implanting a psychic core into a weapon, allowing it to unleash its powers. It is one of the most challenging tasks for repair technicians. The main characteristic of Chu Song Shaji's psychic core is weakening. This ability causes it to affect the properties of the weapon's materials once activated during the enchantment process. This degrades the weapon's materials after fusion, resulting in a power level far lower than its theoretical value. This is known as weapon demotion. This is a common problem encountered when enchanting star beasts with similar psychic powers. The typical solution is for the repair technician to completely isolate the psychic core from the materials using psychic energy. But the problem was that Chukin-Shaji's psychic core also weakened the energy of its psychic tentacles, making this encapsulation very ineffective against it. For this reason, when designing weakened weapons, repair technicians typically wouldn't consider using Chukin-Shaji's psychic core. After all, its superior alternatives include the Star Beast Sequence 98S level Agate Stone Swan and the Star Beast Sequence 47SS level Golden Sand Silkworm, and its inferior alternative is the A-level Xuanguan Beast, neither of which weakens the psychic tentacles, making it easier to maximize its weakening properties. Although Chen Yongji didn't understand why the repair technician insisted on using Chukin-Shaji as a weapon, she was genuinely interested in the spirit crystal. If she could get it by answering the questions, it would only take a little more time to learn more. She downloaded the detailed information from the other party's question interface, which included the data and detailed procedures for several weapons used in the experiment with the psychic core, and would deal with it after the practical class. Before logging out, Chen Yongji took a look at the responses to the other party's question. There were 113 responses in total, all of which raised unreasonable opinions and informed her that the issue had failed. She put away her laptop with a sense of relief. The issue had been posted for 2 days, and still hadn't been resolved, so she still had a chance. The afternoon class was Mecha Practicals. Chen Yongji's mecha wasn't finished yet, so she used the training mecha from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. This mecha operated similarly to the training mechas from the Qian Military Academy. Chen Yongji almost accepted the sluggishness of the training mecha as part of the experience. She quickly became accustomed to it. There were many others like her who hadn't yet built their own mechas, but they looked like they were unfamiliar with training mechas. They couldn't even keep steady when they first started. This class was a large-scale mecha training session, taught jointly by the Command and Operations schools. Several instructors were assigned to the class, observing from various areas of the room. This mecha practical training class involves mecha shooting. You'll be piloting the mecha while evading incoming fire and shooting at targets. Your weapon is a mobile rifle. You start charging once you're within 30 meters of the target, and after 1 minute, the mobile targets will begin. Remember your numbers, you can only shoot at the live targets assigned to you. If you accidentally shoot at someone else's target, your points will be deducted. When Chen Yongji heard about the mobile rifle, he glanced at the small burst weapon in his hand and fell silent for a few seconds. And you can only shoot at your own target. This requirement wasn't just difficult for her, it also caused some students, who had graduated from junior colleges, to gasp. Many were already lamenting the difficulty of such a difficult task. The mecha training ground was enormous, worthy of being the largest building in the entire Greedy Wolf Military Academy. It could accommodate an entire grade of soldiers simultaneously, allowing them to operate and move freely within the grounds. But no matter how large and spacious it was impossible to accurately locate each person's target during a crowd-rushing situation, especially with so many marker guns flying around. A minute passed in a flash. Chen Yongji had just heard the shrill reminder when the training ground, which had been quiet a moment before, suddenly became lively. Chapter 38. Starting with a burst of marking gun fire, the surroundings were filled with the sound of live targets exploding. After Chen Yongji's warning sounded, the mecha's silhouette began to move rapidly. Indistinct marking rounds flew around her, trailing a trail of colorful dust, leaving a brief arc in her field of vision. Chen Yongji dodged to the side, tapping the ground with her feet, and lunged towards the scattered machines on the training ground. The black and white mecha nimbly crashed into the rear of the machines, poking its head out amidst the hail of bullets. Suddenly, with a sudden lunge, it pulled another machine forward, its base scratching a large slash across the training ground. A sharp grinding sound erupted, but no one paid any attention at the moment. The two large machines were arranged in a V-shape, encircling the mecha on 3 sides. Chen Yongji only had to focus on the bullets directly in front of her, the mecha's evasive force fully engaged, struggling forward across the training ground. From an arm's length away, she heard the cries of her classmates from within the mecha. Marking rounds not only marked the target and deducted points, but also hurt when they hit a person. They instantly exploded on the mech's surface, causing a grimace of pain. Chen Yongji watched as a defensive mech was knocked down by a melee fighter nearby, then lifted up to act as a shield. What good brothers, she couldn't help but sigh. The wails of a soldier emanated from within the defensive mech. The melee fighter slowly soothed them, promising them one thing after another. Even from a distance, Chen Yongji felt a choke on this pancake. Her mech's arms exerted force, dragging the mechs on either side of her as they glided carefully across the ground. Using its massive bulk, the mech shifted its movements mid-air to avoid the incoming marking rounds. Chen Yongji's movements were modest, but the sound of the mech's movement was noticeable, quickly drawing the attention of the surrounding soldiers. As she dodged the surrounding marker rounds, a mech figure, braving the onslaught of marker rounds, charged directly into the empty space between the machines. The person, a support soldier, had just rolled in and effortlessly imitated Chen Yongji's movements, dodging the marker rounds from all sides. "My friend, you're a genius. You can even drag this?" He reached out to grab the heavy machinery. Chen Yongji watched him tug at it for a long time, then released his grip. The machinery suddenly stopped, and with a recoil, he nearly knocked him and his mech out. The support soldier finally looked at Chen Yongji with a hint of fear. He subconsciously glanced at the man's arm and said calmly, "Well, I hide here for a while. Once I find my target, I leave. It won't waste your time. I can even help you find your target." Chen Yongji glanced at his mech. Support mechs were quite unique. Most would carry a control cannon with a traction device, or a traction cannon with an elemental gun. This support mech was configured for the latter. Chen Yongji glanced between rounds of marking rounds. The numbered targets were too high, and with over 1,000 people inside, there were thousands of targets stacked up in the air. Chen Yongji had already scanned the bottom, and didn't see her number. She figured she was floating too high. To get past the others' live targets, she would have to wait for the others below to finish their numbers, or for her to ascend. Thinking of this, Chen Yongji glanced around. On the chaotic training ground, individual soldiers' burst rifles fired haphazardly, their rounds and marking rounds mingling, obscuring vision. Several live targets were accidentally shattered in this environment. "What's your serial number?" Chen Yongji pulled the mech up and quickly folded it onto a fixed structure in front of her, creating a three-sided enclosure. Marking rounds struck the outer perimeter of the mech, creating a resounding, crisp sound. The support soldier froze for a moment, watching her effortlessly drag the mech. He glanced at his own palm with some suspicion, then subconsciously told the target his serial number. Chen Yongji nodded and asked, "Do you have any other individual soldier friends? We could collaborate." Her mech had already climbed to the top of the mech, peering out to see the various serial targets floating by. At the highest point of the training ground, a ranking of successful target hits appeared. Each live target was worth 50 points, and the highest scorer currently had over 200 points. The support soldier was stunned for a moment. Yes, but how do we coordinate?" "Contact them via radar, and have someone come over here. We can hide 3 more people here, ideally for ranged attack, reconnaissance, and defense." Chen Yongji scanned the images surrounding the training ground and calculated the vertical distance from the target's launch point. 5 people were more than enough. The support soldier hadn't imagined mecha training could be so collaborative, but seeing Chen Yongji's cold demeanor, he followed her instructions. For no other reason, the mecha's strength looked like it could lift him up and throw him. Jianlu was still a little intimidated. The mecha's radar signal flickered, quickly attracting the surrounding mechas. The soldiers followed the signal and swarmed over. At the top of the training ground, a teacher from the combat academy watched the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This student has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The instructor supervising the training ground in the east corner tapped Chen Yongji's number and spoke to the others on the screen. Coincidentally, among the several teachers at the training ground was the close combat instructor who had watched the freshman command assessment and tried to poach Chen Yongji. Hearing this, he glanced down with a curious smile and noticed radar signals trying to gather the soldiers. This student is from the command department. Could she be trying to get the other soldiers to cooperate? With so many soldiers, it's hard to tell who goes first and who goes last. Besides, there are quite a few arrogant freshmen this year. Can she handle them all? The close combat instructor chuckled twice and said nothing more. This isn't a question of whether or not she can handle them. This student probably won't need that many people, and then the command liaison position won't be available to her. The close combat instructor felt that this training was clearly mecha target shooting, but with such a moving target and chaotic situation, it would be difficult for a freshman to pass it alone. The typical battlefield environment is far more chaotic than the one we're in now. However, the ability of individual soldiers to evade their own forces and even other star beasts, while precisely controlling their targets, is due to the commanding teamwork. The teachers didn't discourage the soldiers from collaborating. In fact, They even encouraged it. For example, everyone's live targets were scattered outside each layer, securely obscured by the others' live targets. Only a few lucky individuals were able to secure completely unobstructed live targets. There were so many soldiers gathered that some were already knocking on Qinyangji's mechanical shell, and loud voices emanated from the mechanical shielding. "Hey, who's calling for cooperation? How do we collaborate? Can you guys tell me?" Qinyangji heard the voice and peered out from above. Long-range attack mech? The loudmouthed long-range attacker glanced around, only looking up after being pulled by his companions. "Oh my god, your shell is really well made. Can we get in? There are marker rounds all around." As he spoke, he unleashed a barrage of marker rounds in all directions, instantly moving the mech away from the mechanical wall. Many nearby soldiers were also hit by this wave of missiles, and many looked at Qinyangji with disapproval. "What are you doing? Calling us over to take the brunt of the bullets? Oh my god, you have your own shield, and you don't care about us? Who sent the signal for cooperation?" Qinyangji glanced coldly at the cursing group. He said nothing, instead glancing at the long-range attacker who had requested the request and the reconnaissance mech next to him. The other party held no grudges, but as they dodged, they reminded her, "Can you get in here? You mentioned cooperation. Could you please explain in detail? Come in and tell me," Qinyangji heard him say. The mech slid down from the top of the mechanical wall and pried up the bottom of the machine with one hand. Seeing this, the support mech next to him stepped forward and said, "Let me lend you a hand." Before he finished his words, before he even entered, Qinyangji lifted a corner of the machine with a single hand, creating a triangular gap. "Come in," she shouted to the people outside. The surrounding mechas saw the opening in the machine, convinced they could hide from bullets, and that there was plenty of room. Many of them swarmed in, blocking the way before the ranged and reconnaissance mechas could even get close. Qinyangji, observing the chaotic scene, raised his mech's foot and kicked out, sending a flurry of mechas attempting to get in. "Fuck, are you sick? You're calling people over, but you won't let them in. Is this how you show your sincerity and cooperation?" Someone fell to the ground, shot several times by the marker, and said angrily. Qinyangji ignored him, glancing at the ranged attackers and scouts to the side, urging, "Hurry up." The two hurried in. She dispersed the crowd, making it clear that those outside had no chance of getting in. Most of the soldiers were going for the mechanical barrier. After realizing its weight, they realized they couldn't gain anything useful from Qinyangji, so they gave up most of their efforts. The crowd dispersed immediately, leaving only a bulky-looking defensive mech standing by the side of the entrance. It didn't rush in, so Qinyangji's kick didn't hit it. Seeing the crowd disperse, the defense mech hesitated for a moment, undecided whether to leave. Then, the face of a training mech emerged from the cave entrance, and a voice rang out, "You too." Her tone was calm, but having seen the crowds of people ejected before her, the defense mech was suddenly overjoyed. Surprise exploded like fireworks. It hadn't expected to be chosen. As if being chosen by Qinyangji were a great honor, the defense mech beamed instantly, scrambling in and thanking Qinyangji repeatedly. Qinyangji stared at the mech, bewildered. He glanced up and down, thinking she was simply missing a defensive mech to block bullets, so she just attacked him while he was still standing there taking the bullets. Had she brought a fool? The defense mech didn't notice her thoughts. Once inside the mechanical triangle, he heard the sound of the marking gun hitting the wall outside. Suddenly, the pain in his body seemed to ease. With obvious joy, he touched the mechanical wall, and was astonished at the sight of the massive machine. "This thing looks incredibly heavy, and I wonder how this single soldier managed to pull it. Everyone's here. Briefly, I'm from the command department. Follow my instructions. We're going to cross the peak of the marking rounds, and head up to the upper levels to find the numbered targets." Qinyangji's initial goal was this. Based on her observations, the numbered targets were surrounded by considerable obstruction. To shoot without damaging other live targets, one would either have to wait for the enemy to shoot them away or actively approach and find an opening. The live targets were high in the air, making it very difficult to approach them. But with support to pull them, it wouldn't be too difficult. A few soldiers, not quite understanding what she meant, subconsciously asked, "So this is some kind of collaboration? How do we do it?" Qinyangji glanced at the support mech that arrived first and suddenly laughed. The sound was soft, but it gave the support mech goosebumps. "Simple. Send the support up first." She pointed upwards. Everyone's eyes followed her gaze, all the way to the top. The training ground was nearly 50 meters above the ground. The supporting towed artillery, though a modified model, was still 20 meters high. While it couldn't reach the live targets from below, it had ample reach from above. But the support mech didn't feel any relief. He glanced at the overhanging structure above, bombarded with marker rounds from all sides. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was inside the mech, it felt like a gust of wind was blowing all around him. Serious? Qin Yangji glanced at him, and nodded, of course. Support, take a look from the upper position. The ranged and defensive positions should also go up. The defensive mech's shield is 3-sided. Keep the inner part as small as possible to block some of the marker rounds. What about the other part? The range attacker asked silently. Qin Yangji thought he asked a stupid question. Can't you dodge? She pointed upward. The training ground ceiling was a large, intersecting beam structure. The space above could accommodate half a mech's height. As long as the mech crouched properly, it could hide there. With the defense's energy shield deployed, it could block some of the chaotic bullets. The range attacker, easily blocked by her, fell silent for a moment. The defense mech didn't seem to mind climbing the ceiling, but he had one question. How do I get up there? He was a bit bulky, perhaps not as agile as the support mech. Besides, the training ground was nearly 50 meters above the ground, and the surroundings were incredibly smooth. Even with the mech's propulsion set, it only reached a maximum of 20 meters, not even enough to reach the overlapping marked targets. Qin Yangji turned to look at the support mech and waved at him. The support mech shuddered and walked over stiffly, only to hear her voice, tinged with laughter, say, I take you up. As soon as he finished, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Before the support mech could react, a powerful mental tentacle shot straight into his communicator. He was momentarily dazed, and the command connection prompt popped up on the control panel. Agree to my connection, and begin the operation. Qin Yangji's voice suddenly rang out. The surrounding soldiers frantically agreed to the connection under this influx of energy, and the next second, they felt as if their brains were being tightly grasped by a hand. The discomfort caused the support mech's eyes to glaze over, and he didn't notice the command mech grabbing his neck and yanking him up. The ranged attackers and scouts instinctively stepped back to make room for the command. The next second, a black and white mecha flashed out from in front of him. With one foot, it landed on the massive mechanical structure, its engine roaring to life. It instantly leaped into the air, its form shooting dozens of meters across. A massive figure suddenly appeared among the group of live targets, and the surrounding soldiers all turned their gazes. Disdainful sneers emanated from the mecha that Qin Yangji had just ejected. More people were still wondering who this person was, and what they were up to. When the individual soldier briefly looked up, the marking rounds continued their attack. A barrage of rounds blared from all directions, pelting the crowd. Soon, the soldiers had no time to notice the figure in midair. Due to the height of the mechanical device, Qin Yangji could only reach the very edge of the target at best. However, during her brief pause, she suddenly released her grip on the support's arm, her palm sliding smoothly across the other mechs. Before the support could react, he was already in midair. Immediately, the commander told him, prepare the tractor gun. The support was stunned for a moment, but he followed the command almost reflexively. Hearing the commander's countdown and announcement, he immediately focused on the aiming position. 3, 2, 1. Fire! Qin Yangji's mech spun rapidly on the spot, using its limited propulsion. Using the remaining thrust of the engine, she forced herself to remain in midair for 3 seconds, then ended with a rapid rotation, sending the mech plummeting. The support mech, towed by her palm, flew out like an arrow from about a second before the rotation ended. The support mecha just aimed in the direction, and then he felt a strong sense of weightlessness in his body. This feeling made him scream out involuntarily, and the next second he felt a strong wind blowing into his mouth. He always remembered the commander's call, and upon hearing the command to fire, he fired his traction cannon. A click. The traction cannon hooked onto one of the main supports of the intersecting beams. Swish. The traction rope retracted, and the support mech was propelled upwards towards the ceiling. Holy crap, hoisted. Hooray. It's so high. The support mech was so frightened that its limbs went limp. Upon seeing the ceiling, its arms and legs uncontrollably grasped it. Even on the other side, Qin Yangji flipped as she fell, landing directly into the center of the mechanical triangle from above, landing securely. She clapped her hands, stood up, and gestured to the other two. Who's first? The ranged attacker leaned back, glanced at the support mech's height, silently compared his own distance, and then looked at the defensive mech. The defensive mech looked at Qin Yangji hesitantly and said calmly, Commander, I might be a little heavy. He was a defensive mech, and his size was completely different from the live support mech. Qin Yangji paused, tilting her head, finding it rather amusing. She couldn't help but place her hand on the mechanism, seemingly patting it. Are you heavier than that? The defense mech glanced at it and shook its head. Qin Yongji stood up straight, ready to strike, and extended his hand to him. Stop talking nonsense and come here quickly. The defense mech shuddered and walked towards her obediently. The support soldier had climbed up along the intersecting beam and was now crouching on the ceiling. Hearing the defense mech's voice over the communication network, he chuckled. Suffering alone was certainly sad, but seeing his companions there was a joy to behold. Come on, I wait for you to come up and join me, the support mech gloated. The scout mech on the other side sighed and patted its terrified companion, who had been sent up by the support. Wouldn't it be better to get up there sooner and be safer? The sight of the support flying out was truly shocking. They were flung into the air. If the traction cannon had missed the target even slightly, they would have fallen straight down. Even the ranged attacker couldn't imagine how painful that must have been. The ranged attacker knew the scout's words made sense, and the more he watched, the more frightened he became. However, his defensive mech had already been locked in place by the commander's hand, so he could only turn back and look at the scout with envy. Great. You don't have to go up there. The scout also chuckled, as if he had gotten a great deal. Only Qin Yongji, who had heard this, turned back to look at the scout with an ambiguous smile. Do you think those left behind have it easy? You're overthinking it. Chapter 39. Following the same method, they went up to defend. When it came time for the long-range attack, Qin Yongji could feel the other mech trembling through her mech. She couldn't help but pat his shoulder and said calmly, Don't worry, you won't fall. She was very accurate in determining the bombardment point. Although she couldn't hit it accurately, these guys who had undergone 6 years of shooting training in junior and intermediate schools were very accurate. The long-range attack principle was understood, but she just couldn't control her body's reaction. Qin Yongji simply ignored it and threw it into the air. The supporting traction gun grabbed it and pulled it to the top. The 3 mechs landed directly on the ceiling. This scene surprised the surrounding military cadets. Is this possible? Many people began to evaluate the feasibility. Familiar mechs gathered together, looking up constantly. Seeing this, several teachers almost understood what Qin Yongji was planning and immediately gave high praise to the student's observation and operational skills. Within the communication network, the range attack and support began scanning for live targets. Points were reported continuously to Qin Yongji, and she marked their respective live target locations on the radar chart. After all the targets were identified, Qin Yongji began to make firing arrangements. First, the firing sequence. Some targets were located in the middle of other live targets. The scout needed to evade them mid-air, while the support led the scout, clearing the live targets around the range attack and creating a good firing position. The scout was then towed up and down. By the time the range attack and her own live target were finished, the scout was feeling nauseous. As she descended from mid-air, Qin Yongji heard a burp coming from her cockpit. Qin Yongji patted her soothingly, his voice a rare hint of gentleness. Hurry up, you still have live targets to shoot. The scout looked up pitifully, then at the group of live targets, her eyes drifting to her companions, who were crawling on the ceiling, grinning at her. The support found the retracting and releasing of the towed artillery a kind of kite-flying fun, urging her, Come on, I'm really steady this time. Bullshit. The scout's eyes welled with tears. You're not steady at all. She was almost nauseous. In that moment of retracting and releasing, they cleared all the live targets in the group. Then, they all stepped onto the ceiling and stared at the live target blaster on the other side. We anticipate 5 live targets will remain on the field, spawning 1 every 10 minutes. This time, each of us will have 5 live targets. Generally, a live target will fully deploy once 45 meters from the target machine, giving it 2 seconds. This is the only chance for all the live targets to appear. Qin Yongji had been observing for a while, relaying the information to the others as she ascended the roof beam. Her gaze swept over them one by one, a calm one that sent a chill down the spine of the other 4. She spoke, We have 1 chance to shoot 5 targets. Whoever hasn't finished will go down and shoot later. Understand? Except for the ranged attackers, everyone else grew nervous. Firing 5 rounds in 2 seconds, that's tough. The scout and support exchanged glances, tears welling in their eyes. The support had been enthusiastically flying the kite a moment ago, but now he had completely given up. While shooting at his own live target, he had to pay attention to the tow rope and the shot at the same time. He felt torn between 2 and 3, and he also had to pay attention to the commander's instructions. He missed several targets, earning a questioning stare from the commander for a long moment. Then he said something that shattered the support's heart. I thought I was the only one with such poor shooting accuracy. The commander's shooting accuracy was far more than just poor, the support thought. She couldn't even aim, and in the end, he dragged her down, and she just slammed into the target. This was an insult to the support's 6 years of shooting experience. But he glanced at his trembling hands and mental tentacles, and his spirit instantly withered. You all better aim. I don't want to pull anyone else. The support threatened fiercely. As they discussed the bombardment, the instructor observing the field could already see what Chen Yongji was waiting for. After the 5 live targets were fired, Chen Yongji and his 5 companions quickly gained points and rushed to the front line. With this precedent, many individual soldiers tried to imitate their move. Many soldiers hid in the mechanical triangle. Some jumped to the edge, trying to throw the same support mech onto the wrong beam, but either they were not high enough or the towed artillery fired in the wrong place. The mech suddenly fell from the air with a rumble, crashing to the ground. After a few repetitions of this, the cadets, imitating the others, suddenly realized that this process wasn't as simple as it seemed. The combat instructor, who was watching the performance, commented approvingly that students' operation was absolutely perfect in every respect. He perfectly controlled the mech's movement, maximizing leverage to achieve the mech's maximum height. The swinging movement filled the 5-meter gap between the traction rope and the mech's movement, and the position of the traction rope was also the most secure, closest point to the rope. If these steps weren't achieved simultaneously, this would have been the outcome. He pointed to the screaming soldier thrown from the field, clapped his hands, and signaled the emergency robots inside to carry the man away. Is this the new student in the command department? Old Yang's been raving about a promising close combat talent coming out of the command department for a few days now, and it's true now. His mecha control is incredibly precise. Each bit of energy and physical control has reached a level difficult to achieve even through training, like an ability honed through countless life-or-death experiences. But some people are simply born with such talent. Thinking of this, the combat department teacher shook his head, quite impressed. In the brief, 2-second pause, only the ranged attack managed to hit 5 targets in a row. Commander Chen Yongji was the worst, not hitting a single target, and even losing points for hitting someone else's. The support mechas watching this scene almost let out a sharp explosion. Commander, what's wrong with you? Chen Yongji, always tolerant, took this well and patted the support on the shoulder. Basic drills, don't be stupid. Thank you for your hard work. What's stupid? Tell me what's stupid. The support mech looked at her with sorrow, as if she were some utterly despairing woman. Finally, he wiped away a tear pitifully and painstakingly set up the traction gun. Come on, I'm ready. It's just muscle soreness, isn't it? That's how men build muscle. I just have uneven shoulders in the future. After all, he only used his left shoulder to set up the gun. After firing only 3 reconnaissance targets and 2 defense targets, he hid behind the commander, daring not to say a word. They lined up silently, preparing to fire at their numbered targets. The Rangers happily lowered their guns and focused on searching for the impact points on their designated targets. Finally, before the training ended, the Ranger, thanks to his impeccable shooting accuracy, took first place. Chen Yongji fell to second place due to a mistake. As for the others, they were completely exhausted by the end and missed a live target, falling behind Chen Yongji. But even with their frequent mishaps, their points were still far ahead of the others, starting with the defense position at the end. A cadet below the defense position looked at the results, curiously looking up at the ceiling, and whispered to his companions, "Wow, that's amazing." "It's amazing, but I'm even more curious about one thing." His companion asked curiously, "How do you think they're going to get down later?" The surrounding cadets were captivated by this question for a few seconds, and they all sat down on the seats around the training ground, watching this team steal the show. After the training session ended, several teachers came over and raised their heads to the 5 people above, saying, "Come down and finish your meal. Don't be late for the evening training later." With that, the teacher stifled a smile and walked out. Seeing this, the elation of Yu Enheng's recent first-place finish suddenly faded. He instinctively tried to stand, but collided with the roof beam with a thud, clutching his head and howling. She cried out, looking at the commander, "What should we do? How are we going to get down?" Chen Yongji crouched for 2 seconds, clutching her hungry stomach, glancing down. "Let's jump down," she said calmly. "I'm a little hungry. I need to eat quickly." Jump, 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 jump down? Before Yu Enheng could react, he saw the commander leap down. The mech used the marking gun firing device at the edge of the training ground, the mid-air live target collection and suspension device, and the mechanical device at the bottom for support. Shui Lingling landed. Then she looked up, and a voice came over the communication network. "Just jump." The 4 men above glanced at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Qin Yongji's landing and leverage were incredibly precise. Anyone else would have likely fallen off the levitation device. Clearly, the other four were well aware of their own abilities and, for a moment, didn't dare to move. Qin Yongji consoled them via the team chat. The scout muttered, "Boss, is it possible we can't reach the levitation device? Besides, it's so heavy it has a limit, and I can't control it. Not everyone can leverage the levitation device with a single tap, just like she commanded." The scout was a very gentle woman, and her words were pitiful. Qin Yongji softened his heart and clapped his hands. "All right, let's use the support rope to lower you down. I catch you down below?" The scout smiled shyly and said happily, "Thank you, boss. You're so kind." Rangong hadn't expected such pity and sweet talk to be so effective. He couldn't help but glance at her again, then subconsciously hushed his voice and mimicked, "Boss, I also." "Heck." Qin Yongji gagged expressionlessly. "Stop your pretense, support, give me a hand." "Come on, I need to go eat." The support silently raised the tow gun, but before he did, he had another question. "Boss, how am I supposed to get down then?" "You?" Qin Yongji smiled. "You and I will take over. Just jump down when the time comes." The scout trusted the commander's words without a doubt. After all, the commander's instructions were never wrong. In his training bombarding targets, he followed the commander's instructions and rarely even missed a mark. With the commander's assurance, the scout happily let the tow gun pull him down. Once the tow rope reached its limit, the support released its grip. Qin Yongji leaped from the ground, his mech soaring into the air and sending the falling mech flying back to the ground with a kick. The reconnaissance mech was momentarily flustered by the sudden deployment, just as her mech crashed into the ground. The commander's mech landed faster, bit his knees, and lifted her back, cushioning the impact of the fall. Then he reached out and pulled her up. The reconnaissance mech came to its senses, its feet already touching the ground, landing smoothly. Bewildered, she turned to look at Qin Yongji and couldn't help but pounce on him, accusing him, "Wow, boss, you're so mean. You actually scared me." Qin Yongji held her hand against him, leaning back, and argued, "It's faster to land like this. How could I possibly scare you?" The reconnaissance mech pretended to cry for a moment, then quickly came to its senses and whispered to Qin Yongji, "Boss, you kicked their asses. Hey! We're still in a team listening." The ranged attack, who was next to descend, was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "And Songxue, have you forgotten the friendship we shared while fighting side by side?" "Ah? We had a friendship?" asked Songxue, the reconnaissance mech. The ranged attack mech was about to say something, but the support mech had already received the command and immediately launched an attack. Boss said, "Stop talking nonsense and get down." Yuan Feng was caught off guard and fell weightless. Qin Yongji kicked him down midair. As he landed, the command mech held him with one leg, absorbing the impact of the momentum. After everyone landed, it was the support mech's turn. Like a butterfly, he excitedly called out, "Boss, I'm coming." He swooped down from midair. Qin Yongji watched him descend vertically with amusement. The support mech, having missed the boss's takeoff mid-flight, was horrified and cried out, "Ah, help me." Qin Yongji then took action. The four men on the ground calculated their landing points, intertwined their arms into a net, caught the falling mech, and then pressed down. The support mech had just stabilized, and felt relieved when his companions raised their arms again, launching him directly outward. Screams erupted instantly. When it dropped for the second time, the others, seemingly satisfied with the fun, released him from the air. The support mech was already somewhat dazed by this point, and it took a long while to recover. It belatedly realized, savoring a bit of the fun, and rushed forward to engage the ranged attack and reconnaissance forces once again. Qin Yongji glanced at him without curiosity. "Childish. Have fun by yourself. I'm going to eat." With that, she left. A few soldiers a few steps behind suddenly thought, and hurried to catch up with her. "Boss, don't go. Let's form a private alliance and train together next time." Although working with Qin Yongji was a bit tiring, it was truly exhilarating. The soldiers who had stayed to watch couldn't hide their envious eyes. "I want to play too." Seeing the support mech being thrown up and caught again, the fellow support soldiers couldn't help but sullenly react. Qin Yongji didn't wait for these people. This brief collaboration meant nothing to her. But she clearly hadn't anticipated the subsequent days of training when she was called boss. As soon as the mecha training session began, these people seemed to have eyes on her, immediately surrounding her and eagerly asking what she was up to today. For a moment, Qin Yongji felt like these people were treating the training session like a playground. She felt that this wasn't right. They needed to suffer a little, Otherwise, they wouldn't think being with her was a good thing. Before she could act, Qin Yangji encountered something truly wonderful. It instantly cleared up the headache she'd been feeling from the constant arguing, and she felt instantly refreshed. She has a solution for the situation with Chu Kangshaji's psychic core on the Beijing network. About how to use psychic cores without degrading your weapon's rank. To answer this thread, Qin Yangji has been going through every maintenance technician course on Star Network these days, even more diligently than she did in her own command department classes. Finally, she found a similar situation and solution. She found inspiration while watching Tong Li's Mecha Material Processing course. Tong Li, a renowned master among maintenance technicians, is known alongside Wen Yuan Shan, Li Qiuxue, Feng Xiangzue, Lei Xian, and Xia Miao as Tianwen Dili and Feng Lei Xiaodong. She excels at refining psychic cores of powerful elements like fire and thunder. Her most famous theory is the energy ring level difference of her mental tentacles. She advocates using mental energy to absorb the impact of psychic cores, enhancing the outermost energy through energy level differences. Qin Yangji made some adjustments. Since energy could be enhanced through leaps, the weakening effect of Chu Songshaji's energy core could also be disabled. After understanding the entire energy hierarchy, she immediately attempted to use her own spiritual energy to create a set of energy hierarchy rings with similar energy levels. This type of hierarchy ring requires extremely high energy control from the repairer and requires the repairer's spiritual field to be extremely stable. Otherwise, the unstable energy refinement during the hierarchy ring creation process could easily cause the field to become unbalanced. Qin Yangji was initially unaware of this requirement. She listened to the lecture halfway before starting to practice. However, during the process, the growing spiritual tree began to shake, and there was a hint of instability in the spiritual field. Frightened, Qin Yangji quickly went to Qizhou to buy a tube of stabilizer. After stabilizing the domain, Qin Yangji quickly completed the level ring and submitted a lengthy reply, thoughtfully including pictures and links to Tong Li's courses. After waiting for about a week, the poster on the other side finally succeeded and replied. On the Beijing network, sooner or later, I kill the teacher and take over went online a week later. He had been offering a bounty on the forum for nearly 2 weeks to solve this problem, and the amount of spiritual crystals offered had increased from the initial 500G to the current 1500G, but there were still few helpful responses. Until a week ago, someone with the IDA Fire in Winter suggested that he take a look at Tong Li's level ring theory. Sooner or later, I kill the teacher and take over, whose real name is Bai Su, is currently on Tula Star in the Tula Galaxy. He is a third-year maintenance engineer at Tula Military Academy No. 1, and is about to join the Tula Military District's new recruit barracks. His teacher is the renowned Wen Yuan Shan, Tong Li's sworn enemy. When Bai Su saw the link to Tong Li's course, he thought his cover was hidden. He hadn't expected this person to genuinely want to teach him. He had watched Tong Li's course without his teacher's knowledge. He had long been familiar with the theory of energy rings. After this theory was proposed, his teacher, Wen Yuan Shan, also proposed another method for dealing with powerful psychic cores, the energy defense offset mechanism. This was the practical approach Bai Su had been using to weaken psychic cores, repeatedly failing to do so. Energy offset aims to use mental energy to withstand the impact of psychic cores, achieving an energy dissipation effect. Essentially, it's very similar to Tong Li's energy rings, but the energy control in the rings is more refined and demanding, while also dispersing the energy, causing less damage to the operator's mental state. Bai Su had studied energy rings, but the ring pattern this answerer had described was subtly different. If the energy of an energy ring increased with each level, then hers was gradually weakening. At this thought, Bai Su's mind seemed to click, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately rushed into the maintenance technician training room and began to try to make a reverse ring. Unexpectedly, Tong Li's own ascending ring was already very difficult to make, and this answerer's reverse ring was even more difficult. He spent an entire week working on this ring, and the results were remarkable. With the reverse ring offsetting the weakened energy, he finally succeeded in fusing the power core and weapon, without any rank loss. All aspects of the weapon stats remained intact, and with the weakening power, its power was even increased. He immediately logged onto the Beijing network and contacted the answerer. Sooner or later, I take down the teacher and take over. Hello, your answer is very useful. Love from Tula, thank you so much, big boss. A fire in winter, ? A fire in winter. Send me the material transaction address link. Please use Star Alliance Express. Cash on delivery is accepted. This person has wasted quite a bit of time. Qin Yangji only has less than a week to gather materials. Her weapon prototype isn't ready yet, and the next week will be spent on weapon design. She also has to keep an eye on will-lose situation. Time is tight. Baisu had just accepted the bounty and exchanged pleasantries. He was about to ask the other party a few more questions about the energy reversal ring when he saw the person send 2 messages in a row, and then the account went dark. Offline already? He glanced at the other person's account history in surprise, realizing she answered numerous posts in the past week, answering every bounty-filled post in the organization. Questions ranged from minor to major, but most importantly, all of them were accepted? What kind of genius was this? Baisu had just been shocked by her sudden absence, but then he curiously checked back through her answers, trying to discern this person's background. After all, among the Star Alliance's maintenance technicians, there were only a handful of top performers. They knew each other intimately, through academic debate and battlefield battles. As students, they were no strangers to competition. Baisu was curious to see which master this person was a disciple of, perhaps even allowing for more exchange. After a quick look, he was left bewildered. Why did this person seem to know a bit of everything? She was like one of those jacks of all trades from martial arts novels, secretly learning from martial arts practitioners every day. He couldn't discern a single clue, but one thing Baisu was certain of: this person was a true maintenance genius. Not to mention the energy reversal ring, she figured out, while answering her own questions. She answered several other questions, some of which she even submitted to her teacher, who needed several days to research. The most typical one was how to use the bones of the alien beast Storm Serpent and Magma Stone as engine fluid. The Storm Serpent is a mutant ice-attributed SS-class star beast. Its most distinctive feature is the bone crystals that condense throughout its body. This bone crystal absorbs the essence of the alien nuclear energy, possessing extremely powerful driving power and cooling properties. It is often used in engine compartments and engine fluids, while magma stone is a common material for engine fluids. The two materials have vastly different properties. When formulating them for engine fluid, the mix must take into account numerous factors, including the mecha's communicator core, its frame, and the driver. Typically, a custom blend is made. However, this time, Winter's Fire directly came up with a formula. At first, the Threads poster was skeptical, but a passing mechanic saw it and, curiously, experimented with it. It turned out to be exactly the same formula. This answer instantly shocked everyone who answered the thread, including the poster herself. The person who provided the formula also simply gave the thread's address and urged shipment, then never responded again. Now, everyone who answered the thread was searching for Winter's Fire. Just as Baisu was answering the thread by browsing her profile, his private messages started ringing several times, prompting him to click. He spotted several serious IDs, the ones he'd seen in the formula thread earlier. They happened to be among those searching for Winter's Fire. Yafanwei scumbag. Hello, did the fire god just reply to your message? Yafanwei scumbag. Can you help me contact her? I need her private contact. I have an important question to ask. Remuneration is negotiable. Baisu saw the same string of rhetoric and remained silent for a few seconds. He took a screenshot and looked at the dim profile picture of Fire and Winter. Yafanwei scumbag. Why are you offline again? Yafanwei scumbag. Why is it so hard to talk to the fire god? I'm going crazy. Kill everyone. Baisu's chat box was already filled with his insane words. He leaned back and wanted to throw his laptop away. Can you go crazy somewhere else? If you're doing this, I'm really afraid you die in my brain. Qin Yongji didn't realize that she caused such a stir in the forum just by answering a post to earn materials. To her, knowing this stuff was normal. The masterclass on StarNet explained it so clearly, so what was there to be confused about? As for why no one had shared similar theories and formulas, it was also perfectly normal to her. Everyone was familiar with them, so why would they need to be rewritten? If it weren't for the money, Qin Yongji wouldn't have bothered to write it again. After all, not everyone has the good record-keeping habit like Shizishin. Star Alliance Express never lets Qin Yongji down. After the mecha training class ended the next day, she received news that a package had been delivered to her dormitory. Qin Yongji was busy getting materials. Before she even left the training ground, a group of individual soldiers swarmed up behind her, surrounding her. They were all trying to get close to her, nothing more. Boss, can you take us with you next class? The support who had originally been shooting with Qin Yongji was unhappy and pushed him aside. Can you please get out of here? Boss, you're taking us with you. You're just filling in. Filling in, understand? There's strength in numbers. Look at this team competition. Didn't we do really well? Next class, We have a sprint competition, brother. Do you know what a sprint is? It's an individual competition. Do you need me to explain what an individual competition is? Instead of asking boss to take you with you next class, you should ask boss to be gentler next time, someone teased. Chin Yongji stood silently in the middle of the crowd, silently dodging the arms that tried to rest on her shoulders, as well as the several girls who tried to hold her hands. Then, she lifted the people on either side, one by one. Before the group of soldiers could react, they lifted the person up and set him aside. The surrounding noise instantly quieted, and the soldiers stared at them with bright eyes, obediently following orders. This scene had been quite common during her days as commander, but now Chin Yongji just wanted to get back to the package. You're blocking my way. Her blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and her expressionless gaze filled him with inexplicable fear. The crowd instantly dispersed, gathering obediently behind Chin Yongji. Then, they watched as the blonde girl strode off, even tumbling down the stairs. Where are you going, boss? You must be talking too much, and the commander is getting annoyed. That's wrong. Isn't this the way to the cafeteria? Isn't boss the one who eats the most? Do you want to save some food for boss today? Yes, do you dare not? The group of soldiers lost their focus and quickly dispersed. A group of command students emerged from behind the combat department, glancing at them as they left. A few of them curled their lips in disapproval. What's the big deal? It's just a few training matches with a few soldiers, and they're acting like the guys from the combat academy. No way. She's a better commander than us. Didn't you see the soldiers trying to connect with her during training? But she only connects with 6 soldiers at a time. Could it really be a problem with her fission rate? Who knows? She only used 6 during the assessment, didn't she? She took first place with 6. How can you explain that? Amidst the sour comments from the command team, a calm voice suddenly emerged. A short-haired commander slowly emerged from behind them, smoothing down the wrinkles on his uniform. He said slowly, instead of guessing at other people's spirit stats, why not reflect on whether you're too weak, especially someone like that? He glanced at someone in the crowd. I heard that some people, even with 1,000 individual soldiers, can't fight as fast as 6. If you're weak, practice more and talk less. You're nagging others behind their backs because you know you'd be crushed if you faced them head-on? Without waiting to see Ping Yan's expression, Chijo straightened his collar and leisurely descended the stairs. Hilarious. What a level. Chin Yongji is now his biggest source of materials. Chijo stands right here today, waiting to see who dares to talk down his god. Chapter 40. Ping Yan's face darkened the moment he left Chijo. It's worth noting that every year, freshmen jointly elect the head of each branch on the campus forum, making them a highly influential figure. Ping Yan, leveraging his connections and strength from a junior college, secured the first-year head conductor position with a crushing majority. Of course, some within the conducting department also talked about Chin Yongji. But her reputation wasn't well known, her only notable achievement being first place in the freshman entrance exam. Some were also skeptical of her fission potential, leading to a polarized reputation within the conducting department. But Chin Yongji herself didn't know. She didn't often visit the campus forums. She had taken a quick look there before, but it was filled with uninformative information and limited career prospects. After all, the entire Greedy Wolf Military Academy had only about 2,000 first-year students. Excluding non-combat majors with a high demand for potions, all other majors combined only had around 1,000 students. Even if they were selling potions, there was no market. Furthermore, the most lucrative field, mecha repair, was essentially monopolized by the mechanic department. Without a certificate and no persuasiveness, Chin Yongji simply gave up on any means of making money on campus. Unlike Chijo, who wanted to make any money he could, Chin Yongji simply wanted to make the most money in the shortest possible time. So, she saw that the opportunities on the Bingjing network were more suitable for her. So, after about a week of browsing the Bingjing network, Chin Yongji had gathered half of the materials on her list. After receiving the package, she sorted it out. She had almost all the materials for the first weapon. The other weapon would have to wait a little longer. She had to go to the Nishin district auction. Chin Yongji was already a little dazed when she emerged from the mechanic training room. She was a little unaccustomed to the bright light outside. The final smelting took her all night. She felt like she'd fall asleep the moment her eyes closed, but the moment she closed her eyes, her brain vibrated, rousing her to attention. Chijo, Teacher 2 Shanai has a class this morning, don't be late. 10 minutes later, another message came. Where are you? Why haven't you come yet? Teacher 2 Shanai asked where you are? Another message just vibrated. Chijo, damn it! Teacher 2 Shanai asked you to go up and talk about the transmutation zone battle. Good luck, friend. Bitter smile. Chen Yongji saw the words transmutation zone and felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her head. What was this? Belatedly she remembered. Oh, it was her homework from 3 days ago. Chen Yongji silently glanced at the notes on her brain and the holographic simulation she had created in advance. Blank. Shit. She'd been building weapons in the training room for the past 3 days and rushed over after class, completely forgetting about this. Chen Yongji's expression cracked for once. Standing in front of the maintenance room, she scratched her hair. Her half-length blonde hair, which had barely been braided before, was now a mess, tumbling down her back. As she sprinted, it swept back like a wisp of dandelions. When she arrived at the classroom, Chen Yongji entered just as the bell rang. Tu Shanai, standing at the podium, was already very familiar with this student. He crossed his arms and looked at her with amusement. Chen Yongji, your tastes are becoming increasingly fashionable. Tu Shanai waved at her with a hint of resignation. It's your turn to present the transmutation zone case today. Come up. Chen Yongji trudged forward, her face expressionless, her computer vibrating non-stop. Qizhou, sitting below, saw her pale face, and knew she pulled another all-nighter and most likely forgotten her homework. He couldn't help but send her his holographic data as an emergency measure. Tu Shanai seemed to notice the movement of her computer, glanced at her with a smile, then opened the teaching system. Everyone, upload your homework to the holographic channel. I review it one by one. Qizhou paused, silently giving Chen Yongji a helpless expression. Tu Shanai turned, vacating the control panel, signaling Chen Yongji to enter his own computer-generated holographic scenery. Chen Yongji's hair was stiff from the wind, sticking to her head like a broomstick. Tu Shanai could tell she rushed in, and didn't know what she was doing all day. She muttered to herself. But as Chen Yongji approached, he couldn't help himself. He reached out to smooth her hair, clipping a self-locking hair tie from his wrist, and styling it into a neat high ponytail. Chen Yongji felt the warmth of a hand brush against her temples. She froze in place, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the contact. As Tu Shanai finished combing her hair, she heard him whisper something close to her ear. Although you don't need to be too attentive to your appearance in class, you shouldn't be too casual, right? Tu Shanai didn't want to see someone rushing into her classroom in pajamas. Sorry. Chen Yongji lowered her head apologetically. She had set a reminder last night, but she was at a critical juncture in the weapon smelting process, so she didn't bother to check it. Go ahead, and see how you handle the transmutation zone. Tu Shanai gestured towards her. Chen Yongji silently glanced at her blank holographic landscape. Without changing her expression, she opened her computer and entered the basic scene for the transmutation zone. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yongji. Now, I explain the countermeasures for the Star Beast uprising in the transmutation zone. The above is the basic situation of the transmutation zone. As an A-level mutation zone with a mutation value of approximately 6,700, the star beast that dominates the ANS region's ecology is the Sequence 38 SS level winged snow rat. Their abilities have shaped the ANS region's icy terrain. As Chen Yongji continued her description, the holographic landscape of the entire ANS region instantly became more vibrant. She created the environment so quickly that those below couldn't even tell it was blank. But Tu Shanai, standing nearby, could see it all at once, and she couldn't help but laugh. Did this guy really think she was blind? She would have to ask Chen Yongji later what serious matter had arisen that hadn't even caused her to do her tactical analysis homework. Just as Chen Yongji was getting into the swing of things and beginning to formulate a battle plan for the transmutation zone, the holographic screen suddenly flickered twice, followed by a rumbling sound. Chen Yongji paused, looking in the direction of the sound. Was it an explosion? Tu Shanai remained calm, as if accustomed to it. He reminded her, continue. They're probably training in the back mountains. Don't worry about it. Chen Yongji nodded, but suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, she had just regained her focus when a command from the teaching system suddenly rang out from the classroom. Instructions from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy Security System. Student number 526010001. Please proceed to the Maintenance Technician Training Center. Repeat. The teaching system flashed twice as it relayed the message, and the sound echoed throughout the classroom, causing everyone to turn their gaze towards Chen Yongji. Is it number 0001 her? Even Tu Shanai couldn't help but glance at Chen Yongji, then at the holographic image of the transmutation zone he hadn't finished explaining. She wondered if even the security system had helped Chen Yongji escape the mutation zone, but she quickly regained consciousness and gave Chen Yongji a meaningful look. Looking for you? What did you do? Chen Yongji looked up blankly, silently disconnecting the computer, and at Tu Shanya's signal, temporarily left the classroom. Tu Shanai took over the remaining holographic image and took a look. She saw that Qinyangji was quite quick. While explaining the tactical layout, she had already quietly completed a complete ANS deployment map in the background. This little brat. Tu Shanai cursed inwardly with a smile, her eyes sweeping over the other party's layout, admiration flowing out. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Qinyangji was a student of Qian, so she could pull off such a dirty tactic. The Star Beast had to thank her for walking into her trap. This guy's ideas were one sinister after another. If the enemy slapped him once, the Star Beast would slap him twice. His devious ideas were endless. Tu Shanai felt that sometimes, asking her to follow conventional tactics by heart was actually damaging her talent. Luckily, Qinyangji finished the rest of the process, otherwise she wouldn't have anticipated these countermeasures. Taking over Qinyangji's half-explained holographic layout, Tu Shanai refocused her attention, which had been diverted by the security system. But Shizhou's mind was completely distracted from the mutation zone. He secretly sent a message to Qinyangji on his computer, asking about the situation. Qinyangji didn't reply. In truth, she didn't quite understand what was going on. Several maintenance teachers and a group of technicians gathered outside her training room. One of the technicians, Qinyangji, looked very familiar. She had met him during joint training. Mecha training assessed various aspects, and Qinyangji always had 6 team members. Maintenance technician Wu Puyu was introduced to her by support and Sungxue, and she was quite capable. Qinyangji worked with her for a few days, and after she obtained the materials, she even borrowed access to the maintenance student's training room. Her mecha's basic configuration was around A level, and its weapons were designed according to mecha standards. It wasn't overkill for the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's training room equipment, and it was more than enough for smelting. That was Qinyangji's initial thought. But she looked at the serious faces of the group before her, and at the signal of the guards on either side, she looked towards the training room, whose door had been completely blown open. The smelting device had exploded, and high-temperature solution was flowing everywhere, forcibly triggering the temperature control system. The floor was sealed with a layer of extremely cold ice, preventing the solution from flowing out. The training room was in utter chaos, but in the center of the devastation, a slender Mo Dao stood majestically. The light refracted, the blade shone with a smooth, cold, sharp glow. The veins on the blade snaked, leaving a long serpentine blood groove, giving it a murderous aura. Student Qinyangji? Teacher Zhong Mingyi of the maintenance department was all too familiar with Qinyangji's face. A few days ago, he dreamed of a bloody fight with a member of the command department. In the end, the student slowly emerged from the command department building and said to him sincerely, "Teacher Zhong, there's no need to say more. I'm committed to the command department. I won't be a maintenance technician." Frightened, Zhong Mingyi called Geng Chao several times that night, and neither of them slept well. He heard from the maintenance students that Qinyangji was thriving in the command department. The teachers there treated her like a treasure, and even the soldiers at the combat academy were vying to team up with her. She looked like a perfect candidate for a command position with unlimited potential. Who knew that today, the alarm in the maintenance room suddenly sounded, signaling an illegal operation. Before the maintenance teachers could pay attention, an explosion erupted, sending a cascading heat wave through the protective devices of an entire floor, the energy shockwave blasting through the military academy's security system. The maintenance teacher checked the training room's availability and located Wu Puyu, the maintenance student who had requested the room, and Qinyangji, the student from another department who was using it. He hurried to the training room's door and saw the completed mecha weapon inside. Not to mention the knife's meticulous design and perfectly interlocking joints. Even at a glance, no maintenance technician could find a flaw in it. Qinyangji was still a little confused. Standing at the gate, facing the gazes of the maintenance department teachers and students, she calmly nodded and said, "Hello, teachers. This is the training room I'm using." Qinyangji kept going over her own procedures. She hadn't done anything illegal. She even watched the video twice before using the training room. "You, a student from the command department, are using the training room as a weapon?" asked a maintenance department teacher who didn't know Qinyangji. Qinyangji nodded, not seeing any problem. The maintenance department's training room had a loaner system, meaning other departments could use it. Seeing this, the maintenance teacher was puzzled. "Since you have a foundation in this area, why don't you apply for the maintenance program? Why become a commander?" Qinyangji said nothing, simply observing the chaos in the room. She silently walked inside, skirting the liquid and frozen floor, and approached the now-formed giant weapon. She clicked on the control panel, preparing to store the massive MO Dao into the space container. A maintenance teacher suddenly stopped her from behind. Wait a moment, student, could you tell me about the materials and proportions used to make this weapon? The teacher, a thin woman, looked at Qin Yangji with a hint of apology, as her question was actually somewhat offensive to a maintenance engineer. After all, not all maintenance engineers enjoy sharing the details of their designs publicly. Generally, such conversations occur between teachers and students. The teacher felt that Qin Yangji was a student in the command department, and that their relationship as a maintenance engineer couldn't be considered teacher-student, so her question was actually a bit rude to Qin Yangji. But the female teacher was genuinely surprised, because she noticed that Qin Yangji had used two theoretically incompatible materials for the blade. Qin Yangji, unfamiliar with the established rules among repair technicians, didn't perceive the question as offensive. She naturally accepted the polite question. Before putting away the weapon, Qin Yangji listed the weapons on her computer and pointed to various parts of the MO Dao, explaining the materials used. The blade is made of medium durability molten iron and calcined saltpeter. Because of its average durability, the outer layer is treated with a full-glazed quartz patina. The fusion of these three materials barely achieves an A+ rating. Holy crap. Qin Yangji had barely finished speaking when he heard a student in the crowd mutter an exclamation. Is this true? The maintenance teacher, upon hearing this, was equally shocked. Zhou Mingyi wasn't thinking about poaching anyone at this point. He simply inquired, "Can I ask how you managed to fuse them together?" Most of the materials used by maintenance technicians to build and repair mechas, and their weapons come from the mutation zone and star beasts. These materials contain the unique energy components of the mutation zone and star beasts, and they interact with each other in a unique way. Just like making a potion, different ingredients produce different effects, and the same is true for the maintenance technician's material smelting. Among this vast array of mecha materials, two that show the most obvious rejection are molten gold iron and all-glazed quartz. These two materials are famous because they are frequently used in conventional mecha weapons, are inexpensive, and are plentiful, making them popular among both individual soldiers and maintenance technicians. Molten iron's unique property is its strong energy conductivity. When fused with a supernatural core, it can unleash its full potential, often through specialized energy channels within the weapon. However, its drawbacks are also significant: low durability and insufficient toughness, making it easily degraded by external attacks. Full-glazed quartz can completely compensate for molten iron shortcomings by enhancing its durability. This material itself is a highly fluid liquid, and when combined with other materials, it forms a very durable patina. Seemingly complementary, it could enhance the strength of weapons crafted with molten iron, and repairers certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Throughout history, repair technicians have attempted to fuse them, but due to the unique energy properties of these two materials, placing molten iron into pure quartz triggers special energy fluctuations, resulting in explosions and energy shockwaves. When Qin Yangji heard this question, she raised an eyebrow slightly, deeply puzzled by the question posed by the repair teacher. This is how materials are fused. Was she, an outsider, supposed to explain how to fuse them to the repair teacher? It's just using an energy processor and a forging machine to break them down and then fuse them together. Qin Yangji was silent for a moment. Perhaps the confusion on her face and the suspicion she cast at the repair teacher were so obvious that Zhou Mingyi strangely understood her meaning. He suddenly remembered that this guy was actually a student in the command department, a layman in repair, and likely unaware of the common knowledge among repair technicians. Molten iron and pure quartz can cause explosions. At this thought, Zhou Mingyi felt something in his mind shatter, and his vision went dark. He suddenly understood. Qin Yangji was truly a complete novice in the field of repair. But even if she was a novice, she was incredibly gifted. You could say she understood, but she didn't know common sense. But you could say she didn't understand, but she truly could combine materials that were generally considered incompatible. It was truly contradictory. Zhou Mingyi forced himself to explain to her why her weapon forging had exploded. The properties of pure quartz and molten iron are highly incompatible. Forcing them to fuse would cause the two energies to collide, resulting in an explosion. This would not only endanger the repairer, but also destroy the other materials. After hearing this, Qin Yangji's eyes widened for a whole day, her surprise visible. The expression on her face was, "Holy shit, these two can't be used together?" Then she looked at her weapon, a sense of dread lingering. Luckily nothing happened, or I'd be heartbroken. The whole group was silent. Even Wu Puyu, the maintenance soldier, who had helped her borrow the training room, stared blankly. "So, how did you manage it?" Wu Puyu asked in a weak voice. Chen Yongji stared at Mo Dao for a long moment. It's fair to say that when she was designing the mecha, she had thought that since the two materials complemented each other to create a more powerful weapon, why not fuse them together? She later found some information about using either molten iron or pure quartz. At the time, Chen Yongji was puzzled as to why they weren't fused. Now that she knew, she was speechless. Why hadn't anyone ever written that these two materials couldn't fuse? She examined the materials as soon as she received them. The energy fluctuations of the molten iron were violent. Metaphorically, it was forcibly awakening energy and then pulling it along. This property allowed it to maximize its supernatural nuclear energy. The all-luminous mother quartz, on the other hand, was renowned for its stable energy. While stable, Chen Yongji could tell from a glance with her mental tentacles. Because of her habit of using her mental tentacles, Chen Yongji always preferred to explore deeper, meaning to gain more complete control. Therefore, when she examined the all-luminous mother quartz, her mental tentacles intertwined closely with the other party's energy flow, triggering the all-luminous mother quartz's energy cluster. The energy rushed past her mental tentacles and nearly collided directly with her mental tree. If Chen Yongji hadn't had extensive experience with mental turmoil, the immediate injection of stabilizer and restorative would have likely triggered a turmoil. However, after this experience, Chen Yongji understood that while the all-luminous quartz appeared perfectly stable, it was actually incredibly frantic. Its energy would be activated by a sufficiently intense spark, and molten iron, coincidentally, was a very intense spark, so the two couldn't directly collide. So, Chen Yongji came up with a plan. She suddenly understood what the group was so surprised about. After figuring this out, Chen Yongji felt somewhat helpless. She put away her weapon and silently took out the last bit of Dragon 2 stone she had stumbled upon from the Ice Mirror Network, intending to send it to Chizhou to sell at the Ice Mirror Network store. Dragon 2 stone, a high-level mecha material, comes from the SSS rank Star Beast Snowtooth Dragon, the 24 Star Beast sequence, a rare Star Beast material with mental affecting properties. This material's influence is a powerful confusion. While using it, Chen Yongji not only stabilized the energy flow of the all-luminous mother quartz with her spiritual tentacles, but also added Dragon's 2 stone to the fusion process, confusing the energy flow of the molten gold iron into a chaotic state, temporarily disrupting the activation of the mother quartz and thus achieving a successful fusion. But she came across this material purely by chance. While browsing the mechanism section, Chen Yongji came across a thread where someone was struggling with the proportions of engine fluid. Material matching was her forte, and Chen Yongji initially didn't intend to meddle. But then she saw SSS-grade Star Beast material, a high-end commodity she couldn't currently access. Even if she couldn't use it, she could still sell it. She immediately wrote a lengthy reply. Unexpectedly, the post was met with a barrage of criticism, with a group of mechanics righteously claiming that there was absolutely no formula for engine fluid mixes, and that engine fluids had always been custom-made. Chen Yongji took a look, scoffed, and blocked the post, leaving only the original poster on his white list and waiting for him to send the materials. Sure enough, the guy's attempt worked. And the Dragon 2 stone she had stumbled upon proved a significant help. After listening to her process, a group of mechanics in the maintenance department carefully worked out the tiny bit of Dragon 2 stone, less than a gram, and incredibly small in the palm of their hand. Dragon 2 stone isn't a particularly precious material, generally used in the processing of special energy cores. Its most famous application is the Red Dust Weapon, a superpowered hallucinogenic cannon used by the head of the Shangguan family in the Jinghai Galaxy, which once played a significant role in the Camaresto Valley. The maintenance department teacher was overjoyed and said to Chen Yongji seriously, "Student Chen Yongji, we might need to study your approach." Chen Yongji had no objection and nodded. "Research is fine, but..." "Teacher, I like to ask, do I need to compensate for what happened to the training room?" The maintenance department teachers exchanged glances, and Zhong Mingi and the female teacher glanced over, implying that they'd just taken someone else's research results and materials, and now they're expecting students to pay for it. How disheartening. Even their own maintenance department students hadn't paid compensation for blowing up the training room. "No need," said the maintenance department teacher, holding the Dragon 2 stone. Chen Yongji felt relieved, so she smiled sweetly, looking incredibly innocent. "Then, teachers, I be leaving now." Chen Yongji felt a little guilty. He borrowed someone else's training room, only to blow it up and even trigger the security system. He wanted to cover his face as he walked out the door. She quickly slipped out of Building 2 of the maintenance department, only hastily waving to Wu Puyu on the laptop. Wu Puyu, still in a state of shock, hadn't had time to look at the laptop. By the time she finished dealing with the mess here, the command department class had already ended. Chijo locked eyes with Qin Yangji and rushed over to inquire about her situation. What exactly happened? Qin Yangji gave him a rough account of the situation, omitting the crucial details. After listening, he casually handed him his extra materials. Don't you have an ice mirror shop? Can you sell them for me? Chijo's mind briefly cleared at the thought of business. Looking at the materials Qin Yangji handed him, he sighed, damn. What a loss. I should have charged the maintenance department for it. That's Dragon 2 stone. The thought made him look pained. Qin Yangji closed his eyes, trying not to make the eye roll too obvious. She bombed someone's training room and even asked the teacher for money. She's completely rebellious. Qin Yangji had always thought she was pretty shameless, but she hadn't expected Chijo to be even worse. She needed to learn.